So this guy burns his entire lifetime of luck on a lottery jackpot, just to find out immediately after that he has a terminal illness. Literally knocking on death's door, he desperately begged the universe for one more chance at life. Against all odds, Isaac actually got his reincarnation. The catch, he woke up as a bald, completely bare skeleton. But hey, even starting out as the absolute bottom tier of summoned monsters, he ground his way up. Hundreds of years of endless evolution finally made him the Lich King, the absolute ruler of death. He even dragged the demon race back from the ashes. He did not do this for the glory. He was just fulfilling a massive, ironclad contract with the world itself. Finished the mission, and the gods promised him a human body. Today was finally the day he cleared that ultimate quest. He left his loyal demon minions behind and marched straight up to the heavens, completely alone, ready to collect his hard-earned reward. He casually reminded them that he met every single demand, fully expecting his fresh human flesh right then and there. But life is never quite that simple. Instead of actually keeping their word and handing over a real body, those absolute scammer gods decided to seal the Skeleton King inside a tiny bug for eternity. Sometime later, he wakes up with a splitting headache, super relieved to be alive but aggressively cursing himself for getting played. Was it because he literally lacked a brain? Once his vision focused, he realized the scenery looked entirely different. He looked down at himself and realized he was somehow stuffed inside a tiny infant. Wait, is this a real human body? There is zero chance those greedy deities suddenly grew a conscience. Maybe the seal just glitched out. While he sits there analyzing the situation, a nearby maid giggles, pointing out the holy infant is finally awake. Holy infant. Isaac just stares back, utterly confused, while this lady keeps on rambling. She whispers about how peaceful he looked sleeping, calling it a shame he even woke up. The male servant entirely agrees endless sleep would be better. The guy stands there rattling a baby bottle. Isaac squints his eyes, seriously questioning who the heck these creepers are. Did he actually pull off becoming human? Meanwhile, the maid casually mentions feeling a tiny bit guilty about their upcoming task. A totally cold, creepy smile stretches across her face, completely ruining the fake sympathy. She reminds her partner that work is work. A fake apology slips out, acknowledging he literally just opened his eyes, but they have to put him right back to sleep. She wishes him a sweet rest, but guys, if you think our guy is just rolling over and dying, guess again. The servant holds out that incredibly shady baby bottle. Isaac instantly realizes round 2 of dying is happening right now. Catching the danger, he violently thrashes around with every ounce of baby strength, completely rejecting the bottle. The guy quickly starts losing his patience. He aggressively wonders why this kid will not just eat. Isaac whips his head away in pure defiance. He suffered way too much for this body, and he definitely will not fall for a basic trap. Right now, he badly needs to figure out how he even got inside this body, but the servant just keeps nagging him to be a good boy. The man tries coaxing him to drink and sleep, suddenly calling him Isaac, which makes the tiny baby completely freeze up in shock. Wait, did this random dude just say Isaac? Suddenly, every puzzle piece clicks together. His old demon followers always mispronounced his name as Isaac, which clearly confused that long-haired god who was crafting the magic seal. That careless deity definitely carved the word Isaac straight onto the bug instead of using his actual real name. That one glorious spelling mistake absolutely saved him from the bug life, somehow dumping his soul into a human infant sharing the identical name. Honestly, it is pretty hilarious how these high and mighty gods completely scam themselves by just being wildly incompetent. Completely amused by their sheer stupidity, Isaac just starts laughing out loud. But that wide-open mouth gives the servant a perfect opening. The guy aggressively shoves the bottle inside, but Isaac instantly fights back. He tries swatting the sketchy milk away. The servant literally throws his entire body weight into forcing it down, screaming for the maid to come help. He practically gasps, mind blown over how a literal baby is somehow this freaking strong, as the maid finally rushes in. Together, they violently pin the baby flat, forcing that awful bitter liquid down his throat. Isaac gags hard, wondering if this garbage taste is actually fatal poison. Are they genuinely trying to assassinate an infant with this nasty drink? But the second that liquid hits his stomach, a very weird power surges up. Massive energy basically starts boiling inside his tiny little frame. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Kingdom of Charlotte, Alex Frick Hella, Bishop Massa Barrett smiles quietly to himself. He totally assumes the kid is already dead, right when a heavily commanding voice suddenly echoes across the massive hall, noting the bishop seems incredibly happy today. Massa Barrett snaps his head up and spots Alexander Hackup Hella, the Emperor of Charlotte himself, Alex Frick Hella, prompting the bishop to quickly bow his head in extreme respect. He offers a polite greeting to the empire's leader, but Alexander Hackup harshly demands his actual business. The bishop smoothly claims he is here on official church business to meet the prestigious Joshua family's newborn saint candidate. We cannot just sit around and watch. Massa Barrett smiles, while Alexander Hackup shoots him a sharp glare. Alexander points out that Masa Barrett only showed up personally because another complete failure would be an absolute political disaster. Masa Barrett just softly chuckles, asking the Emperor what he means by such a grim threat. But before Masa Barrett even finishes his excuse, a terrifying shriek from the Holy Child's room grabs everyone's absolute attention. Hearing a frantic maid scream in terror for the young master, Masa Barrett instantly perks up. He smirks. Time to follow the Emperor straight into the boys' chambers. The Emperor kicks the heavy door open, demanding answers, only to find the maid gushing over the adorable baby. All that heavy tension instantly vanishes. Now everyone is happily cooing over his chubby little belly and insane appetite. Is this the legendary angel in person? 15 whole bottles of veggie juice down the hatch, and that stuff tasted absolutely vile. While everyone absolutely fawns over him, Masa Barrett grits his teeth in pure shock. He cannot fathom how this brat survived that massive lethal dose, because that was definitely no ordinary juice. Rewinding a few minutes, a strange, intense power starts surging inside little Isaac. A brief fear of a useless death grips him, but he quickly realizes this poison specifically targets and destroys priests. It totally wrecks holy power. The effect takes a little time, but once enough builds up, it is a killer. But get this hilarious plot twist. This deadly poison is literally pure demon magic. And for a former demon king like Isaac, this stuff is premium fuel. This whole assassination attempt is a gift. He absolutely loves the spicy flavor, refusing to let such a highly nutritious demonic feast go to waste. Instead of dodging death, Isaac happily chugs the bottle and aggressively demands more. He throws a tiny tantrum for a refill, leaving the two servants totally confused. They nervously wonder if he actually wants seconds. Somehow, they perfectly understand his angry babble. The more he drinks, the happier those servants get. After all, the poisoned vegetable juice takes time to show deadly effects. So the servant happily hands over another bottle, and Isaac gladly absorbs all that delicious flowing demonic energy. He mentally thanks his clueless assassin, then shifts his entire focus toward planning his next big power move. Isaac slowly closes his tiny eyes, leaving the waking world behind to dive deep into his own subconscious. He needs to reach the deepest, darkest, primordial layer of his soul just to forge a brand new mana core. Perfectly safe in this mental space, he gathers all that absorbed power. He condenses the raw energy to form a mana core, a basic requirement for casting spells later on. But mid-process, the newly formed core suddenly erupts in a blinding flash of light, completely startling the little guy. He braces for a massive mana explosion, but absolutely nothing happens. Normal mana cores only ever come in 3 basic colors. This one glows pure white. But honestly, the color is not even the weirdest part. Despite being incredibly tiny, the sheer volume of crazy energy packed inside completely shatters all his expectations. He really wonders how many holy blessings this infant body received, completely paving the way for some monstrous magical growth. He is going to become an absolute beast, driven by a raw survival instinct carved deep into his soul. This insane obsession with surviving is exactly what originally made him the undead demon king, letting him create countless unique buffs. It is a legendary legacy Isaac has now fully inherited, dragging all that cheat-level power right into this fragile baby body. While he runs calculations inside his head, the two nervous servants watch him lie completely still. They honestly wonder if the kid finally kicked the bucket. But before they check, Isaac suddenly raises one tiny finger. Time for another bottle. He leaves those tearful servants completely speechless that this kid is somehow still breathing. Back in the present, Alexander Hackup sighs in massive relief, seeing the baby looking perfectly fine, just a false alarm. Well, besides surviving an actual assassination attempt, there is absolutely nothing to worry about here. Isaac tilts his tiny head, only to catch Masa Barrett staring at him with a bizarrely dark expression. He worries the guy suspects his absurd appetite. Our guy realizes he needs to play dumb right away. Time for total innocence. Isaac flashes the most adorable, harmless baby smile he can possibly muster, but his cute act only makes Masa Barrett grimace, wondering how that massive poison dose completely failed. He actually thinks the brat is dying, so how does the kid still have the strength to mock him? A few days ago at the tower headquarters, Barry, the sneaky head of the prominent Barry clan, slowly pours a glass of dark wine. He casually notes that whoever becomes the Holy Son will absolutely control the entire Holy Kingdom. It is completely ridiculous. Yet, absolutely everyone everywhere claims their own kid is destined to be the Holy Son. Even the lowly servants do it. Standing right behind him, Masa Barrett places a hand on his chest, pledging absolute assurance they will take good care of those holy candidates. Barry chuckles, smugly agreeing that of course they will. But listen to this. He hears troubling rumors about a candidate popping up from the Joshua clan, widely known as the Emperor's reliable right hand. Sensing Barry's seriously menacing tone, Masa Barrett breaks into a cold sweat. Dealing with them is impossible. Before he can even finish, Hiabari cuts him off. He angrily slams his glass of red liquid onto the carpet, shouting a stern command. By the time he arrives, that kid should already be dead, so just confirm the kill and leave all the rest behind. The Holy Sun must come from the Barry clan. Cut to the present, Masa Barrett just stares. Baby Isaac chugged so much poison, yet he just lies there smiling, leaving the stressed priest grinding his teeth. Was this baby not supposed to be completely dead by now? Why on earth is he still breathing? It makes absolutely zero sense. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexander Hackup casually walks over to the cradle. He studies Isaac, smiling in deep fascination at his shiny platinum hair. He asks the bishop, is that not the exact hair color of the Holy Kingdom's legendary founder? Masa Barrett quickly panics, warning the emperor against saying such dangerous things aloud. Isaac stares in pure shock. Wait, this guy is the emperor? Alexander Hackup just smiles right back at the bishop, casually asking him why not. He claims this baby is actually closer to God than anyone else. Even the current pope called him the ideal final candidate. Hearing this, Isaac freezes in absolute shock. So he is actually a candidate. Finally, all their weird holy talk makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, Masa Barrett grows deeply anxious. He realizes the emperor is already showing way too much favor toward this brat. He absolutely cannot let this go on. Stepping forward with a fake polite smile, he asks to examine the baby for a moment. The emperor questions his sudden weird request, but Masa Barrett insists the situation is highly unusual. There is simply no way a newborn baby digests that much heavy vegetable juice without any major issues. The emperor wonders aloud, are candidates not allowed priest food? Inside, Isaac is dying of laughter. A former demon king becoming a holy candidate is pure irony, but Masa Barrett keeps pushing hard, just to be safe. Refusing to quit, the priest begs for permission. However, the emperor notes the Joshua clan representatives are arriving very soon, and they will decide then. Masa Barrett tries arguing back, but suddenly freezes cold. He spots Isaac burping up a tiny trace of dark demonic energy, and the baby instantly panics. The baby quickly covers his mouth, totally terrified that his undigested energy just gave him away. With a wildly pounding heart, Isaac slowly looks up only to find the priest staring dead at him. After a horribly tense pause, Masa Barrett smiles. He loudly claims he just sensed an incredibly suspicious aura. It came directly from the child, sparking instant suspicion and making Isaac sweat buckets. Isaac curses inwardly. Is he caught? As Masa Barrett declares the baby might be fake. The old man accuses the kid of harboring dark magic, aggressively demanding they summon the heresy investigators immediately. Isaac knows for sure his careless little mistake just completely exposed him to this scheming old man. He totally curses his terrible luck. The emperor flies into a furious rage, screaming at Masa Barrett for his sheer audacity. How dare a priest speak that way to a precious candidate? But Masa Barrett smiles calmly. He smoothly urges the emperor to calm down, reminding him the pope already endorsed the Barry clan candidate. Alexander Hackup frowns hard, realizing this priest is desperately trying to force his own pawn into power. Are you seeing this? Such absolute arrogance. Isaac grows completely furious, finally understanding exactly why this bastard wants him eliminated. Masa Barrett immediately scoops the baby up, calling for the guards to fetch the heresy investigators. Isaac completely curses the old man out, totally panicking as he tries finding a way out. Suddenly, the emperor orders a dead halt, reminding everyone the Joshua clan is their ally. He strictly demands royal loyalty from every single person in the room. The ruler demands they completely reconsider the child, but Bishop Masa Barrett smoothly replies that the Pope already spoke. The coronation ceremony will only happen under one very strict condition. The crowning only takes place after the Holy Son is officially chosen. Emperor Alexander Hackup visibly panics at this. Alexander realizes the church has absolutely zero intention of crowning his heir unless they get their way. Baby Isaac notices his worry. The emperor is totally cornered. He realizes these massive hypocrites backed him completely against the wall. Seeing his hesitation, Masa Barrett smiles with smug confidence. He proposes settling the child's true identity right here, instead of waiting for the Holy See. This smug priest casually suggests using his own exorcism spell, promising a normal kid survives, while a hidden demon completely perishes. But right as he finishes that threat, Isaac swings his baby bottle and smashes the bishop right in the face, drawing actual blood. Direct hit. Isaac watches a tooth go flying, feeling pretty satisfied with his absolute perfect shot. After all, he is just a harmless little baby, quickly flashing a super cute smile to hide his pure malice. Masabar does not find it cute at all, clutching his face in total agony from that brutal strike. The crowd gasps in awe, convinced this baby is the Holy Son. As Masabar stares in shock, he can actually feel genuine holy energy inside the kid. But that physical force was something else entirely. Before he can even finish his thought, Isaac happily delivers a few more brutal bashes to teach this foolish bishop a lesson. Taking a beatdown, Masabar suddenly realizes a shocking truth, wondering if this wild force is actually demonic mana. The crowd starts noticing the weird energy, and a massive grin of pure relief spreads across Alexander Hacapella's face. He watches a brilliant golden glow erupt with every single hit, while Isaac secretly uses reinforcement magic on his bottle. He hardens the plastic so his swings hit like solid steel, knowing he just needs to keep acting innocent to pull this off. As Masabar collapses to his knees, the onlookers cheer, thinking the holy energy completely humbled him, while Isaac looks down with total, pure smugness. But then Isaac notices the faint golden glow on his bottle and wonders what is going on. Turns out, every single time he uses his mana, a trace of holy power naturally pops up right alongside it. Since these opposing forces clash, they should be totally impossible to combine. He realizes this bizarre phenomenon must be linked to his unique white mana core. Out of nowhere, Masabar snatches the bottle away, flings it aside, and glares viciously at the baby before addressing the Emperor. He barks at the Emperor, swearing this baby is a dangerous heretic and demanding an immediate exorcism. Hearing this, Isaac sighs deeply. What a persistent, annoying bastard. While the priest rambles on, Isaac makes his move. He quietly slips his tiny hand inside his opponent's robes, thinking, "Hey, you forced my hand here." But then he notices an insanely fascinating toy stashed right in there. It is an ancient relic built to seal a high-ranking demon, absorbing massive amounts of dark mana by consuming its own kind. The bishop has always kept this dark weapon hidden to protect himself from unwanted attention. Isaac quickly pulls a cloth-wrapped arm radiating pure demonic energy right out of Masabar's chest pocket. Bound tightly with a holy chain, the bishop instantly panics the moment it is exposed. He wonders how a mere newborn could possibly know about his secret, and his terror grows even worse. And then, watch this, Isaac casually tosses the dark artifact onto the floor. With a quick snap of his tiny fingers, Isaac gives this persistent bastard a taste of his own medicine, daring the bishop to handle what is coming. The moment he snaps, the dormant totem suddenly jolts to life, its tight bandages unraveling as a massive storm of dark energy floods the room. Sensing the insane demonic aura, everyone freezes and stares directly at the twitching arm. Someone gasps out that it is a demon, while Alexander Haccapella keeps his guard up and fiercely demands answers from the bishop. He demands to know why a demonic spirit is even here, accusing Masabar of treason for carrying a dark beast. Masabar frantically deflects, desperately trying to save his own neck. He insists the child pulled it out, but the Emperor points an accusing finger, reminding him that the artifact is strictly for containment. A dead demon cannot just rise on its own, he barks, before turning around to issue an urgent order. He commands his holy knights to protect the baby from both the monster and the traitorous bishop, and they instantly draw their weapons. They charge at the demon's soul while one knight rushes over to Masabar and snatches young Isaac right out of his arms. Masabar stands frozen, trembling in place as he stammers out why this is happening. Meanwhile, safely cradled in the holy knight's arms, Isaac looks back at Masabar with a smug grin serves him right. Isaac was actually hoping to test the bishop's true strength by watching him fight off the summoned demon soul. But as he looks over, he realizes the spirit is staring right back at him, shrieking about the saint and the holy child. Screaming to eliminate the holy child! A massive question mark pops up in Isaac's head, but reality hits almost instantly. The demon's real target is actually Isaac. Howling to destroy the child once more, the spirit charges straight toward the baby. The holy knights quickly block the path, yelling at everyone to protect Isaac. Isaac is just thoroughly confused, wondering what on earth is wrong with this monster. He literally just revived the thing, yet it wants him dead. Honestly though, Isaac decides he does not even care anymore. You would think a squad of beefed-up knights means absolute safety, right? Nope. The second that crosses his tiny mind, a fully armored guard gets absolutely wrecked by the spirit. Isaac just stares at the fallen warrior in pure disbelief. He seriously wonders if these guys are actual elites as the dude eats dirt. Meanwhile, the rampaging ghost just swats away several more useless guards. Path completely clear. The spirit reaches its creepy claws right toward Isaac. It howls about taking out the holy child to save the demon king. The knight holding our boy shakes in pure terror, squeezing the baby way too hard in a blind panic. Isaac just keeps a completely deadpan face. Guess he has to deal with this trash himself. Seriously, why is literally everyone trying to murder a baby in this lifetime? Isaac lets out a sigh, raising his tiny head to stare blankly at the incoming monster. Spectral claws loom mere inches from his face. He literally freed this soul, and this is the thanks he gets. What an insolent little pest, he thinks. A sharp flash of dark magic suddenly sparks inside his eyes. He glares straight at the spirit, freezing it totally dead in its tracks. Through the ghost's eyes, everything shifts. That infant is no longer some harmless newborn. It is a terrifyingly majestic skeletal demon king staring right down at it. The ghost suddenly feels like a completely worthless bug, but 1 second later, a blindingly bright golden light randomly erupts from Isaac. The entire room lights up. That flash completely swallows the terrified spirit in a heavy, radiant golden glow. Shuddering screams echo out from the ghost. While everyone is busy staring at the shiny baby, the creature seizes its chance. It books it out the door like a gust of wind. One knight finally shouts that the demon is escaping, but absolutely nobody cares. To them, only Isaac exists right now, glowing like a literal light bulb. They all assume that is some crazy holy power. Taking down a high-ranking demon while still wearing diapers? Absolutely insane. He truly lives up to his title as their young master. Meanwhile, Isaac just stares dumbfounded at his own glowing hands. He starts overthinking, wondering what the heck this energy actually is. Could it really be genuine holy power? What in the world is happening? His magic reserves are totally bone dry. Turns out this weird new infant body is somehow converting his dark mana straight into holy energy. Wait a minute, if that is true, how on earth is he supposed to gather magic? Magic around this kingdom is already crazy scarce. Over in the corner, the knights finally restrain Massa. He struggles hard, wildly screaming for them to let him go. He calls them absolute idiots, shouting that the baby is a heretic using literal demonic magic. He begs the king to let him do an exorcism, desperate to prove a demon has infiltrated their precious holy nation. King Alexander Hackup barks that he has heard enough. He is totally furious this bishop would slander an innocent saint candidate. Calling a baby a heretic and summoning a high-ranking demon right in front of holy knights? Yeah, totally unacceptable move. Even with the Pope backing him up, the king refuses to let this slide. Hearing those harsh words, Massa goes pale as a ghost. The guy knows exactly how completely doomed he is. Seeds of suspicion are already planted in the king's head. All their hidden spies are definitely getting exposed next. That deals a massive blow to the Pope's influence around this region. Even if it literally costs his life, he has to protect his family. If he goes down, he is taking this baby down with him. Massa grits his teeth, secretly forming a magic circle right behind his back. Once finished, a massive lion beast randomly pops into existence. It lunges straight for Isaac. Isaac just watches calmly. The traitor finally shows his true, completely desperate face. Does he honestly think this pathetic attack will work? Isaac prepares to blast the beast, but abruptly remembers his magic reserves are still totally empty. As the beast closes in, a powerful magic spell suddenly blasts in from the doorway, heading straight for the monster. The hit obliterates the lion instantly. Right behind the smoke, a young guy enters with his guard. A booming voice demands to know who dares touch a kid from House Joshua. This dramatic savior is Riley, the seventh son of the family. Seeing Riley Joshua strut in, the holy knights gasp in absolute awe. They cry out that the fabled Azure Knights of Joshua have finally arrived. Wasting zero time, Riley points straight at the kneeling Bishop Massa, loudly ordering his men to arrest the guy immediately. With a crazy loud roar, the knights swarm in. Massa desperately struggles on the floor, screaming for them to let him go. He shrieks in absolute fury, demanding to know how these filthy Joshua lapdogs would dare to put hands on him. Meanwhile, little Isaac just strokes his chin like some old philosopher. He racks his baby brain because the name Joshua sounds super familiar. Right as he tries to remember, Riley dramatically raises his voice again, ordering everyone to show absolute respect. Moving in perfect sync, the holy knights drop to their knees before little Isaac, screaming out their devotion to House Joshua's young master. Isaac is completely blown away by this crazy display, realizing their insane discipline easily puts the legendary royal knights to shame. Riley walks up to Isaac flashing a smile, apologizing for arriving so incredibly late. Hoping to make up for the delay, Riley mentions they actually brought a little gift, stepping aside with this big grand gesture. He points over to one of his elite knights, prompting Isaac to watch curiously as the guy reaches deep into his chest pocket. A bright, shimmering flash catches his eye, and the baby is instantly hooked, wondering exactly what kind of treasure this is. Could it actually be gold? Maybe a massive coin sack? A second later, the knight proudly shoves the object right in his face. It is a literal action figure of the executed Bone King. Before Isaac can even process that, the knight yanks out even more models. He gleefully explains that one shows the villain burning alive, while another depicts him getting absolutely crushed by the saints. Isaac's face completely freezes with every single toy they present, yet the onlookers totally misinterpret his absolute horror. They gush over how ridiculously adorable the baby is, squealing that he must love the toys so much. Oh look, he is literally crying tears of joy. Isaac is utterly speechless, completely filled with deep dread about how he will ever survive in this absolutely bizarre environment. This family is clearly packed with total absolute maniacs. But wait, Joshua, the realization suddenly hits him like a literal lightning bolt. These are the highly annoying heroes who tried slaying him. He remembers a voice declaring they are Joshua, the 45th saint, and another boasting about being Joshua, the 61st saint, calling him totally unworthy of the name. Watch this, it finally all clicks. Isaac feels a massive headache coming on, suddenly realizing every single one of his mortal enemies came from this exact family. Not only is he a saint, but he is born into the ultimate holy clan. What insane sin did he commit to deserve this? While he mourns his tragically bad luck in this crazy new life, the captured Bishop Masa is still wildly thrashing around, flat out refusing to go quietly. The furious bishop screams that the child is a filthy heretic, demanding to know where they found him, and swearing to expose their dark secrets to absolutely everyone. He shrieks that House Joshua is harboring a monster, claiming the entire family is rotten to the core and must be completely purged. Riley just draws his sword and swiftly slashes Masa across the throat. The shallow wound instantly silences him, as Riley glares down with an icy, terrifying stare. Riley coldly warns him to be grateful for the family's mercy, otherwise his head would already be rolling away. Isaac is honestly pretty impressed. The baby realizes this new relative might actually be incredibly useful, especially after silencing that annoying bishop so flawlessly. He wonders if Riley plans to use this crazy incident to directly challenge the authority of the entire Holy See. Turning back to the knights, they immediately pamper Isaac, telling the baby he has suffered enough and deserves only the absolute finest things. They promise to shield his innocent eyes and ears, leaving the former demon lord completely exhausted by their suffocating, intense devotion. Isaac can only let out a heavy sigh at these total fools, suddenly missing his former loyal subordinates, the Blue Knights. Those fierce warriors under his command back in his glorious prime were the literal definition of powerful soldiers. Seriously though, it seems his wild past life left him with some pretty deep trauma regarding the color blue. Just then, Alexander Hakapella speaks up. The king politely asks Riley to deliver a very important message directly to the head of the Joshua family. He proposes that the royal family officially adopt little Isaac, prompting Riley to immediately look at the king with a sharp, questioning gaze. He asks if His Majesty is joking, while Isaac's eyes just widen in absolute shock at this sudden royal adoption proposal. Alexander explains that the entire world is targeting this newborn child, a highly dangerous reality Riley surely understands better than anyone else. While he certainly does not deny the immense strength of House Joshua, he questions if even they can fully protect this child from the Pope. The Pope is deeply unsettled by this baby, largely because Isaac's unique hair color is totally identical to the legendary founder of the Holy Kingdom itself. On top of that, even the legendary Bone King might be targeting the poor child. Isaac is completely dumbfounded, considering he is literally the Bone King. Why on earth would he ever try to hunt down himself? Riley speaks up honestly, apologizing to His Majesty, but loudly insists this child carries the Joshua bloodline, so they will raise him no matter the ultimate cost. Even if they have to face the Pope or the Demon Bone King, the Joshua family is more than capable of handling them. Plus the previous saint. Melissa always wished she could meet the Demon Bone King again. Alexander softly notes this, and Violet quickly agrees. That gives the Joshua family even more reason to keep this child, a direct descendant of Melissa. Baby Joshua rests comfortably right in Violet's arms, but Isaac hears the name Melissa and totally panics inside. Melissa, the absolute last opponent he fought before attacking the world, was actually her. She was literally the most terrifying, unhinged saint he ever fought, and now he is reborn as a Holy Son candidate in her clan. That makes him a direct descendant of Melissa herself. Talk about a completely twisted, chaotic fate. Legends say after the Demon Bone King wrecked them countless times, they just decided to build a saint. She was forged as their ultimate weapon, a divine staff made by the gods to punish evil, a fierce blue lion on the hunt. Wielding the holy light, she carried the absolute greatest radiance of the Holy Kingdom, hitting the highest knight rank. With the overwhelming battle power of those saints, folks believed the Bone King would totally fall, boasting stats that rivaled the gods. The lady had cockroach-level resilience, could self-destruct on command, looked radiant, and somehow just kept getting stronger over time. Even with her ruthless reputation, Isaac remembers he never actually managed to kill a single saint, because doing that would massively backfire. Taking out a saint returns all their holy power right back to God, a total trap. The gods just used that power to forge a stronger version, making that final Saint Melissa ridiculously overpowered. And now she is his great ancestor. Meanwhile, Riley speaks up with this super reverent look. She dedicated her whole life just to see the Demon Bone King destroyed. The Joshua family is practically a breeding ground for holy figures, tasked with wiping out all divine enemies. So naturally, the Joshua family is strong enough to protect this child. Alexander frowns in deep thought. Then a holy knight suddenly chimes in, asking if they even know how many saints died by the Bone King's hands. Not a single chance. Isaac internally screams foul, completely protesting his innocence while the knight rambles on. The guy explains how one saint got trapped in a labyrinth by the Bone King because she wasn't worth fighting. Isaac silently retorts that he totally freed her, she just got hopelessly lost. And those other 5 saints apparently died of illness from a battle curse. Isaac fumes, wishing they would stop making dumb excuses. If you get sick, go see a doctor. Riley sees baby Isaac's face turning bright red and gently tells him not to worry. They have everything under control, promising that even against a curse, they will absolutely protect him. This just makes Isaac even angrier, wondering if he is the only one upset here. But wait, here is the real kicker as Riley lifts him up. This baby is apparently a massive blessing, and his parents only had one tiny wish for him. He should grow up to be absolutely nothing like that terrible demon Bone King. Looking painfully constipated, Isaac silently apologizes. He says sorry to the father and mother he never even met for already disappointing them. Then Alexander urges Riley to really reconsider. 155 years have already passed since the Bone King got sealed, leaving Isaac utterly stunned. Has it really been that long? That means Melissa has to be dead by now, since she was already 50 back then. Alexander keeps talking, noting that with the demon clan growing stronger, the Holy Sun is their only key to reclaiming supremacy. This kid is totally vital to the Imperial family, especially with the Holy Kingdom desperately needing an upper hand. Right now, not a single saint is left guarding Joshua. A whole year has already passed since the saint gave birth to this boy and vanished with her husband, and Isaac gasps in shock. Wait, was his new mother actually a saint? Riley quickly counters that even with them gone, she is still right here. The family remains fully capable of protecting this infant. Isaac grabs his tiny baby head, telling himself absolutely nothing else could possibly shock him. Finding out his mom was a saint is already way too overwhelming. But right as he thinks that, he overhears Alexander again. The Emperor asks if Melissa Joshua is currently out crushing the remaining Bone King minions. Riley assures him she will return very soon to meet her precious newborn descendant. Hearing Melissa's cursed name again, Isaac buries his little face. He groans that she must be 200 years old by now. How is that monster even alive? Alexander notes it will likely take some time before she finally returns. He points out the baby is acting pretty weird, asking if the kid is okay. But Riley happily reassures him he is totally fine. Isaac groans internally, wondering how this situation is even remotely okay. Picture this, what could possibly be worse than finding out your sworn enemy is still breathing? If that wretched woman Melissa figures out who he is, he gets burned alive at the stake. Why did it have to be her? She is the absolute last person he ever wants to face right now. But to survive, he has to try a completely desperate move as a sudden plan sparks up. Reaching out with tiny baby hands, he grabs Alexander's finger with this sweet, pleading smile, silently begging the Emperor to take him along. Alexander beams with absolute joy, claiming the baby clearly wants to leave with him, but Riley quickly steps in to object. The guy claims the little boy is just very clingy, Your Majesty. But Alexander gently pulls Isaac by the arm, bragging about the massive wealth the imperial family offers. He promises absolute luxury. He notes the Joshua family has raised plenty of saints, but their actual experience raising babies? Pretty much zero. Hearing this, Violet snatches Isaac by the other arm. She fiercely argues this kid is destined to become a holy exorcist knight, one meant to crush demons very soon. The Joshua clan is obviously the perfect place for that training. Plus, there is a pretty massive detail to consider. He is the very first historical holy son, which means the imperial family has absolutely zero experience too. These two just start bickering, yanking the poor baby back and forth like a toy. They literally play tug of war. Isaac feels his tiny body stretching, screaming out in pure agony. Thankfully, a holy knight jumps in, begging them to relax before someone gets hurt. Both adults finally freeze, but obviously, neither one is letting go of his tiny hands. Isaac desperately wishes they would drop it, having already picked the imperial family. He refuses to die today, and his glowing survival instincts are screaming. Those literal survival signals point straight at the Emperor. His odds of making it to tomorrow are way better over there. Missing out on this chance is simply impossible. Right on cue, the arm Alexander holds starts glowing bright. A beautiful golden flash explodes. Alexander looks down with a warm grin, confidently calling it a very smart choice indeed. But let us check on the bad guys. Masa kneels on the freezing dirt, desperately begging the mysterious cloaked cultists ahead. He cries out that this is completely unfair. He insists the kid definitely used dark magic, totally a demon king descendant. The cloaked leader laughs, asking if a low-class demon could ever wield divine holy power. As pale moonlight finally slices through the heavy shadows, the speaker is none other than Hyra. Suddenly, a second hooded guy steps up behind him, quietly drawing a razor-sharp blade toward Masa. Absolutely terrified, Masa begs them to just listen. He swears it was demonic energy. He would never mix up holy and dark magic, but Hyra just shoots back a totally freezing glare. He claims the Holy See deeply hates such blasphemy. One quick slash from Mabur permanently silences him. His head rolls away. Hyra simply stares down at the fresh corpse with total indifference. Calling the dead knight a blasphemer, another follower confidently steps up to assemble a new squad. They have to finish this mission. But Hyra declines, noting the Emperor already took him. Once the kid reaches the Imperial Palace, they will get plenty of chances to strike. They just need to ensure he actually dies. Later tonight, the dark cultists gather in the shadows, patiently awaiting orders. Their leader lets out a wicked chuckle. He knows the Emperor is taking the boy right into their trap, opening up endless violent opportunities. They carefully plot out their next move. Yet, remembering the surviving holy candidate they totally failed to kill makes him furiously angry. He angrily vows that the little brat will die next time. A bright, beautiful morning arrives. Sunlight pours through the carriage window as Isaac lazily chills out, completely enjoying the clear blue sky. Relaxing inside this elegant, heavily guarded carriage, Isaac suddenly realizes they are actually heading toward the Joshua mansion, back at the cult. Hearing this wild update leaves the leader shocked. His followers frantically urge patience. Just a few days prior, a blinding flash of light filled the room, completely shocking Isaac. Even with the Emperor holding him close, the glare was so intense he covered his eyes with his tiny little hands. Peeking through his fingers, he realized that blinding glow was actually coming straight from Riley. Bowing respectfully, Riley warns that the dangerous Joshua estate is definitely no place to ever raise a fragile kid. Thinking about all those demon corpses and manticores, Isaac wonders if his survival instinct is really that bright. Riley gestures with total pride, his face practically glowing like a massive spotlight to Isaac. As the guy keeps rambling, he mentions their most valuable treasure is just the skeleton demon king's corpse. Little Isaac freezes in pure shock. He pictures his own dry skeleton resting inside a wooden coffin, hands crossed. Wait, that is my actual body. You jerks are keeping my old body? He angrily grabs Riley's finger, mentally screaming that they really should have mentioned this minor detail earlier. Riley stops right mid-sentence, noticing his adorable nephew's cute little grip, but he just shrugs it off with a chuckle. Isaac clenches his tiny fist, raising one finger and angrily babbling some very specific baby curses. Get a load of this guy, cradled by the Emperor. Isaac flashes a smile as bright as a literal angel. He grabs Riley by the finger and points straight toward Joshua. The poor uncle is absolutely thrilled, blushing hard and emotionally crying out his little nephew's name. But snapping back to reality, Isaac chills in a fancy carriage crib under a bright blue sky, resting his tiny head on both hands. Legs crossed, he just watches the scenery roll past the window, completely lost in thought. Even if they drag him from the imperial family into the military, getting his original body back leaves him zero other choices. He deeply misses that old magical skeleton body. The guy recalls training his mana to an absolute insane degree. If he gets that power back, he could easily rival the gods. Level 10 would be a complete joke to him. Remembering Riley looking so hopelessly optimistic back there, little Isaac starts analyzing the whole situation. Plus, that was the first time he ever witnessed such a hardcore will to live. Sticking with his uncle on the way to Joshua is his best survival bet, though obviously, he is not alone in here. Sitting right across from Riley is a Blue Knight commander, and he brings up a burning question. Why exactly are the Pope's forces hunting down little Isaac? The question instantly catches the baby's attention. Sitting up to eavesdrop, Isaac happens to be wondering the exact same thing. Why the massive panic? Riley glances down at his nosy nephew and explains that a divine prophecy warned a new saint would be born. Word is this saint will become a child of divinity. That bombshell makes Isaac physically jump in pure shock. The commander asks if that actually makes the kid the next pope. Riley just nods in agreement. And that right there is why Barry's faction desperately wants the saint. Isaac's face instantly darkens, silently cursing this totally bizarre twist. The Pope is the absolute strongest cleric, wielding level 10 holy magic. That basically makes the guy a literal king. Over every single priest and holy knight in the Sacred Kingdom, he wields absolute authority. The dude's power nearly rivals the Emperor. Isaac analyzes quietly while stroking his baby chin. Barry's family has pumped out popes for thousands of years, so this threat is driving them insane. They totally refuse to let that power get stolen. Meanwhile, all the rival families desperately want a saint of their own. Suddenly, the carriage screeches to a violent halt amidst chaotic noise. Both adults peer out the window as Riley demands to know what is going on. The driver nervously reports they reached the duchy, but there seems to be a massive issue. Right on cue, gate guards approach from a distance. Two soldiers step up from behind, crossing their long spears to block the path completely. The leader raises a firm hand, flat out stating nobody is allowed inside the duchy. Isaac really wonders what the holdup is this time. An incredibly angry Riley steps down, screaming at them for failing to recognize his family crest. How dare they disrespect the Joshua name? But the guard just smiles. He flashes sharp fangs and declares they shall not pass. In a flash, all three guards transform with deadly fangs, and let me tell you, things just got real. They are gunning straight for the kid inheriting the saint's blood. A Blue Knight gasps in absolute horror while Isaac casually peers outside. The former Skeleton King is utterly baffled. He knows for a fact he strictly forbade them from attacking humans. What on earth is the new Demon King even playing at here? The lead demon laughs out loud and drops a bold declaration. Listen up, lowly humans. Their esteemed king ordered them to act. They are here to eliminate all saints without any hesitation. Hearing that nonsense, Isaac realizes his worst suspicions are totally correct. He knew it, the new Demon King already snatched up the throne. The smug demon keeps invoking the great Skeleton King's legendary name. They claim they will slay the saint in Isaac's name. This leaves the baby highly irritated at the blatant lie. I never said that, you absolute idiot. He fumes while the demon offers to spare them if they surrender the kid. He promises His Majesty, the Skeleton King, might spare their lives. But suddenly, a massive blue lightning bolt strikes down. It blasts the talkative demon into nothing but a smoking, charred corpse. When the flash finally fades on the grass, the two remaining demons scream in total terror, calling Riley a mere low-ranking holy knight. The man violently grits his teeth. How dare they speak that way to an exorcist of the Joshua family? These monsters must seriously want a painful death. Riley Joshua coldly levels his sword at the two demons blocking the way. He draws the blade right to his chest, fiercely reciting his sacred oath to protect every small thing in this world. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he points the deadly blade high into the sky. Right behind him, the entire Blue Knight squad completely follows suit. They all shout in unison, "The Joshua family will eradicate all evil. We will hunt you freaks down to the very depths of hell. To wipe out your entire miserable species." Riley Joshua sneers. He cannot believe the wicked Skeleton King actually sent underlings just to steal back his own corpse. And man, that comment clearly strikes a nerve with Isaac. The demons instantly charge forward, screaming at the lowly human. One of the beasts lunges in and roars in fury, screaming about blasphemy against Isaac for the resurrection of His Majesty. Meanwhile, a Blue Knight commander suddenly snatches young Isaac and yanks him from the carriage right before it completely explodes, dashing away in a flash while profusely apologizing to his young master. Tucked in his arms, Isaac is pretty confused. Is someone actually pretending to be him? After retreating to a safe distance, the knight finally stops. He sets Isaac down softly and asks him to wait right there. Throwing up a glowing blue barrier around the kid, he promises to return in a moment, leaving Isaac pretty surprised by the whole protective setup. Isaac reaches out to touch it, realizing even a high-class demon would struggle to shatter this thing, noting its strength with a thoroughly satisfied smile. Since nothing from the outside can get in, nothing on the inside escapes either. Isaac closes his eyes as his survival instincts instantly kick in, sitting cross-legged to calmly release his internal magic power. He channels his mana and chants "Hear my call," intelligent magic construct, born directly of my own will. He summons the Observer Spirit, which immediately acts like an overly excited puppy, zooming straight over to snuggle right up against its master. Isaac speaks to the creature through a mental link. "Yeah, I know, long time no see. Now pipe down before someone catches us," he warns, making the creature freeze instantly, relieved to behold its master again. Isaac lets out a quiet sigh. Honestly, I thought I was a goner too. Watching the spirit act like a total child, Isaac realizes it has been way too long, because even though it is a basic search spell, it has its own consciousness. He built this thing because scanning manually was super boring and sorting through battle results was way too much work back in the day. It grew a personality while remaining totally naive, praising his ruthless reputation and cheering him on for stealing a kid's body without feeling a single shred of guilt. Hearing that, Isaac cringes hard, while the spirit floats around the shield, wondering what those filthy gods did to corrupt its glorious lord. Regardless of how downright evil its beloved master is, it cannot accept that the gods stuffed his legendary soul into this tiny, pathetic toddler. Annoyed, Isaac snaps, "Enough already. Just scan for enemies." The spirit instantly complies and starts searching. Its magic sweeps across the air to scan a 100-meter radius. Finishing the scan, it reports back after checking the field there are 88 enemies out there, and every single one is a monster. Trash like that cannot compare to its master, but Isaac is thoroughly stunned. Are these guys completely out of their minds? Wait, 88? Are they launching a whole war? Knowing more guards will show up makes this super annoying. Titan security across the region will make summoning his minions nearly impossible, leaving him in a pretty rough spot. He has to wrap this up before the Joshua clan spots him, crouching inside the barrier with total determination. Even if it drains every last drop of his mana, he must handle this personally while the spirit watches with curiosity. Turning back to the fight, the spirit looks shocked as it announces 51 enemies remaining. Their numbers are dropping at absolute high speed. Now, only 31 are left. Isaac freezes. What? Why so fast? The spirit suddenly calls out 13. Out on the battlefield, the Blue Knights slash away while scanning the shadows, yelling out to warn the young master that a massive threat approaches. Riley Joshua barks orders to lock down the defensive line, just as the spirit updates that only 4 enemies remain. The remaining demons look up in pure relief, thinking backup is here, hype as hell, shouting to swarm together and take down the paladin for good. The mysterious newcomer looms in the darkness, quietly muttering the word "saint." But while the demons are busy celebrating, a dark presence interrupts their party. A purple shadow flashes through the field, slicing them all to pieces. Watching this wild plot twist unfold, the Blue Knights gasp in pure shock. Isaac's floating ghost happily chirps that all enemies are wiped out, but Isaac just frowns as a terrifying lich steps onto the bloody battlefield. Its overwhelming presence instantly freezes the Night Squad in absolute terror. Meanwhile, the little specter confirms it is indeed a monstrous lich, and this lich is losing its mind, furious that filthy humans dared lay hands on its master. "Pay with your lives," the beast roars out, while Isaac's face darkens as their eyes lock. Its glowing eyes flare with rage. How dare these pathetic humans dare trap its glorious master? Seeing him trapped inside a weak toddler, the undead creature channels all of its twisted, overwhelming devotion straight toward little Isaac. Glaring down at the terrified knights, the undead monster furiously warns them to look away. "Keep your filthy, disgusting eyes off him, or I will personally rip them out." Below, the Blue Knight commander nervously asks Riley what this beast is rambling about, because regular humans can never understand the chaotic demonic tongue spoken by high-ranking lords. Their languages are totally different. Safe inside his barrier, the ghost floating next to Isaac just giggles at the absolute chaos. What a beautiful mess. Honestly, things are getting completely wild as Isaac realizes the monster actually recognizes him as the Skeleton King. Its loyalty is genuinely touching, but the commander suddenly barks out orders for his knights to brace themselves and prepare to fight. The entire squad roars in unison, ready to strike while the raging undead watches them. Isaac just sighs in deep frustration. Why did this totally brainless summon have to reveal itself right in front of everyone? He flails his tiny baby arms, yelling absolute gibberish that only he can understand. "Hey, keep your hands off that beast, that is my precious magic core. That giant core belongs totally to me." Seeing this noisy tantrum, the captain panics instantly. He is terrified the baby might attract the monster. "Young Master Isaac, please hold on just a bit longer. We will save you." But before he can even finish, the lich bursts into absolute maniacal laughter. Its eyes lock straight onto Isaac, and it giggles like an excited schoolgirl. "My master has finally recognized me. The guide to my grand destiny has finally called. He accepted me." But you see, since he cannot understand a single word, the commander just grows deeply unsettled by the demon's chilling laughter. "Lord Riley, this absolute beast is mocking us." Then pure chaos. It completely bypasses the knights, charging straight toward Isaac while pledging to immediately arrive by its master's side. Riley instantly notices the vile creature is targeting young Isaac. It violently slams against the barrier, screaming at the dirty holy knights for daring to cage its absolute lord. How dare they keep him locked in such a filthy place? Inside, Isaac rejoices. Finally, the big guy noticed him. No more playing games. He absolutely refuses to watch his core get purified by these meddling knights. He immediately issues an order first: "Break this annoying barrier away from me." The lich gleefully raises its sharp, dark claws to comply. "Your wish is my command." It smashes its incredibly heavy claws down while the commander screams, and Riley panics in pure, unadulterated terror. Isaac just smirks as the barrier shatters immediately, casually reaching out to grab the monster's giant hand. A massive explosion of raw magic erupts. Praising the loyal beast for a job well done, he instantly begins draining its dark power. "Go take a nice long rest." The lich screams in sheer, absolute terror as its massive body is violently yanked right back into the totem. "Master, why?" It wails mournfully as it completely disappears. Meanwhile, Riley and the panicked captain are desperately rushing right to the baby's side. They witness this completely shocking scene. Riley just freezes, staring blankly at his unharmed little nephew. The boy simply giggles while hugging the totem. Was that actually a legendary holy art used to seal demons into sacred objects? The captain rejoices over their spectacular victory, loudly praising the young boy as an absolute prodigy. The Blue Knights totally cheer for young Isaac. That legendary holy art is normally strictly reserved for the absolute elite. Only legendary figures like the saints or high-ranking cardinals should ever be able to cast it. Isaac honestly cannot understand these incredibly clueless humans. What holy art? He literally just used basic magic. Meanwhile, Riley watches silently. Crossing his arms, he ponders his deep doubts. That spell was undeniably a high-level demon sealing technique, but seriously, something feels completely off. Why would such an incredibly advanced spell be cast without releasing even a single trace of holy energy? Still riding the massive high of victory, the commander happily points out that extreme danger always unlocks a person's hidden potential. True genius only ever shines during a life or death crisis. He vividly recalls the terrifying moment the lich completely shattered the barrier. The demon clearly targeted Isaac because its dark soul instinctively felt the young boy's massive threat. It tried to eliminate him before he could grow any stronger. Overjoyed by this wild theory, the commander continues to heap praise. "Our young master is absolutely miraculous, and I swear on my life he is destined to be the next Holy Son." This leaves Riley Joshua completely speechless. He watches the excited squad commander try to plant a big kiss on baby Isaac's cheek. only for his grumpy little nephew to annoyedly block him. Riley Joshua silently realizes there is no doubt now even the demon clan has started paying attention to this baby. Even if the little boy is not the actual saint, he must certainly possess some kind of special existence of his own, something truly special. He hangs his head in deep frustration, wondering why on earth the baby had to be born a boy. His face hardens as he remembers the terrible curse. Because of the Skeleton King, every single male born into their family is entirely doomed. While totally lost in these dark thoughts, he hears the squad commander suddenly announce that his final decision has been made. Holding baby Isaac gently in his arms, the commander solemnly swears in the proud name of the Blue Knights. He fiercely vows to protect Isaac's future and the entire legacy of the Joshua family. This leaves Riley Joshua momentarily stunned before a warm smile spreads across his face. Realizing just how foolish he had been, Riley Joshua reaches out to hold Isaac, wondering why they should keep living in fear. Regardless of the dreaded Skeleton King's curse, this child will surely bring massive glory to the Joshua family. Holding him high with a bright smile, Riley tells Isaac they are going home, promising to teach him everything and nurture those incredible natural talents. Riley Joshua declares Isaac is destined to be some extraordinary holy knight, hoisting the happily smiling baby way up high. But secretly, our little guy is plotting the exact opposite, desperate to ditch this place and reclaim his true undead body. His uncle's next words make him completely freeze up in pure shock, promising to protect him despite his short lifespan. Riley Joshua vows to defend his nephew at all costs, leaving baby Isaac just utterly dazed and totally speechless. As Riley Joshua hyped up how Isaac's name will soon echo across the entire continent, the panicked baby just babbles in sheer protest. In Isaac's head, he is screaming for everyone to pause after dropping that deeply shocking news. But Uncle Riley Joshua totally misreads the room, assuming his nephew is just cheering him on. This makes the guy grow incredibly pumped, happily claiming he knew the baby would totally love the idea. While Isaac desperately struggles in his arms during the trip back, Riley Joshua excitedly promises to teach him how to curse that bastard Skeleton King, making the former king's tiny baby face darken with sheer rage. Isaac furiously wonders who exactly this guy thinks he is insulting. Just then, they roll up to the Grand Duke Joshua estate, an insanely massive place. It boasts endless lush gardens, giant gold-plated statues, and totally beautiful pavilions. Staring out the carriage window, Isaac is totally stunned, but instantly gets insanely jealous too. He silently curses the Joshua family, totally fuming that they lounge in luxury while his demon clan suffered endless torment. He wonders how much this crazy fortune is worth, bitterly remembering his starving little demon kids begging him for food every single day. It actually almost brings him to tears. He curses these loaded nobles while he struggled just to feed his followers. While he remembers scrambling for basic scraps, his loyal ghost Spectre suddenly calls out. The ghost points out that this joint is on a completely different level compared to their old rundown castle. The ghost whispers how selling a few statues could easily buy 10 Demon King castles. Isaac just shakes with silent fury. He mentally snaps at the ghost to shut up right as Riley Joshua scoops him up to show off the grounds. Riley Joshua proudly introduces the Joshua estate, hyping it as the literal birthplace of their legendary demon slayers and exorcists. He lifts his nephew and cracks open another window, encouraging the baby to take a look outside. Out on the lawn, some young trainees are busy beating up a scarecrow that looks exactly like the Skeleton King tied to a cross. Oh, the irony is painfully thick here. As they strike it, Riley Joshua whispers that Isaac will join them later. The uncle promises he will soon be just like those exact kids, currently bashing the dummy while screaming for the Skeleton King to die. These kids look completely unhinged. They smile eerily, unleashing a barrage of curses with every single strike. They scream for the Skeleton King to shatter, violently cursing his name. They yell that tearing him apart is barely enough for a worthless piece of trash like him. While those hateful chants echo around them, Riley Joshua just laughs happily, thoroughly enjoying this totally violent display. Isaac watches with a massive headache, wondering what kind of insane brainwashing these fanatics have shoved into their own kids' heads. Calming himself down, Isaac smiles and starts mapping out his revenge, planning to slowly infiltrate the entire Holy Empire. He plans to burn the Emperor alive and completely conquer this land. His little ghost companion chuckles nearby. Spectre teasingly tells him a great Skeleton King should not act so petty over some silly children's games. Isaac snaps back, ordering the ghost to shut up and go scout the area. The spirit immediately obeys. Moments later, more than 10 mysterious glowing spots appear scattered all over the massive estate. This leaves Isaac completely surprised. His baby eyes light up in pure excitement. Are those all magic cores? He can easily count at least 10 whole baskets. The little ghost chuckles through a whisper, replying that he has never seen so many magic cores hoarded in one single place before. He wonders how many demons they slaughtered to get these. Just then, the carriage stops and they have finally arrived. Riley Joshua carries baby Isaac out, ordering the servants to prepare a room since the boy is staying with him. The head butler greets Riley Joshua with some very clear hesitation. He apologetically explains they received strict orders to send Isaac straight to the annex instead. Riley Joshua is instantly pissed off, demanding to know the actual reason behind sending him away. The butler nervously explains that Fifth Master Goal gave strict orders to never allow the young master inside the main residence. Family politics are brutal. Isaac sighs at the drama while Riley Joshua angrily gnashes his teeth in absolute frustration. Riley cannot believe Gold Joshua wants to dump Isaac in that deadly wasteland. Meanwhile, our baby Isaac silently judges this whole psychotic family. Our little guy knew they were doomed the second they left a literal newborn outside. This noble house is seriously about to collapse. His uncle Riley Joshua complains that his older brother is acting completely insane. Honestly, the baby fully agrees with him on that. Riley wonders why they would ditch mansion luxury for the annex. Whisper just snickers at his total frustration. Whisper points out that the magic cores Isaac desperately wants are actually in that annex. Painful realization, but Riley Joshua already marches inside. Riley Joshua sharply commands the butler to step aside. He completely refuses to let his beloved nephew stay in such a godforsaken dump. Isaac frantically babbles, basically screaming that he actually wants the annex instead. But Riley Joshua just coos, warmly inviting the baby to his room. He wants to read a bedtime story about the saint crushing the skeleton king. Little Isaac totally panics at the very thought. Listening to a holy bedtime story like that is basically a direct exorcism on his poor demonic soul. Riley Joshua happily adds he will even teach him the ultra-specialized purification techniques used strictly against that skeleton king. Isaac completely loses the will to cry, seriously wondering if they want to kill him. Suddenly, a figure blocks their path with a loud scoff. The guy outright sneers. So much intense drama over a random homeless stray. Gold Joshua crosses his arms. He arrogantly declares he already gave incredibly strict orders to send this kid straight to the annex. He asks if Riley Joshua is seriously trying to defy his older brother. Yep, this obnoxious speaker is the fifth son, Gold Joshua. Isaac just stares wide-eyed at this newly arrived uncle who looks like a straight-up comic book villain. He instantly labels him a total lowlife thug. Gold Joshua points, demanding he put the baby down. Riley snaps back, "Are you completely kidding me right now?" He aggressively argues this child is a true descendant of House Eshua. A kid like that should never be sent into literal exile. Isaac totally glares at his rude uncle. He highly suspects this jerk is secretly allied with the church faction just waiting to grab him. Riley Joshua pulls the baby tighter to his chest, screaming at Gold Joshua to step aside so they can finish their stupid bedtime story. He brings up that purified skeleton king tale again. Honestly, Isaac is internally screaming to just let him go to the godforsaken annex. Gold Joshua casually approaches and mockingly pokes Isaac's cheek. He laughs hard, asking Riley where on earth he dug up this ugly baby skeleton. He totally trashes any idea of family ties. Isaac furiously gnashes his baby teeth, deeply annoyed by this massive jerk's zero respect. Is this guy a holy priest or a common street thug? Whatever, the baby just lets it slide for now. His main goal is simply hitting the annex to absorb his magic cores. Then Riley directly exposes Gold's shady motives. Now watch this. Riley demands to know if Gold Joshua actually thinks his scheme to banish the baby is going unnoticed. He accuses his brother of labeling the boy as cursed just to eliminate him from the family competition. This completely stuns little Isaac. Shocked by the mention of a family competition, Isaac remembers his own grand plans and instantly gets ridiculously fired up. His ultimate goal is conquering this family, rising as a true saint, and eventually claiming the title of Pope. Most importantly, he desperately needs sweet revenge on those corrupt gods. Gold Joshua just coldly sneers in response. Gold mockingly claims he heard a totally terrifying demon actually escaped from this very baby's body not too long ago. He implies the baby was born totally cursed, but the Knight Commander bravely steps right up to fiercely object. He firmly defends young Isaac. He loudly states the baby actively helped destroy that demon during the recent chaotic attack. The commander heavily argues that being targeted by such a massive beast only proves how incredibly important the young master is. Another loyal knight adds that the baby possesses immense holy power. But Gold Joshua just gives them a deeply sarcastic smirk. He ruthlessly mocks them for putting so much effort into defending a piece of trash, violently warning them to back off. Show me the kid's power if he's the true saint. Whisper immediately tries stirring the pot. The ghost suggests dropping a massive meteor to teach this punk a lesson. Isaac tells him to shut up. Gold spins around. He violently points at a dry, withered tree in the distance. He asks if a true saint could handle fixing that. Everyone stares at the dead tree that practically radiates an aura of pure death. Gold Joshua mockingly challenges them to save their sacred family symbol. He points straight at a dry branch, asking why this kid cannot just revive the patriarch's most beloved tree. Flashing a wicked grin, he mentions the sacred tree was totally poisoned by dark mana. If this kid is truly a saint, surely he can bring it back to life. He lets out a cold, extremely smug laugh. Of course, assuming he actually is the saint. Right now, Gold Joshua looks extremely dangerous. Riley pulls his nephew close, asking Gold if he lost his mind. Even little Isaac feels the heavy tension. The little toddler just sighs inwardly. He wonders how ancestor Melissa was such a flawless fighter, yet somehow raised descendants who act like absolute bandits. The oldest son went totally missing, and the fifth brother is just a straight-up psycho. Right then, something catches Isaac's eye. He gasps in pure surprise. His spectral buddy is busy grinning right beside him, but the baby just reaches out, grabbing the little ghost straight by its head. Gossip session completely interrupted. Startled, the ghost yells out in pure shock. Isaac just chucks him straight toward the tree, ordering him to absorb absolutely everything, flung before he can even blink. The fully panicked spirit screams for him to hold on. Meanwhile, back at the main scene, Riley keeps fiercely arguing with Gold Joshua. He insists expecting results from a speechless toddler is totally insane. Suddenly, a loud rustling echoes out loud. Riley sharply gasps. Gold Joshua whirls around in absolute shock, and they both completely freeze in sheer disbelief. What on earth is going on here? That withered tree is no longer dead and gray. It is suddenly blooming with bright, vibrant green leaves. Riley is absolutely thrilled seeing the tree revive, while Gold Joshua stands there frozen. Not even high-level purification magic could pull this off. That tree was supposed to slowly rot away. He stares totally blankly, entirely unable to process the wild miracle unfolding right in front of him. Clearly pleased with their utter shock, baby Isaac smirks and strokes his chin. He figures it was pretty easy, considering there was only a tiny bit of dark mana. The little ghost floats right back to his side, letting out a heavy sigh. He reports completely swallowing up every single drop of dark energy. Feeling incredibly stuffed now, the tired spirit just rests. Standing nearby, the Knight Captain completely stammers, asking Riley how on earth that tree restored itself. Riley quickly responds he did absolutely nothing at all. This prompts the captain to slowly turn his gaze elsewhere. Sitting comfortably in his uncle's lap, Isaac lets out a quiet sigh. He babbles baby talk that only his ghost buddy understands. It was pure mana, a total waste. This naturally prompts the Spectre's question. He asks if Isaac wants him to spit it all back up. Meanwhile, the captain suddenly shouts out the kid actually did it. The knights immediately start wildly cheering and chanting. They toss the baby high into the air, giving little Isaac quite a sudden fright. Only Gold Joshua stubbornly refuses to believe it. Watching his entire grand plan fall completely apart, he is practically going insane right now. Nobody in the whole family could ever heal that tree, so how could some mere toddler pull it off? He loudly insists somebody else must have secretly helped. Watch this, the ecstatic knights are busy tossing the boy up like a celebrated hero. They completely shower him with loud praise, shouting that the young master is truly on a whole other level. Nearby, Gold Joshua stays intensely suspicious. He just figures Riley must have used some exorcism and cleansing magic beforehand. But then a really dark thought strikes him. Grabbing Riley with trembling hands, he fiercely demands to know if he did it. Riley is completely baffled. Before Riley can even ask, Gold Joshua completely snaps. He grabs him right by the collar, yelling that he must have gotten the saint to help him out. He accuses him of staging the entire miracle, all just to make this useless little brat look like a literal saint. Riley tries freeing himself, fiercely demanding to know what on earth Gold Joshua is babbling about, completely losing his temper now. Gold Joshua screams for him to drop those cheap tricks. He angrily asks how they could have possibly found the missing saints. The knights immediately stop their cheering, staring at the fiercely bickering brothers in deep worry. Isaac watches this whole messy drama in complete boredom, sighing about Melissa. He honestly thinks she should have focused heavily on managing her household instead of hunting demons. Why? Because this family is just a total disaster, staring right at his fifth uncle's twisted, furious expression. The toddler simply notes that this angry man looks absolutely nothing like Melissa. Honestly, it would be way easier believing that Uncle Riley is actually their legendary ancestor in disguise. The gossipy ghost asks about the other brother, but Isaac thinks that guy just looks like the scumbag Pope. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua completely screams at Riley to stop playing dumb. He claims he knows exactly what is going on here. He accuses him of bringing this kid back just to make him a saint candidate using dirty, underhanded tactics. Cheating his way in, especially when the family already had a candidate lined up. Hearing all this drama, Isaac's curiosity is instantly piqued. Hold on, there is actually another family candidate? And this absolutely rude bastard even wants that other guy to win. The Phantom smirks, noting Isaac suddenly has some real competition now. Though honestly, the kid does not seem to care one single bit. Isaac is actually quite amused. Wouldn't that candidate turn out just as vicious if he acts anything like Gold Joshua? Beating him down after he gets supported sounds way more fun. The Phantom realizes the kid might actually have a point. Uncle Riley simply cannot stand this garbage talk anymore. He fiercely demands to know if they are seriously just going to abandon their very own nephew. He is the eldest brother's son, giving him a totally rightful claim to lead. But Gold Joshua just loudly scoffs at the absolute nonsense. That cowardly man ran away while the entire family was in severe danger, and then he just completely lost his mind. Why on earth are you even bringing up the eldest brother, especially when you only just told us this kid actually existed? Sitting nearby, Isaac is totally unfazed by his own rejection. Meanwhile, the Phantom practically begs him to care at least a little bit. You cannot just talk about your own life with so much indifference, the Phantom sighs. Across from them, Gold Joshua smirks. This kid is still the Saint's son, right? Or maybe he is just some illegitimate half-blood they dragged in from the outside. She is still technically the Saint, sure, but the very next words out of Gold Joshua's mouth are incredibly punchable. There is absolutely zero proof he is actually their brother's son. He sneers though his face looks pretty decent, he supposes. Probably because he takes after that woman. Gold Joshua just keeps testing Riley Joshua's patience, suggesting they use the boy for pure profit. He actually suggests selling the kid off to keep the family afloat. And wow, that earns him a massive fist straight to the face. Gold Joshua shakes in total fury, screaming if Riley Joshua is completely insane for hitting him. But Riley Joshua refuses to back down. He asks how Gold Joshua expects to walk away after spewing such absolute trash. The knights go totally pale. Isaac just finds it hilarious. Some sibling bonding through physical combat is exactly what Isaac needs to gather some pretty useful intel. Watching Riley Joshua single-handedly trash Gold Joshua completely, the panicked knights rush in to separate them and hold Riley Joshua back. They yell for everyone to stop. Isaac just watches the drama, thinking a chaotic family makes things much easier. It will be so much easier to seize control, he thinks. He lets out an evil baby chuckle at this absolute train wreck of a family. They are already falling apart. The Phantom simply smiles. Riley realizes this is actually a pretty huge problem. If this noble house completely falls, you go down with them. The Phantom warns him, earning a sharp command from Isaac to shut up. Once the chaos finally settles, they head inside the luxury mansion where Isaac gets plopped right on the table. Pouting with a totally miserable expression, he finds this entire massive conference setup incredibly annoying. The gathered family members loudly whisper among themselves. They grumble hard about having to deal with yet another useless kid. Isaac sighs pretty heavily. He realizes nobody in this entire crazy household is actually sane, despite acting like they know how to treat heirs. Murmurs continue. They complain they already went through the massive trouble of raising some random country girl to become their saint. She should not have given birth to this useless brat, they whisper. They loudly claim she was never worthy of the title. Isaac feels like he is going completely crazy listening to this trash, but the room suddenly falls dead quiet as a woman speaks up. She reminds Riley Joshua that they already agreed to quietly raise this child over in the annex. She is the second wife of the family head, Eli Joshua. She currently serves as the acting matriarch, Henna Joshua. She demands to know why the child was brought here. Isaac quietly studies her reaction. He notes her completely open hostility, instantly marking her as the real mastermind behind those trying to banish him. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua has already bandaged his badly broken nose, glaring and gritting his teeth in absolute fury. He snaps at Riley Joshua to answer the acting head. Isaac figures she must just be this highly annoying uncle's aunt. Riley Joshua ignores him completely. He asks instead if his father is absent, to which Henna quickly replies. He went out of town, she says. Riley Joshua sighs heavily at how totally messy this whole selection is. It is a real shame, Riley Joshua mutters, right before dropping an absolute bombshell of a report. Now check this out. He should have been here to hear that the eldest grandson, Isaac, has revived the sacred tree. Talk about a major mic drop. This shocking news sends Henna and Gold Joshua straight out of their seats. Gold Joshua violently slams his fist down. He screams that there is zero chance this kid did it. He claims it was surely just their family prayers finally working out. An elder woman chimes in too. She agrees that even their own insanely powerful family head could not find a solution. So how could a mere kid like him possibly manage it? Henna sits back down, crossing her arms with a super sly grin. She smugly notes there is absolutely zero proof to begin with. The acting matriarch nods in total agreement. She calls the holy tree's revival an absolute blessing. Isaac just watches them with sheer mockery. Looking at all those bitter doubters, the baby reaches out both hands to provide the exact proof they want. A bright blue light suddenly flashes. Gold, Joshua, and Henna completely freeze in place while Riley and the elders watch the sight in absolute shock. A blue crystal condenses right as Isaac extends his tiny hand. You all better look closely, the smug infant thinks. That energy, an elder stammers out. They stare at the floating crystal before gasping that it is the real power of the holy tree. Surprise you amateurs, Isaac babbles internally. Soon after that, the elders gather around a massive grand table in a luxurious room to discuss things. One elder quickly speaks up. He notes that Isaac seems to have successfully purged the corrupting mana right from the tree. What? Another elder gasps out loud. We all know the tree had toxic mana, but how could a tiny newborn baby possibly cleanse it? The female elder beside him just shrugs. Honestly, isn't that the most logical explanation they have right now? Another elder pushes up his glasses, looking all deep in thought. The kid literally materialized mana right before their eyes. He grimly agrees. Sure, the exorcism method worked this time, but it is insanely complex. One tiny mistake could ruin everything. It could have easily killed the holy tree. That is exactly why the Lord always preferred routine cleansing over direct exorcisms. Hearing all this, Gaul looks around at the elders. He is in a state of absolute panic and total hilarious disbelief. What on earth are these people smoking? He thinks there is absolutely no way a literal newborn baby could pull this off. Meanwhile, Riley fully backs the elders up. He suggests little Isaac must have purged that dark mana purely by instinct. Sitting nearby, baby Isaac crosses his little arms smugly. Yep, spot on, he thinks, right before Riley drops the next bombshell. A tiny baby just pulled off something nobody in the Holy Temple could manage for 75 long years. Absolute madness. Gaul immediately glares at Riley in pure fury. He seriously wonders what absolute nonsense this guy is spitting out now. Slamming his fist onto the table, Gaul demands to know if the elders genuinely believe this absolute pile of nonsense. A baby performing exorcisms, he yells out angrily. The kid cannot even speak yet. If outsiders hear this, they will definitely laugh right in their faces. Just look at the kid. He claims it is completely unbelievable that this baby even belongs to the prestigious Joshua bloodline. What if he comes from some unknown family? Meanwhile, Isaac is just boredly cleaning his ear with a tiny finger, totally indifferent to the drama. Right after, Riley speaks up with a dead serious tone. He asks the elders to hear him out. This child will certainly become a saint, and might even rise up to become the Pope himself one day. Isaac smugly thinks that is absolutely correct. But then, a random hand suddenly grabs him and lifts him high into the air. He then hears someone boldly declare that this little kid will totally defeat the skeleton demon king. This sends Isaac into an instant panic. Honestly, who wouldn't be? Stopping at Pope was perfect, but now things escalate too fast. The elders instantly start whispering about the skeleton demon king, calling him a highly despicable creature. Hearing this, a woman flashes a sinister grin. She whispers that Riley is digging his own grave, turning her dark gaze directly toward him and baby Isaac. If you are so confident, why not test him? She suggests this smoothly as the shadows completely hide her true expression. Resting her chin on her hands with a cruel smile, she straight up demands access to the family's ancient relic archive. Meanwhile, far off to the northwest of the Holy Kingdom, deep inside the dark and thorny Blackwood forest, the stench of death hangs incredibly heavy in the air. A freshly slaughtered monster lies with its throat totally slashed. A mysterious man stands perfectly calm right in front of the corpse. His black cloak flutters in the wind. Eerie mist swirls around him as he sheathes his giant sword with a quiet murmur. "This place is nothing special," he mutters. A guard approaches from behind, dropping to one knee. The guard bows to the Lord, who coldly asks what is happening without turning around. The guard quickly reports the news. His representative back at the estate has officially requested access to the relic archive. The Lord steps forward, his voice dripping with intense impatience. He clearly repeats that the temple is strictly forbidden from using it. Nervous, the guard quickly clarifies that the request actually did not come from the Holy Temple itself. Your grandson revived the holy tree, so the acting matriarch wants to test if he has the true qualities of a saint. The Lord suddenly turns around. He marches directly toward the kneeling guard to aggressively demand exactly what he means by that. Frowning deeply, he clenches his giant fist and glares down at the poor guard with an incredibly intense gaze. Why on earth is there a saint in my family? Lee Joshua, the formidable head of the clan, demands angrily before barking out his strict instructions. He completely refuses to allow it under any circumstances. Only a true saint could survive entering that dangerous place, he claims. He orders them to avoid any unnecessary conflict and just get it handled. Suddenly, a woman with long white hair appears, dressed in very elegant robes. She approaches from the side, speaking with clear amusement in her voice. "Did you just say his name is Isaac?" "This is none other than Melissa Joshua, the former saintess," she mutters with a smile, reviving the sacred tree. "Is actually quite impressive, is it not? Since the archive is open anyway, why not just send all our candidates inside? Yes, every single holy saint and saintess." Hearing this, the guard instantly panics. Wait, what? But her eyes are just filled with pure, chaotic amusement. Watching Melissa and the silent Lord Lee Joshua, the stressed guard can only grit his teeth and loudly protest. But if we do that, what if a child from another family takes the most valuable archive item? Melissa just smiles in response. She actually hopes they do. Even the most powerful saintesses of past generations could not take a single thing from that place. Who knows? If someone actually snags the prize, maybe they can finally track down that skeleton demon king and wipe him off the map forever. Melissa gets this intense glint in her eyes. She figures whoever pulls off this crazy stunt definitely deserves a massive reward. She spins around and orders her guard to spread the news everywhere. Whoever brings back the best loot gets a ridiculously legendary prize. Stuff the Pope himself could never afford the ultimate Joshua family heirloom. Hearing that insane flex, the poor guard starts sweating absolute bullets. And she is just getting started. Melissa cheerfully adds she will personally teach them the family's ultimate secret technique, hyping herself up. The winning kid basically gets a blank check. But here is the catch: that Holy Relic Archive is completely shrouded in mystery. We are talking pure holy essence mixed with ancient secret techniques passed down for literally thousands of years. Since the saints of every single era guarded this sacred vault, the Joshua family runs the show. Entry is strictly capped at kids under 10, turning the place into a sacred ritual zone for the tiny candidates, right on their very first birthday. These babies get sent inside to grab one single item from the massive hoard. Whatever they pick totally predicts what kind of holy power the future saints will eventually wield. But honestly, this entire archive is a complete death trap. Even those super blessed kids face major life-threatening danger in there. After a few terrible accidents, the whole place got locked down tight until today. Hearing all this, the dark spirit flashes a wicked grin. It studies Isaac hard and wonders out loud if its tiny master can actually survive and bring home the bacon. Isaac just scowls and babbles back, "Why bring this up now?" But the floating ghost will not drop it, teasing that the boss must be pretty hyped. Right on cue, Isaac gets stars in his eyes. He is completely stoked. Because rumor says his old skeleton demon king corpse is chilling inside. Suddenly, a giant hand swoops down and yanks him right out of the crib. The Blue Knight commander flashes a huge grin, asking if the kid is pumped. Melissa just opened the archive to absolutely every candidate. Isaac is floored. Everyone gets to go inside. Tossing the baby way up into the air, the commander explains that kids from all 5 major families are coming, even the cursed Pope clan. He is dead certain Isaac will completely crush the competition no matter what. Watching this wild juggling act, the dark spirit just sighs. These people are turning a baby trial into a massive circus. Flying through the air, Isaac starts scheming. This giant mess actually plays right into his tiny hands. More random people means way more easy distractions. Snagging his original body back should be a total breeze. Falling back down, another set of arms catches him as a warm, familiar voice speaks. Violet hugs him tight, telling Isaac to be super careful. She warns that wild demons captured from the front lines are guarding the inside. Isaac files that away. Cool. There are creepy demons on guard duty. He quickly runs the numbers in his head. If these humans caught them so easily, they max out at level 6. He could stomp them in his sleep. But right before he finishes that cocky thought, Riley completely shatters his dreams, warning that level 8 demons are absolutely no joke. He gently places the baby back in the crib, leaving Isaac completely shook. Why on earth are level 8 nightmares lurking in a baby zone? And then the commander casually drops an even worse detail: a level 9 dragon is the real final boss. Riley just smiles, totally agreeing that the dragon packs the most ridiculous power. Listening to this, the dark spirit practically bursts into tears at the sheer lunacy. This entire family needs their heads checked immediately. Dropping a literal dragon in a toddler playground. Isaac has zero words for this. The spirit tries patting his back, pointing out that Isaac knows tons about dragons. Getting pure silence, the ghost looks over. Isaac is shaking like a leaf, chewing his tiny fingers in a cold panic. The ghost is seriously confused by this absolute meltdown. Meanwhile, Isaac is screaming internally about how badly he messed up. Dragons operate on a completely psychotic level of danger. It takes a painfully long minute before Isaac manages to squeak out a confession. He admits he might have scammed them a couple times. Shuddering at the thought of furious fire breathers, the ghost demands an exact number. This absolute villain actually scammed baby dragons. What the heck did he even sell to those kids? They are barely 300 years old. If ancient monsters got played, the young ones never stood a chance against this rotten old skeleton. Isaac can only stammer back defensively. It was only like 70 dragons. But then Isaac remembers a terrifying little fun fact: dragon memory is dangerously sharp. Those scammed lizards will definitely recognize his soul. The specter shoots him a very sly grin, casually mentioning it might be time for a job hunt. Isaac grinds his teeth in pure rage, glaring at the ghost. He warns the guy he hears every single word. Then he slams those chubby little baby hands right down on the crib. Pure determination burns in his eyes. Having zero other choices, he checks his achievement logs: level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon. Yet with his current baby stats, he cannot even handle a level 6 demon, let alone those massive beasts. So to stand any fighting chance at all, he has one single option left: raid the Joshua clan. He needs absolutely every single one of their mana cores. Totally ignoring the ghost's helpless face, Isaac excitedly declares it is time to storm the annex. Morning officially arrives. Bright sunlight warms the massive palace and shines right down into a painfully quiet room. Sitting behind the door, tiny little Isaac is completely buried in a magic book. Right beside him, his floating cloud spirit nervously asks if he is doing all right. Getting zero response, the cloud repeats the question. Isaac just keeps his eyes glued directly to the pages. Pale-faced, the kid just mumbles out a super weak reply. He actually wonders if mastering divine power would make learning these 3 spells super easy. Instead, it gets way more frustrating by the minute. Since he is still a literal infant, maybe he should just brainwash the guy into teaching him. Hearing that crazy idea, the cloud squeals in absolute delight. It asks if he seriously plans to cast black magic right under the priest's noses. Does he actually want to blow up the mansion and summon some cool demons? Crawling across the floor, Isaac narrows his eyes and fiercely glares at it. He asks exactly what happened to its personality over the last 150 years. The cloud just gives an awkward laugh. Completely exhausted, Isaac rubs his eyes and stares at the pages, finally realizing he cannot grasp this crazy complex theory all alone. The little guy lets out a tired yawn, but out of nowhere, a huge hand reaches down and gently scoops him right up. Commenting on how sleepy he looks, Riley and the Blue Knight commander walk into the room. Riley cradles the baby close with some serious warm affection, guessing the little guy had a very busy day. Isaac silently groans in his arms, thinking babies his age normally need 16 full hours of sleep. As Riley gently lowers Isaac back into the crib, the commander picks up the discarded book looking totally puzzled. Riley just tucks the boy in. Extending his hand, Riley whispers a quick spell to trigger a regeneration effect. A soft, warm, golden light quickly envelops Isaac. Completely impressed by the magic, the baby eagerly hopes his uncle casts another spell for him to copy. But when Riley stops casting and starts chatting with the commander instead, Isaac frantically tries climbing out of his crib. The cloud begs him to stay put. Absolutely no moving. They need to reach that annex as fast as humanly possible. It reminds him they must reach the annex soon because keeping secrets in this room is getting impossible. Isaac remembers his plan. Right, the annex. He has to get rid of these 2 guys immediately. Sensing the sudden weird silence, both men turn right around. Riley and the commander look back to check on the baby. Seeing Isaac pretending to be fast asleep, the cloud totally scoffs at his terrible acting skills. Honestly, who would buy that act? And yet, the commander clutches the spellbook and smiles, praising Isaac for falling asleep so fast. Riley just nods, praising him as a truly amazing and efficient little baby. Hearing their totally blind admiration, the cloud spirit just cries out in disbelief, genuinely wondering if everyone in this house has lost their minds. Convinced the boy is out cold, Riley suggests it is time to leave, and the commander quickly agrees. He really needs to head out to training anyway. The cloud remains utterly dumbfounded by how clueless these adults are, but hey, at least they are finally leaving the room. Isaac smirks triumphantly from inside his crib. But get this, his victory gets instantly cut short when they suddenly mention the totem seems highly dangerous. Hearing their brilliant plan to move the artifact outside, Isaac goes into an absolute panic. But right before stepping through the doorway, Riley turns around. He instructs the commander to handle it with care, emphasizing it is Isaac's very first totem and must be kept totally safe. The commander quickly obeys the order. Inside the crib, Isaac screams in pure, silent protest. No way. He still desperately needs to restore that artifact, and nobody gave them permission to touch his stuff. Right before they depart, he hears their final horrible decision they plan to display it in the most prominent spot possible. Isaac just weeps internally, completely devastated that he could not even drain its mana yet. The second that door closes, he bolts upright. Massive change of plan. He is just going to drain every single mana core inside the annex instead. He uses his tiny body to wiggle right out of the crib. The cloud weakly asks if he honestly plans to crawl all the way there. Isaac aggressively insists he has a way, ordering the spirit to open the door. The cloud immediately flies forward to obey the baby. But reaching the door, it mutters to itself that there is absolutely zero chance it is carrying him that far. Just as the cloud touches the door, it freezes. Right behind it, Isaac has tumbled straight off the crib. Before Isaac can even register the pain, the floating cloud delivers the bad news. His crazy uncle actually locked the door from the outside. He even cast a magic sealing spell on it. Furious at his wildly overprotective uncle, Isaac orders his companion to just break it down. But the cloud warns him if the guards outside think he is under attack, they will instantly swarm the room. Isaac curses, slamming his tiny fist right against the wood. He is seriously losing his mind in here. Dealing with all that annoying gossip is completely out of the question, and using magic would only make things worse than the door cracking. Right as Isaac plans his escape, the door swings open. It smacks him directly in the face, shoved by a 5-year-old kid. This new arrival holds a bandaged prosthetic arm. He stares down at Isaac, who is completely sprawled out on the floor, and sneers that the baby cannot even walk yet. This arrogant brat is actually Gold Joshua's son. Meet Suri, a 5-year-old holy candidate of the family. Isaac quickly rubs his nose in sheer panic. Staring down at the baby, Suri instantly marks him as a rival, while Isaac just watches him in total silence. Suri grips his toy tightly. He is absolutely furious that a literal baby could create a totem he could not. There is simply no way this tiny infant pulled that off. Suri opens his hand, manifesting a glowing golden ring of light right in his palm. Isaac watches the entire spectacle with absolute excitement, raising his tiny hand with a malicious glare. Suri boldly declares he is the only one worthy of sainthood. Crawling closer innocently, Isaac spots the brat casting a spell on the toy nearby. Suri whispers a stern warning to never touch what belongs to him. He keeps bragging about getting rid of this pest, but suddenly lets out a sharp scream. The toy smacks him right on the head. Isaac simply bursts into laughter. He is totally thrilled to find a new horse to ride. Meanwhile, a furious Suri demands to know if Isaac realizes exactly who he is. Since the baby cannot actually speak, Isaac just answers internally. He thinks this kid looks exactly like his thug uncle. He must be that jerk's son. Flashing a smug grin, Isaac quickly snatches the toy right back to prepare his next big move. Spotting the kid channeling mana for an attack, Isaac relentlessly whacks Suri over the head with the toy again. It completely serves him right. The floating cloud actually cheers him on, calling it a beautiful strike. Isaac continues the hilarious beatdown, telling the brat to prepare to become his personal horse. He just keeps swinging, leaving Suri totally helpless taking the blows. Suri finally blocks using holy power. He asks if Isaac actually thinks he is superior, while Isaac just strokes his tiny chin with pure amusement. Bragging proudly, Suri claims that no one his age has ever managed to cast a Tier 3 defensive shield before. Gathering his energy, the arrogant kid sneers that it is far too early to be shocked. Isaac just silently observes his technique. Suri unleashes a Tier 3 holy attack. Glowing white rings manifest in the air as the brat tells him to take this. You are going to love this reaction. Isaac acts utterly amazed, internally calling it impressive before flashing a wicked grin and thanking him for the free meal. What happens next completely petrifies Suri. A massive magnifying purple magic circle suddenly erupts, completely surrounding Isaac. Suri just glares at the baby in pure disbelief. He wonders how on earth a simple defensive spell could amplify to this massive scale. Watching the baby casually play with the magic, Suri wonders how he possibly knows how to use it. His uncle has not even taught him that yet. Isaac baby talks a cheeky thank you for the lesson, leaving Suri in absolute denial. Stunned, Suri watches the baby laugh and point right back at him, redirecting that devastating attack straight toward his face. Suri screams out for him to wait. Isaac just sits back smugly as his ghost companion chimes in. The spirit mutters that the entire Joshua family is completely insane for keeping a dragon inside a nursery, but he adds that at least Isaac is pretty knowledgeable. He knows quite a lot about dragons, but suddenly Isaac anxiously bites his tiny hand, making the ghost totally panic over what is wrong now. Isaac realizes these dragons are actually incredibly dangerous, especially since he spent a very long time brutally scamming them back in the day. The ghost asks exactly how many he conned. He is totally shocked this baby-faced mastermind scammed literal baby dragons, demanding to know what he sold those kids. They were under 300 years old. And he even tricked the adults, proving what a truly ruthless bastard he is. After admitting he scammed about 70 of them, Isaac panics. He knows dragons hold massive grudges and might easily recognize his soul. The ghost playfully suggests that this is the absolute perfect opportunity to swap places and finally take over. Isaac angrily snaps that he can hear him. He slams his little hand down, realizing there is simply no other choice left. Completely frozen in fear, Suri watches Isaac sit on the shoulder of a towering demonic specter. Those blood-red eyes glare straight down at him. Isaac just babbles innocently, but he flashes an incredibly excited smile, telling the terrified brat to hurry up and carry him already. Terrified of the towering demon, Suri lets the baby grip his hair tightly, keeping his eyes glued to the specter's every move. Yet he still holds Isaac's legs securely so he does not fall, totally horrified by this crazy situation. Right now, they simply need to focus on surviving and getting out of here alive. But Isaac is too busy ruining Suri's hair, fully enjoying his free piggyback ride. Meanwhile, poor Suri is just shaking uncontrollably. Suri carries Isaac on his back in total terror, his voice shaking as the whining starts. He begs for literally anyone to save him right now. Pitch black night, just the bright moon shining down. Through the quiet garden, Isaac's baby babbling echoes non-stop while he grips Suri's hair tight. Waving a toy around in his free hand, his tiny mouth barks out absolute orders. Go left, left. Suri drags his heavy feet, lugging Isaac around and following every single demand before stopping to pant for breath. Isaac just scowls, telling him to wake up right now unless he actually wants to die. Exhausted, Suri asks where they are even going this late, then his feet stumble backward. Staring up at the massive building, pure terror hits him. Cold sweat breaks out as he gasps for air. Shaking like a leaf, he stutters out the truth this is the haunted second annex of the Joshua family. Honestly, what is he even planning? Isaac stays deep in thought while the ghost laughs. Suri absolutely panics, wondering why this tiny lunatic dragged him here. The family literally banned entry because so many people died inside. Suddenly, both Isaac and his ghost buddy light up with pure excitement. Giggling, The ghost spots the scattered beams of light across the house. There are dozens of them right here, and he totally had to risk his life for this. He spent 15 years of absolute brutal training just to gather this much mana. Meanwhile, Isaac just waves that toy around. He signals Suri to head inside, muttering for him to get moving. Suri gets the hint and panics hard. He asks if they are really doing this, since the adults strictly banned anyone from going inside. But before he can even finish that thought, a terrifying spirit pops right in his face. It threatens him to shut his mouth and just keep walking. Inside the creepy building, faint moonlight filters through the dusty windows as Suri cautiously carries Isaac forward. He takes slow, hesitant steps while Isaac rests a hand on his head, scanning the room. Isaac notes the place looks way worse than expected, but then his eyes flash. He stares hard at a nearby door, wondering what is hiding behind it. The ghost pops up once again. The ghost reports that the entire building is completely sealed off. He tells his master that every single door has some heavy protective barrier on it. Hearing that, Isaac slumps lazily onto Suri's head, whining about the annoyance. Meanwhile, a terrified Suri begs to turn back. Since everything is locked tight, Isaac just yanks Suri's hair hard to the left, making him yelp. Crying out in pain, Suri tries to pry the kid's hand away, but he completely freezes when he follows Isaac's pointing finger. Pale moonlight streams through the glass, revealing a row of dusty, solemn portraits lined up on the rotting wall. Suri looks up, whispering that these are the previous family heads. Staring at the grand pictures, Suri scoffs, asking if Isaac really still plans to target that top position. Suri smiles with total confidence, claiming he is going to be the next family head anyway. Isaac completely ignores him. Isaac just swings his toy around. A dangerous glint hits his face before he suddenly chucks it with insane force. Aiming straight at a portrait, the glass shatters and Suri just stares in absolute horror. But Isaac does not stop. He keeps throwing the toy until every single remaining portrait frame is smashed to pieces. This drives Suri crazy. He begs him to stop, screaming about their ancestors and asking if he lost his damn mind. Finished with his little rampage, Isaac grabs his toy and chuckles, wondering out loud why anyone would ever put barriers on old portraits. The ghost pops up, happily announcing that the barrier is fully broken. Isaac breaks into a huge smile, perfect. With that done, Isaac leaps right off Suri's back and announces it is time to move. Suri panics, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. But Isaac just lands safely and literally rolls off toward another room. The ghost floats right over him, leaving a furious Suri standing alone. He screams out, "Where are you going?" after making this massive mess. Isaac rolls right up to a mysterious room and throws the heavy door wide open. His eyes light up at the sight of glittering mana filling the entire space. Absolutely amazing, he thinks. Suri runs over at top speed, but Isaac quietly whispers a command for Gaba to lock up. The heavy door starts swinging shut, making Suri sprint even faster in pure desperation. He begs the kid to stop and demands to know what is happening. Peeking through the closing gap with a mocking smirk, Isaac thinks a guy like him has no business knowing. He completely ignores Suri's desperate screams. Boom, the door clicks shut. Isaac sits up straight, rests his little hands on his thighs, and sighs. Out in the hall, Suri bangs on the door with everything he has, screaming for Isaac to get out this instant. Inside that room, the kid secretly gathers his magic while pounding furiously on the heavy wooden door. He yells out that he is telling the adults everything. Bro swears he will get him kicked out forever, totally clueless about the mysterious figure watching him from afar. Finally, Riley rolls up with a whole squad of people and calls out to the furious teen. Hearing that familiar voice, Suri completely freezes in pure terror before Riley demands to know what on earth he is doing. Relieved, Suri gasps out that his uncle arrived just in time to stop that little monster Isaac. But before he can even finish whining, the elder snaps at him, demanding to know what the heck he thinks he is doing. She loudly points out that this annex is strictly forbidden. Suri just offers up an incredibly awkward forced smile under her death glare. She furiously demands to know how many people saw him carrying baby Isaac all the way out here. Plus, they already found clear traces of offensive holy magic completely blasted all over Isaac's bedroom. She pins the entire mess on him, making Suri stutter and sweat in sheer absolute panic. He stammers that he only brought the kid here, but Riley grabs his shoulder to shut him up. Flashing a seriously dark expression, Riley tells Suri that harassing a literal unweaned baby crosses every single acceptable line. He angrily demands to know where Suri locked the poor kid up. Suri desperately cries out that he did nothing wrong. His wild, frantic denial leaves the entire courtyard totally stunned and speechless. Suri insists the boy walked in there himself, prompting Riley to sprint over to the door and call out for Isaac. He jiggles the handle and panics because it is locked, but then the door slowly swings open entirely on its own. Inside that pitch-black room, little Isaac is sobbing his eyes out. The worried elder quickly asks if he is hurt. The poor kid looks totally traumatized, leaving Suri to just stand there staring in absolute massive confusion. Riley immediately scoops the crying baby right up into his arms, so incredibly relieved his nephew is safe. Seeing the baby is physically fine, Riley shoots Suri a crazy sharp death glare before walking off with a harsh warning. He tells the teen to reflect on his garbage behavior, leaving Suri sobbing and screaming that he is totally innocent. But watch this, Isaac secretly whispers a super creepy thank you to Suri, flashing this evil little smile about his tasty meal. Suri completely explodes in pure rage, screaming at the little monster, which just makes the elder look at him with deep concern. Meanwhile, the guards stare at Isaac, wondering how the heck a baby looks so warm and flushed in freezing weather. While they stress over his delicate health, Isaac just quietly reaches into his pocket and taps his freshly stolen mana stash. He smirks to himself. The amount of crazy energy he just absorbed is way bigger than he even expected. In one single flex, he harvested enough raw power to equal 100 years of hardcore cultivation. Clenching his tiny baby fists, he lets out a devious little chuckle while Riley thinks the kid is still traumatized. Sometime later, back at the giant family castle, a guy approaches Isaac with news about a very special introduction. Isaac just stares up with absolute total boredom as Riley and Joshua introduce his brand new personal assistant, Ashley. She is his servant from now on, politely placing her hand over her chest to formally introduce herself. She calls herself a super proud holy knight of the Joshua family, dropping right down to one knee to show respect. Ashley loudly swears to protect him with her life, but the young master literally just looks away in total silence. He immediately realizes they totally sent a watchdog to spy on him. Lazily pointing a finger, Isaac aggressively barks at her to get out of his sight, but his cute, angry baby act only makes her step closer. Instead, Ashley actually leans forward with a super flushed face and trembling hands, begging to squish his cute little cheeks. Looking at her weirdly obsessed expression, Isaac wonders why everyone in this family is so completely unhinged. Riley just smiles, pulling out a tiny little item from his vest to grab the kid's attention. He casually reveals a small jewelry box holding a basic ring, presenting it as his special first birthday flex. Staring dead at the ridiculously plain band, Isaac's face goes fully dark, wondering if they literally dug this garbage out of a dumpster. He feels deeply, completely insulted, and the floating ghost buddy nearby shares his exact vibe of absolute utter disgust. The specter angrily mutters that this rich family must be going entirely broke to offer such literal trash for their lord's first birthday. But wait, the second Ashley actually spots the item, her eyes bug out in pure shock and utter disbelief. Riley Joshua stands right beside him, gently patting his little head with a smile. He asks out loud if this is the saint's legendary heirloom. Yep, his uncle grabbed the saint's heirloom straight from the council just for him. Isaac's eyes shoot wide in sheer shock, realizing it is actually the real deal. A majestic vision of the saint pops up, showing a glowing ring on her finger. This is the exact artifact, the very ring she used in her legendary epic battle against him back then. The ring pulses with a tiny fraction of her ancient magic. Isaac holds the shimmering band up, carefully judging the holy energy sealed tightly inside. Impressive, our little guy thinks with a wicked grin, though it looks like it might snap after 2 uses. Luckily, he knows exactly how to fix it. He glances up, spotting gold Joshua leaning against a tree, glaring at him with pure jealousy. Isaac stares right back at the guy. The man is practically shooting daggers. Honestly, that bitter face proves to Isaac this treasure is the real deal. Gold Joshua glares at his tiny nephew like he wants to completely erase him from reality. He slowly marches toward the group. Isaac watches in absolute disbelief. Gold Joshua approaches, slapping on this totally fake, cheerful smile to greet his dear nephew, loudly gushing over how cute he is. Both Isaac and his floating ghost buddy watch this terrible acting in total shock. He wishes the kid a comfortable stay, immediately disgusting our boy. Talk about fake. Staring at that wildly hypocritical smile makes Isaac feel straight up sick. But wait, here's the kicker. This guy is totally losing his greedy mind. Isaac looks back down at his ring. Gold Joshua suddenly remembers sabotaging the relic chamber blessing so Isaac would get nothing. He definitely never expected them to hand over the saint's heirloom instead. Flashback to earlier today. The elder hands the ring over to Riley Joshua, explaining they must compensate Isaac with this gold since he missed his blessing. Gold Joshua totally panics when he sees it. He shouts at the elder they absolutely cannot give away the saint's holy heirloom. He demands they give it to his own son instead. The elder just sighs, waving her hand to completely dismiss him from the room. She calmly reminds him that his child already received a blessing. Stop being so greedy and leave. Gold Joshua grinds his teeth in fury. He originally planned to steal the artifact by faking a simple donation. The angry uncle snaps that a little kid could never understand the true value of a holy heirloom. Claiming the ring as a totally useless gift gets him nowhere. Riley Joshua immediately steps up to defend it. He fires back, demanding how his own brother can disrespect the saint's personal artifact. Gold Joshua flashes a sly grin, holding out a little box. Isaac is his beloved nephew too, so why give the boy something so useless? He pulls out a flashy ring, looking way shinier than the old heirloom. The guy boasts that this ring was blessed by the High Temple itself, rambling about its incredible power. Riley Joshua just watches his brother in total confusion. Gold Joshua firmly insists his flashy ring would be much better for the trials. He loudly calls it a treasure a kid like Isaac could never normally obtain. Gold Joshua kneels down, thrusting the glittering band right into Isaac's face to coax out a trade. Just then, Gold Joshua reaches out to snatch away the sacred relic. Isaac totally shuts him down with a brutal punch straight to the face. He grabs the box, telling his uncle to just take his smelly trash away. He claims it absolutely reeks of the corrupt Pope, then chunks the flashy ring straight into the lake. Gold Joshua stands there totally frozen. Then he screams in panic, ordering his guards to dive into the water and find it immediately. The greedy man glares at Isaac, thinking his flashy ring is worth 1,000 times more than some cheap heirloom. Riley Joshua happily watches Isaac holding the saint's ring. Truly touched the boy, chose his gift over the shiny one. Scooping the boy up, the proud dad tosses him toward the sky in pure joy, declaring Isaac is his absolute favorite kid ever. He promises to give the kid only the finest things. Ashley eagerly throws her hands up to celebrate alongside them. They happily cheer for Isaac while Gold Joshua's miserable guards are forced to dive into the freezing lake. Looking downright furious, Gold Joshua barks at his men to dig up that lost treasure at all costs. Isaac just smugly folds his arms. He secretly slapped a heavy spell on that ring so it sinks forever. The floating ghost nearby happily flatters him. He praises Isaac's brilliant mind and absolute ruthlessness. The spirit calls his refusal to keep that tainted ring truly admirable. But then Isaac orders the ghost to dive in and grab it tomorrow morning. The spirit is shocked, but gets shut down instantly. Remembering how wildly Gold Joshua panicked, Isaac knows that shiny ring is actually worth a massive fortune. He tells his spectral ally they are definitely going to sell the thing for some serious cash. Gold Joshua finally slams his fist on the table. Slumping over with clenched hands, he mutters that the brat has zero idea how valuable that item really is. Falling back into his chair, Gold Joshua desperately tries to comfort himself, muttering that it really does not matter anyway. After all, the kid has absolutely zero clue how to use an ancient ring. The relic only activates for someone unable to use holy magic. Even then, it requires absorbing the holy power of at least 20 people. Pulling off a stunt like that is completely impossible. A wicked smirk creeps across his face. He actually jokes about whether even 10 guests will bother showing up for the kid's birthday. Cut to the next day at that identical fancy mansion, the entire place is absolutely jammed with adults and kids. Taking in this wild, chaotic scene, Ashley just gasps in pure hype. This is totally insane. Over 148 candidates are here. Between the nobles and staff, roughly 4,000 people showed up today. Cradling baby Isaac in her arms, she happily tells Riley that every single ducal house actually showed up, alongside 10 Marcus families too. Even foreign nations sent their own saint candidates over. It is genuinely unbelievable, especially with the emperor himself attending. Meanwhile, Isaac's little face darkens, seriously wondering why there are so many saint candidates. Did those incredibly lazy gods just scatter them like confetti? The ghost floating beside him chimes in, totally agreeing that those gods would do exactly that. Meanwhile, Riley looks dead serious. Lost in his own thoughts, he admits he never expected this huge crowd. He figured everyone would just stay away, suspecting a trap. Right on cue, somebody shoves the door open, boldly announcing that nobody would ever view it as a trap. Simon casually strolls in sporting a warm, cheerful grin. Long time no see, Riley. This guy is the boss of one of the Empire's 3 biggest merchant associations. He is also Riley's absolute best buddy, Simon Edward. Staring in pure disbelief, Riley asks if he actually showed up. Simon just laughs out loud, explaining that wild rumors already swept the whole Empire, so he absolutely could not miss this party. Riley and Ashley just frown. Honestly, who wouldn't react exactly like that? Simon explains that since everyone knows this is definitely not a trap, they all came. After all, even the delicate young kids from every major noble house are attending this thing. The Joshua family members are out in full force today. Simon just keeps rambling, pointing out the absolutely massive wager the family dropped. With stakes that high, how could he stay home? He even bets the Pope's own family is going to show up. Catching that little detail, Isaac seriously wonders what kind of crazy wager happened. Meanwhile, Riley flat out refuses to believe Simon's wild claims. There is zero chance the Vatican faction attends. Simon just shrugs it off with total indifference, admitting it is mostly a gut feeling. No way those super snobbish, completely unfriendly royals would ever arrive. They utterly despise the Joshua territory for packing in way too many Barisa clan commoners. Suddenly, this dark, incredibly imposing shadow looms right at the entrance where they are chatting. Hey Simon, keep your voice down. But why would he bother? His own boy Raman is a candidate too. Plus, this whole wild event is hosted by the Joshua family. The Pope's elite faction has zero reason to even bother showing up here. That creepy, mysterious figure grabs the doorknob, warning Simon to watch his mouth. Right as Simon opens his mouth again, the door swings completely open. Somebody steps inside, leaving everyone staring at the entrance in absolute shock. The newcomer just sneers, telling his guys to ignore this useless rabble. Their miserable faces always look like they stepped in actual manure. Like the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a totally vulgar friend. Cardinal Barry makes his super dramatic entrance, and man, talk about an unwelcomed guest. Both Riley and Simon freeze up in sheer terror, while Barry wears a deeply sinister expression. Cardinal Barry slowly struts right up to them. He openly sneers, mocking these pathetic Joshua housemen for organizing this massive party just hoping their kid brings something home, hoping they manage to drag something out of the sacred relic vault to salvage their family pride. He lets out a totally wicked, mocking laugh. He smoothly admits he is incredibly curious to see just how amazing their so-called saint candidate actually is. Hearing that garbage, Ashley instantly grows extremely guarded, clutching baby Isaac tightly against her chest to protect him. Still grinning, Barry places one hand over his own heart. He smirks, claiming this is still a wonderfully rare opportunity for them. Despite that deeply sinister face and the pitch-black aura radiating off him, his words sound super sweet as he fakes praise for their candidate's future success. He loudly prays they can finally elevate their family name. Cold sweat rolls down Riley's pale face, suddenly realizing the Vatican staged this entire massive trap. The number of black-cloaked figures just keeps growing. The saint candidate surged from 25 to 148 in a single week. This is beyond suspicious. The only logical explanation here? The Vatican is completely turning a blind eye to all these random new candidates. Blood literally splatters across his mental vision. Every single power-hungry noble is absolutely desperate to make their kid a candidate. Once those incredibly greedy kids enter that relic vault, get ready for a bloodbath. They will ruthlessly eliminate their weakest rivals just to survive. Riley tightens his fists in pure, unfiltered dread. In the middle of all that chaos, they might actually try to murder his baby boy. He glances back nervously. He stares at Ashley holding little Isaac. If the absolute worst goes down, he has to protect them. They just look back at him, completely confused by his panic. Riley is absolutely terrified that Isaac, the fragile Joshua family boy, is in lethal danger. A freezing stone statue looms overhead. A tiny baby rests tight in a woman's arms. Besides rocking his family's legendary name, this kid is practically useless. But hey, plenty of creeps still want to steal the Joshua bloodline or score some cheap brownie points with the Pope. For anyone hating on the Saints' holy bloodline, little Isaac here is absolute prime prey. A sketchy cloaked figure steps right up to the toddler. Time for a nasty little prank on the boy. Isaac grabs the weird vial. It is not fatal, but it will totally paralyze him. Just slip that holy poison right into his drink. Empty glass vials scatter across the floor. Time to teach him a brutal life lesson. The other kids stare in pure horror faces going ghost white. Turn him into a total joke. This toddler plops on the floor, chugging from bottles that stack up fast. Show the whole world this useless Joshua brat will never become a real saint. But after downing a literal mountain of poison, Isaac happily wipes his mouth, grinning huge. Those other kids watch in absolute terror. They are counting his drinks right before Isaac launches a bottle at them. The tiny menace screams for more. He yells that this garbage poison could never kill him. Isaac throws a massive tantrum on the floor, demanding refills. Meanwhile, the poor victim who got nailed sobs loudly in sheer terror. Two shady guys whisper nearby in total confusion. They genuinely wonder if they accidentally grabbed the wrong bottle instead of a real laxative. The crowd gossips about his crazy behavior and quickly bails. Hearing the chatter, Suri facepalms hard, silently cursing Isaac in deep frustration. Why does this toddler keep chugging toxic bottles? Suri is just drowning in pure secondhand embarrassment. Stop dragging the mighty Joshua name through the dirt. A wildly irritated Suri marches right up to chugging Isaac. Suri snatches the bottle away and scolds him to stop. She hands the thirsty kid a completely normal drink instead, telling him to chug that, but Isaac suddenly launches the empty glass straight at Suri's face. He screams that it lacks poison. Another guy quickly swipes the vial away. Isaac instantly grabs his pants leg, throwing an insane fit and demanding his super toxin back. The poor dude is totally helpless. He desperately explains the danger while wondering why this baby is so hyper. But that stuff is holy poison. A nearby woman tries stopping Isaac, yelling that he will literally die. Isaac gasps at the phrase holy poison, suddenly lunging at the bottle with a downright creepy stare. Give it back, he demands. While they wrestle around, the bystanders gossip about that strange poison. They whisper about his insane poison resistance, a perk only gained by training holy power. Has this baby seriously reached a legendary power tier already? Wait, why target the toxic stuff? Is this noble toddler actually keeping everyone else safe by drinking the danger himself? Hearing these ridiculous theories, Suri sighs in the corner until a sudden voice shatters the silence. Suri looks up in total surprise. A literally sparkling Kina has suddenly appeared right there. So you think he sacrifices himself? Suri jumps up in pure shock, wondering why Kina Berry showed up. Nobody heard any news about the Pope's direct lineage joining in. The other kids stare at Kina in disbelief. They whisper in massive confusion. Why is the Pope's family hanging out inside the Saint's treasure vault? Meanwhile, Isaac easily wins his wrestling match, honestly. This kid is built different. He sits triumphantly on the guy's back, casually chugging. A clear winner. Kina looks right at Isaac, recognizing the kid destined for sainthood. But Kina wonders if that incredibly pure hair color belongs to his own Berry family. He sneers at the Joshua bloodline, thinking their hair looks like literal hot garbage. Flashing a devious grin, Kina announces that his presence in this vault is completely normal. He drops more arrogant words, shocking the entire room. Since the Pope's family leads the priesthood, the Saint's legendary treasure vault naturally belongs to them anyway. Catching that incredibly bold claim, the crowd stands utterly speechless. Laughing out loud, Kina says he is just taking his own stuff. Why is everyone acting weird? Isaac glares back with sheer disdain, mentally roasting the Pope's obnoxiously arrogant family. Bright flames suddenly erupt around Kina. But Kina is a certified monster. His raw volume of holy power is completely unreal, totally eclipsing a bishop's strength and easily making him the top saint candidate. Isaac watches silently. Everyone just freezes. They cannot believe Kina just called them out for using cheap tricks, and these bozos actually call themselves candidates for. Kina sneers in utter disgust, mocking how incredibly pathetic it is to bully a toddler. Stepping closer, Kina notes that a regular baby cannot possibly resist poison. He drops to one knee, looking Isaac dead in the eyes. He figures some holy saint's protection saved the little guy. Meanwhile, Isaac silently curses the guy, guessing stupidity just runs in Kina's arrogant family. Throwing up a terribly fake smile, Kina summons two tiny embers. He whispers insults about the baby's pathetic state. Kina generously offers to cure the poison himself. Instantly, the surrounding crowd breaks into excited whispers. The onlookers absolutely marvel at his holy detox spells. They figure his massive power level has to be at least level 5. Isaac just watches him. Pure, unadulterated boredom. The baby immediately realizes this show-off is plotting some completely pathetic little trick. As Kina casts his spell, Isaac curses him out. He sees right through this flashy stunt. Wearing a sickly sweet smile, the baby suddenly strikes. That tiny little hand smacks Kina right across the face. The noble's head whips aside. An onlooker points in total shock, screaming that Kina's holy magic just vanished. Kina stares back with massive, utterly disbelieving eyes. Kina quickly drops Isaac, totally unable to comprehend what just happened. Terrified by his broken magic, the kid cannot believe a literal baby did this. Inspecting his own palm, he wonders if this baby is actually stronger. His gaze locks onto Isaac, and a seriously dark, murderous aura flares up. Clenching his fist, Kina curses the little piece of trash. Isaac just smirks right back at him. Kina barks out, "What are you staring at?" In response, Isaac just threatens the guy with his baby bottle. Suddenly, a caretaker rushes in to hold Isaac back, begging the baby to stop before the crowd. Isaac even slaps the poor guy. How incredibly disrespectful. Kina watches this mess, wondering if these absolute fools actually think they can challenge his noble family. Pinned down, Isaac wonders if the Pope actually thinks he can protect this arrogant kid. As Siri struggles to hold him back, Isaac's little face flushes bright red with pure rage. The baby can only curse these absolute fools in his head. If not for Siri, Kina absolutely would have eaten a baby bottle to the head. But the noble brat quickly lies to save face, claiming he simply startled the infant. He dismisses it all because Isaac is just a baby. Kina waves goodbye mockingly, wishing the pathetic children of the Joshua family good luck. As he leaves, he mockingly suggests they dig in the mud. Isaac is left behind, grinding his tiny teeth in fury. Held tight in Siri's grip, Isaac cannot even move. But then, Kina suddenly stops walking and glances back over his shoulder. Casting a wildly provocative glance right back at Isaac, Kina declares that the ultimate treasure of this place will definitely be his. He sneers, asking if their cowardly family is too afraid of the Demon King's bones. Super arrogant words coming from a mere child. The crowd is totally stunned, while Siri can only sigh in heavy exhaustion. The caretaker silently wonders why this brat always causes a scene just to get caught off guard. Out of nowhere, Isaac grabs Siri's collar, demanding a fight. Siri frantically struggles to calm the angry baby down. Hearing about some promised secret technique involving the skeleton, Siri loudly screams out Melissa's name. Isaac totally freezes. Wait, are they playing with his actual former body? The baby suddenly collapses right onto the ground in a complete panic. He shudders hard, imagining his mighty skeletal remains wrapped up with a bow like some cheap gift. Stuck playing with empty baby bottles, Isaac sits quietly among the other kids, feeling incredibly bored. Staring up at the sky, he remembers his former epic glory as the Skeleton King. and those centuries of mana he once amassed. Hitting level 10 would be an absolute breeze if he could just reclaim his old power. Angry and completely frustrated, he glares at his peers, realizing these annoying toddlers are constantly watching his every single move. You can feel his frustration building here. Sneaking away is completely impossible with all these eyes on him. He angrily crushes his bottle and tosses it aside, resolving to simply trample whoever blocks his path. A sudden voice snaps him right out of those dark thoughts, as an elder loudly calls for everyone to gather around. He announces that they will be departing shortly. The old man tells them to listen closely, explaining that this ancient treasury is actually a sacred sanctuary. It carefully preserves the divine relics of past saints. Hearing this, Isaac groans in absolute misery. He truly hates these boring, long-winded history lectures. So, the baby quietly begins crawling away in another direction to escape the boring talk. Siri spots him slipping away quickly, whispering to ask exactly where the baby is going. Suddenly, a massive, wildly violent explosion rocks the entire area. The blast forces Siri to shield his face, screaming out in pure panic for the elder. Meanwhile, little Isaac is tearing through the entire area at an absolutely terrifying speed. He eagerly wants to test out his new holy magic, but the elder screams his name in absolute terror. "No, that is a strictly forbidden zone," the old man warns, terrified desperation scaring the nearby kids. Every trap inside the relic vault will activate. The crowd shouts in fear, desperately rushing forward to try and stop him. Cut back to the Joshua family banquet hall. Ashley worriedly tells Riley Joshua that she really hopes their young master is safe. Just then, an announcement echoes through the hall. They have successfully established a live magical connection to the relic vault. Peering through the crystal ball, observers quickly note that spirit beasts are tailing the third-place candidate, prompting everyone to share updates. The doors to the first archive swing open. Candidates rush right inside, leaving Riley Joshua wondering if they somehow missed the memo. Then a voice calls out Peter Ed Simon takes third place. His dad screams out, totally losing his mind with pride. Taking second place is Siri Joshua. The poor kid just scratches his head, completely confused by the news. But the announcer hesitates. He speaks with pure disbelief. First place belongs to absolutely nobody else but Isaac Joshua. Total shock crashes over the hall. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley are completely stunned. And honestly, guys, you cannot blame them for losing their minds as shouts echo everywhere. That right there is Isaac Joshua. The exhausted elder chases after him, begging this absolute madman to just stop. He begs Isaac to dodge that specific path. Too late. The boy steps right on a pressure plate and gets blasted by raw lightning. Still smoking, the elder warns that going further triggers even worse traps. Siri watches this in pure horror, screaming out to be saved. Siri frantically cries out. He curses Isaac for being a total maniac and dragging everyone right into this deadly mess. He wonders why Isaac had to break in and cause a massive scene. Not like it matters. He keeps running for his life anyway. Complaining and screaming does absolutely nothing here, especially since this deadly vault trial is literally designed to kill them all anyway. Siri desperately reaches out to drag him back. He yells that now they have to dodge deadly security traps meant for actual intruders. Approaching the giant doorway, Isaac gets thrilled. He finds the second archive gate right as the system announces another trap lighting up. The second trap activates right near the side entrance. Siri screams and begs Isaac not to go inside. Meanwhile, the summoned ghost giggles and praises its master. It explains that the mana Isaac absorbed earlier finally allowed it to level up. Isaac smirks, noting he can now work it to the bone. The phantom can only helplessly curse at its absolutely ruthless master. Isaac immediately orders the ghost to round everyone up. The spirit quickly flies off to get the job done. The phantom rushes straight toward a group of resting kids. It overhears them complaining about how unexpectedly brutal this whole trial really is. One kid sighs. Another stares off into the distance, wondering if this nightmare test is why saints become so incredibly powerful. He points right up at Siri. One guy asks if that is the loser kid, and his buddy confirms it. Classic side character envy kicks in. They get jealous, assuming his family secretly taught him how to fly. Suri just sighs heavily inside. He calls them absolute idiots. His family has literally zero connection to this mess. Turns out, the phantom is just dragging him by the collar. The poor kid is floating around completely out of control. The phantom swoops back and dumps Suri on the ground. It proudly reports to Isaac that the messenger boy is captured. Shooting him a death glare, the kid demands Isaac stop this total madness right now. He admits he has no clue how Isaac survived the first archive trial, but he warns that the next phases are completely different. One tiny mistake equals instant death. Suri urges him to face his fears, tread super carefully, and actually grow up. But Isaac gets annoyed by the endless lecturing and shuts him up with one solid punch. Isaac thinks the kid talks way too much. Ignoring the groans of pain, he demands to know what is inside the second vault. Still face down on the floor, Suri warns him once inside that room, they absolutely cannot attack a single enemy. Isaac is just completely baffled. He glares down, asking what kind of absolute nonsense that is. Why on earth should he hold back? But the terrified kid insists that doing nothing is the only way to survive. Just stand completely still. No matter what spawns, they have to wait 3 minutes until it vanishes. Suri begs him to listen, or they are both dead meat. Isaac just stares in silence, quietly judging the kid's massive cowardice. Trembling, the kid scrambles up. He warns that past candidates literally died horrible deaths just by ignoring this one super simple rule. Walking right over to the gate, Isaac smirks and places his hand flat against it. Not fighting sounds easy enough to him. Waiting 3 minutes is absolutely zero problem. Magic surges from his hand, and those massive doors groan open alongside a blaring system alert. Welcome to the floor of patience. Self-control is a virtue here, so keep a cold mind and stay completely unshakable. A bright beam of light flashes before Isaac. It announces that his patience will guide him forward. Meanwhile, bold footsteps echo through the massive chamber. Kina and his little gang of followers are making their way inside. One nervous kid asks if they are going to be okay since they trail at the very back. Kina just sneers with a scheming look. He says there is zero reason to walk a dangerous path. Not when those meat shields up ahead can clear the way first. He keeps explaining this to his followers. Did they forget a level 8 demon beast guards the second archive entrance? Surely those idiots ahead are going to get totally stuck there. Kina points forward like a know-it-all, and right on cue, a blinding light erupts. The sudden flash blinds his follower as Kina wickedly announces the trial has officially begun. That giant door slowly creaks open. A gentle voice echoes out, telling him not to get distracted, which deeply annoys Isaac. A beautifully sculpted face materializes in the light. It is a very handsome deity, gently delivering his divine message. He says their patience will guide them to the light, but before he finishes, Isaac loses his temper and obliterates him. Suri is completely horrified by this sudden random attack. He instantly recalls Isaac's earlier promise and totally panics. Suri literally wants to cry, screaming that Isaac has officially lost his mind right now. Isaac cracks his knuckles. He angrily asks how anyone is supposed to stay patient while looking at a god's face. The ghost chimes in. 3 seconds is plenty of time. Just then, a system alert rings out announcing their failure. The system states that punishment awaits those who cannot endure. Right on cue, a massive wooden hand appears and a beast emerges. It declares that divine punishment must rapidly descend. This leaves Suri trembling in absolute terror. Isaac calmly gathers his overwhelming power. He unleashes a devastating strike that threatens to shred the monster into tiny pieces, leaving Suri completely speechless again. The energy core right in the monster's chest gets instantly pulverized by Isaac. This allows Suri to finally witness the whole crazy scene. Get this, the sheer sight completely blows the kid's mind. He wonders what on earth just happened to that massive beast. It is completely reduced to a pile of kindling. Isaac is totally unimpressed, wondering if this level 8 beast was just a bad joke. He is so thoroughly annoyed that his expression completely tightens up. He recognizes this golem as the magic of his very own former subordinates, those actual devils. Specifically, the 14 elite spirits under the skeleton demon king. Meanwhile, the wooden debris of the shattered monster slowly begins to fade away. Did they really slave away for the Joshua family, or does this weird place hold some deeper connection to his original body? Eager for real answers, he takes a step forward. He is determined to investigate the truth for himself. Suri confusedly asks where he is going, but they get interrupted by a super loud, smug voice that catches both of their attention. The voice mocks that the Joshua kids actually turned out to be useful. A hand parts the nearby branches to reveal the speaker. A smug, red-haired kid steps out. He points directly at Isaac and Suri as if he knows absolutely everything. He boasts about knowing the Joshua family would find a way. He reveals himself as a devout cardinal of the 5 faiths and the Duke's 3rd son. Neezer smugly orders them around. He thanks them for doing the dirty work of defeating the trial gatekeeper on their behalf. He tells them to get out of the way so they can claim the second archive first. Meanwhile, the other kids start whispering. They quietly complain about how much trouble that brat caused. They warn Nicer that letting them walk ahead might trigger even more highly dangerous traps. Isaac calmly notes the remaining survivors. Neezer points his finger directly at Suri, claiming he never expected the Joshua family to use such underhanded tricks. Suri and Isaac are totally speechless. He demands to know if Suri is colluding with Isaac. The poor boy frantically shakes his head in sheer denial. Even though everyone completely ignores his cries, Suri desperately insists that he is absolutely not working with Isaac right now. They totally ignore him. Nizer stupidly assumes that Isaac must have bypassed all the deadly traps on his way here. He asks if they honestly believe Isaac did this alone. Then he spots the ring around Isaac's neck and smiles confidently. Calling it a cheat artifact, he instantly snatches the ring away, genuinely believing it holds some crazy secret power. He proudly shows the ring to the surrounding kids. He brags that they can now effortlessly bypass any trap lying ahead. Suri sighs at how completely wrong Nizer is. He keeps a worried eye on Isaac, desperately praying that he does not just lose his temper right here. Knowing Isaac never lets anyone steal from him, Suri watches. Neeser turns around and excitedly tells the Joshua boy to just stay behind. He boasts that he will be the very first person in history to successfully secure the remains of the skeleton demon king. Right as the proud third son of the Duke finishes his grand speech, he immediately steps right on a hidden floor trigger. A sudden brilliant flash of light illuminates his cocky face. It instantly turns his smug grin into sheer, utter confusion. A massive explosion erupts right beneath his feet. Nizer screams in terrible pain as the nearby kids totally panic about the sudden trap. Suri suddenly notices Isaac just staring with a smug, deeply satisfied face. The boy starts putting the pieces together. He used them as bait. Smoke slowly fills the archives, and Suri carries Isaac on his back, moving forward. Injured kids literally litter the floor. Heading to the second vault, Isaac just smiles with pure, unbothered satisfaction. Every single mine here is totally gone. Siri suddenly stops walking, leaving Isaac curious as he casually yanks the boy's hair. Why are those kids even following them? A black-haired boy watches in pure awe, guessing Isaac must possess some divine sense. Another kid chimes in betting he comes from the Saints family just to convince themselves. Nizer has been acting super weird lately anyway. That ring is probably just some cheap antique, someone else mutters. Exactly. The great Joshua family would never tolerate that kind of injustice. Floating nearby, a ghostly specter happily giggles at their absolute foolishness. It seems they finally recognize your true greatness, Master. Hearing this nonsense, Isaac just grits his teeth. He really does not need their petty validation. Meanwhile, Siri quietly begs him to run away before it gets too late. To Siri, this guy is way scarier than any actual demon. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupts the panic, catching Isaac completely off guard. If a true saint actually exists, I bet he would look exactly like you, a friendly blonde boy says, stepping up to introduce himself. It is an absolute honor to meet the youngest Joshua. He introduces himself as Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom. The other kids whisper about him, but Isaac hears every single word. That kingdom sits just east of the Holy Charlotte Alex Frickella Empire. Rumors say their prince is genuinely blessed by the heavens. Isaac immediately starts plotting. Realizing this prince could be super useful, Siri hesitantly breaks the silence. His voice snaps Isaac right back to reality, pointing out they finally arrived. Looking up, Siri notes that this is the third vault. Suddenly, two massive glowing circles flash with blinding light, welcoming the new candidates. A hooded winged angel announces its arrival, materializing right before them. This is the floor of memories. The guardian angels solemnly demand they prove their raw determination and courage. Hearing this dramatic challenge, the kids around them actually cheer in excitement. While Siri grows super anxious, the others just celebrate. They are so glad they decided to follow Isaac instead of Nizer. They brag about claiming the skeleton demon king and his corpse. But then the gatekeepers speak up again, calling this a very simple trial. Defeat us and claim your glory, the voices echo. The kids immediately assume they just have to fight. They prepare for an attack. Isaac just stares, highly suspicious. Realizing something key, a plan instantly forms in his head. Now watch how this guy turns everything into pure entertainment. He waves his hands dismissively at the other kids, leaving the entire group totally confused. Meanwhile, Siri seems to finally piece the puzzle together. Isaac is always right. Those creepy gatekeepers are definitely just lying. The boy realizes this, running through everything that happened. The first vault was about choice, which Isaac simply ignored. The second was all about composure, which he completely lacked. He was not calm at all. Snapping back to the present moment, Siri deduces that this third trial focuses on memory. That has to be the clue. They have to look back at exactly what happened inside those first two rooms. After thinking it through, Siri realizes they absolutely cannot attack. Meanwhile, Isaac just keeps waving his hands, babbling quietly to the group. He tells everyone to back off, confusing the other kids even more. Siri is totally shocked, wondering why Isaac chose the right path this time around. He wonders if, despite his wicked nature, the blood of the saint actually runs deep inside him. Maybe her saintly kindness is finally showing through. Siri really hopes so, holding onto Isaac's leg with a newfound sense of trust. He thinks he might have totally misjudged Isaac. But right as those sweet little thoughts cross his mind, Isaac strikes the gatekeeper. Siri actually thought Isaac would sacrifice himself for the group. Instead, Isaac just laughs like a complete maniac, leaving Siri frozen. Gripping its massive weapon, the angry gatekeeper growls that they chose wrong. It slashes straight toward the terrified children. The kids scream for help in sheer panic, desperately calling out for their mothers. Siri watches this nightmare unfold in absolute disbelief. He looks over at Isaac, completely terrified. While Siri is drowning in pure horror, Isaac just stands there wearing a totally sadistic smile. Siri calls him completely insane, but Isaac is just thrilled, loving the absolute chaos. The gatekeepers finally reveal their true monstrous faces. They mockingly taunt the kids, trusting strangers so easily makes them incredibly foolish candidates. Meanwhile, Isaac happily notes that they are actually just magical puppets. They are just cheap illusions made by the 14 spiritual beasts. Isaac excitedly commands the puppets, totally ignoring Siri's spiraling panic and despair. Show these naive kids how cruel reality can really be, he orders. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in hot flames. One kid shields his face desperately, shouting to figure out where they went. Another boy nearby just bursts into tears. They were right here, someone yells out, totally invisible. Isaac and Siri stand right behind them, quietly watching the panic. At this exact moment, Isaac sits smugly on Siri Joshua's shoulders, leaving the poor kid completely dumbfounded. Right behind them, Paris Julius watches the whole scene unfold with keen interest. All three are completely invisible, perfectly masked by a sixth-tier holy art. Siri Joshua suddenly realizes his uncle gave him this exact magic for emergencies. So this magic was saved for an absolute crisis, making right now the perfect time to drop it. Siri Joshua is just left standing there, utterly speechless. Right behind them, Paris Julius completely sees through the trick. He steps right up, actually offering thanks for tagging along inside that stealth spell. Isaac just pats Siri Joshua on the head, babbling in a cute baby voice to brush it off before casually tossing a magic ring to Julius. More adorable baby talk from Isaac, basically telling the guy to take it. Julius just stares down at the thing, completely confused. Honestly touched by the gesture, Julius asks if Isaac handed it over because he is still pretty unaccustomed to fighting those dangerous demons. Isaac just scratches his ear, playing totally clueless. Julius takes it anyway, offering up a super sincere thank you. He promises to never forget this sweet little kindness. But the second he holds it, a glowing red circle wraps right around the metal. Julius starts saying he will tell his father and gets completely cut off by his own blood-curdling scream. The ghost observer just chuckles at the chaos. It praises Isaac for being an absolutely brilliant master. Meanwhile, Isaac is laughing with pure, unhinged delight. Looks like that ultimate holy power belongs to our prince now. Siri Joshua watches this unfold, seriously wondering what kind of absolute monster his uncle actually dragged home. Nearby, the other kids yell to group up. They desperately ask if anyone can cast a protective holy barrier. Gathering their power, the oldest boy steps up to cast that barrier, telling everyone to hide behind him. But those gatekeepers strike hard with a nasty warning. Telling the enemy to accept their punishment, the kid raises his hand high. He signals that the time is now. Another child charges up his magic, screaming for the bad guys to watch out as he readies his big attack. But before launching that spell, he totally slips and falls flat on his face. His friend looks back in pure shock right as a magic ring suddenly floats up behind them. Terrified, the kid panics and asks what is happening, only to find himself completely paralyzed by that ring. The kid drops to his knees while the bewildered gatekeeper jumps up, scanning the area in total confusion. The ghost observer chuckles again. It wonders if someone else bought their little lies before reporting straight back to Isaac. The ghost confirms it. That ring just drained every drop of the children's holy power. Isaac points to the left, ordering the spirit to move out and head that way. The ghost obeys without question. It casually tells the drained kid not to feel too bad. The ghost floats off while the other children crowd their fallen friend, frantically shouting about what just happened. The gatekeeper just watches them, figuring they really shouldn't feel cheated. After all, the lying doll did its job perfectly. The enemy is neutralized, and passing out from drained mana beats getting physically crushed any day. As the ghost finishes slurping up all that holy energy, it reports back to Isaac that the job is almost done until a blinding gold and red light suddenly flashes. A terrifying figure steps out, completely blowing the ghost away. Now get a load of this, a sudden voice rings out, catching absolutely everyone off guard. It is Ken Berry, here specifically for Isaac. Isaac stares back with pure annoyance. He was honestly wondering where this guy had scurried off to. Meanwhile, down below, Siri Joshua is sweating bullets. He is totally shocked by Ken Berry's genius as the kid manifests massive wings. Giant eagle wings sprout from his back, leaving the onlookers in absolute awe of his summoned Holy Spirit. Raising his hand, Ken Berry admits that Isaac actually surprised him. He never expected anyone else around here could defeat real demons. Dispersing his Holy Spirit, Ken Berry demands to know if Isaac simply set up traps for the kids again, exactly like the first trial. But before Ken Berry can even finish that accusation, the other children loudly speak up to defend Isaac. They explain how Isaac took on the trial for them alongside another kid, adding that he even guided their way. He pointed out the right path like a tiny savior. Isaac just watches this unfold with pure amusement. Isaac thinks these kids have completely lost their minds. Right beside him, the ghost asks if this is what humans call submission. Ken Berry whips around with a look of pure disgust, demanding to know how they dare call Isaac a savior. He asks if they feel zero shame as saint candidates, relying so incredibly heavily on a literal toddler. Furious, the two kids fire right back, They point out that Ken Berry did absolutely nothing but hide while they braved the traps. The rest of the crowd joins the yelling. They shout that Isaac acts way more like a true saint than Ken Berry ever could. They accuse Ken Berry of dodging every single danger, threatening to snitch to their parents the second they escape this place. The complaints just keep rolling in as they credit Isaac for everything. They declare they will convince their families to back the Ashua clan. They shout that the Ashua family is the only real path forward. Isaac grins triumphantly, leaving Siri Joshua to just sigh at the absolute absurdity. Ken Berry warns the kids that this wicked little child is just totally exploiting them, but one boy points out they would be dead meat without him. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet starts shaking violently. Startled, everyone spins around to see a massive sphere rolling straight at their position. Violent tremors begin to shake the entire area. As they approach a large door, somebody wonders if this is the third archive entrance. Another guy nods, asking if this actually means they already successfully cleared the second trial. The rest of them nod right back. Suddenly, that giant sphere speaks up. It offers massive congratulations to the candidates for passing. It announces itself as the final guardian of this archive, then tells them to make their choice. This sends a nervous wave of whispers through the crowd. Kina stands there in absolute silence while the sphere presents options. They can either take their treasure and end the trial now, or face another brutal challenge for the third archive. Someone immediately chooses the second option. The sphere instantly drops a chilling warning: choose wisely. The sphere repeats the deal. Either walk away right now with the loot, or risk absolutely everything for the next challenge. To reach the third archive, they must accept a crazy high-stakes condition. Passing guarantees them the ultimate treasure of the third chamber. But if they fail, get this, the sphere makes it crystal clear they will die. The observer quickly warns Isaac, noting the absolutely immense mana flowing straight from that voice. He quiets down, already knowing the truth. It is a dragon, he realizes with a silent smirk. This means the threat of death is very real. Still, one of the kids insists on taking the trial. He argues they have come way too far to just turn back. Others quickly chime in. They agree that if they can lay their hands on that third archive treasure, they will practically become saints. This prompts the rest of the group to eagerly declare they want in on it too. Hearing their resolve, the sphere notes their willingness to face this trial despite the insane danger. It actually commends them while everyone watches in shock. Then it commands them to prepare for the trial. Addressing those hoping to become saints, the sphere suddenly explodes. It leaves them completely startled as its final echoing command repeats face the trial. While the others look incredibly uneasy, Isaac is wait for it actually buzzing with sheer excitement as that voice echoes once more. The voice claims this final trial is actually a total breeze. Right as this giant holy statue drops directly in front of the group, it commands everyone to praise their god. The whole squad just stands there, totally confused about why they need another giant statue. Is this dude actually what their deity looks like? Meanwhile, the glowing sphere keeps yelling at them to show proper reverence to their lord. It declares that only absolute faith unlocks the third treasure. This finally prompts one of the brave little kids to speak up. He asks if they seriously just have to kneel down and pray. But another candidate argues there is no way a trial is that easy. That would honestly just be way too simple. Isaac, meanwhile, is absolutely disgusted. He silently grits his teeth in pure irritation because there is zero chance he is kneeling for this jerk. Not after 5 long years of absolute harassment and a brutal final betrayal. Shaking off the awkwardness, one kid scratches his head and steps right up. He points out that this really should not be too hard. He figures all they gotta do is pray to their lord, dropping down on one knee to show everyone how it is done. He offers up loud praise to their supreme deity. He declares the guy worthy of all glory and honor, respectfully delivering his worship. The sphere praises his obedience and passes him instantly. The boy is absolutely thrilled with his super quick win. Seeing how incredibly easy that was, the others start whispering. They wonder if a simple prayer is truly all it takes. Isaac suddenly leaps down from Suri, totally startling the poor guy. Suri desperately calls out, urging his companion to just pray. But Isaac kicks him in pure annoyance, demanding to know why he would ever do something so stupid. Suri rolls around on the dirt, clutching his leg in total agony. Meanwhile, Isaac glares up at Canabary. The guy is just standing there calmly with clasped hands, pointing out they already learned proper prayer back at the Holy Cathedral. Canabary dramatically kneels down and raises both his hands. Sporting this radiant look, he lectures the crowd that this is the exact posture required to worship their supreme lord. Totally inspired by the show, the rest of the candidates eagerly follow suit. They all offer up prayers to their highest god. Seeing one boy hesitating and standing completely still, the sphere snaps at him. It asks if he wants to just give up and accept death. That prompts the terrified kid to quickly agree to pray. As the rest fall in line, the sphere suddenly notices Isaac just sitting there idly. This prompts Isaac to loudly grumble that he would have to be totally insane to kneel. The crowd turns to stare at him in absolute confusion. They question his lack of faith. whispering about whether the dark rumors regarding his family are actually true. They gossip about his family losing their faith. Someone quietly begs Isaac not to make a massive scene and ruin their reputation even more. After all, it is just a simple prayer. Canterbury smugly smiles, knowing perfectly well that every single detail is being recorded. Wait, is this kid seriously trashing his golden ticket to become a saint? Talent means basically nothing without a little faith, but Isaac just pouts with zero respect. Canterbury glares, totally regretting giving this annoying brat any attention. Meanwhile, the glowing orb pulses a warning. It clearly announces that disrespecting a kid from the Saint family is absolutely off limits. Isaac just throws up his hand, completely stubborn, shouting that he would literally rather die. He refuses to bow down to some dumb statue, daring it to end him until his own body suddenly freezes up. Invisible magic shoves him right to his knees while the statue threatens total destruction. Yelling for it to back off, Isaac angrily flares his holy power. He is completely ready to smash this stone guy. His ghost buddy begs him to chill out, warning him it is way too dangerous. Isaac just flexes his fist and screams for it to die. Suddenly, the voice just praises him. Excellent. Isaac drops his fist, standing there super confused. The orb casually announces the little baby passed and can enter the third archive, leaving Canterbury completely stunned. Pointing a shaking finger at Isaac, he furiously demands an explanation. They were told to show faith, and this little punk has not even prayed yet. He passed anyway? Honestly, that makes zero sense. Isaac looks pretty puzzled while the orb explains that only this baby deserves a pass, because he actually showed real faith. Pivoting back to the so-called genius, the voice asks if he is really that dense. They bowed to a giant rock, not God. That reality check leaves everyone totally floored. Their holy faith was literally just bowing to a fake idol, a cheap copy of their boss. Siri Joshua watches in serious deep thought, getting that even if it looks like the Lord, it is just empty stone. All the candidates start whispering, realizing they walked straight into a trap and got played hard, which is just absurd. But the statue matches the sacred paintings perfectly. Another guy speaks up, loudly reminding them the scriptures actually ban worshipping physical idols. The voice cuts in, telling them to just look at Isaac staring down death. The toddler refused to bow to a fake image and held on to his real faith. So only this kid earned the third archive ticket, while his ghost buddy snickers quietly. Canterbury shoots up in a total blind rage. He tells the voice to shut up because he absolutely refuses to accept this garbage. Stepping up, he argues the baby cannot even talk, so proving his real intentions is impossible. He claims the kid definitely did not stand his ground for faith. And honestly, the ghost whispers that the angry guy kind of has a point. Canterbury keeps ranting out loud. If this little baby really has such hardcore holy faith, then where exactly is his sacred holy mark? That brutal question leaves Isaac totally silent, completely unable to answer. Hearing this, everyone else starts gossiping, wondering how a saint candidate could lack the mark. Canterbury flashes a super smug smile, looking at Isaac and thinking this kid is cooked. He is literally the only one here lacking a mark. Time to pack up and go home, because a person like that cannot be a saint. But then that weird voice echoes through the whole room. It asks why a candidate even needs a holy mark, casually reminding everyone the kid is still literally a baby. That comeback leaves Canterbury completely speechless. Then the massive statue suddenly shifts its posture, making him yell out in shock. This makes absolutely zero sense. Wait, can this giant rock actually move on its own? The Guardian insists it speaks the truth, but Canterbury stubbornly refuses to quit, demanding they get to go inside too. He argues that if an unmarked baby gets in, they definitely should. Especially since they actually hold the real holy mark. The rest chime in, bragging that their marks prove they are the actual chosen ones. The voice answers back super quietly. It tells them those little marks do not make them special at all, asking if they seriously think they are superior. They all nod along, boldly declaring they still want to hit the third archive. Now watch this backfire. The voice stays dead quiet before deciding there is no other option. It actually agrees to let everyone in, totally shocking the group, though Canterbury just smiles, pumped they won. Siri Joshua watches in pure disbelief, wondering why the Guardian folded so fast. But the voice is not finished. It warns them that if they really want to fly into the fire like stupid bugs, they are free to try. Leaving them standing there confused, the statue slowly melts away, cracking open the massive doors. A completely suffocating darkness pours out like toxic gas, instantly choking their lungs. Asking if they feel that heavy air, the voice warns this is the Skeleton King and his dark mana, straight up mocking these fools for not knowing their place. The divine voice coldly declares it was fully ready to spare anyone who could not handle the dark mana. The kids completely collapse, desperately gasping for air. They cough violently, totally unable to handle the pressure. But Isaac? He lets out this massive, triumphant laugh, completely thrilled to finally spot his old skeleton demon king body. His original form is sitting right there. He wipes away actual drool, his eyes totally losing any remaining trace of normal humanity. Driven by pure hunger, He just stares at those massive waves of overflowing dark mana. A seriously savage grin stretches right across his face. The other kids definitely feel that terrifying energy too, but they just stare at him in absolute shock. They actually whisper in awe, calling him a child of true faith with the face of a brave warrior. But that awe quickly turns to pure horror. They catch those unfocused, glazed eyes and wonder what kind of kid could look so terrifying. Right then, the glowing golden crystal ball speaks up. A heavy divine voice echoes out, reminding everyone it is not too late. Heavy pressure bears down as the voice tells anyone who cannot face death with a smile to just turn back. It offers a pretty generous deal. Give up right now, and you can grab one single treasure from the second vault. Suri just stares at that swirling black energy, totally frozen in fear. There is simply no way to cross that wild ocean of dark mana. And honestly, the other kids feel the exact same dread. Trembling and crying on the cold floor, they desperately beg each other to stay back. They genuinely think they are going to die, whispering that taking a second vault treasure is the only smart move here. Suddenly, a calm step shatters the silence. Watch this guy closely. Kinaberry stands tall, boldly declaring he has absolutely no use for the second vault. He actually demands they head straight into the third vault, even asking to activate every single trap hidden inside it. The terrified kids immediately call him a complete lunatic in their heads. Meanwhile, the crystal ball seems pretty intrigued by this nonsense. When asked if he is serious, Kinaberry gestures confidently, bragging that no historical saint has ever pulled this off. Not even the legendary Saint Melissa could retrieve the skeleton demon king body, prompting some real praise from the crystal ball. It clearly notes his deep knowledge of the third vault. But the kid remains incredibly confident that Saint Melissa would never just leave them helpless. He raises his hand, asserting there simply must be hidden safeguards put in place to keep them from dying. Driven by supreme confidence, he declares he has absolutely zero interest in securing a completely effortless victory. Instead, he demands the third vault be restored to its original deadly state to prove his worth. This way, he can finally surpass the legendary saint herself. Isaac just watches closely. He judges the kid silently, totally believing he has lost his mind. The crystal ball actually grants the request, agreeing to unleash the full danger. It glows intensely, releasing a massive wave of golden light totally mixed with dark energy. This sudden wild shift forces the defensive kids to brace themselves. The real test to find the true saint has officially begun. One weeping kid shoves Kinaberry forward, yelling to go in alone. But something unexpected happens. The dark energy surges forward, tightly wrapping around everyone and lifting them straight into the air to force their participation. Desperately kicking their legs, the kids scream in loud protest as the magic effortlessly sweeps them all away. Instantly teleported into a completely different chamber, the terrified kids badly struggle to catch their breath. They totally collapse onto the floor while Isaac scopes out the room with intense excitement. Right in the middle of this utter chaos, his floating ghost companion spots something and frantically points. The spirit urges its master to look toward a distant pedestal holding a dark skeletal hand. And yeah, that bone arm is literally overflowing with dark energy. The spirit rejoices at finding a missing piece of its master. Isaac clenches his fists in pure joy, a completely terrifying grin spreading from ear to ear. He praises his new vessel for absorbing the massive amounts of energy locked away within this third vault. The other kids just tremble before the dark energy, suddenly realizing this is the actual corpse of the skeleton demon king. They desperately wonder how a single hand can emit such terrifying magic. Isaac just smirks cunningly to himself. And here is the punchline, folks, staring hungrily. He knows it is not even a full hand, just his old thumb. Only that tiny piece remains totally genuine, while the rest of the hand on the display is just a fake replica made of stone. Yet that single finger generates an overwhelmingly immense wave of magical power that completely dominates the entire room. Suddenly, a wild bull monster leaps super high into the air, its deafening roar echoing through the whole chamber. Two kids grab their heads in sheer terror, screaming out that demon beasts were not supposed to appear after the second trial. Normally that is very true, but Kinaberry had just confidently demanded the ultimate challenge. So you asked to lift all safety measures, Isaac mutters, glancing at the giant beast. A sudden wave of familiarity hits him. But wait, the monster lands furiously, openly cursing at the little insects below as its massive arms spread wide. That beast flexes every muscle in pure rage. Meanwhile, some terrified kid points straight at Kinaberry and screams, "How dare you steal a child's body? This is entirely your fault," they shriek, crying about who is taking responsibility for this mess. But our guy Kinaberry? Oh, he stays incredibly confident. He casually waves off all the panic. Stepping right up, he tells the group to relax and trust him for a safe escape. Plus, they are totally leaving with some sweet treasure, he thinks. That classic smug smile spreads as he calculates his next big move. In his mind, those 14 elite familiars trained by the Skeleton King are nothing but a bunch of completely absolute chumps. Packing top-tier holy items straight from the papal family, Berry stands tall, total, absolute confidence right there. Right in front of this raging meathead of a beast, he casually preps a holy spell to counter. Already convinced the loot is his eyes flash with this deadly, predatory intensity. We are talking full hunting eagle vibes, carrying the majestic authority of a literal god of justice. And wildly enough, that righteous pressure makes the demon hesitate. But Isaac? He just sits there casually picking his ear, while the other kids stare in wide-eyed shock. They instantly recognize the papal family's holy light. Honestly, this brilliant display of power surprises even Berry himself. He internally cheers that this crazy plan actually works, preparing his next move. He is just about to claim victory when a sudden voice cuts through the air. A cold shiver of pure terror shoots straight down Keena's spine. Turning completely ghost pale, he realizes the beast is totally unharmed. Honestly, it looks way more enraged and ridiculously powerful than before. Glaring at him with absolute pure hatred, the monster roars out a fierce challenge. It is fully ready to tear him apart. How dare anyone touch the physical vessel of their king? It practically screams. But hold that thought, we cut right outside the massive artifact vault entrance. Out there, the snooty family reps pace around. They are anxiously wondering what on earth is happening, since all magical comms just abruptly died. Suddenly, some panicked messenger rushes in screaming a report. They are all in insanely deep trouble, because the demon seal in the third vault was just breached. Hearing this spicy news, the two Joshua siblings freeze in total shock. Simon Edward gasps out a terrifying question, but all he gets back is dead silence. Is it really Riley Joshua, one of the 14 elite familiars? His mind races to find a reason for this madness. How could this even happen? Because if that beast is actually one of the 14 familiars, everyone inside is completely doomed. Pure panic spreads. The big shot reps scramble for answers, demanding to know what happened to the supposedly powerful elders sent in as supervisors. Nobody expected a bunch of kids to face a nightmare like this. The outer elders hesitantly explained they were just trying to disable the vault traps, but then they simply vanished into thin air. That means the children's lives are seriously on the line, and heavy waves of dread wash over the whole crowd. How could mere kids ever survive a freakish monster like that? They cry out, demanding to halt the trial. But then, the massive gate behind them suddenly begins to glow. The surrounding members look on in utter confusion. They are forced to shield their eyes as blinding white light just pours out of the gateway. Riley Joshua opens his eyes in pure, absolute astonishment. He realizes the sealed artifact vault is actually opening up. The intense radiance grows by the second, completely engulfing the outside area while everyone just gasps in utter confusion. Seriously, what on earth is this blinding light? They shout out in total panic, frantically warning each other to back away from the entrance. They are terrified dark mana might flood out, but wait a second. Someone points a visibly trembling hand toward the brilliant portal. Realizing something crazy, an elder mutters in total disbelief. They cannot feel any demonic presence at all. Could that beast have actually been defeated? Standing nearby, Berry flashes this sinister, proud smile. He actually thinks his kid Keena successfully pulled this off. As wild whispers spread through the crowd, they wonder if the demon guarding the Skeleton King's remains was truly just defeated by a child. Meanwhile, Simon Edward definitely senses something is off. He fearfully calls out, biting his lip as his face completely darkens. The crowd just keeps gossiping, totally convinced that Berry must be the big hero of the day. As expected of the papal family, the onlookers praise. They immediately start crowding around Berry with cheesy congratulatory smiles. They congratulate the cardinal, praising this as a totally fitting achievement for the absolute strongest candidate to become the next saint. Oh, he completely soaks in that praise. Gloating over Keena's success, he looks toward the gate before his gaze suddenly turns incredibly cold and sharp. The cardinal glances right over at Riley Joshua with a vicious, mocking smile. His mind is just overflowing with smug contempt. This is exactly what you get for foolishly trying to oppose the supreme authority of the papal family, he thinks. Now that they have officially secured the Skeleton King's vessel, those annoying little nobles will have absolutely no choice but to bow down. His wicked grin just widens as he plots his next big move to strip away their noble status. But then, a loud shout suddenly echoes. Both Riley Joshua and Berry turn to look, feeling completely opposite emotions. Someone shouts out the kids are finally coming out. Riley Joshua is practically chewing his lip off, sweating bullets as he silently prays for Isaac and Siri Joshua to make it out alive. He locks eyes on a tiny silhouette stepping out of the glowing portal. The whole crowd holds their breath, hoping these kids actually survived. Talk about an emotional roller coaster. The kids stumble out completely safe, bawling their eyes out as they crash right into their family's arms. Watching this unfold, Riley Joshua lets out a massive sigh of relief. Sure, some have minor scratches, but the one specific kid he needs is definitely missing. He anxiously edges closer to the gate. The whole squad that went into the third archive is still totally missing in action. Pure panic sets in. Did they run into some horrible disaster? But then a sudden loud shout makes everyone jump. Someone yells that the final group is here. These poor kids stumble out looking like absolute zombies, totally drained and dragging their feet. They pathetically limp forward. Parents immediately spot their kids, crying out names like Peter and Siri Joshua in bittersweet relief. A frantic dad runs over, asking if Peter is okay. Little Siri Joshua safely reunites with his totally terrified dad at last. Father and son share a massive tearful hug, with the dad frantically checking the poor kid for any hidden damage. Meanwhile, Riley Joshua is just standing there frozen in pure dread. Everyone else got their kids back, but his beloved nephew is totally gone. He is officially drowning in panic. Did Isaac really not make it? But then the cardinal stomps forward, calling out for his own kid. He glares at Kina, who is literally shaking. Dad is definitely not giving out warm hugs. It is a cold demand for results. Harry asks where the trophy is, glaring intensely right at his son's empty hands. He asks where the Skeleton King's corpse is. Kina stammers, absolutely terrified of failing those brutal expectations, only to get a furious scolding. He barks out why bring back such a totally useless piece of junk. Suddenly, a massive, brilliant light flashes up high. A portal rips open, blasting out a fierce glow that forces everyone to blindly shield their eyes. Someone points straight up, screaming for everyone to look. Just floating there is this insanely majestic wolf, sporting silky golden fur and radiating pure divine energy. And clutched incredibly gently in its jaws is a tiny baby. The crowd gasps, staring in absolute shock. But hold up as they look closer. They notice something weird. The wolf is holding a kid who is just grinning like an absolute menace. The crowd starts screaming, "Wait, is that baby Isaac?" The golden wolf slowly touches down, while Riley, Joshua, and Ashley sprint forward in total disbelief. They frantically check the baby, but Ashley completely freezes when she recognizes the beast. She calls out, "Hold on a second, Lord Riley Joshua." She gasps loudly that Golden Wolf is actually the sacred dragon guardian of the ancient ruins. Hearing her figure it out, little baby Isaac cheerfully claps his hands to applaud her big brain moment. Yep, she nailed it. This massive beast rocking a heavy holy aura is straight up a young dragon, literally tasked with guarding the ancient ruins. Sure, it looks exactly like a giant dog, but that insane energy rolling off its body is 100% pure divine dragon. Riley Joshua is just standing there speechless. This legendary beast shares a super deep ancient bond with their clan. Its presence is the ultimate flex of nobility. But as he edges closer to his nephew, he suddenly hears this bizarre slurping sound. What in the world is that noise? Turns out little Isaac is just casually chilling, happily chewing right on the Skeleton King's bony thumb like it is candy. Oh, you have got to see this. The crowd finally realizes what it is and shrieks in pure horror, frantically rubbing their eyes. Nope, no mistake here. That crazy baby is literally using the legendary Skeleton King's skull as a teething toy. An elder woman completely loses it, clutching her head and screaming that he absolutely cannot put that terrifying monster bone in his mouth. Meanwhile, a male elder is pumping his fist in absolute hype, cheering that the kid actually brought back the boss monster's remains. Then a cold voice snaps out, making white-haired Kina shiver in pure terror as the cardinal kicks off his grim interrogation. Glaring down with a totally terrifying stare, Harry demands to know if his son seriously handed the Skeleton King's corpse to a baby. Kina is too petrified to speak. He just stammers as his father's intense hawk-like eyes pierce right through him. Harry just sneers, claiming it wasn't a smart move, but rather some saintly mercy to save their host's super fragile honor. Hearing this completely blatant mockery, the angry elders immediately start barking back, roasting the cardinal for his absolutely shameless arrogance. They shout, "What nonsense are you spouting?" This little baby successfully claimed the Skeleton King's corpse himself. Meanwhile, baby Isaac is just making silly faces at everyone, posing playfully with the cheekiest grin ever. The arrogant Harry keeps calling everyone complete fools, but his son Kina just stands there in silent shock, haunted by the terrifying reality of what actually went down. He vividly remembers casting his ultimate holy spell, only to watch that little demon shatter it like cheap glass. Why is her magic totally useless right now? The demon glares down at Kina with absolute rage, looking ready to swallow her whole. "You filthy insects," it roars out. A crushing wave of bloodlust sends the kids collapsing in pure terror. The beast charges forward, screaming at them to die while everyone scatters in absolute panic. Kina stands completely frozen as the monster lunges at her, right before a massive blinding explosion hits. But when Kina opens her eyes, she sees a glowing shield surrounding them. A last-second save. Staring at the shimmering blue barrier, she wonders who could possibly pull off such crazy power. Then she looks at the newborn baby radiating massive energy. Little Isaac furiously steps up to protect them. The demons instantly recognize something super familiar about this noble child. The nameless demon loses its mind with anger, screaming out and calling them nothing but filthy, corrupt priests. "How dare you covet the remains of the great skeleton demon king?" the beast yells out. It lunges to punch Isaac again, screaming for him to die. But the baby is totally ready. He charges energy in his tiny fist and shouts, "You absolute fool." A green explosion erupts as a child's angry voice echoes, "Do you seriously not recognize your own master?" The voice booms loud and clear while the stunned onlookers snap back to reality, staring at this completely unbelievable sight. They marvel in total awe, but their heads are spinning with confusion. Surely a holy dragon would never lie to them, right? This means the Joshua baby actually brought it here. And honestly, that makes you wonder, what on earth was Kina doing this entire time? Riley Joshua steps forward, gesturing wildly with pure disbelief as he warns everyone that the dragon is way too dangerous. The 14 spiritual beasts are not monsters ordinary kids can handle. So why on earth did you release their seals? Utterly confused, the holy dragon asks what they mean by 14 spiritual beasts, right as angry accusations start flying everywhere. The other kids who were actually there step forward, glaring daggers directly at Kina. They eagerly testify that she was the one who demanded the release. Still shaking with fear, they explain how Kina actually ordered the dragon to activate every single trap. Inside Vault 3, she forced us all to go and put our lives in serious danger. Furious glares immediately shift toward Hira, Barry, and his kid. Outraged parents start screaming, asking if their own children almost died because of him. How could a member of the Pope's own family do something so incredibly reckless? Especially when only little Isaac beating the demons actually saved them. With tragedy barely avoided, they ruthlessly turn their anger back toward the cardinal. Then they turn to admire the heroic baby, fueling the cardinal's rage. Everyone wonders if this means the Joshua heir officially won. Now all the praise goes straight to the Joshua household, completely outshining the Pope's family. Riley Joshua must be thrilled. Even if the boy cannot officially become a saint, his sheer raw power is absolutely undeniable. Rumors of the Joshua family's epic return are totally true, making his uncle incredibly proud. He silently praises Isaac's incredible work, while greedy elders suddenly swoop in to sweet-talk the baby. "Spit that bone out," they plead, claiming it is way too dangerous. But to their absolute shock, Isaac casually rejects them, leaving everyone wondering how a baby got so strong. Leaning back smugly against the dragon, Isaac happily crosses his little arms, feeling his magic completely restored. He wonders if surviving the crazy ordeal allowed him to absorb all that wild energy. An elder approaches from afar with a super joyful smile. She heavily praises Isaac's incredible feat, saying the matriarch must be absolutely thrilled. Riley Joshua just awkwardly agrees with her extremely calculated enthusiasm. A wicked smirk creeps onto the elder's face. She secretly plans to exploit the baby's immense power to hunt down the Demon King. She boasts that they can finally trace the skeleton Demon King's soul using tracking magic. The listening baby just pouts in silent annoyance. Isaac thinks back to his grandmother and suddenly realizes something huge. This must be the exact reason everyone wanted his original body. Reaching out with super greedy hands, the elders creepily demand that Isaac hand over the relic. Their voices drip with dark obsession as they beg him to track the skeleton Demon King and tear him apart. It sends a shudder of pure disgust down Isaac's spine. The elder literally treats him like a prize. They eagerly declare they can finally settle their century-old grudge if he cooperates. "Hand it over to end our 150-year feud," they demand. But just wait for it. The holy dragon suddenly bows down, and little Isaac simply swallows the Demon King's finger whole. The elders completely panic. He even points at his little mouth to boldly mock them. They are left completely speechless as he and his wolf companions soar straight into the sky. Dismissing them as total lunatics, he leaves behind the desperate screams of elders shouting his name. Meanwhile, back in the Grand White Palace, tense chatter fills the wide halls. An anxious elder asks if they have finally found the relic. The female elder replies that she highly doubts it is here. The others loudly sigh in despair, wondering why it still has not appeared. Isaac sits nearby, gritting his teeth. He silently mocks them to keep searching all day long, knowing they will never find a single thing. Even so, those crazy recent events back at the relic vault continue bothering him. He recalls his fierce attack clashing with the demon. In full baby talk, he remembers demanding how this demon could possibly fail to recognize his own master. His relentless strikes had forced the demon to recognize that familiar mana. The beast finally realized exactly who stood before it. Isaac was completely stunned by the sudden realization. The giant creature immediately knelt down to pledge its unwavering loyalty to him. It talked about how its entire world shattered upon hearing of his tragic death, yet it always believed deep down that its master would return. The Demon King's voice fades to a desperate whisper as his massive body slowly dissolves. He desperately reaches out to serve his master, Isaac, but the guy is already completely pinned down by the Holy Spirit. Isaac angrily demands the demon speak up before dying. There is just way too much left to ask him right now. Back in reality, Isaac quietly deduces his captors belong to the Pope's powerful clan. But watch this, a hand suddenly offers him a baby bottle mid-thought, leaving our tiny genius completely puzzled. It turns out Riley Joshua is loudly shouting at him to go poop. The ghost beside them absolutely bursts into hysterical laughter. He even demands the maids bring a much stronger laxative. Meanwhile, the ghost just keeps laughing right in Isaac's face. Isaac is absolutely furious. He swears to flip this whole damn house upside down very soon. Anxious and biting his nails, the elder warns that the matriarch will slaughter everyone if she finds out. She could literally rip the poor boy's guts right out. But Riley Joshua urges the panicking old man to just stay calm. Totally unable to chill, he shivers and bites his nails. He recalls how she once dissected her very own child. He tries reasoning that Isaac is still her grandson. But Isaac internally reacts in utter disbelief. Wait, she killed her own son? The ghost helplessly mentions Melissa went on a pilgrimage with the matriarch. Isaac calmly agrees. Knowing that trip takes time, he plans to absorb all the mana and escape before Melissa ever returns. Just as Isaac is secretly gloating, Gold Joshua suddenly bursts through the door with an announcement. This totally puzzles Riley. Gold Joshua tells Riley that the matriarch is actually calling for him right now. Isaac just gasps in utter shock. Violet nervously asks if their mom is already home. She never ever gets back from a pilgrimage this early. Isaac tightly clenches his fists. He wonders if they came back early just for him. He grabs his chest, still packed with raw mana. Since he hasn't fully absorbed it yet, the kid knows he is completely screwed. Knowing Melissa's downright evil nature, she would probably disembowel him just to say hello. He stands there, totally paralyzed with sheer dread. Oh, but get a load of this. Everyone is totally blinded by glittering gold and insane treasures, wondering if it's really all for Isaac. Riley sighs in absolute relief. He totally thought the terrifying matriarch herself had arrived. Gold Joshua just chuckles and asks if he's scared. He teases that she only sent a message, claiming she'd return with the family head. He clearly states he never said she actually arrived. This drives Isaac absolutely insane, cursing the annoying jerk in his head. The Blue Knights commander steps up and respectfully presents the gifts. He notes the Pope even sent some loot. One elder calmly suggests selling it off, making another snort, while the sweating commander begs them to stay quiet. He whispers that the Pope's envoys are waiting right nearby and might actually hear them. Suddenly, a figure steps forward. Speaking in a completely deadpan tone, they announce the Emperor's keen interest, showing off the gifts prepped by the papal forces. These offerings from the Pope's representatives serve as a massive apology and a thank you to the whole clan. Smiling so calmly, the envoy, Joshua, notices the clan doesn't look too thrilled with the Pope's shiny gifts. Opening a gift box, he promises they will absolutely love this one. Brilliant light explodes from inside as he claims the cardinal sent it to help Isaac, making the elder gasp in instant recognition. A shiny flower-shaped medal is revealed. The utterly shocked elder screams out that it's the Triple Crown. Showing literally zero interest, Isaac asks his ghost buddy what it is, and the spirit disgustedly calls it a papal medal. It's a completely vile object bearing the Pope's seal, while the elder skeptically questions if it really came from him. Everyone finds that pretty hard to swallow, but the envoy raises his voice to snap Riley's attention back. He speaks way too casually, completely shocking Riley by handing it right over to Isaac. Meanwhile, a jealous boy grumbles nearby. Riley just stares in total confusion, asking if the Pope really ordered this crazy medal to go straight to him. The envoy confirms it with a super sly smirk. He states he was strictly ordered to hand-deliver it. Riley Joshua glares in pure anger. The elder reaches for the envoy, loudly demanding why they are bypassing Isaac. He furiously asks if they are completely insane for handing Isaac's rightful medal to another relative. The angry elder points out that giving this specific medal to someone else carries a super dark hidden message. It basically implies that the original recipient of the shiny medal is already dead, shocking both Isaac and the ghost. The envoy just slaps on a super friendly face, begging them not to misread the Pope's supposedly pure intentions. He claims it is just protocol because little Isaac is so young, but the older man is absolutely furious. He roars out in pure blind rage. Do those church fools not know sunflowers literally mean the recipient is dead? Meanwhile, little Isaac just smiles quietly. Classic. Looks like that Pope really wants him 6 feet under. The Pope is completely out of his mind. A female elder totally loses her cool, screaming that his whole family is utterly vile. They are totally mocking the family curse. Unbelievable. Gold Joshua desperately jumps in, begging the elders to stop. They cannot afford to act so rashly. The furious elder snaps right back. Do you seriously think we can just chill? But Gold Joshua keeps defending them. He whines that being openly hostile to the Pope will get blown out of proportion and completely ruin the Joshua family. Gold Joshua forces a painfully awkward smile, plotting silently. He thinks this pathetic outrage is completely beneath them. Surely the cardinal caused this mess. Trash. Even though he married in, he still thinks they are incredibly vulgar. He thinks of the Pope with serious smugness. This is terrible news for Riley, meaning the brat can no longer do a single thing. Gold Joshua whips around and barks at them. Just stop. He tells Riley to accept the dumb thing and say thank you. Riley tries to object, but Gold Joshua quickly cuts him right off. There is absolutely no reason to get this angry. Isaac sighs heavily and raises his little hand. This nonsense is absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, the messenger spots the metal box. Wait. He stares in total confusion at the intense blue flame burning right inside it. Moments later, that holy fire completely engulfs his hands. The guy screams in pure agony and chunks the box away. The flames hover in midair. Get ready for the wildest reaction. Everyone recognizes the holy fire, completely baffled by who summoned it. Meanwhile, the trembling lackey clutches his burnt hands, muttering about the metal. The entire room turns around in complete disbelief. They stare at the flames flickering directly on young Isaac's tiny hand. Everyone shouts in shock while the boy just smiles smugly. The panicked church messenger screams right at Isaac, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing with that kind of magic. How dare a kid desecrate a gift from the Holy Father? He yells out, "Is this an open rebellion against the papacy?" The elders step up, looking totally ready for a brawl. Do we really look like we planned this? It was just a child. Why get so worked up over a toddler who cannot even receive a stupid medal? Riley Joshua picks up the scorched metal and smirks. What a pity. Since this happened before officially accepting it, they will just pretend it never arrived. The stunned messenger can only gasp out loud, "Are you seriously saying that right now?" Riley's tone gets incredibly heavy and menacing. That chilling warning leaves the church lackey completely pale. Riley holds the burnt metal high, coldly asking if he must obey their silly whims. Should he accept a sacred metal that a mere infant easily melted? The female elder smugly presses her advantage, totally mocking the guy. Oh my, did the metal actually melt? Realizing he is completely outmatched, the panicked messenger quickly throws in the towel. He begs for it back, claiming he brought the wrong item. Mistake. Blue flame violently erupts from Isaac's hands. It instantly engulfs the messenger's entire body in searing heat. The guy screams in absolute pain. Seeing this glorious chaos, the female elder affectionately pinches Isaac's cheek with a warm chuckle. She calls Isaac a playful rascal. Meanwhile, the boy fumes silently, "Let me go before I set your butts on fire." The terrified church messenger scrambles to his feet. He runs away crying in fear, cursing those Joshua bastards at the top of his lungs. The ecstatic elders lift the boy high in the air. They cheer, looking at him with immense pride. Well done, Isaac. It feels like venting years of bottled-up frustration. One elder happily commands them to toss that trashy metal away. Another elder sheds tears of pure joy, smiling widely as he makes a wish. He wishes the late matriarch could have seen that lapdog's face. They just keep laughing and praising this epic victory. They praise Riley for using the holy fire at that perfect moment. Honestly, an absolute masterstroke of a plan to save them all. While Riley stands there completely clueless, the elder approaches with a huge smirk. "Kid, stop playing dumb. We know you cast that spell." Riley just scratches his cheek, totally confused. He asks them, "Wait, did you guys not cast that spell?" Silence. A heavy silence drops over the room. Everyone just stares blankly at one another. They bicker back and forth, trying to make sense of the situation. Did Riley really cast the magic back in the vault? Riley swears he only cast an invisibility spell, but Isaac somehow executed a high-level flash step. Can that baby actually use it? The truth clicks. You can practically see their brains breaking. They stare at the baby in shock, while Isaac just nonchalantly scratches his ear. Could that insane burst of divine magic really have come from this toddler? Oh, wait. It totally has to be that legendary spell book the little guy snatched earlier. That secret manual is a literal mythic-grade cheat code, letting anyone just instantly spam a legendary technique without breaking a sweat. Isaac fondly remembers waddling into that room. His eyes lit up and his mouth watered, scheming like an absolute menace. Snagging it from the vault was a massive brain play. Sure, he is way weaker than his old skeleton Demon King days, but this thing is completely busted. Meanwhile, the poor elders are just whispering in total disbelief, brains basically short-circuiting right now. Did Isaac's mom cast a holy spell on him? Nope, she did not even have a fire attribute. Her element was literally the exact opposite of that. Their jaw-dropped faces make one thing clear: this kid's talent totally breaks the normal genius scale. It is like writing a masterpiece before learning the alphabet. Even Melissa Joshua, their widely praised supreme genius, had to learn basics before casting holy magic. Seeing this hype train escalate makes poor little Isaac go completely pale. Yeah, that sounds like way too much pressure, but the wild surprises are just getting started. Only Ashley connects the dots and immediately speaks up. Is it not even more insane that this baby somehow shattered the Pope's holy blessing? The two elders realize she is completely right. Eyes sparkling with praise, they frantically order someone to bring out the medal for proof. They need to verify this right this second, and Riley Joshua scrambles to obey. Looking down at an empty box on the table, he admits it is missing, making the furious elders absolutely blow their tops. He points a finger, demanding a double check. but Gold Joshua casually steps forward from the back, scratching his arm. He calmly explains he threw the thing away, recalling when that angry elder explicitly ordered him to trash it. They literally told him to toss that annoying metal. As everyone stares in absolute shock, Gold Joshua quickly defends his actions. He points out they literally ordered him to do it, but the furious elder snaps back. He still should not have actually done it. They immediately order a massive search party to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua looks shady, secretly reevaluating young Isaac's bizarre power. That paper metal was supposed to resist any fire, and obviously, our guy Gold Joshua did not actually throw away a priceless treasure. It is sitting safely inside his pocket. He knows he has to keep this little stunt completely hidden from the family patriarch. He smiles like a villain. Without any hard evidence, it is all just a rumor anyway. Cut to a peaceful river. A few days later, at the Joshua family's western branch, the big boss stands tall, his grand cloak dramatically fluttering in the wind. Eli Joshua stands with crossed arms, staring fiercely ahead before barking orders at his men to prepare. Marching toward the mansion, his men shout out that they understand, but suddenly, a super weird sensation washes over the powerful patriarch. Eli Joshua snaps his head back, looking deeply concerned. We cut back over to the grand mansion where our little troublemaker Isaac lives. The elders anxiously watch the toddler after he casually chugs down dozens of milk bottles, totally wondering what is happening. With his tiny belly completely stuffed, they whisper in confusion. Why has the Demon King's physical body not shown up yet? Isaac just rubs his stomach in pure satisfaction, mentally thanking them for the great meal, while those desperate elders basically collapse in utter defeat. They just forced 300 bottles of laxatives and 500 ex-inven fruits from the Julius Kingdom down his tiny throat. Hearing them complain only makes Isaac happier. He greedily thinks about how absolutely delicious those super rare fruits tasted. He remembers hearing they can actually strengthen a person's bond with divine beasts. Smiling like a total creep, he knows a divine beast is a highly efficient combat partner. There is zero downside to boosting his connection with massive creatures that could carry him in a fight. They are essential tools if he ever wants to crush the Pope and the gods. He falls into deep, quiet thought. The Joshua family absolutely must have their own guardian beast. But suddenly, his little face pales. He senses something massive approaching. Outside, a colossal flying whale soars through the sky, diving down and crashing massive waves everywhere. This horned whale is actually the legendary guardian beast of the whole family. It is Terran Bloom, and Isaac can feel its terrifying, heavy presence getting closer. It puts Isaac on maximum alert, while the clueless elders just keep whispering, wondering if they should head to the banquet first. Suddenly, the doors slam wide open. Eli Joshua strides inside, a ridiculous, powerful aura radiating from him with every single step. The elders immediately bow down in deep respect, shouting out formal greetings to the mighty patriarch. Little Isaac stares up at the radiating man. He quickly realizes if this guy is the Grand Patriarch, this absolute unit is his grandfather. He rubs his chin, thinking he actually has a pretty good feeling about this whole encounter. While Isaac flashes this creepy little grin, Riley Joshua suddenly dives in front of the kid, begging for mercy. He pleads with his father for more time, shouting that slicing the boy open solves absolutely nothing. But our boy Isaac stays totally calm. He tells himself not to sweat it. The patriarch would not actually carve him up, right? Well, Eli raises his hand, points a cold finger, and literally orders them to burn the kid. Riley screams in pure heartbreak. Meanwhile, Isaac just stands there, totally frozen like lightning just struck him. His smug confidence completely shattered. Riley frantically waves his arms to stop his dad, while Isaac panics, wondering if his survival streak is already dead. Why on earth do these people want to set him on fire? This entire family is absolutely unhinged. Nearby, his only real ally, Riley desperately argues the boy is way too young for a bonfire, while Isaac just grits his teeth in silence. What the heck is his uncle implying that they can just roast him later? Riley begs the patriarch to rethink this. But Gold Joshua instantly steps up, yelling that he completely agrees with the fiery verdict. He even calls it too good of a reward, which just fuels Isaac's pure rage. Seriously, since when is burning alive a prize? Amidst the chaos, the crazy truth drops burning. Isaac is the only way to extract the skeleton demon king. Through the blessing of the sacred flame, the kid will actually grow even stronger. That logic just leaves Isaac totally baffled. A blessing? Meanwhile, Riley panic talks, begging his dad for just a little more time. Bent on causing maximum damage, Gold Joshua suggests a brutal backup plan: just carve the boy right open. Terrified of his nephew suffering, Riley nervously stammers out a plea. He begs them to drown Isaac instead of burning him. Hearing this supposedly brilliant idea, Isaac silently curses them all. He genuinely wishes this entire foolish family would drop dead, but Gold Joshua immediately objects, raising his voice to shut that nonsense down. The Esu, temple, fire, and water are top secret, holy artifacts meant only for the Sanctus. Wasting them on a useless kid is strictly forbidden. Hearing him call the boy useless, Riley snaps back hard. He demands to know how his own brother could be so utterly cruel. Isaac watches Gold Joshua closely, figuring that if his awful uncle hates it, the idea must actually be golden. The patriarch silently watches his two sons aggressively squabble back and forth right in front of him. Gold Joshua loudly argues that his own son Suri truly deserves the blessing. He boldly claims Suri was the one who defeated the demon. Riley gasps, asking what kind of total nonsense he is spewing. Isaac defeated the monster, and even the holy dragon literally confirmed it. The shouting match only gets louder. Gold Joshua scoffs, claiming the mighty holy dragon obviously made a huge mistake. How could a baby who cannot even walk take down a demon? Riley angrily warns his brother to stop being ridiculous. Refusing to back down, the brothers keep shouting at each other. Besides, Isaac melted the Pope's special metal by unleashing his holy fire. Is he seriously going to deny that too, when everyone literally watched it happen with their very own eyes? Gold Joshua accuses them of teaming up with the elders to fake that holy fire. Who knows what really happened? Totally confident in his little scheme, Gold Joshua folds his arms. Since the baby destroyed that crucial metal, there is absolutely zero evidence left. But check this out. Eli completely derails the argument by calmly holding up a very familiar-looking metal. He asks if they happen to mean this exact metal, a deeply sacred object carrying an incredibly special meaning. The Pope's personal blessing literally turns any object into a holy artifact. Staring right at the golden item in his grandfather's hand, Isaac is completely stunned. Even as the dreaded skeleton demon king, he could never have melted that tough metal so easily. How is this even possible? He wonders if he was just born way stronger in this lifetime. Riley gasps in pure shock, asking his father how he found it. The patriarch calmly replies that he simply found it on the road. Apparently, it was just chilling at the bottom of Lake Elisa. Riley beams with pride, telling his father the boy has a flame strong enough to melt the Pope's very symbol. Hearing this, a confident smirk instantly creeps onto Isaac's face. He grins smugly, realizing they can now easily prove the Joshua family actually completely outranks the mighty Pope. Riley eagerly points out the kid can even withstand the scorching flames of the skeleton demon king. A nearby elder rapidly nods along, his face practically glowing with sheer excitement. He confidently tells the patriarch that this baby is absolutely destined to become a legendary skeleton demon king hunter. Gold Joshua aggressively cuts in, questioning if there haven't already been plenty of commoners injured by this tricky monster who stayed hidden until recently. The patriarch solemnly nods, confirming it without a single doubt. Here is the ultimate kicker if ignored. The skeleton demon king will rise again. Hearing this, Isaac freezes in utter shock. Right at that exact second, the observer's sarcastic ghost pops up right beside Isaac. He jokes that past or present, fakes claiming to be Isaac are still running totally wild. The ghost asks his master who these phonies even are, but honestly, neither actually cares much. Let them draw all the heat, it is way better for us, and the young master nods at that logic. Just then, Riley Joshua's furious voice booms across the hall, shouting that this is not some brand new problem. He yells at his father to remember 75 years ago when the Skeleton King targeted their noble family with a curse. Isaac freezes up completely, cold sweat dropping down his cheek as he lets out a stunned gasp. Riley Joshua grits his teeth in pure fury, recalling how that monster swore to totally wipe out the saint's bloodline. Thinking about that nasty curse makes his blood absolutely boil, but the observer's ghost just chuckles at the rant. He points out that Isaac died 155 years ago, so a 75-year-old curse wasn't him. A bloodline hex? So this is why they keep babbling about him dying young. But honestly, get a load of this kid. Isaac quickly shrugs the whole thing off without a single care. Besides, a basic curse from some low-tier D is absolute child's play for a guy like he quietly plans to crush the hex using high-tier mana, making that demonic magic completely useless against his physical body. Meanwhile, an elder explains that while this curse doesn't actually kill them off, it severely caps their physical growth. Another elder chimes in, adding that many spend their whole lives suffering stunted development or terrible performance issues. They cannot even grow one strand of hair. Now Isaac's blood is boiling, vowing to slaughter that fake monster, but the ghost mockingly warns that baldness is hereditary, earning a lethal glare and cracking knuckles. Isaac reminds his ghost that the family head and Gold Joshua have plenty of hair, completely brushing off the stupid threat. Suddenly, Eli Joshua steps in closer. He questions the whole curse thing while staring intensely down at the tiny kid. Checking out those crimson eyes, Eli assumes the boy is totally cursed, leaving Isaac insanely confused by the random leap. Eli turns away with a heavy sigh, declaring that fire and water magic just aren't enough, getting Isaac pretty worried now. Then Eli Joshua boldly announces he will bestow a Holy Spirit onto the kid, leaving the entire Elder Council completely floored. Isaac can't hide his shock either. A Holy Spirit? His mind instantly starts racing. These legendary entities can only be scored through a crazy rare blessing, and he absolutely needs one to reach his ultimate transcend state. We mean a level of absolute power where even the gods themselves could never touch him. The kid can barely contain his massive excitement, knowing this epic gift is exactly the missing piece he needs. With it, he will transcend and smash those arrogant gods. But Gold Joshua instantly protests the grandfather's wild decision. The annoying uncle argues that this prize is way too generous, desperately trying to block his father from handing it over. He claims massive rewards like that should only go to members who bring actual serious glory to the family name. He points out the tiny kid has done absolutely nothing, arguing that melting some simple metal is hardly an epic feat. In fact, it was just a blatant slap in the face to the Pope, and the church definitely won't let it slide. Isaac mentally curses his annoying uncle again, while Eli scowls in deep, heavy irritation at his son's endless whining. Eli aggressively demands to know what Gold Joshua actually did when the heretics dropped that insulting package right on their doorstep. The patriarch furiously barks that those heretics dared to openly humiliate their noble family right inside their own grand mansion. Yet Gold Joshua actually escorted them back safely and is now actively defending them. That sudden realization leaves the uncle trembling in pure terror. Eli roars, demanding to know what Gold Joshua has ever achieved in life besides bullying his own helpless little nephew. Watch this granddaddy flex right here. With a lethal glare, Eli snaps that even wild beasts protect their own, yet his son sabotages a child. He asks if Gold Joshua completely forgot that their entire family was founded on the one core principle of defending the weak. Eli angrily screams that this fragile kid should have been nurtured, yet he was the only one who actually restored their family honor. That alone is the ultimate proof of bringing immense glory and respect right back to the grand Joshua name. Without another second of hesitation, Eli makes his final ruling and orders everyone to gather up at the main mansion. He loudly declares he will officially bless Isaac, and just like that, a few peaceful days quickly roll right on by. Soft golden sunlight washes over the castle grounds, but that pretty, quiet exterior totally hides a tense and brewing storm indoors. Stepping right inside the room, an anxious Riley Joshua demands to know if their father is planning to give Isaac even more. What exactly do you mean, father? Riley throws out a cold question. But Eli Joshua fires right back, asking if he seriously does not grasp the cost of tossing the boy into fire or water just to force that skeleton demon king out. Eli points out the obvious. The kid would suffer massive injuries, since the temple's sacred fire and water pack some seriously heavy anti-demon power. So if they go that route, the boy would never learn a single exorcism ritual. That reality check completely wrecks Riley's confident expression. Wait, does that mean the kid could never rise above a level 5 priest? Eli simply nods. The boy would actually peak at level 4. He quickly whips out 3 glowing spiritual energy spheres. Isaac gets to choose fire, water, or Holy Spirit. Honestly, that is plenty for a basic test. Watching all this go down, Gold Joshua silently gloats. This is exactly the absolute train wreck he wanted. He knew his dad would not just hand the Holy Spirit to some brat. Eli holds the 3 glowing spheres right up to Isaac, urging the kid to pick one. Standing nearby, Riley Joshua clenches both fists, sweating bullets. Fire, water, and Holy Spirit energy. Riley silently panics, desperately begging Isaac to grab the white sphere. He stares at the glowing orbs, praying the kid guesses right. But suddenly Isaac snatches up the red sphere. He narrows his eyes, carefully inspecting the weird object sitting in his palm. Gold Joshua nudges Riley with this incredibly obnoxious smirk, telling his brother not to get his hopes up too high. But before Gold Joshua can even finish his snarky little sentence, a blinding golden light absolutely erupts, instantly shutting him up. Right at that exact second, tiny cracks spiderweb across the red sphere before it totally shatters. All that sealed spiritual energy instantly bursts free, unleashing this violently wild magic tornado into the air. Blazing golden flames completely engulf the room, dragging shocked gasps and terrified screams right out of the crowd. They panic, wondering if that is the temple fire as a mysterious silhouette materializes inside the blaze. Riley just stands there frozen. His eyes go wide, fully grasping the absolute insanity happening right now. His voice totally catches in his throat. A Holy Spirit has actually been summoned. Sala instantly unleashes a wave of violent attacks, sending the terrified crowd scrambling for their lives. Gold Joshua totally panics, screaming at his dad what is going on and why was a Holy Spirit packed in that sphere. Eli Joshua calmly tells Gold to stop freaking out. Dropping his voice, the old man points out he never actually claimed there was only one Holy Spirit. He explains how the Joshua family roots always lie in water, but a kid who can casually summon a flame this powerful is something else entirely. A flame completely hot enough to melt the Pope's own gold. His gaze darkens, finally revealing he hit a trap inside this exact test. But the boy actually chose right. Eli Joshua freely admits that even for a guy like him, this wild outcome blew way past his expectations. Instantly, the summoned spirit absolutely loses her mind. Sala grits her teeth, screaming at Eli if he has lost his mind. Glaring with pure, murderous hatred, she demands to know how he dared summon a royal class being like her to the mortal realm. Her crimson eyes burn with furious rage as her hair whips wildly through the air. She stands there, totally swallowed by a roaring sea of fire. Seconds later, massive fireballs erupt everywhere, dropping this terrifying, suffocating pressure over the whole room. The floor violently shakes, forcing those panicked elders to scream for defensive holy barriers. Gold Joshua is absolutely terrified. He loudly demands if his dad seriously summoned a royal spirit just to burn their entire estate down. In response, Eli simply raises his hand, pointing forward. He calmly states he was not the guy who pulled this off. His finger points straight at Isaac, who is just standing alone in the raging flames. The kid is the one who summoned her. Eli gets this super satisfied smile curling on his lips as he casually watches the boy. A weird, rare spark of pride actually shines in his eyes. He genuinely wonders if this crazy kid plans to turn the whole estate into his personal grave. Meanwhile, Salah just keeps ramping up her power. She blasts out waves of insane heat that basically threaten to swallow everything in sight. Isaac grimaces hard. He honestly only meant to use a tiny bit of holy power to grab a basic mid-tier spirit. How on earth did he accidentally rip a royal class from the heavens instead? The observer ghost sighs, seriously wondering what the heck his master is made of. He remembers wondering earlier what kind of absolutely insane creature the kid could summon if he actually put his back into it. But the wild scene unfolding right there simply leaves Isaac completely speechless. He gasps in shock, taking one hard look at the raging Holy Spirit. It is the legendary anti-demon flame. The observer ghost happily cheers, loudly noting this is the exact flame that converts pure mana straight into holy power. The ghost does excited laps above Isaac, yelling how incredibly useful this spirit will be. Isaac is totally stunned, but that quick hype instantly turns into pure dread. How in the world is he supposed to make her submit? Isaac violently grits his teeth, desperately scrambling for a way out of this ridiculous mess. Besides, all royal-class holy spirits linked directly to the heavens, keeping his distance is an absolute must right now. Those damn gods. Nodding right along, the observer ghost agrees. After all, these high-level spirits share a seriously deep bond with the gods themselves. But right then, a panicked voice screams out in absolute terror. A trembling guy points at Salak, begging the master to chase her away. He claims the gods themselves totally abandoned that crazy spirit. Riley Joshua just rubs his chin, thinking it over. He figures if people hated him just for his hair color, he would ditch the gods too. Honestly, the whole thing is completely absurd. Hearing they hate anyone with black hair leaves Isaac absolutely stunned. The ridiculous truth finally clicks into place. So that explains why they tossed this Holy Spirit aside. Getting angrier by the second, she immediately starts blasting waves of devastating fire. Her voice drops with pure rage. She tells the pathetic humans to shut up, locking her blazing eyes straight onto Riley. She demands to know what on earth he was thinking actually daring to summon her with a submission ritual. But despite her massive fury, Riley Joshua just stands there with folded arms. He casually drops the bomb that he definitely did not summon her. She screams back that this is absolute nonsense, accusing him of abusing his family head power. He simply shrugs and points behind him. Salak reflexively looks over, and the second she spots the tiny baby, her blazing rage completely freezes. But 1 second later, her fiery aura erupts even harder. She calls him completely insane for sacrificing a child to summon her. His reply stays super calm, insisting he would never do that. But Salak snaps right back, saying even if his whole family collapsed, they should never sink to such dirty tactics. She loudly demands to know what on earth they did to this poor newborn baby. But Isaac just gives her a completely blank stare, making her freeze up. She wonders what is wrong with this kid. Isaac stays completely unbothered by the screaming. Only one thought runs through his tiny head. She is ridiculously strong and totally hates the gods. He realizes he absolutely has to catch her to act as his personal mana filter. Just as the strange power in Salak's hands flares up again, she decides she wants to test this crazy situation herself. She wants to see if a baby really summoned her. If he actually pulled off a submission ritual, the kid should easily survive this strike. A fireball surges toward Isaac like a speeding bullet, making Riley Joshua scream out his name. Meanwhile, Salak coldly declares that this is better anyway. She claims ending the kid quickly is just pure mercy. But 1 second later, she gasps aloud in absolute genuine shock. Riley Joshua asks if she finally believes him now, proudly pointing out that this tiny baby is the real mastermind. He glares straight at her, giving a harsh ultimatum to submit or face immediate punishment. Salak simply grits her teeth, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. Salak smirks arrogantly. She asks if they honestly think a high-class spirit like her cares about silly punishments. Plus, this actually works out perfectly since she is already trapped in this realm anyway. She proudly vows to burn this pathetic family to ashes and forcefully claim her total freedom, pointing her finger straight ahead. She commands them to watch their territory burn. But get this, she is completely oblivious to the massive spectral mouth opening right behind her, ready to snap shut. Half her body gets swallowed whole. She violently struggles, wildly yelling at the absolutely crazy kid. Panicking, Riley Joshua rushes over and yells at Isaac not to eat that, do not swallow her. That hilarious warning leaves Salak frozen in dread. Salak grits her teeth, screaming to know if they have all completely lost their minds. She demands to know how they could raise a demonic child like this, swearing bloody revenge. She dramatically declares a temporary retreat. But as her spiritual power suddenly flares up, Isaac just watches her closely. The baby immediately realizes she is trying to teleport away. But despite her smug parting words, literally nothing happens. With everything staying completely normal, everyone turns to look at Isaac, while his spectral ghost covers its mouth to hide a mocking laugh. Salak just freezes in utter disbelief, totally unable to comprehend her failed magic. Suddenly, weird magical beams of light tightly wrap around her. The light actively drains her power. She frantically struggles against the dark mana, prompting Riley Joshua to immediately throw up a proud thumbs up. Looking incredibly proud, the old man notes how the little guy swallowed the Skeleton King's thumb. Salak practically fumes with rage, demanding what on earth they feed this baby, while Isaac secretly gloats. Divine spirits are the absolute purest beings in the entire Holy Realm. They practically embody holy power itself, which ironically makes them ridiculously vulnerable to dark mana. Soon enough, her face turns deathly pale. She covers her mouth in absolute horror, cursing out loud that she is rapidly losing all her strength. Feeling terribly nauseous, Salak falls into absolute despair, desperately begging them to make it stop. Riley Joshua just casually scratches his ear. He acts completely deaf to her crying pleas. He casually remarks that the Skeleton King's dark power is just way too massive, so they literally cannot get any closer. She violently glares back, fully knowing that just mentioning the Skeleton King usually drives spirits into a wild frenzy. Yet here this grandpa is, talking absolute nonsense before casually sitting back down with a highly enticing offer. He offers a deal if she stays by his grandson's side to completely purify the dark mana of the Skeleton King, then he will kindly send her back. This leaves Salak literally shaking with rage as she loudly demands if he even knows who she is. Eli just waves a hand, telling her to sit tight and get eaten if she wants. Her eye completely twitches in sheer frustration. Her face goes totally dark. She fumes that lunatics like them are exactly why she hates humans. If they were not Tessa direct descendants, she would have cut ties ages ago. Hissing through her teeth, she decides that since things have come down to this, she will use this kid to crush those complete fools. Isaac is still clinging on to her for dear life. He spins her around, demanding to know exactly what fools she means until she completely breaks under his annoying pressure. Gritting her teeth, she demands 4 whole days with the kid. Still acting tough, she insists that is plenty of time to handle things, leaving the old man pouting about how totally boring that is. Eli Joshua stands to leave. He orders his guards to open the Eastern Mansion gates and bring both inside. Nobody gets in until the purification is completely done. Riley Joshua is left completely dumbfounded, just staring at the patriarch. Super confused, Riley asks about the mansion, but his father just glares and coldly cuts him off. Eli declares he is entirely done listening, right as Isaac yanks the spirit from his mouth with a sly grin. Here is the crazy part that Eastern Mansion sits right beside the annex, the ultimate vault of Manacores. Over at the Joshua family Eastern Mansion, brilliant golden sunlight casts a beautiful glow on all its absolute grandeur. Then a massive explosion completely shatters the peace, sending a violent shockwave ripping right through the entire grand estate. The servants barely even blink at the chaos. One just casually wonders if Isaac caused another random blast today. Someone else bets it is the Skeleton King going rogue, while others think the patriarch has finally given up on the kid entirely. Curiously, they guess the next successor might be Master Gold Joshua from the Pope Holy Bloodline. Or maybe his older brother, since their viable options are seriously starting to narrow down. Rumor says Isaac got cursed and tossed from the succession line, though a few still doubt those crazy stories. Wondering if Isaac really is cursed, the gossipy servants start whispering back and forth, sharing all the juicy details. They mention a maid went to check on him yesterday and ran out screaming in absolute terror. Another chimes in, adding that the poor maid claimed Isaac looked exactly like a bald old man. A maid gasps in surprise, asking if he was supposed to be some hideous monster or a creepy skeleton instead. Reflecting on everything, they note he has been locked up with that divine spirit for 4 whole days now. Back at the Eastern Mansion, a blood-curdling scream suddenly shatters the peaceful silence of the estate. 2 terrified maids burst out of a room, sprinting and screaming like they just witnessed an actual living nightmare. Right amidst the chaos, Ashley calmly walks up to the door, grabs the handle, and gently turns it. The heavy door creaks open. Ashley softly calls out for Isaac, frowning slightly when she gets absolute silence in return. Looking deeply concerned, she peers into the quiet room and asks if he is okay. Isaac completely ignores her, just sitting there quietly munching on some candy as she enters. He finally pauses and looks right up. Ashley completely freezes at the sight of the tiny boy. She wonders how powerful the curse must be for him to stay so small, but he just scoffs at her. In reality, Isaac is actually actively trying to suppress his growth. His mind is racing with a highly calculated strategy. Dark power gets absorbed most efficiently during infancy, especially when harnessing precious innate abilities, stuff you can only obtain at birth. Meanwhile, Salak stretches her muscles after a long sleep, loudly complaining that her whole body is incredibly sore. Her maid gently asks if she slept well while Salak wipes away some drool. Then she angrily snaps, swearing she will completely purify that massive pile of mana today. Salak points directly at the kid. She explains she purified almost everything yesterday, but immediately felt a weird, strange energy radiating from him all over again. Her face instantly goes sour as she demands to know why the brat's mana has somehow managed to shoot up yet again. Lunging forward, she grabs Isaac by the collar, furiously yelling at the little monster to reveal how much he actually consumed. She completely demands to know how much Skeleton King he devoured, since 15 whole years of purification has not dropped his mana at all. In fact, it keeps increasing every single time she wakes up. He just smiles innocently, secretly laughing to himself. That is because for 15 years, he sneaked out every single night to absorb mana cores in the annex, leaving his ghostly watcher grinning. The spirit cheers excitedly, totally amazed that there could possibly be so many hidden mana cores tucked inside the annex. It calls him master, absolutely hyped that a job meant to take 45 years is already wrapped up. Crushing it in 15 years? Totally insane. Meanwhile, Salak rubs her forehead in pure frustration, sighing hard at this never-ending chore. Isaac just breathes a quiet sigh of relief. He is so glad this brutal daily grind of farming mana is finally over. With a determined glare, he figures that while teaching himself limits his textbook smarts, he still somehow mastered level 6 holy magic entirely solo. Out of nowhere, Ashley chimes in, telling the young master the Holy See is ready to make a move. Isaac just frowns, completely lost. Her next sentence totally throws him off, bringing up the Skeleton Demon King and his 14 elite loyal goons. Ashley flashes a gentle smile, casually mentioning they will all be executed. That means they can finally purify the Demon King's leftover mana. Hearing this, Isaac freezes up in pure panic, desperate to yell stop but completely speechless. Only baby babbles escape his lips while his brain screams that these people are completely out of their minds. He still has so many questions for those demons, and yet here they are planning an execution. She stays completely clueless about his internal freakout. Instead, she happily offers him candy, telling the stressed-out young master to enjoy a treat and just chill. He grabs his head in sheer frustration. Isaac tries desperately to cook up a plan to crush that wretched imposter once and for all. Right then, a huge belly laugh echoes from out in the hall, praising Suri for pulling off such an epic job. Outside the mansion, Hugo Joshua takes a casual stroll with his kid, his voice just oozing with massive fatherly pride. He praises the boy for skipping grades and becoming the absolute youngest ordained priest ever before, suddenly remembering something else. Hugo Joshua asks if the rumors are legit, is the princess really showing up to the grand ordination ceremony? Eating up his dad's praise, Suri Joshua cannot hide his hype. He calls it an unbelievably massive honor. He brags that graduating top of the class scored him the ultra-prestigious gig of acting as her personal bodyguard. Smugly adding that being his father's son makes winning totally effortless, he gets a loud, booming laugh from the older man. He chuckles at his kid's huge ego, teasing him about being so modest while claiming he is growing up just like his old man. Right in the middle of hyping up his son's giant brain, he is completely shocked the boy beside him just vanishes. Just poof, gone without a trace, leaving a bewildered Hugo Joshua shouting his name into thin air. Get this, Suri gets dragged off by an unseen force, yanked into another dimension while screaming his lungs out in terror. Before he can even process this madness, Suri Joshua faceplants hard onto the floor right as a freezing voice calls out. Isaac glares down at the fallen kid with ice in his eyes, demanding to know if he has some twisted death wish. With zero warmth, he blasts the kid for making up total garbage every time he talks, asking if he seriously thinks life just stops after graduation day. Suri Joshua finally looks up. In his head, he is already cursing out this total psycho. Isaac strictly reminds him that his brutal The boy quickly defends himself, arguing he grinded out of his mind for that top rank only to get a stare of absolute disgust. Isaac mocks his garbage skills, saying that top rank was totally impossible on his own. Suri is forced to admit it is true. Ignoring that sour face, Isaac starts calculating his next move, realizing he really needs to prep for his own ordination ceremony. After all, you cannot even cast the highest tier holy arts until you are officially an ordained priest. Leaping nimbly right out of his baby crib, he bluntly tells Suri he is going to need his help with a little project. Suri Joshua winces in pure annoyance, already dreading whatever new chore is dropping. But he instantly freezes solid under the scary glare of Isaac's glowing red eyes. He flips his attitude real fast, politely asking how he can help, but greedy Isaac just demands he cough up everything: quiz, contest, prize, money, and even his regular allowances. Suri Joshua just stares in total disbelief, mouth twitching. He is burning up with pure rage on the inside, but he totally swallows it down. Honestly, this baby is nothing short of an absolute devil. Giving up, Suri sucks up and massages Isaac's shoulders. Then he casually asks what is the deal with the Skeleton King's minions getting executed. Isaac shoots him a quick sideways glance. Suri explains that after that massive mess down at the Sacred Relics Archive, things really shifted. Those monsters completely stopped taking orders, basically just waiting around to get dusted. So the higher-ups decided to just wipe them out entirely. Isaac raises an eyebrow, questioning if that is actually true. He goes totally quiet, muttering that he absolutely has to secure it before the year ends. Suri raises an eyebrow, asking what he even wants. But Isaac's answer makes it seriously hard for Suri to not laugh out loud. The priest's ordination? Suri sneers, pointing out Isaac has not even started the academy yet. A sharp slap echoes out. Isaac squints with a wicked smile, daring Siri to say that again. Siri Joshua instantly falls in line. He taps his fingers together, nervously stumbling through a backup plan. He explains a special recommendation system. As luck would have it, the academy professors are right in town. Just secure a letter, pass the exam, and the priesthood is yours. Isaac actually sighs in sheer amazement. It sounds like the absolute perfect setup for some shady backroom deals. Siri quickly adds a catch. You have to pull off a massive feat to prove your noble character. His voice trails off, pointing out that Isaac's personality is total trash. The observing ghost silently agrees, praising Siri for seeing right through him. Siri clarifies saving a life is mandatory. Naturally, rescuing someone with high status gets you a way better recommendation. But what are the odds of some VIP conveniently falling into mortal danger just for a rescue? Isaac crosses his arms, frowning hard. He only has one single month to make this happen. Rubbing his chin, he asks if the princess will be at the ceremony. Siri stutters, confirming she will definitely be there. A totally devious grin spreads right across Isaac's face. Oh man, you just know he is scheming something absolutely wild. Meanwhile, over at the Joshua State Training Grounds, Eli Joshua stands by the gates under a perfectly clear sky. He shoos the two visitors away, stating Isaac will not visit the capital, but they refuse to quit. Bella argues this year is different. The young master must attend the National Founding Festival. This is the exact year Saint candidates get ordained as priests. Eli Joshua stays quiet, carefully weighing every word. She points out that for 15 years, other candidates racked up legendary achievements, but Isaac did absolutely nothing. Young Master Isaac never even showed his face. The man chimes in excitedly, recalling Isaac's spectacular skills instead. He brings up the legendary archive incident 15 years ago, eager to see how much the young master has grown. Isaac lives in the Eastern Estate just like the Holy Maidens, and he wants to see that progress firsthand. Bella throws out every argument to sway the Duke. As an academy instructor, teaching Isaac is her ultimate dream. Plus, this event holds a massive double meaning. The ceremony lines up with the princess's birthday, meaning the Pope himself will personally oversee everything. His gaze drops in thought. The Pope's sudden involvement instantly grabs Eli Joshua's undivided attention. The Pope will bestow the hero title, sparking some very deep thought. Gaining that hero title provides an insane boost to raw power. It is an incredible perk. Still, Eli Joshua objects Isaac is far too young, but Bella immediately fires back. With talent like his, age means nothing. Seeing their desperate looks, his head really begins to throb. After some heavy thought, Eli Joshua finally gives in and reluctantly accepts their persistent requests. He sets one strict condition, warning them to take full responsibility. Meanwhile, back at the Eastern Mansion, Isaac plots his next move, totally unaware of the trouble gathering outside. Smoke and flames rise nearby while a mysterious nobleman watches the scene from afar. James narrows his eyes, confirming the spot. He still cannot believe what just happened. Even the Pope could only summon a Spirit King once. Yet this crazy kid pulled it off effortlessly. Taming such a powerful divine spirit of exorcism is basically unheard of. Endless questions flood James's mind. That black-haired fire spirit is definitely a guardian of the heavens. A truly rare, terrifyingly holy existence. Knowing his wicked nature blocks him from becoming a Spirit King. A cruel smirk crawls onto his face. The Pope and his family obsess over rare spirits, and they will lose their minds when they see this. If he steals this holy spirit and offers it up, a massive reward is totally guaranteed. Vivid images of glowing Holy Spirit stones dance inside James's twisted mind. He looks down at the item resting right inside his palm. Luckily, he prepared a special tool just to neutralize holy mana. A purely malicious glint flashes in James's eyes. If he suppresses the brat's holy mana, the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana will run wild. That chaos will let him sneak away with the spirit. Deep inside the quiet mansion, Siri Joshua's voice echoes down the hallway. Pointing at the room, Bella cannot hide her hype. They get to finally meet the young master at long last. The man beside her nods along. Stepping into the room, she spots the tiny figure in the crib and lets out a massive gasp. Oh wow, young Isaac. Her partner completely agrees. It is just like everyone said. He looks completely unchanged from 15 years ago. Catching the noise, Isaac turns his head and flashes a massive, incredibly bright smile. That incredibly adorable little face instantly melts both of their hearts. Bella dramatically clutches her chest, completely overwhelmed by his absolute cuteness. Bella leaps up in pure excitement, shouting that they absolutely must take him to the academy right away. Meanwhile, James just stares in total silence. This little fox actually dares to charm everyone here. He decides to use all his power to make the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana go totally berserk. His hands suddenly reach right out to grab Isaac. He pulls the boy into his arms, secretly releasing his spiritual energy. He silently commands that hidden power to go absolutely wild. Yet, seconds slowly tick by, and everything stays completely normal. Isaac just pokes his head out of the guy's arms, blinking with pure, unbothered innocence. James freezes in utter shock. How is absolutely nothing happening? He definitely released more than enough holy mana to destabilize the dark energy and force it entirely out of control. Silac quickly figures out his sinister little plan, instantly flying into an absolute rage. She points right at Isaac and yells out, "Hey, you annoying brat, what exactly are you waiting for? Just take out this damn priest already. Why on earth did you release so much of that holy mana?" Seeing her completely flare up, though, James is absolutely thrilled. He quickly reaches right into his pocket. Here it is, the royal grade Holy Spirit. This is his big chance. He pulls out a specially prepared handkerchief. James smiles so warmly, totally pretending to gently wipe the young master's face. He mutters some nonsense about the weather being too hot, but the second that cloth touches Isaac, the boy senses something very off. Recognizing that weird scent, a single drop of cold sweat rolls down his cheek as he just glares at the scheming priest. Right at that exact moment, Silac suddenly clutches her throat. She gasps desperately for air, acting like she is being totally suffocated. The guy completely panics, shouting out to ask what is suddenly wrong with the Holy Spirit. But in the very next second, a genuinely terrifying surge of energy erupts right out of Silac's body. She looks completely possessed, veins bulging wildly all over her pale skin. Her once beautiful face twists into a truly terrifying expression. James just widens his eyes in pure horror. That Skeleton Demon King's dark mana is going completely wild now. Bella turns pale, screaming that this is way too dangerous. James seizes the perfect opportunity to pull out a black Holy Spirit stone. He plans to quietly sneak this unstable energy right out. He crushes it without a single second of hesitation. Honestly, he is absolutely thrilled with his own perfect timing. James quickly unleashes his soul-severing strike skill. A totally brilliant golden light bursts forward, ripping right through the heavy air. Carrying a terrifying aura, the attack surges directly towards Silac. Those golden flames rapidly swallow her whole body, but then something completely unexpected happens. The golden flames suddenly rebound with unbelievable speed. Before James can even process what is happening, he gets completely engulfed in a raging sea of fire. As his terrified screams echo through the room, Isaac just watches with a subtle smirk. Did he really think it would be that easy? Nope. Right then, the massive commotion alerts everyone waiting outside. Riley and Joshua practically burst through the door with Ashley right behind them, frantically calling for their young master. Isaac silently glances down at his newly acquired item, his eyes showing a real touch of satisfaction. Yeah, this should definitely be enough. Absolutely perfect. Now there are plenty of witnesses standing around. Isaac slowly closes his eyes and begins channeling his deep inner power. He carefully regulates the massive energy currently flowing into his tiny body, sensing the immense power radiating heavily through the air. Every single person in the room stands completely frozen. Joshua wonders in sheer amazement if young Isaac is actually absorbing that wild mana. Bella is equally shocked, realizing the kid is actively calming the wild energy. As time slowly ticks away, the surging power around him actually begins to settle down. Right at that exact moment, Isaac suddenly snaps his glowing eyes wide open. A quick little thought flashes through his mind. Now that the whole mana issue is completely settled, Isaac simply snaps his fingers and calmly gives the order, "You there, stop this right now." Instantly, green flows of spiritual energy begin pouring straight from Silac's body. The energy quickly spreads out to neutralize the raging crimson spiritual force. This leaves Riley and Joshua so completely shocked they actually stumble backward. Totally overwhelmed by that pure azure holy power, Ashley just covers her mouth in absolute disbelief. As Silac slowly descends to the solid ground, her body goes completely limp, falling unconscious. But just a moment later, Silac snaps awake, looking around in utter confusion at what actually just happened. Standing nearby, the guy gets so emotional that his eyes turn red. He whispers how incredible it is that the kid actually controlled the mana. Even the dark energy of that skeleton demon king is securely contained. Bella happily adds that he even calmed the raging Holy Spirit, and doing it by using the azure holy power of the Joshua family, no less. Silak rubs her eyes in sheer disbelief, takes a deep breath, and firmly declares it. This is truly a complete miracle. Riley Joshua takes a slow walk up to young Isaac, Ashley sticking right behind her young master. He gets totally choked up, telling the kid he can finally talk and how crazy proud he is. Isaac just facepalms seriously. Is that the only thing you care about right now? Out of nowhere, the whole room explodes into wild cheers. They start tossing Isaac high up, screaming his name, while James finally groans awake. Dude is completely clueless about what just went down. His only welcome is Salak's ice-cold, murderous glare. She snaps that she is the one asking questions here, straight up calling him a pathetic little lapdog of the yellow faith. Salak furiously demands to know who exactly orchestrated this whole mess. James turns completely pale, scrambling for any excuse. He stutters out that it is a huge misunderstanding and he only came for Isaac, but she just growls right back. Salak tears right through his total garbage excuses. She asks how it is a mistake when he is wearing fireproof gear from head to toe. Then she drops a bomb. From now on, every single fire spirit is completely cutting ties with the Pope's family priests. Salak just smirks. She casually adds that she is only doing this out of pure annoyance, so do not get it twisted. James goes into full panic mode, begging her to wait. James looks sick. He wonders how a Holy Spirit could possibly sever ties like that, especially with priests linked directly to the gods, let alone the Pope's super prestigious inner circle. He insists she absolutely lacks that kind of crazy authority. But before he even finishes, she shuts him down cold. She tells him to get lost. She severed her ties with those gods ages ago and does not play by their rules anymore. Meanwhile, Isaac is just chilling comfortably in Ashley's arms. He totally loves the free drama until Salak screams in absolute rage. She threatens James to vanish from her sight immediately, then spins around and marches right up to young Isaac. She admits he actually saved her using divine mana, and even managed to control the skeleton demon king's dark energy. Totally flustered, she awkwardly coughs, noting that since all that dark mana is finally purified, their little contract should technically be finished. But she decides to stick around just to repay this massive debt. Hearing that, Isaac hides a sneaky little smirk, thinking she really is a proper divine being after all. Just a bunch of incredibly proud fools who absolutely despise owing anyone a favor. Then Bella steps up, announcing they have to head back to the Holy See. She insists a crazy gifted kid like him needs to be officially ordained, warmly thanking them for the recommendation letter. Cut to right now, Riley Joshua stands stiffly before his father, Eli Joshua. The older man stares hard at the official paper before finally speaking up. In a low voice, he confirms the Holy See approved Isaac's ordination and wants him at the ceremony. Riley is stunned. He asks if things are seriously moving this fast just because the kid saved the Joshua family and the academy, but Eli Joshua slowly shakes his head. He explains Isaac got the nod strictly for saving a royal-grade Holy Spirit. That makes Riley Joshua finally get it. Yeah, nobody could argue with that flex. But here is where it gets crazy. His dad points to a score, calling it crucial. Just like an academy graduation, he tested Isaac early to confirm he actually had all the required knowledge down. A super rare look of massive pride hits Eli Joshua's face. He never expected this. The crazy kid scored perfect on all 1,600 questions, leaving Riley Joshua basically gasping in pure shock. Pure joy lights up Riley Joshua's face. Nothing could possibly top this amazing news, especially since the boy can finally walk and talk now. But Eli Joshua just closes his eyes, sighing heavily because Isaac's attitude is still complete garbage. Now they just have to test Isaac's actual character. Almost everyone breezes through that part without an issue. Well, everyone except actual psychopaths, Eli Joshua notes, making Riley Joshua suddenly freeze up. Because that specific test uses heavy holy magic to force the person to spit out nothing but the absolute truth. He nervously flips the pages to check his answers, until Eli Joshua's eyes lock onto one specific question. What are your thoughts on the family that raised you? Isaac wrote down an absolutely chilling answer. I will conquer them, and everything is mine. Eli Joshua actually kind of admires that terrifying intensity, giving a slow nod of genuine approval. Sure, it shocked him at first, but that level of insane ambition is exactly what this family needs. Then he flips over to the next page. What is your plan after being ordained? His written response is unhinged. You are not ready for this. I will tear those damn gods apart. And then comes the big one about his ultimate life goals. What exactly do you hope to achieve as a priest of the Holy Kingdom? Eli Joshua just stares with wide eyes. I will completely destroy this entire country. Seeing his totally shocked face, the old man clears his throat. He whispers that only the two of them will ever know these answers. But Eli Joshua's next warning makes Riley physically shake. If Isaac takes another truth test like this, he is getting executed for straight-up heresy. The patriarch slams his hand hard on the table. He orders him to go in Isaac's place and keep that boy locked up tight. Eli Joshua is completely firm. That crazy kid needs some serious discipline first. Outside, heavy darkness blankets the quiet palace. A cold night wind sweeps right through, making those thick curtains flutter wildly. A familiar voice floats in from the window. His spectral observer flies straight inside, asking if he has finally made up his mind. Isaac gives a calm nod. He already has a massive bag slung over his shoulder before agilely slipping right out the window. Meanwhile, over at the prestigious Roman Capital Academy, that massive elegant building is practically flexing across the entire campus. Deep inside the Holy Magic department, rumors are absolutely flying. Some 10-year-old kid is apparently about to be ordained. Others join the gossip, completely shocked. How could a kid get ordained so early? Their curiosity is peaking hard. This year's graduation is going to be a total blast. But Sebastian Nizer just sneers, his face full of pure disgust. What kind of ordination does a toddler even get? Another student turns to ask Sebastian what the exact deal is. Sebastian smirks. He explains that for the past 15 years, that kid hasn't grown a single inch. Apparently, he is cursed by the skeleton demon king. There is absolutely no way he could ever develop normally. He turns to the boy sitting right next to him. Sebastian mockingly asks Siri if that isn't the absolute truth. Ordaining a useless brat like that must be some hilarious pity joke. The others nearby burst into loud laughter. Siri Joshua lets out a heavy sigh. He is deeply annoyed that these guys are starting up their toxic gossip again. Sebastian keeps pushing. He sneers that being in the prestigious Saints clan makes life incredibly easy, even for total trash. Seeing a useless boy get ordained is just pathetic. Siri's face instantly darkens. He slams his hands down hard and stands straight up. Grinding his teeth in sheer frustration, Siri screams internally. How does this absolute bastard dare insult his family? Right on cue, the door swings open. Keena Barry walks right in, having heard every single word of that. Does Sebastian think the Holy Church is some kind of joke? Keena asks the question calmly, hands casually in his pockets. Besides, the guy who actually approved Isaac's recommendation letter is Sebastian's own father, Leon Sebed. Keena's cold gaze locks onto Sebastian. He mockingly adds he did not think the boy was stupid enough to insult his own dad. Sebastian's face flushes bright red with rage. He barks back, demanding to know what a non-student is even doing here. In total contrast to Sebastian's absolute fury, Keena simply smiles. He only showed up because he was formally invited. Keena's next words leave the entire room absolutely stunned. He casually mentions that he was asked to guide them. He is here as their official mentor and holy magic instructor. His tone grows incredibly heavy. Looking at Siri, he claims he is deeply worried about leaving the young guy completely frozen. Keena scoffs that the cursed Isaac stands zero chance of becoming a priest. He highly doubts their family will even survive. He mockingly doubts Siri will ever inherit the head position, telling him to come beg for help when they finally crash. He offers to find Siri a low-level chore job under the Pope. That sends Siri's anger completely over the edge. Siri forces himself to somehow swallow his pride. He knows he has to stay calm because now is just not the time. Stepping right up to Keena, he coldly states he needs zero help, intentionally ramming his shoulder forward. He brushes right past the guy and heads for the door. He tells Keena to worry about his own miserable self instead. The academy dormitory is this massive, modern, high-rise complex. But the exact moment Siri steps inside his private room, he angrily throws his book onto the floor. Siri Joshua just slumps heavily onto his bed. Holding his head in his hands with a truly miserable look, he loudly curses those arrogant bastards. He wonders why this absolute nonsense keeps happening to him. Siri's eyes are completely red and brimming with tears. He is bitter because his own family skipped his ordination ceremony, all because that other brat decided to run away. With a tearful sob, Siri Joshua buries his face deep in his hands. He cries out, wondering why that useless jerk had to show up today. He screams, cursing Isaac to go bald like a skeleton demon king. But get this right, at that exact moment, Isaac casually steps out of a spatial rift. Having heard every single word, Isaac's eyes flash dangerously. He demands to know what Siri just said. Isaac coldly asks if Siri wants to die for wishing baldness upon him. The threat leaves Siri Joshua stammering in pure panic. Siri asks how Isaac even got here. He is totally baffled as to why this guy is stepping out of a dimensional portal of all places. Isaac coldly explains he came for the ordination. Since the family head and his uncle tried to stop him, he just ran away. Then he slowly reaches into his pocket. Isaac addresses Siri, making the poor guy immediately tense up, panicking and wondering what happens next. Isaac just clicks his tongue. Gritting his teeth, Isaac demands to know how Suri dared beg for some menial job from that family. Did he seriously crawl to the Pope's lineage? Suri desperately tries to defend himself, but before he can even finish, Isaac lands a direct hit and tells him to shut it. Isaac repeatedly thrashes Suri Joshua. He vents his absolute sheer anger with every single brutal strike. Roaring in pure fury, Isaac demands to know how those bastards dared defile the Joshua name. He yells that the Joshua family belongs to him alone. Only he has the right to insult them, and only he gets to ruin them. Suri weeps miserably on the floor. He is utterly confused, begging to know what on earth Isaac means. After beating the guy to an absolute pulp, Isaac points right at his face. Remember this one thing. Isaac grandly declares that he will be the one burning the Joshua family to ash. This leaves Suri screaming internally in absolute total despair. Suri silently begs the heavens to please take this complete lunatic away from him. Then Isaac leaps off the bed, ordering Suri to stop whining, get up, and lead the way. Left completely dazed, Suri slowly asks where they are going. Cracking his knuckles, Isaac's eyes gleam with cold, murderous intent. He answers that they are going to beat up the bastards who dared touch him. Meanwhile, the school hall is absolutely packed with students chatting and reviewing. The lively room is filled with loud chatter until a small figure suddenly steps inside. Everyone instantly turns and stares. One student snidely asks who brought this little kid here. The guy next to him just gasps, completely distracted by how gorgeous the boy's hair is. Out of nowhere, Isaac slams his staff hard against a desk. A twisted, truly unsettling smile spreads across his face. He demands to know who did it. Who dares mess with a member of the Joshua family? Just then, Isaac's terrifying gaze locks right onto a very familiar patch of red hair. He mutters to himself. He remembers meeting that exact red-headed girl in the Sacred Relic Archive about 15 years ago. It definitely has to be her. Suri frantically runs over to stop him, his heart hammering in absolute panic. He knows he has to hold Isaac back, because if a fight breaks out, they are screwed. His anxious thoughts completely race. That girl is actually the younger sister of Nazar Sepet. Right at that exact second, the red-headed girl suddenly looks back. Her name is Naki Sepet. Then, completely out of nowhere, Suri trips and completely crashes onto the cold floor. He tumbles into Isaac's legs, sending the boy flying high up. Recovering instantly, Isaac lands gracefully right in front of Naki Sepet. He points his wooden staff directly at her, calling her a redhead. Did she pick a fight with Suri? Naki frowns. She states she never touched him, and that it was actually Nizar's doing. Isaac immediately takes that as a full confession. Completely annoyed by his dense attitude, she snaps back in sheer frustration. She yells that she just said it was Nazar Sepet. Does this idiot even have ears? Right then, the Phantom Observer manifests. It whispers into Isaac's ear, saying it senses a very familiar kind of energy coming from the girl. Isaac nods along. He is absolutely certain that this force is indeed incredibly familiar. It definitely belongs to one of the 5 great gods. Suddenly, Naki points a finger right at his face. She sneers, guessing he must be the rumored Isaac. Her lips curl in mockery. She notes how one of them is cursed, and the other is literally from the Pope's lineage. Proving this year's Holy Light ceremony will be a complete and total disappointment. She goes on insulting the Joshua family, claiming they will soon lose their title as one of the 5 faiths. Isaac's face instantly darkens. He clearly detests those servants of the great gods. Knowing how explosive Isaac's temper really is, Suri quickly tries to calm him down. He quietly warns him against provoking a rival family, begging him to just go home already. Isaac raises his hand, snapping at him to shut up. He demands to know why he should leave when he came here to be ordained. At that, Naki suddenly stands up with a mocking scoff. She tells him his ordination is never happening. Nazar already sent a petition to the Pope to get it completely cancelled. An unproven child like him could never be ordained. Hearing this, Isaac completely flies into a rage, cursing that bastard Nazar. Meanwhile, Naki's lips twist into a mocking sneer, enjoying his pure fury. Honestly, looking at Isaac's attitude, this whole thing will fall apart before Nazar even files his appeal. But then, suddenly, a subordinate steps up from behind, bowing deeply before whispering in her ear. He asks Lady Naki Sepet if they should call the Chased inspector over. Suri completely panics, instantly shouting out a hard no. 70% of the Chased work for their rival family. Suri hurriedly grabs Isaac right by the wrist, urging him to start moving. Talk about insane timing. Right at that exact second, a blood-curdling shriek echoes from outside, and a massive beast bursts straight onto the scene. This thing oozes absolute danger. It throws its massive head back, unleashing a bone-chilling roar that violently shakes the whole hall. People instantly lose their minds, screaming and sprinting away. But seeing this giant beast, Isaac just looks totally pumped. He actually whispers that his insurance policy is finally here. Meanwhile, a completely terrified Naki Seep questions how a monster escaped training. Her loyal guard jumps ahead, ordering her back. Now watch this. Exact second flips the whole script entirely. One giant claw violently swipes forward, launching the poor guard across the shiny floor. Naki Seep freezes in pure terror as those razor-sharp talons swing right at her face. Claws inches away, her eyes bug out. Right at this exact life-or-death second, Isaac whips out his wooden staff. He yells out loudly, perfectly baiting its attention. His staff rips through the air, smashing hard into the beast. This will not be easy, Isaac mutters, glaring right at it. He actually has the nerve to complain about how ridiculously long this beast took to arrive. The beast slowly shoves itself off the floor, nasty drool leaking everywhere. Hunger flashes in its eyes before it growls low. Naki Seep just watches, totally paralyzed. She frantically channels her spiritual energy to fight off the hideous thing. But Isaac just casually steps up, shoots the beast a freezing death glare, and tells it to get lost. Surprisingly, the monster freezes. Its massive body starts vibrating aggressively. Every single hair stands straight up, acting like it just stared down the devil himself. The thing stares with wide, panicked eyes, letting out a pathetic whimper before doing a hard turnaround and fleeing for its life. Up above, a phantom observer whispers with crazy pride, calling the kid a true master for poking a sleeping beast. He literally smacked it just to flex and shoo it away. Isaac just gives a lazy shrug. He casually claims he only did what had to be done. Right on cue, the breathless inspector storms in. The guy frantically scans the room, barking out demands about where the monster vanished. This is Thiho playing the ultra-professional hero. He barks at everyone to stay back, dramatically pointing exactly where the beast just sprinted. Thiho instantly calls for the beast control squad. Then he rushes straight over to Naki Seep, nervously asking if she is hurt. Watching everyone blindly follow his orders, Isaac instantly clocks this dude as a seriously high-ranking inspector. Joshua quickly scoops Isaac up like a sack of potatoes, awkwardly attempting a quiet exit while loudly announcing their departure. But they make it exactly 0 steps before Thiho grabs Joshua by the shoulder. "Freeze," he barks. Nobody walks out until his investigation wraps up. Joshua goes totally ghost pale, realizing they are extremely doomed. He desperately claims they know nothing, but Naki Seep suddenly snaps, yelling at Thihio to drop the useless drama. She bluntly reveals this kid actually saved her life. Both Joshua and Thiho completely freeze up in total shock. Naki Seep struts right over, sharply asking if the boy goes by Isaac. She looks away embarrassed, mumbling a quiet apology for her bratty attitude earlier. But of course, she Stipe bluntly tacks on that he better not think she is deeply grateful. Isaac just stares blankly, genuinely wondering what is wrong with this girl's brain. Meanwhile, the crowd gets loud. Whispers spread about him actually earning his recommendation. A bit further back, a pretty kid with shimmering gold hair stands quietly, her mind totally blown by the chaos. She gasps loudly. Could this seriously be the exact guy her brother kept raving about? This little watcher is none other than Charlotte Alex Fricola, straight out of the Holy Kingdom. The camera cuts over to Eli Joshua inside his fancy mansion office. A super annoyed voice blasts from a glowing orb, aggressively demanding answers from the cardinal. The orb voice desperately insists that getting his nephew ordained is a massive honor. They lay it on incredibly thick, begging him to just let the kid attend the ceremony. Eli Joshua just flatly tells them to kick rocks. The caller frantically warns that the Pope is going to be absolutely furious. Eli casually replies that sounds like a personal problem. He stubbornly declares his nephew is staying right here inside the Joshua mansion, but the orb guy refuses to drop it. They angrily argue that babying the kid like this is going to utterly wreck his personality. Eli Joshua visibly grinds his teeth together. He aggressively snaps back that his nephew's personality is already utter garbage anyway. Undeterred, the annoying voice asks if he caught the news. The caller dramatically lowers his voice, whispering hot gossip about a mysterious golden-haired kid suddenly appearing. Hearing Isaac is casually roaming the academy, Eli shoots up from his desk in pure, unadulterated rage. One single name bounces around his skull. Isaac. Eli bellows for Riley so loudly it practically jump scares the poor guy waiting outside. Riley quickly scrambles to answer. Within minutes, Riley swings the office door open. He finds his old man aggressively shoving his arms into a heavy coat, gearing up to sprint to the Capitol immediately. Eli barks a command, leaving Riley completely shell-shocked. They must hit the Capitol before tomorrow morning. Riley practically whines that even the absolute fastest route takes a full week. Eli just aggressively taps his watch. They only have 23 hours and 48 minutes, Eli states flatly. Cold sweat drips as Riley realizes they must run. Next morning, warm golden sunlight totally blankets the quiet academy dorms. Suri Joshua bangs loudly on the door, whining about the wait and telling Isaac to hurry his butt up. He totally roasts Isaac for trying to stuff his tiny frame into a massive priest robe, yelling at him to get out here. Suri grumbles that literally everyone else has already shown up. He adds that people are just gonna laugh right in his face anyway. Right as Suri begs him to ditch the event and go home, Isaac yells back that he is finally done getting dressed. Suri begs him one last time to quit, but the crazy sight waiting behind that door completely steals his voice. His whining instantly dies in his throat as he stands there frozen solid, absolutely unable to look away from Isaac. He stutters in total shock. Suri watches Isaac flash a cocky smirk and announce it is time to roll. Tonight is the final massive party for the founding festival, and all the fancy guests are packed into the banquet hall for the sacred appointment ceremony. Lively chatter echoes everywhere inside that massive room. Suddenly, a booming voice rings out, ordering every single person to stand. The giant doors swing open to insane applause as the absolute big bosses of the noble family strut inside. They march in one by one, lining up directly beneath Gold Joshua. Gold Joshua watches the whole flex with massive pride, his heart totally pounding at the epic sight of the 5 great family heads. The guy is dead set that the Joshua family leadership and that shiny cardinal title are going straight into his pockets. Plot twist. A totally wrecked guy with wild hair and trashed clothes busts into the hall, with Riley Joshua gasping for air as he talks. Choking on air, Riley asks if he missed the start, then completely ignores Gold Joshua being shocked to desperately ask about Isaac. Gold Joshua frowns hard, totally confused why Riley is hunting for that useless kid here instead of checking his bed. Scanning his little brother looking like absolute trash, Gold Joshua squints and asks if he seriously pulled off the unthinkable. Riley fiercely wipes the sweat off his face and straight up admits he sprinted the entire way to this hall. Riley frantically asks if Gold Joshua knows where Suri is, praying Isaac is with him. But Gold Joshua just shakes his head, entirely brushing him off. Before Gold Joshua can even finish, a massive announcement shakes the room. His Holiness the Pope has officially entered the chat. The announcer demands that every person show absolute respect as the Supreme Church leader makes his ridiculously dramatic entrance. Julio Berry glides in while the whole crowd bows down, chanting intense prayers for the gods to bless and protect their turf. The super serious prayer chants only start dying down once Julio Berry finally drops into his fancy seat up high, sitting there looking all chill and majestically gentle. The Pope slowly scopes out the gigantic sea of people gathered down below. The big boss gracefully waves his hand for the VIPs to sit down, letting a quiet buzz fill the room. Eli Joshua wildly scans the crowd, but spots zero trace of Isaac anywhere right as the head priest steps up. The priest kicks off the ceremony by calling nominees to the front, while Eli grabs a huge wine glass and sighs in pure relief. But the very next name dropped completely breaks the hall. The priest clearly calls out Isaac Joshua, leaving Eli totally paralyzed. When nobody steps up, the priest awkwardly repeats the name, asking out loud if Isaac Joshua is actually in the building. Eli takes a slow sip of wine, basically praying the guy will shut up about a kid who is definitely a no-show. He mutters that they should have just disqualified the loser, silently begging them to skip ahead to the next person already. Bam! A crazy, confident voice bounces from the very back of the hall, loudly declaring that he is totally here. Eli Joshua grinds his teeth in nuclear rage, mind blown that this shameless brat actually had the nerve to show up. You gotta see this glow up. Walking straight through a crowd of dropped jaws, Isaac struts forward looking ridiculously smooth and absolutely fearless. Spotting Isaac, Hera Berry, actually jumps out of his chair in pure shock, completely refusing to believe his own eyes. The priest orders Isaac Joshua to the front, while Riley Joshua stands stuck to the floor, way too stunned to speak. Riley instantly gets super teary-eyed, staring hard and wondering if this insanely majestic dude is actually the same old Isaac. He completely fanboys over how much the kid leveled up, especially seeing him rocking the fancy ceremonial uniform he got ready. The whole room instantly explodes into crazy gossip, with everyone demanding to know how a cursed loser suddenly looks this awesome. People are whispering that it has been forever since this family bred someone so strong, and holy crap, he is gorgeous. Neeser just stands there with his jaw totally unhinged, freaking out over what is happening and why he got so tall. Isaac just keeps walking like a boss, brushing off the haters, while Eli Joshua gets so mad he shatters his armrest. Blaming some skeleton demon king from hell for this massive upgrade, Eli stares at Isaac with a face full of absolute murder. His grandson never smiles like that. Did that monster take the kid over? Canterbury carefully listens to the background chatter, folks wondering if the Joshua family curse is finally dead and buried. If this guy is not a saint, who is? The guy beside him nods with total confidence. He definitely looks more blessed than cursed. Pope Julio Berry gently calls out to Isaac Joshua, but Isaac just locks eyes right back. He silently evaluates the man. So this is the Pope. The old guy clearly looks over 70 years old. Yet the energy he gives off is straight up monstrous. Plus, his face actually carries a pretty familiar vibe. It heavily reminds Isaac of those old popes he fought in his past life. Should he just wipe this old guy out right now? Meanwhile, Eli Joshua and his son Riley suddenly remember a chilling detail. They suddenly recall Isaac's written exam answer. The prompt literally asked what a new priest should say to the Pope, and Isaac wrote one single line: "Kneel down so I can chop your head off easier." Just remembering that makes them completely panic. Their faces turn ghost white. Eli Joshua clenches his fist, realizing they need to stop the kid immediately. Out of nowhere, Eli Joshua quickly slams the table, shouting a completely random excuse. He loudly complains about his hands being too slippery. Right on cue, Riley Joshua also flips his table over to help. He screams something about a cockroach, leaving Gold Joshua staring in total confusion. Are you guys completely crazy? Riley firmly insists that he swears a massive roach was right there. He claims the thing was as big as their head, leaving the priest sweating bullets in pure confusion. The priest demands quiet, inviting Siri Joshua to step up next. Isaac instantly notices their incredibly clumsy distraction. He realizes these guys are desperately trying to hold him back. Meanwhile, a super nervous Siri Joshua steps right up. Julio Berry stares deeply at the two of them, looking totally lost in thought. Then the priest raises his voice again. Next up, the ordained priests will offer sacrifices to the gods, making the whole hall buzz with excitement. It is finally time for the divine selection. Nearby, Eli Joshua and his son quietly watch the grand ceremony actually unfold. Eli Joshua stands there with crossed arms. His voice drops low, predicting it will probably be the sacred sword guardian. Riley Joshua tightly clasps his hands in prayer, begging that at least some evil god does not choose him. Eli grimly mutters he will handle it. Riley looks at his dad in pure horror, completely shocked. Eli quickly clarifies that he meant smashing the holy chalice, not Isaac. Up on the main stage, Siri Joshua steps forward first. Without any hesitation, he pricks his finger. A single drop of blood falls into the holy chalice, mixing perfectly with the water. Instantly, a brilliant surge of blue spiritual energy erupts out, bathing the entire ceremonial hall in dazzling light. Go time. Gold Joshua leaps up in pure excitement, celebrating that his boy was just chosen by the sacred sword guardian. Watching all this unfold, Isaac finally gets which deity the Joshua family actually worships. It is the god of light, a righteous but honestly broke deity. He calmly prepares to perform the exact same ritual. Isaac lets out a quiet sigh, wondering what might even happen to him. He finds all gods super annoying anyway. But wait for it. Suddenly, Pope Julio Berry widens his eyes in sheer disbelief the very second Isaac's drop of blood mixes inside the chalice. A terrifying surge of pure dark energy suddenly explodes outward. It furiously swirls like an absolute pitch-black hurricane. In the blink of an eye, the dark mist blankets the entire hall, making Eli Joshua freeze up in total shock. His usual calm composure completely vanishes. A terrifyingly familiar silhouette begins to take shape right inside that dark mist. He screams out in pure terror, desperately calling it the Skeleton Demon King. The entire hall instantly descends into complete chaos. Terrified screams echo everywhere just at the mention of that Skeleton Demon King. Right at that exact moment, Eli Joshua kicks off the ground and launches himself straight forward, catching Isaac completely off guard. Tensing his entire body on high alert, Eli raises his fist, rapidly condensing a massive wave of violent spiritual power. Pure lethal intent swirls around Eli Joshua as he roars in absolute fury, demanding the massive skeleton to just die. Iron chains suddenly shoot forward and wrap tightly around Isaac. They lift him high into the air as a chilling voice speaks. It waited so long for this vessel to appear. Why is everyone so shocked? The giant skeleton declares this with pure bloodlust. It vows to destroy the Holy Empire piece by piece, starting with this brat, leaving Isaac utterly confused and full of questions. What is even going on here? Isaac wonders while observing the monster, realizing it looks exactly like his own past life self. Honestly, it is pretty creepy. But right then, the observer specter suddenly roars out in absolute fury. Calling the giant skeleton a total fake, the specter literally knocks on its bones. It demands why the thing does not look stupider and more pathetic. Veins popping, Isaac just glares at the specter while Julio prepares to strike. Barry and Leon Sabid instantly unleash their crazy magic. Two highly destructive beams of light shoot straight toward the summoned monster. Showing absolutely zero mercy, an earth-shattering explosion goes off completely, filling the massive hall with a blinding pure white light. Riley Joshua rushes to evacuate the panic-stricken crowd, while Eli Joshua wastes zero time stepping forward. Raw mana explodes all around him. His blood-red eyes suddenly burn with an absolute terrifying bloodlust in a split second. That violently swirling energy quickly shapes into a massive green serpent, coiling up in midair with its bloody red mouth wide open. It looks completely ready to swallow absolutely everything whole. In the very next second, the giant beast totally consumes the enemy. Yet, as the thick dust finally settles, the giant skeleton still stands there completely unharmed. Without a single scratch on it, the monster mockingly calls out the Azure Patriarch about his old curse. It sneers that he can't use his full power anyway, so sitting down would be much wiser. But Eli Joshua calmly claps back. He says he only avoided fighting to protect this huge hall. Then, in the very next second, everything just changes. A wild magic circle glows right beneath his feet, and Eli Joshua's intense eyes turn a terrifyingly cold, dark red. High up in the air, a totally massive sphere of magic quickly forms right above the giant skeleton's ugly head. He furiously roars that the big skeleton has been acting way too arrogant. Now it faces a crushing power that could obliterate it instantly. Surprisingly, the massive skeleton remains strangely calm, running all of its desperate calculations to find a quick way out. Suddenly, it drags Isaac forward as a meat shield, asking if they want to watch this saint die. He completely freezes with sheer fear. Cold sweat just pours down his face as he internally screams that he completely agrees with that scary thought. Honestly, Isaac is deeply annoyed. He wonders how his grandfather could unleash such wildly dangerous magic when his own grandson is literally held hostage. Seeing the magical sphere suddenly transform, he freezes up completely, wildly wondering why the giant orb is opening its mouth. Pointing right at the giant skeleton, Eli just smirks. He boldly claims that a true saint will not die from a mere attack like this. Isaac nearly coughs up blood on the spot. He struggles desperately against the heavy iron chains, mentally screaming that he will absolutely die. Right after that, another deafening explosion rips through the air, sending a totally massive shockwave tearing across the entire chamber. The massive blast sweeps right across the hall. The ceiling cracks, sending huge stone slabs raining straight down on everyone. A totally blinding radiance quickly swallows up the giant skeleton. Brilliant rays of light pierce deep into its bones instantly. Its massive form starts blurring out. Then it completely vanishes from sight, just as the chaotic battlefield finally settles down. That blinding light slowly fades away. It reveals a completely wrecked hall. The danger is finally over. Gold Joshua looks up, asking if they actually got him. Another pale-faced survivor slowly crawls right out from hiding. Someone gasps, "The skeletal demon king is back." The terrified bystander next to him jumps. Trembling, he asks if that monster didn't vanish after cursing their family 75 years ago. Amidst those panicked whispers, they worry he gathered enough power for a terrifying comeback. Scrambling from the rubble, Isaac angrily grits his teeth. He mutters that the bastard was definitely a fake, then suddenly collapses. With Isaac's strength completely drained, Riley Joshua rushes over in deep concern. He quickly asks if Isaac is all right. Wild whispers spread through the crowd. You have to wonder too, how could a Joshua survive that totally destructive blast completely unscathed? The crowd grows more chaotic. Someone points out that the skeletal demon king literally called Isaac a saint. They heavily debate if the monster is truly dead, assuming the Azure Patriarch finished it off using his sacred whale beast. Struggling through his pretty deep exhaustion, Isaac mutters that there is absolutely no way that creature is actually dead. He explains it was just an illusion. Isaac's totally shocking words leave everyone in the hall completely stunned. The Observer Spectre nods in agreement. It explains that the enemy merely created a clone to send here as a decoy. Feeling pretty annoyed, Isaac mutters to the Spectre that the fake skeleton somehow used his own mana. He honestly wonders if his lost mana core dropped somewhere. After all, if a piece of his bones sits in the Saint's archive, then it is not entirely impossible. He casually cracks his knuckles. A very dark grin spreads across his face. His face twists into a pretty sinister look. If that fake is actually holding on to it, that makes things way easier. He will just kill the guy and take it right back. Behind him, Isaac is completely safe. Eli Joshua clutches his chest, letting out a soft sigh of relief. He suddenly remembers that super intense moment from just now. Eli Joshua thinks to himself as his gaze deepens, what if he had not stepped in? Then that guy would have easily disposed of Isaac too. He glances back, his face tight with absolute caution. Countless questions rush right through Eli Joshua's mind. But why? Over on the other side, Julio Berry is so shocked his pupils practically vanish. Utterly unbelievable. But that brief terror quickly twists into a dark, burning jealousy and deeply bitter resentment. This is the supreme deity his royal family has begged to serve for millennia. Thoughts crash through Julio Berry's mind, a deity standing higher than the 5 chief gods themselves. He grits his teeth so hard it makes an awful grinding sound. Boiling jealousy nearly consumes his sanity, and his gaze sharpens with pure malice. Yet that absolute deity chose a brat like Isaac. Right then, Eli Joshua slowly approaches his grandson. He softly calls out. Isaac mutters a quick reply, and Eli Joshua gently places a hand on the boy's shoulder. He smiles warmly, telling the boy it is time to go home. His grandson actually broke the Demon King's skeleton curse, and even grew up pretty handsome, too. But Isaac only breaks out in a cold sweat. Why is his smile so incredibly creepy? Eli Joshua keeps coaxing him, promising sweet candy. His mouth twitches. No way in hell is he going anywhere. That creepy face belongs in a literal slaughterhouse. Luckily, a voice cuts right through the tension. Keena Berry steps forward, calmly telling the Duke it is not time for Isaac to return yet. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently, launching debris everywhere. A second later, countless pitch-black hands absolutely burst through the dirt, reaching upward as hideous demons crawl out one by one. Keena Berry stays perfectly calm, mentioning they still have some unfinished business left. Isaac sighs and stands back up, telling the old man there is zero other choice. Holy power instantly erupts from his hands in a blinding light. He tells them he really does not think they should leave just yet. Confidently striding straight toward the danger, he acts like those terrifying demons are absolutely nothing. Behind him, Kina Berry bites his lip in pure annoyance. This arrogant jerk grew up entirely too fast, and now he is supposedly a saint. Kina Berry thinks to himself in utter disbelief. He does not care what Isaac is plotting here. He will simply exploit him. Kina slowly takes a few steps forward as well. Cracking his knuckles, he mutters that he will show everyone who the real saint truly is. Meanwhile, Isaac releases his magic. Vibrant green energy swirls in his palm just like a rushing waterfall. He shouts out the purification spell. The light bursts so intensely the demons are forced to cover their eyes, letting out deafening shriek after shriek. The entire crowd immediately erupts into wild, absolute excitement. One onlooker marvels at just how breathtakingly beautiful that holy purification magic actually is. Another person quickly agrees, noting it has been 100 years since they last witnessed such incredibly pure light. Someone else pushes up their glasses with a highly confused look, wondering why the boy is not using strictly offensive magic. Instead of attacking, he deduces that because purification cleanses mana, the boy must be trying to prevent those demons from being summoned further. Meanwhile, Salik points at himself in total, complete shock. Did he learn that holy magic from me? The literal spirit of purification. Isaac lowers his head, fully knowing that besides Salik, there is absolutely nowhere else he could have learned it. He mutters about his spell reaching level 6, a confident smirk growing wide. At that point, it can actually deal massive area damage over time. He continues calculating his next move. After all, the main reason to use purification right now is but right then, Kina Berry violently shoves him aside. He tells Isaac to move, since his weak spell cannot possibly handle them. He scoffs, thinking a level 5 caster has no right to show off, even if he is some once-in-a-century genius. Kina quickly channels his own magic, confidently declaring that a minor talent like Isaac is absolutely no match for him. He tells him to watch closely, claiming only a multi-angle spell can wipe these demons out. But get this, seconds later, the unbelievable scene leaves Kina Berry completely and utterly speechless. Behind him, Isaac covers his mouth, desperately trying to hold in his laughter at Kina's incredibly foolish advice. Flushing with pure embarrassment, Kina snaps at him, asking if he ever learned these monsters regenerate instantly. He insists they must be wiped out in one single blow, which only makes Isaac choke on his own laughter. Isaac laughs out loud, openly mocking Kina Berry for not knowing a damn thing. Kina Berry's eye twitches as he silently curses, wishing Lord Green had been the one to drag this guy back. Just looking at the bastard's face deeply irritates him. But then Isaac speaks up, revealing those monsters are only bait. Without explaining further, Isaac turns on his heel, heading toward a dark corner of the massive hall. Sensing their true forms nearby, he pinpoints their exact location and quickly unleashes his mana to sweep the area. A sharp smirk plays on Isaac's lips. He finally found them. Kina Berry frowns as the boy pulls out a sharp needle, questioning what he intends to do with that weird bug. Isaac totally ignores the question. He jams that needle straight in, instantly blasting out a massive wave of raw power. Violent magic completely floods the room. Everyone absolutely panics, while our guy casually just spins the needle between his fingers. He calmly explains that this little bug will silently poison anyone nearby, leaving absolutely zero trace of the actual threat. It is incredibly deadly stuff. A slow-acting toxin that basically kills you before you even realize you are infected. Across the hall, some priest clutches his head in pure agony, screaming in absolute panic. He reminds the crowd that the skeleton demon king already threatened to completely wipe out everyone present. Flashing a super dark smile, Isaac adds that if the Holy Kingdom is the target, they have to get eliminated first. He targets the apprentice priests right off the bat, and with those incredibly chilling words, the entire hall just devolves into complete madness. People cry out to find the hidden bugs and heal the poisoned victims, throwing the whole crowd into a frantic frenzy. But suddenly, Isaac freezes. His gaze locks onto this totally bizarre phenomenon happening over in a far corner. Rays of golden light violently clash against the stone, while similar glows just erupt everywhere else. But if they try to cleanse everything at once, the sheer scale of that magic could totally backfire. Suddenly, dark energy sweeps right through the hall. The observer spirit eagerly pops out, prompting its master to finally take some action. The spirit whispers a plan. Purifying the poisoned victims now would instantly secure the massive recognition he deserves. Isaac praises the spirit as a total genius and grins, but right before he makes his epic move, someone intercepts. Julio Berry steps forward. He raises his staff high, invoking a massive swirling 9th-tier holy spell that completely illuminates the room. The golden vortex completely drains the spreading darkness, heavily relying on his next advanced skill mana absorption. Unbelievable, right? Isaac watches in sheer shock as the old pope smiles warmly, effortlessly neutralizing the entire threat. Fuming, Isaac curses this absolute nuisance of a pope. But right then, the skeletal beast actually emerges once again. The monster glares at Isaac with pure malice. It howls in wild fury at the bastard who dared defy their great king. Vowing some deadly vengeance, the beast tightly coils its powerful legs, building up immense force before leaping straight forward. It streaks through the air like an arrow, screaming about dragging him straight to hell. But Isaac instantly senses the threat. Isaac instantly releases his dark pressure. He completely freezes the charging beast right in midair. The creature shivers, crushed by some invisible hand. Its eyes go wide with absolute helpless terror. Completely amazed by this overwhelming aura, the monster just watches. Isaac spits on the ground, mocking the weakling's foolish attack. With the chaos finally contained, a guard reports that they have successfully cleared out all the remaining pests. They rush the wounded to the infirmary, but Keena Barry just stands there frozen, completely stunned by what he witnessed. Talk about terrifying. Did Isaac seriously just drive away a monstrous beast with a single glare? Keena trembles, staring at the boy's back, unable to comprehend such insane power. That level of magic supposedly belongs to the Pope alone. Yet, by the very next morning, the whole insane incident is already front-page news. Massive headlines trigger widespread panic across the entire kingdom over the Skeleton Demon King's sudden coronation attack. Rumors run incredibly wild that the Demon King was defeated and fled. Now everyone is wondering about that mysterious saint he mentioned. Inside the emergency war room, Harabari calmly points out that the Holy Chalice seems completely compromised. A custom illusion spell was secretly carved right into the relic, prompting a very thorough investigation into its true origins. While urging patience for the test results, Leon Seb asks if this means the outsider presence is their main concern. Shaking his head, Highberry points right to the newspaper, questioning why their great protector, the sacred dragon, remained entirely silent. He warns them their world is collapsing. The very barrier protected by the sacred dragon is actually beginning to fail. Meanwhile, over at the Joshua family estate, soft sunlight streams through the windows, casting a super peaceful glow over the room. Inside that softly lit room, Isaac is totally engrossed in a newspaper, reading about how a weakening barrier allowed the demon clan to invade. Since the Holy Dragon is totally allied with the royal family, the Pope basically gets off scotangent-free. Isaac's mouth twitches at the sheer absurdity. What a bunch of seriously slippery bastards. Right then, an incredibly familiar voice suddenly rings out. It is Gold, loudly mocking how his little nephew is actually reading a newspaper. Gold Joshua sits in the next chair, clapping with a super fake smile to offer some incredibly empty congratulations. Since Isaac was just officially ordained, hearing that obnoxiously condescending tone only makes a deep, heavy irritation begin simmering inside him. He wonders how Dot this annoying bastard, guessing the family patriarch probably forced Gold Joshua into doing this. But before he can reply, Riley Joshua excitedly chimes in, suggesting that since the boy can finally speak fluently now, they are practically begging him to read this skeleton demon curse poem out loud. Isaac just glares, wishing they would back off, right before the door flies open and this absolute unit steps inside. Eli Joshua marches right up to them. He drops a cheerful greeting, acting thrilled to catch both his sons together. He tells Isaac to hit the road for some top-secret family business. The good kid instantly hops off his chair and bails. The door clicks shut. Immediately, Eli Joshua drops the act and blasts out this massive wave of pure spiritual energy. A glowing halo swallows the room, throwing up a level 3 holy barrier just for flawless soundproofing. Gold Joshua notices. Gold is totally spooked, asking what on earth needs that kind of magic. The old man collapses into a chair, sighing heavily with a deadly serious glare. Eli claims he is just playing it safe. Before dropping the bomb, this is all about Isaac. He rests his chin, eyes locked in super intense thought. Eli leans in, whispering that the deity who picked Isaac during the ordination was completely bizarre. He is straight up hinting at an evil god. That specific mark? Literally never seen before in all of ordination history. Only the Pope and the Yellow Cardinal even saw it, and the Pope's first reaction was trying to instantly execute young Isaac on the spot. Riley Joshua loudly gasps, mind totally blown. He demands to know if the Pope seriously tried that, and the Patriarch grimly nods yes. He confirms the Pope never acts that crazy unless an evil deity is in play. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua stays totally quiet, gears turning in his head. The silence drags out. Gold finally looks up at Eli and drops a wild theory. What if it was not an evil god? What if it is their family's own god? That horrific idea makes everyone completely freeze up, faces tight with absolute dread. Deep down, they are all hitting the exact same terrifying conclusion, and guys, it is so bad. Gold jumps back in, reminding them those zealots violently hate anything remotely impure. They are obsessively protective over their holy turf. So, if a Joshua family member snagged a deity from the Yellow faction, massive trouble is definitely guaranteed. They would never just let that go. If the Pope freaked out that hard, Isaac's new deity has to be directly connected to them. He bets the kid linked up with a god straight out of the Yellow family. The patriarch just sits there in silence. With Eli staying quiet, Gold confidently pushes his luck. He guesses it could even be a legendary deity nobody has ever managed to summon before. Riley suddenly remembers something huge and interrupts. He claims if anyone could actually pull that off, it is definitely Isaac. This just spikes the patriarch's anxiety even higher. He nervously asks if they seriously think the kid is that capable. Could a little twerp like Isaac actually summon a major deity? Gold Joshua just laughs dryly, admitting it is incredibly unlikely. Riley just stands there speechless, nodding along. Eli Joshua decides they need real answers right now. He commands Gold Joshua to launch an investigation immediately. He tells Gold to go interrogate the Pope's inner circle. Gold loudly complains, wanting literally nothing to do with this suicide mission. When Gold violently whines about why he has to go, the patriarch dangles a shiny reward to trap him. Eli promises to hand Gold's kid Suri a massive achievement. That shuts Gold up instantly, while Riley glares in pure burning jealousy. Riley is seething with envy as Eli slaps down one more condition. From this exact moment until Isaac's internship officially begins, the boy is going under intense, special 24/7 surveillance. He warns that if Isaac's next faith test goes like the last one, there is a massive risk. The kid might genuinely evolve into a dreaded dark priest. The second those heavy words drop in, all three grown men instantly picture this horrifying, grim future of Isaac acting as a ruthless dark priest. The thought drains their faces pale with anxiety, while Gold Joshua furiously grits his teeth in panic. He starts aggressively sweating. He is screaming internally. If the boy really turns out to be a dark priest, the entire Joshua family gets branded as dirty traitors. A high treason charge means everyone gets locked up, and even his precious Suri goes down with the ship. Riley Joshua is literally shaking with fear over his nephew. The patriarch drops a dead serious order: prevent this disaster at all costs. Fast forward, Riley follows the game plan and wrangles the kids. He gives them a friendly heads up about their fast-approaching internship. He casually trauma dumps about brutal seniors beating him up, though that is totally ancient history now. Isaac is super annoyed by the pep talk. He scowls, mentally screaming at his uncle to shut up already. It feels exactly like being forced to re-enlist in the military. Suri Joshua, meanwhile, only looks vaguely irritated. Still, the boys just nod along while Riley explains the internship. They get to work right alongside the senior priests. It is their big chance to unlock some true potential and learn actual priestly duties that the academy completely ignores. And depending on their evaluations, their whole rank and treatment could totally flip, so they better give it 100%. Finish up, and they sign a holy contract with a god. Right on cue, Isaac interrupts to ask about one specific event. He wants to know when they finally get to attend the grand festival. Riley Joshua is totally thrilled, asking if the kid is seriously that hyped. Isaac clenches his fist and confidently slams the table, declaring his massive interest in it, especially if it means personally executing the dark minions of the Skeleton King. Riley slides his glasses down with a warm smile. He is overjoyed to see this growing faith and happily offers to break down the sacred ritual. Hearing this, both Isaac and Siri Joshua instantly lock all their attention onto Riley. He launches into a detailed explanation about how the festival is a sacred time for offering gifts to the gods. Thousands of people gather to celebrate it like one massive block party. Honestly, practically the whole town comes out to join the massive crowd. But the most vital part is genuine devotion to the divine. At its absolute core, this is a deeply personal spiritual ritual. Isaac tries to cut in and tell him to pause, but Riley just completely steamrolls ahead. He says this brings up a fundamental question. Do they really need a massive crowd just for a sacred rite? Riley urges them to think a bit deeper. The festival itself is a giant ceremony, basically a holy offering to show maximum respect to the divine beings up above. Since the ancient days, these grand ceremonies have always operated as one massive community event. At its absolute core, the ritual is just everyone serving the gods together. And the clearest possible proof of that devotion is the deep personal faith every single individual holds. Isaac listens to this endless lecture and gets totally annoyed. He grumbles internally about his uncle being way too serious. Plus, where did those glasses even come from? Riley admits he might have overdone it, but assumes Isaac gets the point. This ceremony is basically just one giant party. Now, what is the absolute first thing you think of when you hear the word festival? Exactly right, having fun and enjoying the whole thing together. After all, joy is a huge part of faith. Because of that exact reason, the gods will definitely bless this grand celebration with some immense happiness. That is their divine right during this sacred event. Hearing that part, Isaac actually starts finding the whole thing kind of interesting. A seriously dark thought crosses his mind. Does this mean the low-ranking gods or angels will actually show up in person? Because if he catches them, he is going to tear them to absolute shreds. Right then, Riley suddenly points a finger straight at him. Pointing right at him, Riley declares their dear Isaac must be super eager to personally execute the Skeleton King's minions. He praises his righteous spirit as exactly what they need. Gold Joshua chimes in fast, whichever group scores the highest wins the honor of executing those dark minions. So he warns Siri to do a good job, and the boy obediently promises his father he absolutely will. Isaac is completely and utterly horrified. Group projects are his literal worst nightmare. He covers his face, internally screaming in pure despair. Why does it always have to be awful group work? Riley notices his obvious distress, walking over to kneel right beside him. He sincerely hopes the kids get top results so they can achieve their goals. Feeling his uncle's totally genuine concern, Isaac hesitates. He softly stammers out a polite yes. Deep down, though, his inner monologue is an absolute mess of complaints. He decides he will just eliminate a few rival groups and pretend to rescue the rest. Then he beams brightly, confidently promising to do his absolute best. Riley looks at him with pure pride, silently reassuring himself. Such a sweet kid could never become a dark priest, an absolute relief for everyone involved here. While Riley stays so incredibly optimistic, Gold Joshua is visibly tense, nervously biting his nails while asking Isaac about his recent holy ordination. He really wants to know which deity chose Isaac last time. The boy's face twists up, letting out a deeply confused mutter. With no other choice, Isaac sighs and completely lies. He claims he cannot remember, just that the mark felt incredibly bizarre and deeply unpleasant. He plays totally dumb. But internally, he feels incredibly smug, perfectly aware that his mark is actually a literal omen of complete and total doom. Hearing this detail, their faces turn ghost pale as cold sweat breaks out. Both of them instantly dread that an evil god chose him. After one incredibly tense moment, Riley stands up and fabricates a quick excuse to reassure Isaac. He claims some gods just have creepy-looking insignia, and Gold Joshua quickly jumps in to agree with that exact explanation. Ultimately, pure faith is all that actually matters. Isaac turns his face away so they miss his smug grin, softly agreeing with both of them. He acts totally chill, then suddenly remembers something and spins around to ask a question. Oh, so the Yellow Cardinal is actually coming to see him. What a total jerk. Why him? Just as he says that, an angry voice booms through the room. Someone is loudly screaming for both Isaac and Joshua. Seeing this new guy walk in, massive panic hits them as they share a confused stare. Moments later, the whole room screams his name in pure shock. Enter Keena Barry. He marches right up, announcing he has business with them. The room instantly goes dead silent. Breaking the tension, Suri Joshua nervously whispers, "Why is Keena here for Isaac?" Gold Joshua just clutches his head, completely frustrated. Ripping at his own hair, he mutters back that he has absolutely no clue what this guy wants. Wild theories start racing. Is he here to hurt Isaac, or did the Pope send him? He fears the worst. Anything involving the evil god is bad news. Then Keena Barry steps right up and urgently grabs Isaac by the hand. He straight up tells Isaac he used to think he was totally worthless. Obviously, Isaac is not thrilled by that terrible compliment. Internally, Isaac is screaming, "Is this total lunatic actually trying to fight me?" Even the spectator ghost lets out a massive shout. Meanwhile, Keena Barry looks insanely confident about some super bizarre theory of his. He boldly claims Isaac must have hidden away for 15 whole years just to do intense secret training. Basically, Keena thinks Isaac refused to let his pure skills get ruined by the clueless academy fools. In his eyes, Isaac is basically a god among men. Training with those losers would be a massive waste. He finds it absolutely hilarious that an elite guy like Isaac is stuck doing basic student internships. As Isaac listens, real dread starts creeping in. Hanging nearby, the spectator ghost openly laughs, calling Keena totally out of his mind. Completely ignoring the obvious disgust on Isaac's face, Keena Barry keeps rambling and throws his hand out again. He practically begs Isaac to take his hand so they can train together under his master. They could destroy the skeleton demon king and rule the holy state together. Check this out. Suri Joshua immediately suspects a trap. Is this just some twisted new way for the Pope's family to bully them? But the guy looks 100% serious. It is a crazy good offer that any normal person would accept. Just as Suri Joshua thinks that, Isaac suddenly stands up looking completely furious, shocking every single person there. He violently slaps away Keena Barry's hand and tells him to get lost. Keena screams out in total, heartbroken disbelief. Gritting his teeth, Isaac tells him to beat it. He insists on finishing his normal internship, standing his ground while Suri Joshua watches in absolute terror, convinced Isaac is insane. Completely losing his temper, Keena Barry yells that Isaac should not even worry about his priest credentials. This is way bigger than just simple training. He promises to grant Isaac the rank of a 15-year veteran priest, but Isaac just sits back down, waving him off, totally bored. Looking completely unimpressed, Isaac points straight at Suri Joshua and throws out a hilarious counteroffer. Take him instead. Suri points at himself, his face absolutely frozen in terror. Keena just openly sneers at Suri Joshua, claiming they are not even in the same league. Shockingly, Isaac completely agrees with that brutal roast. That harsh insult makes Suri flush bright red with hot anger. Gritting his teeth, he curses both of them mentally. Then Kina Berry starts casually praising Isaac, claiming he could banish whole monsters with one single glare. The spectator ghost teases that Kina must have seen Isaac make some terrifying threats before today. Now watch this. Isaac gets super suspicious. Is this absolute jerk trying to steal his secret techniques? The more Kina pushes, the more Isaac wants him gone. Staring him down, Isaac firmly repeats his warning to just get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope actually makes him sick. He literally feels like throwing up. Hearing his own grandfather insulted, Kina Berry gets instantly enraged. His face darkens as he demands to know if his grandfather disgusts him. Without skipping a beat, Isaac doubles down, loudly declaring he would gladly slit the guy's throat. Right in the middle of his sentence, someone suddenly clamps a hand over Isaac's mouth. Before anyone can even blink, he gets violently swept away. Safely away, his rescuer finally speaks up, saying their grandson is busy. The mysterious savior is Eli Joshua. Grabbed incredibly tight, Isaac desperately tries to speak, but he cannot make a single sound. Eli Joshua warns Kina to stay far away from Isaac. Feeling super insulted, Kina Berry scowls and tries protesting. He argues back, but even as the powerful blue patriarch, Eli just completely ignores him. Meanwhile, the elder turns to Isaac with a harsh threat. Hanging around Kina Berry is just going to turn Isaac into absolute garbage. Eli Joshua leaves the room, dropping a heavy, suffocating silence behind him. Kina Berry can only gasp out a totally shocked what, all while Isaac struggles like a madman to break free. He accidentally leaves a bloody bite mark right on Eli Joshua's hand. But even that wild move fails to actually get him out of there. Deep down, he swears a silent, brutal oath to completely crush those Joshua bastards. Meanwhile, his mind totally shifts back to the massive exam coming up. The infamous 5-color test every single apprentice priest has to clear: white, yellow, blue, black, and red. That is the exact order of the crazy trials run by the cardinals of each faith. Basically the ultimate roadblock to becoming a real priest. Passing is absolutely not optional. Hyped up, Isaac struts over to the designated room. He checks the door for his group flag. Smirking, he wonders if his new teammates are already chilling inside. He silently calculates exactly how many kids he has to babysit today. Shoving 30 kids from the exact same background into one squad feels like a setup. Are they trying to start a literal faction war? He keeps thinking back to Suri Joshua's promise. The team is supposedly packed with friends, meaning there is absolutely zero reason to stress out. Isaac sighs and makes a split-second call. Sending Suri to school early really did pay off big time in the end. Riding a wave of pure hype, he shuts his eyes and shoves the heavy door wide open. Time to make his next move. He fully plans to use these guys to crush the test and save his people. So dropping a flawless first impression is strictly mandatory. Then someone screams out, "He is here! Tie the bastard up!" Isaac snaps into focus, his eyes flying open in total shock. He stares at a room packed with furious, hostile faces. What is going on? His brain is absolutely racing, but his face stays completely deadpan. Henry stomps forward, screaming that Isaac is the jerk who bullied Suri for years. Albert jumps in with a super punchable smirk, mocking him. He promises to teach the newbie some manners using a little tough love. The guy threatens that if Isaac dares to snitch to Suri about this, he will personally make sure the kid pays a brutal price. Finally getting the picture, Isaac just lets out an exhausted sigh. These guys are totally hopeless. He quietly readies his little handbell. Albert clutches his stomach, wheezing with fake tears. He smugly suggests they just treat this whole ambush as a super friendly welcoming party. He laughs at the stupid handbell, joking that the rumors of Isaac acting like a literal baby must be true. He tells the crew to go hang him up somewhere. But before he even finishes the thought, bam! Isaac slams that bell straight into Henry's face, shutting down Albert's cocky laughter right on the spot. Henry collapses in a bloody heap. The rest of the gang just watches in sheer horror, totally unable to process reality. They absolutely explode into rage, screaming to ask if this lunatic lost his mind. Isaac just flashes them a cold, mocking smirk. He smoothly points out that teamwork brings high scores, so a little physical team building is the absolute best way to break the ice. And here is where things get completely wild. He immediately launches into a brutal beatdown, unleashing a level of pure savagery nobody was ready for. When Suri Joshua finally strolls in, he just stares. He openly admits he is completely and totally confused by the messy situation. Taking in the completely bizarre sight, he asks if this is seriously what qualifies as a normal team-building exercise. The battered bullies are literally stacked into a groaning human pyramid, and Isaac is just sitting casually at the very top. They instantly beg Suri for backup. Henry cries out in pure agony, demanding to know if this absolute madman is actually his relative. Suri suddenly beams a bright smile and politely thanks them for playing with his cousin. The bruised bullies just start begging even harder for mercy. Having zero desire to help, but slightly stressed about the exam, Suri Joshua leans over and whispers directly to Isaac. He points out the first test focuses entirely on team harmony. How does Isaac plan to pass that? Isaac just scoffs. He asks if the guy is literally blind. This gorgeous human pyramid proves they have already reached perfect peak harmony. Suri's face twists up in disbelief. He curses Isaac as a total lunatic obsessed with pure violence. But Isaac quickly pivots to another topic. Handing over a crumpled paper, he tells him to read it. Suri Joshua just stares in massive confusion at the huge list of names. Isaac explains these guys are basic parasites. They used completely ridiculous excuses to leech off him for 7 long years. Sure, the Joshua clan rarely demands payback, but even they have strict limits. Albert weakly tries to argue back in defiance. He sputters that the great house needs nothing, and anything they offer would just be totally useless anyway. Isaac's eyes flash with straight-up malice. He coldly replies that their arms and legs still look perfectly healthy to him. Their organs seem pretty fresh too. And honestly, he doesn't ask for much. Just a super balanced relationship based on mutual respect, cooperation, and a totally equal exchange of value. Isaac totally expects everyone to pitch in and work like a happy little family for their group test, pure hearts and all. Joshua backs him up, loudly demanding to know why the heck everyone is so silent. The terrified bullies whimper their agreement. By the time this twisted team-building session wraps up, they are completely drained. They hit the floor, groaning in pure agony. Isaac offers zero comfort. He just turns his back and announces their little bonding activity is over. Joshua is still sweating over the exam, asking what happens if they totally fail. Isaac calmly tells him to just follow along. He has something super special to show him right now. But Joshua keeps grumbling. One tiny little mistake and their whole team gets instantly disqualified from the test. Reminding him that harmony is the #1 rule, Isaac confidently tells his partner to stop panicking. He urges Joshua to take a close look at this first. Now watch closely, he yanks open the cabinet door to reveal their teammate, Paris, completely tied up and gagged. The poor guy weeps in total frustration, just staring blankly right back at them. While the poor captive whimpers in deep distress, Joshua turns absolutely pale with shock, while Isaac literally cheers out loud in pure, crazy excitement. Fearing major trouble, Joshua grabs Isaac by the collar to interrogate this absolute madman. He demands to know what the heck Isaac is doing. Paris is a teammate with close family ties. Did he forget about him back at the Relic Archive? Isaac innocently shrugs. He explains that Paris being on their team is exactly the problem. They found a secret letter showing he promised to stop acting as a spy. Joshua completely freezes in shock. He slowly turns around to glare at the bound guy trapped inside the cabinet, making Paris sweat bullets in absolute terror. Joshua steps forward and immediately yanks the gag down. This abrupt move makes the guy so wildly tense that he audibly grits his teeth. Just a brief second later, Joshua hesitantly asks if Nizer ordered this. The poor captive quickly breaks down, taking the entire blame upon himself. Paris apologizes frantically. He swears he had no choice, but Isaac quickly steps right in and orders him to spill every single detail. When asked about Nizer's orders, a fully panicked Paris confesses the goal was to completely destroy their group. He explains that Nizer knew Joshua would compromise for the exam. So, he ordered Paris to make wildly unreasonable demands just to break up the team. Crying heavy tears, Paris confesses that his hostile behavior at the welcome party was entirely staged. Remembering Sebastian's incredibly smug face as he tried to execute the Skeleton King's loyal subordinate, Isaac feels a sudden, massive surge of pure determination rise within his chest. With quiet resolve, Isaac swears Sebastian has officially crossed the line by targeting his subordinates. Time to teach him a harsh lesson. Days later, Sebastian furiously listens to Steven's report. Sebastian angrily demands to know how Nazer's elite agents could possibly fail such an easy spying task. Did they just give up after all that intense training? Steven sheepishly scratches his head and apologizes. He explains they had some kind of mandatory team-building events they absolutely had to attend. This ridiculous excuse leaves Sebastian completely unsatisfied, screaming with absolute furious rage inside his own dark mind. Snarling about team building, Sebastian finally dismisses him, ordering him out of sight. Once the spy leaves, Robert tries consoling him. Joshua still has 3 loyal comrades. Jameson agrees quickly, stating those embedded spies will guarantee they fail. Sebastian feels a burning hatred rising up, thinking to himself that this annoying bastard is an absolute, massive eyesore. He resolves to eliminate Isaac soon. His own father has been paying way too much attention to the guy, even wanting to officially invite him into their prestigious family. But he quickly brushes it off. Everything ends today, because those losers are totally bound to be disqualified. Once everyone finally gathers around, the elders step up. A booming voice welcomes them to the 5 colors of harmony. They declare that while the white faith acts through sacred speech, the most vital bond among comrades is absolute team unity. True harmony and faith are key, which is why this first test stage will be decided by vote. Glancing over, Sebastian catches Isaac yawning heavily in boredom. A wicked thought instantly forms in his mind. A single objection will disqualify that whole group and ruin their plan entirely. One single objection. It means disqualification for the squad. The traitor would just get transferred to another group, since he already has a spy inside. Sebastian knows Isaac is absolutely bound to fail. He flashes a massive smirk just as Sackley steps right up, ready to announce the highly anticipated results of this critical vote. Sackley clears his throat and declares that the Azure team voted completely unanimously to stick together, meaning they successfully passed the first trial of the 5 colors of harmony. This crazy outcome leaves Sebastian completely frozen in shock, especially when Isaac shoots him a highly provocative smirk. Sir Joshua quickly chases Isaac, shouting for him to wait and demanding how he pulled it off. He desperately needs to know how Isaac got everyone to agree. But Isaac just calmly asks if he remembers that yellow cardinal who kept seeking him out earlier today. Sir Joshua casually nods, admitting he definitely remembers that incredibly annoying priest. He adds that Isaac straight up refused the cardinal's summon. That annoys Isaac enough to jokingly ask if he wants to die right now. Sir Joshua quickly offers a brief apology, and a second later, Isaac finally spills the actual truth. Isaac explains he demanded their highly prestigious yellow elixir in exchange for a meeting. This leaves Sir Joshua utterly bewildered, silently thinking about his own completely absurd request. Was that legendary potion a sacred secret belonging only to the high lineage of Yellow Faith? It is way too valuable to just hand over, but after a brief pause, Isaac continues his wild story. Isaac eventually got his hands on the pill and used it to strike a deal with those guys. Hearing this, Sir Joshua grows completely bewildered and yells out, "Wait, did he actually hand it over? Meaning you are giving them the actual imperial medicine." Isaac casually drops the heavy truth. Nope, he actually made them swallow all the medicine before they voted. Sir Joshua screams in absolute despair, what on earth? What if they betray us? But before opening the door, Isaac just turns and reassures Sir Joshua. He says he completely trusts his teammates. Then he spins around and bursts into a loud, villainous laugh. This leaves Sir Joshua completely lost in thought, wondering if this absolute lunatic has finally changed his ways, because if so, that is actually good news. Isaac swings the door wide open. Instantly, all of Sir Joshua's questions are answered. Inside, the spies are locked up, beaten totally black and blue, crying for mercy. Henry raises his battered head, begging them to stop. Henry begs for the antidote since they did exactly as told, while Sir Joshua watches, his face completely twisted in pure shock. The spy keeps begging, crying that his stomach hurts like crazy, as Isaac happily watches the pathetic scene unfold. Seeing how totally miserable they are, Isaac confidently flashes a thumbs up, declaring they would never dare betray him now. Honestly, you cannot even blame him who wouldn't lose their mind. Seeing what this absolute lunatic has done, Sir Joshua points right at Isaac's face. He demands to know if Isaac fed them poison instead of the actual imperial medicine. Isaac plays completely innocent, claiming he gave them real medicine, 93% flour, and 5% skeleton demon king mana. Add 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a tiny fraction of actual imperial medicine. Oops, Sir Joshua panics, shouting that even rinsing a real imperial pill in a bucket would yield more than that. Now it is payback time. Isaac just smiles at the prisoners while his poor friend holds his head in absolute despair. They have been leeching off him for years after all. Dominic quickly clasps his hands together. He begs and cries, saying he cannot take it anymore, while Henry joins in, pleading about how they survived the 5 Harmony trial together, begging for the actual antidote. They watch as Isaac casually struts right over to a cabinet, pulls it open, and sighs. Fine. He says he is a man of his word, after all. Now, where did he put that antidote? Ah, found it. Isaac yanks out a dirty diaper and cheers like he just struck gold. Sir Joshua watches in absolute horror, cursing him silently because that is a diaper Isaac literally used to wear. Who on earth hides medicine inside a diaper? Isaac shamelessly holds it high to tease the poor guys, asking who wants a taste first. But before anyone can answer, the door bursts wide open and someone yells at him to stop. It is Sepnesser, and he is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth while demanding that Isaac hand back his men. He calls Isaac a complete bastard, claiming he does not care what dirty bribes were used to steal his loyal followers. Isaac clicks his tongue in pure annoyance, while Albert begs in fear and Henry watches in sheer confused shock. Desperate for the cure, the men instantly betray Sepnesser, turning right on their former master. He immediately threatens them. But a second later, a wave of intense pain hits him instead. He screams in agony as the spies shout back, warning him to never lay a single finger on Isaac. Sepnesser has absolutely no idea what is going on, demanding to know why they are suddenly shielding this crazy guy. He demands to know what Isaac did to them, while Isaac slowly steps right up to the fallen boss to settle all their overdue debts. Isaac reminds the boss of his own big words, mocking his whole theory that people only seek overwhelming power in times of crisis. But he was dead wrong. The only thing these desperate guys care about right now is saving their own pathetic lives. Nobody actually wants to face death. Hearing this makes Sepetnizer completely freeze up in absolute sheer terror. The guy just trembles. He frantically whispers that this is literally impossible, staring straight into Isaac's freezing cold glare. Those dead eyes remind him of a cunning predator. It makes him seriously wonder if this monster is even slightly human. Meanwhile, inside the Holy See office, Hiraberry hears a sudden knock on his door. He loudly barks at them to enter. Seeing Theodore awkwardly hesitating at the entrance, he feels super annoyed. It actually took 7 whole days just to meet a lowly apprentice. Knowing how disrespectful this looks, Theodore finally steps inside and awkwardly apologizes for bringing some truly bad news. He reveals that Isaac flat out refused to show up. This leaves Hiraberry completely stunned, just totally unable to believe his own ears. He aggressively demands to know why Isaac refuses to visit, especially after receiving that special medicine. Theodore nervously scratches his head to confirm the rejection. He adds that Isaac wanted to pass on a little message, making Barry's face instantly darken with pure anger. Theodore shakily repeats the message: if they ever want him to visit next time, they better send a giant block of solid gold instead. Barry gets so incredibly furious, he literally snaps the pen in his hand. His face instantly twists into pure horror at the sight before him. He hesitates a second, then orders them to bring that kid to him at all costs. The scene then dramatically shifts right back to Sebastian. He storms off in absolute fury, quietly cursing that bastard under his breath. A second later, a past memory flashes by, and he mutters to himself. Still, it is not a total loss here. His informants reported the target is hiding something sketchy, something that must never ever cross paths with the authorities. If he just investigates a little further, he will surely find clues to unmask the guy himself. But right then, he looks up, caught totally off guard. Get this, a huge crowd is gathered ahead. Sebastian barks out a loud demand to know exactly who they are, leaving both Theo and John looking extremely confused. Turning their gaze toward him, they watch as this ridiculously arrogant Sebastian aggressively stomps right over to demand some answers. Why is this dorm so incredibly loud? Not wanting to cause any trouble at all, he quickly explains they just have business with the young master here. Meanwhile, Theo is internally swearing. Why did they have to run right into a member of the Red Clan, the Yellow Clan's sworn ultimate enemy? He honestly wishes this annoying red-haired freak would just get lost already. If rumors actually start spreading about the Yellow Cardinal summoning someone, it will be an absolute disaster, especially summoning someone from the Blue Clan. But after hearing their weak excuse, Sebastian is definitely not about to let things slide so easily. He continues to glare down at everyone with cold, utterly predatory eyes. But just as the tension hits its absolute peak, a brand new voice suddenly cuts in, asking why they are so late. That voice draws everyone's attention, forcing the whole group to turn around. To their absolute shock, Isaac and Suri Joshua have finally arrived. Isaac just casually leans against the doorframe, looking down at everyone with pure, arrogant pride. He casually claims he told them to arrive early, just to prepare for a little tea party. Hearing this convenient excuse, the group quickly rushes right over to Isaac. They instantly realize this kid is trying to bail them out. Honestly, after everything he recently received, it is the absolute least he could do. Joshua is always just so incredibly easy to read. Smiling nervously, they immediately decide to play along with his glaringly obvious rescue plan. They quickly tell him they arrived to deliver something special for the young master, which is currently being prepared. Isaac quickly jumps right in. He firmly agrees that any proper gathering requires good refreshments, ordering them to bring it all over before the day is finally out. They all happily acknowledge the order, leaving Sebastian completely ignored and turning a hilarious pale green with absolute rage. He just fumes silently, angrily wondering if this overly casual meeting is exactly how Isaac managed to bewitch his loyal subordinates in the first place. Then, without any warning, he starts channeling his magic just as Theo bravely steps up to bid them a polite farewell. Before he can even finish his sentence, Sebastian totally blindsides him with a dirty cheap shot, causing him to scream out in pain. After brutally knocking the others down, he sets his angry sights right on Isaac. He prepares to unleash his level 5 holy magic penitent hell. Mocking him, Sebastian claims he only helped the subordinates rest before inviting Isaac to a rather painful, totally twisted test of faith. As Isaac heavily glares at his opponent, Suri Joshua watches on in absolute terror. He knows this twisted test will end with him burning at the stake. At absolute worst, their entire clan could face complete annihilation if things go south here. But Sebastian has exactly zero intention of stopping there. Pulling out a mysterious little red pouch, Sebastian slyly suggests that he has a very convenient little tool for their fun test. He brags, it only takes a simple touch to react. But hold your breath, because Cardinal Hiraberry suddenly arrives on the chaotic scene. He loudly barks at Isaac and Joshua, expressing total disbelief that he ignored an official summon just to play around with these absolute weaklings. Hearing that familiar, commanding voice, a huge wave of pure anxiety and deep confusion completely washes over him. The cardinal glares directly at him, furiously demanding to know if they honestly think his orders are some kind of joke. Sebastian is frozen in sheer terror. He is completely unable to utter a single word as he stares up at Cardinal Barry. The cardinal shoots him an icy glare, asking if he is actually still cuddling up with the infamous Red Clan. The nerve of some brat touching his personal squad. Sebastian just stands there, completely and utterly lost. His brain goes into overdrive, frantically wondering if this guy is secretly working with the Barry family. Isaac jumps right in with a super polite apology to the cardinal. Flawless acting skills. Rocking a totally fake, pitiful puppy face, he throws Sebastian right under the bus. He claims Sebastian ordered him to stay away, which is exactly why he missed the cardinal's urgent summons. Those words hit Sebastian like an absolute freight train of panic. He nervously peeks over. Barrett just stares right back with zero emotion. Terrified of getting crushed, Sebastian aggressively backpedals. He yells out, when did he ever say that, and what summon are they even talking about? He angrily points out that high-ranking clergy absolutely cannot contact trainees during their official apprenticeship. Before he can even finish the accusation, Barrett abruptly cuts him off with a wildly patronizing tone. Realizing the guy walks straight into his trap, Isaac hides a smirk. Things are about to get so good. Right then, Cardinal High Barrett immediately pins everything on Sebastian and Czar, the Red Clan's third son. He says he gave them plenty of team bonding time. But since he completely blew that chance, the Cardinal is only letting this slide thanks to a personal favor for Sebastian's dad. Sebastian and Czar frantically tries explaining that this is a huge misunderstanding. Sadly for him, those excuses get instantly trashed. Answering him, the Cardinal casually drops a bomb their group is getting slapped with extra temple duties. It is a brutal ruling that completely wrecks Sebastian. He silently grinds his teeth in pure rage, begging Cardinal Barrett for mercy. Still totally fuming, Sebastian turns and orders Isaac to follow him back to their room. But the boy just flat out refuses. Sebastian is left totally paralyzed, staring back at them in sheer disbelief. Isaac drops a quick apology to the Yellow Cardinal, explaining the Red Cardinal already summoned him for a prior meeting. Isaac politely suggests catching up some other time. The skeptical Cardinal squints. Did the Red Cardinal seriously just call him? Isaac flashes a massive grin and cheerfully confirms the Red Cardinal definitely summoned him. That little lie leaves Seraphine staring at him in complete and utter shock. She is internally screaming. How on earth did this kid know when she never said a word? Now she fears Cardinal Barrett will hate her. Convinced her evaluation score is absolutely toast, she decides she needs to quietly slip away right now. She sprints over, grabs his shoulder, and laughs nervously, claiming she came specifically to fetch Isaac. She asks to take him, leaving Cardinal Barrett responding with just a very confused grunt. Catching the Cardinal's highly suspicious look, Sebastian gets hit by a wave of doubt. Did Isaac's little trick actually fail? Sebastian barely stammers out an excuse before Cardinal Barrett suddenly shuts him down, saying their hands are tied. Then he just turns to leave, telling Isaac to go on ahead and attend that prior meeting. Sebastian lets out a massive sigh of relief. He figures even a heavy hitter like Barrett would avoid offending his influential family. But nope, Barrett takes 2 steps, stops dead, and drops a condition. Sebastian still caused trouble for the Yellow Clan, so extra duties start tomorrow. Sebastian is mentally screaming every curse word imaginable. But he forces his heart rate down, plotting to shove all the blame right onto Isaac. He convinces himself that handing Isaac over to his dad will make his punishment magically vanish. Just as he opens his mouth, Isaac is already gone. Sebastian yells out in pure, unadulterated shock as rage bubbles over. He spins around, demanding to know where the kid vanished to. Surrey Joshua just lazily points a finger backward. He explains Isaac went to bed early, saying he needs beauty rest to grow taller. Sebastian is left absolutely dumbfounded. Grinding his teeth into dust, Sebastian screams that it is barely 2 p.m., calling him a complete and utter bastard. Completely snapping, he storms over to Isaac's room, violently screaming at him to wake the heck up right now. The only response he gets? Heavy snoring and some creepy sleep talk about burning everything to the ground. Making things way worse, Albert's group completely turns on him, yelling at everyone to drag the annoying Sebastian outside. 3 days later, Cardinal Barrett's strict orders kick in, and Sebastian is officially on hardcore floor mopping duty. He curses Isaac with every single swipe of that mop. He swears he will end the kid before hurling the mop away in total despair. He literally cries, sobbing that an 18-hour shift is just straight-up torture. The memory of his father's brutal scolding hits him hard. Branded a total failure, couldn't even catch a single kid, yet still dared to beg for help. So Sebastian angrily mutters to himself. He complains that his teammates do absolutely nothing but whine about their garbage test scores, and even his own dad refuses to help. Snapping back to reality, Sebastian desperately brainstorms a way out. He knows he has to drag Isaac back just to win his father's approval. To pull that off, he needs to find the boy first. He figures a simple chapel ambush will work perfectly since everyone has to pray eventually. 6 hours later, Sebastian is completely demoralized. He has been waiting with absolutely zero sign of Isaac. Sometime later, Robert violently slams the door open. He screams, demanding to know what on earth Sebastian is even doing in here. Robert drags Sebastian away by force, furiously warning him. If their team scores drop even a single point lower, he will personally murder him right on the spot. Sebastian struggles to break free, insisting he absolutely must find Isaac until he suddenly spots him nearby. Seeing Isaac standing just a few feet away, Sebastian freezes. He can only stare at the boy in complete, paralyzed disbelief. Meanwhile, Isaac simply grins and waves back. That playful little gesture drives Sebastian so insanely mad he immediately tries to lunge forward and attack. Robert and Raymond quickly hold him back as Sebastian desperately screams to be let go. Isaac watches the whole struggle with immense amusement. This prompts Siri Joshua to sigh heavily, calling him a literal devil. Did you seriously come here just to piss him off? Isaac does not get angry at all. He claims he is absolutely thrilled. Then he turns to ask his companion a question: wouldn't meeting the Scarlet Cardinal be way more beneficial for us? Isaac asks, not quite understanding what Siri Joshua is getting at. Why exactly is that? Siri quickly explains that Cardinal Barry will never help them reach the rank of king. Turning his head, Isaac asks what this king rank even means anyway. Seeing how careless Isaac acts, Siri Joshua sighs and begs him to pay attention. You should at least know the basic grading criteria. Instead of admitting he is totally clueless, Isaac snaps back. He blames Siri for not telling him all of this sooner. Siri Joshua pulls out the evaluation chart. A king represents an irreplaceable genius, while a queen is a powerhouse capable of protecting the whole nation. A bishop is a model student, a knight is pretty capable, and a pawn is just average. Skeletons are completely useless. Siri continues to complain about those irreplaceable king and queen ranks, all while hiding a growing anxiety deep in his heart. He confesses to Isaac if the cardinal loses his temper and ranks them as skeletons, they get demoted instantly. Even worse, Cardinal Barry might actually want to kill them. But Isaac completely disagrees with this dramatic claim, telling Siri to talk some actual sense. Who holds enough of a grudge to murder a 10-year-old child? The man even gave him some holy medicine. At this point, Siri drops a massive truth bomb. Did he not know his mother was once engaged to Cardinal Barry? Leaving Isaac in complete shock, Siri casually adds that his dad actually stole her away from the cardinal. The engagement got completely canceled because his father turned the entire affair into a massive, bitter conflict between their two families. Hearing this, dark thoughts immediately fill his head. That cardinal definitely wants him dead. 100%. Suddenly, the spectral watcher appears right behind him. Isaac jumps back and screams in pure terror, "You scared the absolute life out of me." A few seconds later, Siri makes a smart suggestion. If Isaac can just win over the Scarlet Cardinal, they can use him to keep the Gold Cardinal in check. Not to mention, all Gold family descendants must pass the Scarlet family's rigorous exam. So, just promising they will not get ranked as skeletons in the Gold family exam is enough. But watch the background here while Siri Joshua is explaining this. Someone secretly casts a spell in the shadows, and a magic hand manifests out of nowhere. It hovers right next to Isaac, though he remains completely oblivious and keeps replying to his companion. That makes total sense. He says I should go meet him. Just then, the magic hand clamps right over Isaac's mouth, leaving him completely terrified and confused. Siri Joshua wonders why Isaac suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence. He turns to ask what Isaac just said, only to find he has vanished entirely. Stunned into total silence, Siri can only call out his name in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to Gila Barry. He is quietly reading a book when he hears a knock. He sternly commands the guest to enter, and a massive wave of mana floods in. This sudden magical energy drags Isaac straight into the room before quickly dissipating into nothing. Recovering his composure, Isaac calmly asks Gila Barry a question. "My dear kidnapper, what on earth are you doing? You act so high and mighty, yet send a lackey to kidnap me." Seeing how insanely disrespectful Isaac is acting, the cardinal slams his book shut. He glares at him, calling him a total brat. Gila then steps up to negotiate. He says he has something to discuss. Left with zero choices, Isaac reluctantly agrees, openly mocking that there is always something to discuss. He asks if he was dragged all the way here simply because he had been ignoring the cardinal. Suddenly, Gila Barrett drops his voice to a whisper and says it. "Isaac Joshua, I want to adopt you." Yeah, that hits like an absolute lightning bolt. Our boy freezes in pure shock for a second. Deep down, Isaac's brain just starts completely short-circuiting with intense anxiety. What did the old man just say? Adoption means joining the Gold family. Does he actually want him there? What kind of sick joke is this? Is he making fun of him or plotting something worse? Isaac grits his teeth, glaring at Gila Barrett with some serious resentment. Seeing that reaction, Gila Barrett quickly promises there is no trap. He simply wants to offer him a real way out of the Joshua family as his adopted son. But Isaac stays super skeptical. This whole setup just feels way too suspicious. Why offer this now? Is it because that fake skeleton demon king actually called him a saint? Whatever their real endgame is, it does not matter. Isaac just wants to expose exactly what Gila Barrett is plotting. So he hesitantly asks what exactly he stands to gain if he actually agrees to be his son. That question totally catches Gila Barrett off guard, leaving the guy stunned and unsure how to even answer. Seeing him stall, Isaac gets way firmer. If the Cardinal wants to make a deal, he needs to lay his terms out plainly. Gila Barrett just watches him with this deeply calculating look. He seriously wonders if a kid is actually trying to bargain with him right now. He quickly promises Isaac they can provide everything his family lacks. The prestigious household of the Pope can easily make up for any shortcomings. Before the old man can even finish, Isaac bursts out laughing. He smugly fires back that the Joshua family is not lacking a single thing. Hearing this, Gila Barrett looks slightly thoughtful. He casually brings up rumors about the Joshua family actively trying to lock Isaac up in their estate. He points out the Blue Faith demands intense patience and constant restraint. That means the kid is looking at a lifetime of restrictions. But the Yellow Sect will never interfere with anything Isaac wants. Honestly, they will back his every single move. Yet Isaac still is not impressed and boldly sets his own terms. That offer sounds way too small. Unless they plan to fully back him as the next family successor, it simply is not enough. Gila Barrett goes completely quiet. He ponders this, mentioning he heard Isaac aim to be a saint, but now the kid wants the Pope's seat too. If he honestly plans to climb that high, switching sides totally makes sense. Joining the Yellow Sect would be insanely beneficial, but Isaac quickly bites back that he is still a Joshua. If this guy thinks he will switch up for minor perks like that, think again. Before Isaac can even finish, Gila Barrett interrupts with a massive offer. A private territory, a huge vault of gold, a personal army, and zero taxes. He even promises a mansion way bigger than the Joshua estate, plus full direct descendant rights. Hearing those terms, Isaac finally caves and promises to consider it, playing right into Gila's hands. Totally delighted with that answer, Gila Barrett heads to his desk, claiming he will start the paperwork immediately. But suddenly he remembers one crucial detail, warning Isaac not to breathe a word to his family. Isaac calmly agrees. To put the old man at ease, our boy actually offers a totally solid guarantee. He promises absolute secrecy, but the very second they finish talking, he senses someone blatantly eavesdropping by the door. Enter our sneaky spy, Suri Joshua. Spotting Gila Barrett makes Suri freeze in pure terror. Caught totally off guard, the poor guy just screams in panic. The dude is absolutely paralyzed with fear. Suri Joshua completely loses his balance, hitting the cold floor and groaning loudly. Finding every ounce of strength, he scrambles up and sprints away, loudly yelling he heard absolutely nothing. Watching the terrified kid run off screaming, Barrett just sighs before turning back to talk with Isaac. He brushes it off, none of that matters. Only Isaac's final decision counts. Even if that brat leaks at all, nothing changes. But watch this absolute menace at work. Isaac casually drops a bombshell, reminding him he only promised to think about it. He never actually promised to join. Honestly, even if he dies, he is never joining the Pope's household. Shocked a literal child could have that kind of backbone, Gila Barrett spins around, asking if he means it. Isaac firmly doubles down. Absolutely furious at this blatant rejection, Gila's face goes dark with rage as he violently crumples his paperwork. He snaps that Isaac is exactly like his mother, from looks right down to attitude. One word from him, and the boy gets excommunicated and entirely stripped of his priesthood. He can completely forget about ever being Pope. Even his precious saint title is gone. Using the Pope's power, he can easily banish Isaac from the Holy Kingdom forever. The kid knows all that, yet he still dares to run his mouth. Haya slams a heavy hand onto his shoulder to give him a harsh lecture, but Isaac stays completely unfazed as he fires back. He declares he will just build his own country without any useless priests or popes. The bold claim leaves Hia utterly speechless, and to make it sweeter, Isaac confidently asks why a single nation would ever need two leaders. After all, it is going to be his kingdom anyway. The poor guy is absolutely stunned hearing those wild words from a kid. He stands totally frozen, glaring intensely. Haya stammers out a question about what game he is playing, but gets quickly cut off. Isaac just scratches his head with this bright, innocent smile. He claims he needs that exact courage to beat the skeleton demon king, leaving Hia completely lost for words again. Then Isaac casually turns away, suggesting they both just pretend that adoption offer never happened. He adds that things are much safer for Hera that way. Strolling right over to the desk, Isaac touches the crumpled paper. He admits this whole chat sparked his curiosity. Now he really cannot help but wonder what actually went down during the holy ordination ceremony. What could possibly drive the Yellow Sect to adopt the direct descendant of their own bitter rival household? Honestly, the entire kingdom would probably love to know that. Meanwhile, back at the Joshua estate, the shocking news has finally arrived. Eli Joshua trembles with sheer panic, demanding to know how on earth Isaac actually managed to pass the 5 colors harmony test. The kid should have failed. Damn it, the old man thinks. My faith must be weak. Fearing the absolute worst, he quickly grabs the holy chalice and rushes off. Approaching the altar, Eli Joshua kneels down with deep reverence, lifting the golden cup high above his head. Then he begins to intensely pray. He begs the divine God of heaven to let his damn grandson completely fail the test. Yeah, Eli Joshua is definitely not your average supportive grandfather. Usually, elders pray for their kids to actually succeed. Witnessing this totally bizarre behavior, the second son of the Joshua family just stares. Benjamin Joshua turns to Riley Joshua, asking what on earth happened to their family while he was gone. He grabs Riley Joshua by the arm, demanding to know since when their sacred faith is used to curse people. Riley Joshua just laughs it off. Does Benjamin really think that badly of little Isaac? Is the kid truly such a massive troublemaker? Panic flashes across Riley Joshua's face as he quickly jumps to defend him. The boy is pure and completely innocent. He insists polite and incredibly smart. Totally unconvinced, Benjamin looks back at their praying father and asks why he is acting like a lunatic. Riley Joshua offers a quick excuse. He is probably just worried about his grandson, he says. After all, the upcoming test is brutal, and the yellow and red faction trial is extremely dangerous. Yet, Benjamin Joshua still cannot shake his deep, creeping anxiety. Being the second son, he can never inherit the family, so having a talented child rise up should honestly be fantastic news. Isaac becoming the heir is supposed to be a good thing, so why does he feel this heavy, creeping dread? Just then, Eli Joshua walks over scratching his head, muttering about how strange it is for his blessing to fail. Anyone hit by that magic should have passed out cold for 3 days. Why did it have absolutely zero effect on the kid? Hearing this, Benjamin thinks to himself, wait, that sounds way more like a deadly curse than a blessing. It is probably for the best that the spell failed. But get this, a cheerful voice suddenly chimes in from behind them, asking if that kid still means a lot. They all spin around, eyes widening in pure shock. The newcomer respectfully bows, greeting the patriarch and her uncles. Standing right before them is none other than Saint candidate Leah Joshua. Delighted to see her, Riley Joshua warmly welcomes her back home. Right after that, Leah Joshua politely asks how everyone is doing. But Eli Joshua completely ignores her. Still deeply lost in his own thoughts about Isaac, he just mumbles to himself, how did that little brat even pass the harmony test? He should have failed completely and been totally cast aside. Left standing there awkwardly, Leah Joshua simply does not know what to say. But Eli just ignores her completely, realizing the Pope faction is showing way too much interest in Isaac. If they are actually targeting Isaac and his life, it would be best for the kid to just quit and come back early. Waiting a year or two would be fine, but the boy is simply too brilliant to delay his eventual coronation. While Eli Joshua stays deep in thought, Benjamin catches something sitting on the grand desk. Spotting a mysterious letter, he asks his father who sent it. That envelope looks incredibly fancy and expensive. It looks absolutely nothing like their usual mail. The patriarch stays totally silent, letting out a heavy, worried sigh. Finally, Eli Joshua confesses the truth to them. It is from their fourth brother. Both Benjamin and Riley Joshua gasp in pure shock. Riley Joshua blurts out in disbelief, no way. Did he actually send a letter? Eli Joshua reads the harsh contents aloud. It demands to know when he is stepping down as leader, since he is basically dying anyway. Why not just hand over the position already? The old man scoffs angrily, repeating his runaway son's incredibly disrespectful words. He crushes the letter, tearing it into total shreds. Eli flat out declares this is exactly why Isaac needs serious training. Letting their fourth brother take the family reins is not an option. Benjamin furiously nods along. The patriarch lays down the law if Isaac fails to qualify. Riley takes the next spot. Hearing his own name, Riley completely chokes on his spit in pure panic. He coughs up a storm while Eli just keeps right on talking. But get this, since the kid passed his harmony test, Hope is totally alive. Cue Salak storming in from the shadows. She screams out, "Hope, my foot!" Eli just crosses his arms and calmly asks her what the big deal is. Salak immediately starts ranting about the punk bashing people with his pendulum. Fuming hot, she snaps what kind of absolute psycho uses healing magic just to beat people up even harder. Eli actually lets out a massive laugh at that. Classic Isaac right there. Seeing the old man so twistedly amused, Benjamin just sighs in total defeat. Salak is not done. She yells that he even poisoned and blackmailed his own team. Joshua grinds his teeth together in total, utter disbelief. The patriarch literally just waves it off. None of that matters as long as the Pope faction stays entirely clueless. Right on cue, Siri bursts into the room looking absolutely frantic, screaming out that they have a massive problem. He is heavily gasping for air before finally blurting out Cardinal Barry's name. What Siri drops next sends pure, unfiltered terror through the whole room. That guy actually offered to adopt Isaac. Eli straight up clenches his fists. aggressively demanding to know exactly how Isaac replied. Catching that completely terrifying look, Riley jumps in fast, reminding everyone Isaac is a Joshua family member through and through. There is zero chance the kid betrays them. But the very next update drops every jaw. Isaac said it sounded totally awesome. Riley violently rushes forward, grabbing Siri by the shoulders and shaking him like crazy. He desperately demands an explanation. What the heck did they use to bribe Isaac? Siri forcefully gulps it was a pile of cash, literally no one on earth could refuse. Riley furiously grinds his teeth together. Meanwhile, all the servants in the room start heavily gossiping right then and there. Money really can buy absolutely anything, they whisper, while the guy beside him nods along. This leaves Eli literally shaking with pure rage. Those complete dirtbags, he growls, cracking his knuckles. His gaze turns ice cold, reminding everyone he is still very much alive. How dare they try stealing his own family right from under his nose? Meanwhile, back at the academy, everyone is just staring at a literal mountain of gold. The apprentice priests are gasping in pure shock. Crazy whispers spread everywhere. Did all this treasure actually come from the Barry family? Rumor has it they dumped the whole pile straight onto Isaac. Another apprentice is failing hard at hiding his shock. Are those insane rumors about Isaac getting cozy with the Pope faction actually for real? Just chilling in the crowd, Isaac smirks with absolute delight. This feels way more like hush money, Isaac thinks to himself, popping an eyebrow. Hey, gold is gold. Just then, Siri aggressively squeezes through the packed crowd. Siri is hauling this ridiculously huge banner, boldly claiming Isaac Joshua officially belongs to the Order of the Pure Faith. Isaac stares completely blankly at the thing. What the heck even is this? He snatches a letter from Siri, asking if the old patriarch sent it. He starts muttering about that super stingy geezer, quickly tearing open the paper to find one single line written perfectly across the page. It plainly says, "You are family to me." Isaac immediately scowls, wondering what kind of completely ridiculous mind game they are playing today. Without even a second thought, Isaac aggressively crumples up the emotional note and shreds it. Out of nowhere, Siri spots a highly familiar figure approaching. Siri heavily squints to get a better look, suddenly screaming out for Sister Leah. Right nearby, someone in the crowd loudly whispers in pure disbelief the female patriarch is actually here. Hearing that specific title, Isaac violently spins around. Super excited chatter instantly floods the whole room. Word is, she is the legendary saintess of the Joshua family. Check it out, it is Melissa in the flesh. The absolute second Isaac spots her strutting over, his face drains completely pale. Why her? Does she have any clue how desperately he has been avoiding her? Completely terrified, he immediately ducks behind Siri for cover. He needs a solid hiding spot right this second before getting caught. It looks insanely real, a student points out, realizing it is just a magical orb projection. Hearing this, Isaac bravely peeks out. Highly annoyed now, Isaac kicks Siri with zero mercy, loudly snapping at the guy for almost giving him a heart attack. He fiercely grumbles while Siri completely miserably clutches his back in pain. Siri dramatically winces, asking what on earth he did wrong. But then a super gentle voice calls out from right behind them. "You must be Isaac," Melissa says, flashing a warm smile and noting those rapid growth rumors are true. Her eyes totally gleam with intense interest. She asks if he seriously managed to break that heavy skeleton demon king curse. She admits she is actually pretty impressed. Inside, Isaac breathes a massive sigh of relief that they are only chatting through a communication orb. Since they aren't face to face, she has absolutely zero chance of figuring out he is actually the skeleton demon king. Melissa gently asks if it is true he was kidnapped by the demon king's minions recently. She adds that he must have suffered so much. Her voice suddenly drops dead serious, calling Isaac's name. A terrible wave of dread washes right over him. He panics, wondering if she can actually sense his true identity through a magic projection. Melissa's eyes narrow like daggers. She demands to know why she is sensing the skeleton demon king's power. Why does she feel that dark energy lingering all over him? Isaac completely freezes up, totally aware he is a dead man if his secret gets out. Her intense gaze stays locked right on him. Panicking, his mind races at a million miles an hour to invent a believable excuse. He nervously blurts out that it must be because he swallowed the skeleton demon king's finger 15 years ago. The entire hall drops into dead silence. Isaac stands completely stiff, his back totally drenched in cold sweat from the crushing pressure. After a painfully long pause, Melissa suddenly claps her hands together. She says she remembers hearing that exact story from Riley. Obviously, the demon king wouldn't be standing right here. Hearing this logic, Isaac finally relaxes his muscles, deeply relieved that he ate that finger. Melissa continues with terrifying confidence. If that demon king ever actually appeared, she promises to skin him alive and hang him upside down. Isaac's lips just twitch into a faint, awkward smile. Like, seriously, how does she plan on skinning a literal skeleton? Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, someone questions if they seriously traveled all this way just to meet some rookie priests. Even Bessie cannot hide her burning curiosity. The saintist usually avoids all family drama, so why on earth did they come here? Leah Joshua just smiles gently, mentioning that she finds him to be pretty interesting. Pointing right at the third child of the Crimson family, a stunned boy questions if she means him, while her soft smile never drops. But her next words cut like a straight razor. She heard he was picked to inherit the family leadership, yet he lost everyone during the harmony test and was foolish enough to get the whole team punished. This cold reality makes Sebastian Nizer faint right on the spot. Panicked onlookers quickly rush over to wake him, honestly wondering if the guy's mind just broke. Melissa Joshua completely ignores the drama and keeps talking. She announces a special reward for his hard work, which instantly lights up Isaac's eyes. He desperately hopes this gift is just cold hard cash. Instead, she speaks in this highly mysterious tone, her clear voice echoing across the massive room. The reward is her ultimate technique, the absolute strongest offensive holy magic that literally brought down the legendary skeleton demon king. Isaac grimaces flatly, totally refusing the offer. Suri Joshua quickly slaps a hand over his mouth as onlookers start whispering in absolute disbelief. They murmur, wondering if she actually means the legendary divine power skill a treasure money cannot buy. It is essentially an incredibly overpowered version of standard holy magic. Over in the corner, someone grabs Sebastian Nazer by the shoulders and shakes him violently, totally terrified the Azure family will leave them in the dust. Sebastian grinds his teeth together in pure frustration. He nervously worries this grand reward is only going to fuel Isaac's massive arrogance. But suddenly, a loud, angry shout of protest cuts straight through the murmuring crowd. Declaring this absolutely cannot be allowed, a young man steps right out from the crowd and drops to one knee before the saints. Glaring up at Melissa Joshua, he secretly wonders if she would ever forgive a guy who blatantly poisoned his own allies. A cocky smirk plays on his lips. He vows to expose the dirty truth and strip away his opponent's right to stay. Taking a massive breath, he yells out. This guy addressing the saint is Albert, the eldest son of the fallen Count Mule, fully prepared to snitch on Isaac's shady actions. Acting as Sebastian's top spy, he confidently declares that Isaac violently forced them to swallow poison just to pass the exam. Hearing that this insane tactic was how they passed the harmony test, Melissa Joshua's eyes go wide. She genuinely struggles to believe her own ears. Sebastian's top informant squeezes out a few pathetic fake tears, trying his absolute best to look like a totally helpless victim. Choking back his fake sobs, he begs the saint how could she possibly trust a candidate who resorted to using foul poison. Melissa is totally stunned by the mere mention of poison. Meanwhile, over on the far side, Sebastian Nazer clenches his fists in pure excitement. He silently celebrates that his little pawn is finally useful enough to ruin their rival. He promises to welcome the guy into his squad. But watch this, Melissa Joshua raises her voice and angrily shouts for Isaac. She loudly scolds him, demanding to know if he seriously thought using poison alone was enough. She calls it a completely ineffective way to train. He needs to build his willpower. This unexpected reaction leaves Albert in absolute shock. The spy panics so hard he totally forgets to keep fake crying. He desperately objects, yelling that Isaac literally beat them black and blue. Melissa is totally startled, pointing her finger straight at Isaac to give him a serious piece of her mind. She fiercely lectures that superficial bruises do absolutely nothing for real training. Next time, she orders him to just break their bones instead. She honestly claims a solid beatdown is the only way they grow stronger. Then she rolls up her sleeves for personal punishment delivery. She vows to break their bones with her bare hands. A totally panicked Leah Joshua jumps in, warning that the kid might actually die. Stepping right up with a perfectly chill expression, Leah coldly suggests she should take over the execution instead. She promises to keep things quick and completely painless, but suddenly, Isaac steps up. He declares he will handle these guys all by himself. Isaac leans in with a teasing whisper. You really should have listened. Pointing out they could have skipped this mess, he grabs Albert's shoulder tight. He loudly claims the boy as his own personal meat shield. Left utterly speechless, poor Albert wonders if this entire family is completely unhinged. Cut to the Joshua mansion at high noon. Harsh sunlight bleeds through the tall windows. Inside the library, Leah Joshua is intensely interrogating young Isaac. She asks point blank if he wants to be the family head. Isaac casually picks his ear and says, yeah, sure. When asked about his very first move as the leader, he instantly promises to wipe out every single saintess. Siri Joshua's face drops, cursing the kid's total madness. But Leah stays perfectly calm and asks why, giving Isaac the floor. He boldly declares that saintesses are entirely useless. His buddy desperately grabs his shoulders, begging him to shut his mouth. But Isaac stands firm. His eyes glow a fierce crimson. He vows to personally slaughter the skeleton demon king. He casually tells her to just quit the saintess gig. That drops the whole room into dead silence. Leah just stares at Melissa, who stares right back. Melissa calmly replies she simply cannot do that. She reveals she once committed an absolutely unforgivable sin. Suddenly, ancient memories start flashing through her mind. Flashback to a bright blue sky. Melissa Joshua stands right in front of Leah, speaking softly. Melissa slowly reaches her hand forward. She tells Leah about the one time she actually had a chance to destroy the skeleton demon king. A flawless, perfect chance to wipe him out for good. She gently pats Leah's head, murmuring with heavy regret. She completely choked. She failed to do it. Leah looks up in pure shock, demanding a reason. Melissa just confesses she honestly does not know why. Maybe the gods above would never forgive a failure like that. Snap right back to the present, Melissa keeps explaining. She is entirely convinced that she is the single reason the Joshua family got slapped with this curse. To break it, they have to crush that skeleton demon king. A massive, heavy burden she had to shoulder all alone. Isaac awkwardly repeats her words. He wonders about this big, unforgivable sin, keeping his eyes glued to the floor. Leah quietly figures Melissa must have had a specific reason for sparring the guy. Then Melissa calls out to Isaac. That is exactly why she wanted this meeting today. Leah pops open a small wooden box, making Siri Joshua gasp out loud. He asks if that is really the sacred symbol of the saints. Inside sits a crazy, exquisite necklace. The pendant holds a massive, brilliant blue gem. Resting his chin on his hand, Isaac realizes there is only one saint symbol like that in the entire world. The thing is priceless. A cold sweat drops down his cheek as Isaac gets way more confused by the second. Why on earth is Melissa handing over a literal priceless treasure? She drops a careful warning. Word is his offensive holy arts are pretty pathetic. She sealed her own power inside it, letting him spam divine energy whenever he wants. Melissa throws him a quick wink. She reminds him about the 5 remaining tests ahead. He is never passing those with just purification magic alone. So, she tells him to take the shiny rock. Her image fades with those final words. The projection blurs and completely vanishes. But not before she promises to visit the holy kingdom of Helen real soon. Next time, she will totally teach him how to wreck the skeleton demon king. Isaac just grinds his teeth together. He mutters for her to get completely lost, praying she never actually comes back. Well, that settles that. Leah quickly jumps up from her chair, announcing she has places to be. She walks over, then stops dead in her tracks. Raising her hand, she tells him to listen up. Then she points right at his face, rocking a dangerously serious expression. She asks straight up, "Do you have a manicore?" Isaac turns ghost pale at that. How did she find his secret core? Not even Melissa picked up on that. Watch closely, because our guy is panicking hard. A super dark, dangerous thought suddenly flashes right through Isaac's mind. He honestly considers just killing her right here. Meanwhile, Leah rests her chin, wondering if she made a total mistake. Looking unsure, she asks if that thing is really a manicore from the Branch family. He stammers out a nervous yes. Clutching his chest, Isaac breathes a massive sigh of relief. He thanks his lucky stars he has not absorbed the thing quite yet. Isaac figured his holy arts would pop the seal right open, but no such luck. Total panic sets in. He has absolutely no clue what this thing is, and every single trick fails. Then she just goes for it. Reaching up, Leah unclaps her own necklace, telling him it is the key to breaking that seal. Isaac looks like his eyes might physically pop out of his skull. Pure shock quickly turns into a massive, goofy grin. She actually knows about the core and is handing him the solution. Talk about a crazy jackpot. Leah stays totally chill, warning him she is not fully certain it will work for him. But hey, she sees him sweating hard to restore his family's secret art. Isaac just intensely stares at the shiny prize in his palm. Then she throws a curveball asking what his grand plan is after taking down the Saints. Without missing a single beat, he drops the ultimate truth. He just wants to be a rich slacker, and Leah absolutely loses it. Still laughing hard, she waves goodbye, making him promise to meet up once his training ends. Watching her leave, Isaac realizes something hilarious. This girl is definitely a weirdo too. Meanwhile, her super loyal lackey is already waiting completely outside. Leah strolls straight toward the carriage, ordering him to move out, while the guy hits her with a deep, respectful bow. But he spots her completely bare neck. He gently warns her that losing that necklace could easily expose their entire family secret. Leah just slams the carriage door tight. She calmly tells him she already knows. The guy actually pushes back. He reminds her it is a priceless heirloom from the family head, and her greedy relatives are watching closely. Leah does not care at all. Staring out the window, she casually mentions that if Isaac loses it, he simply was not worth her time. The poor subordinate just sighs heavily, but he points out the crazy flip side. If Isaac actually protects that necklace, he technically becomes the absolute rightful successor. Leah just laughs softly. Way better than him joining those holy temple jerks, she says. Remembering his slacker dream from earlier makes her giggle all over again. He is absolutely planning to crush those saints, and she will handle the skeleton demon king herself. Joshua mutters quietly under his breath, "You better make absolutely sure you actually succeed, Isaac." Back inside the grand estate, Isaac is cradling that necklace like a baby. His eyes are literally shining like he just found pure gold. Over at the Berry Mansion, the sun finally goes down and a totally massive rainstorm hits. Howling wind and heavy rain relentlessly smash against the ground. Out of nowhere, a super sharp knock cuts right through the storm. A servant pops the heavy door open and physically gasps. Standing there in the rain is Lord Gol, back after a seriously long time. Gol asks how she is doing. She nods fast, pulling him inside out of the weather, then nervously asks about the Joshua family. Gol just brushes the freezing rain off his shoulders, his face going totally stiff. He sneers with pure disgust. What do you think? They are nothing but trash, same as always. She nods right along, calling those Joshua guys a massive bunch of hypocrites. A tiny, wicked smirk plays on Gol's face. He admits he was actually worried about going way too soft on them, but do not let that casual vibe fool you. Deep down, the guy is more convinced of his wild theory than ever before. Something absolutely insane went down during that ordination ceremony. Gol thinks back to the super disturbing news he just got. His eyes turn totally icy. The priest who ran Isaac's ceremony? Just found completely dead out in the monster forest. Gol finds this whole mess highly suspicious. Was Isaac's secret actually so dangerous they had to violently silence the guy? Plus, the imperial family suddenly wants to adopt Isaac. There is absolutely no way they do that unless they have completely lost their minds. He frowns hard. Way too many major red flags here. Digging too deep into this is a great way to get killed. Gol finally hits his quiet room, loudly announcing he needs to rest. He strictly orders the servant not to bother him at all. The servant bows respectfully, but the second that door clicks shut, Gol pulls a fast one, quietly slipping right back out into the hall. Known as the soft-hearted guy who handed his family over to Cardinal Barry, Gol now sneaks like a ghost through the silent corridors. Sometimes he wonders if he got a little too attached to the Joshua clan. His hand slowly tightens into a hard fist. Nonsense. He knows he actually feels absolutely zero pity for that miserable family. A few moments later, Gol stops right outside Cardinal Barry's main office. He checks the coast, then slips in. Right there sits the holy grail of highly classified secrets. He frantically tears through the massive stacks of documents, eyes darting everywhere for any record of Isaac Joshua's sketchy ordination. Now check this out. Gol finally uncovers the exact document he needs. It shows the official seal of the god who actually chose young Isaac. He literally cannot believe his own eyes. His shocked face completely drains of all color. Could all of this actually trace back to the greatest god of all? He angrily slams the heavy book shut with one massive thud. Boiling with absolute rage, Gogol spins around and sprints right out of the office. It all totally clicks now. This is exactly why the Pope's faction set this whole thing up. This was never about the Holy See at all. It is just a desperate gamble to keep the Barry family alive. Actually, this puts the entire empire in massive danger. Meanwhile, back in Isaac's academy dorm room, his clothes are totally trashed and tossed everywhere. Staring down at this giant pile of stolen loot, the Watcher Ghost is basically vibrating with excitement. With this much cash, scoring a weapon to smash the binding sphere will be easy. Isaac wipes his brow, completely lost in thought. But the real nightmare is that anti-demon stone. The ghost sighs loudly, pointing out how it completely cancels out mana, magic aura, and even holy power. What an absolute headache. Isaac fumes, beyond furious that these guys actually dared to forge his minion's binding sphere out of pure anti-demon stone. Those absolute jerks. The ghost points out it was probably the only way they could ever keep a level 9 demon king locked down. Isaac lets out a sigh and just moves on. He decides to focus on busting open his mana core seal first. The ghost's eyes completely light up, super hyped that Isaac is finally absorbing the stuff. Isaac plops down on his bed. He pulls out the necklace. Leah said this thing should shatter the seal, even though he has never seen such a completely weird artifact before. He holds the little pendant right up to the mana core. Instantly, the crazy complex layers of the seal just start melting away. Watching that heavy barrier dissolve, Isaac flashes a deeply satisfied grin. Check it out, the thing is finally popping open. In a split second, all that trapped mana violently explodes outward in a massive swirling storm. Isaac tells his ghostly buddy to eat up. The Watcher Ghost excitedly agrees, stretching its mouth ridiculously wide to gobble up all that energy. It greedily chugs down the crashing waves of raw mana. Isaac just watches the insane amount of power flowing out with pure joy. He admits there is way more mana in here than he bargained for. This is totally enough for a massive, game-changing breakthrough. With juice like this, casting high-level spells will be an absolute joke. The raw energy inside the room keeps getting thicker and more intense. Power absolutely floods the space, making Isaac bust out laughing while the ghost keeps stuffing its face with endless mana. Its cheeks puff out like balloons ready to pop. Isaac tastes absolute, unquestionable victory. Everything is going perfectly according to his master plan. But wait for it, literally right after that, his smug smile completely freezes. A deeply weird sensation quietly creeps through his entire body. Isaac looks down at his hand, and in that exact second, he turns to solid stone. He screams out in pure horror, "What on earth is this?" Just moments later, The whole room goes dead silent again as he heavily slumps back onto his bed. Gripping his head in utter frustration, Isaac stares down at his pale hand, which is now literally just pure bone, and silently curses. Not these cursed bones again. He aggressively grinds his teeth in rage. Damn it all, this is 100% the curse. Isaac's eyes grow heavy, remembering the exact curse that turned the Skeleton King into the strongest demon lord alive. A total, absolute inversion of life and death. The Watcher Ghost angrily smacks him right on the head. It warns him that the curse is going to completely hijack his body. Isaac tries playing it totally cool, bragging that his highly blessed body won't get devoured that easily. He explains the curse only spiked this hard because his mana levels shot up way too fast. The Watcher Ghost is totally stunned, wondering if the internal balance is broken. Isaac starts laying out his game plan. He could easily crank up his holy power to suppress the curse, but that means living like a super devout believer again. What an absolute massive drag. The ghost acts surprised, asking if his body can automatically turn mana into holy energy. It suggests waiting a bit, but Isaac sharply snaps right back in a highly annoyed tone. Who knows how long that is going to take? The Watcher Ghost suggests leeching a little mana from the Saintess symbol, but Isaac instantly shoots that down as a total waste. The ghost nervously floats around deep in thought, knowing Isaac will get caught and literally burned alive otherwise. With zero other options, Isaac decides to straight up exploit the 5-color test. The Watcher Ghost gasps in absolute utter shock. Isaac firmly explains his logic. If he takes full advantage of this ridiculous heresy test run by the Red Clan, he can easily skyrocket his holy power to an entirely new level. Wrapping his creepy skeletal fingers tightly with some bandages, Isaac decides to temporarily seal away his cursed right hand. Right then, a highly familiar voice suddenly calls out from right outside his bedroom door. "Hey, Isaac." Suri of the Joshua family curiously asks what the heck he is doing in there. Hearing his voice, Isaac's heart completely skips a beat. He forces a crooked smile, asking if Suri is here too. Meanwhile, Suri wonders why this guy is just smiling all alone in a room. It seriously creeps him out, and seeing Isaac hiding his hand behind his back just makes things worse. Suri asks why he is hiding his hand, wondering if he somehow got injured. Isaac nervously shakes his head in complete denial. Aggressively not buying it, Suri grabs Isaac's bandaged hand to look for himself. But the second his eyes land on those bare bones, Suri stumbles back in sheer terror. His pupils shrink down as his voice completely trembles with absolute horror. "What on earth is that? Is that actually real bone?" The Watcher Ghost quickly floats close and whispers a warning. Erase Siri's memories right now. But the ghost gets shut down instantly, since using magic on others would easily get him caught. Meanwhile, Siri is shaking like an absolute leaf. He starts rambling about how Isaac's body is somehow just as messed up as his morals. He genuinely wonders if Isaac's soul is completely corrupted because the guy's flesh is literally rotting away. This leaves Isaac completely speechless. Siri just keeps on rambling. Isaac really should have spoken up sooner, instead of letting everyone think he was naturally evil. Isaac pauses for a second, suddenly remembering the unique Joshua bloodline curse. You are either born completely useless or gifted with a massive defect. Siri aggressively holds his head, stressing that some ancestor once suffered from this exact same condition. He mutters, wondering how Isaac managed to end up both physically broken and totally morally depraved. Isaac's mouth twitches. He genuinely starts debating whether he should just end this guy right here. But Siri suddenly drops a very serious proposal. They have to tell Grandfather to find a cure, insisting they can prolong his short lifespan. Panicking that his true Skeleton King identity will actually be exposed, Isaac quickly places a heavy hand on Siri's shoulder. Lowering his voice to sound incredibly calm, he basically begs him not to tell Grandfather or their uncles to avoid unnecessary worry, putting on a ridiculously rare righteous face. Isaac reminds him that the upcoming 5-color test is way more important right now. Deepening his voice, he dramatically vows to personally wipe out the Skeleton King's minions before dying. Hearing this absolute lie, Siri is deeply moved to tears. Isaac quickly tells him to stay calm. He reassures the crying guy that he will not die so easily because he already has a master plan. Siri eagerly rushes closer to help, loudly demanding to know the grand plan. Isaac seriously cannot help but smirk with pure, unadulterated, smug satisfaction. Flashing a bright smile, Isaac asks him to deliver something to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later, loud cries of resentment echo across the quiet hall as someone covers their face. They loudly curse that bastard Isaac. Who on earth rigs an actual bomb inside a restroom? Another victim bitterly complains that Isaac even pumped toxic gas straight into their pillow. Shaking with pure rage, a third person yells that Isaac laced their food with cyanide yesterday. What a total contrast to this furious crowd. Meanwhile, Isaac casually munches on some bread, smoothly asking if they have a problem with his personal training regimen. Now be honest, you really cannot blame them, because that is not training, that is straight up daily assassination. Pointing at a paper completely crammed with dense writing, David demands to know what this garbage means, starting with falling off a cliff to die. Then there is getting killed by demons, beaten to death, or basically any fatal ending. He sighs in total, crushing exhaustion. When Isaac smoothly calls those their new training goals, David gasps in utter horror, but Isaac simply points a finger toward the far corner. A giant pile of bizarre equipment sits right there. Isaac tells them to gear up once they finish eating, leaving Chip highly confused by all this. Spotting the heavy sandbags, David immediately snaps. He angrily demands to know why holy priests like them should be doing physical training strictly meant for knights. Rummaging through the gear, Isaac calmly points out that with the next 5 colors test approaching, intense physical conditioning is absolutely mandatory. Completely stunned by this, Chip fiercely argues that the upcoming exam is actually the yellow test, which is supposed to be next. He reminds him that the yellow test requires intellect and strategic thinking, but Isaac only gives a very calm, unbothered response. He nonchalantly reveals that he actually went ahead and changed the schedule. Strapping on his sandbags, he confidently announces the physical red test is up next. A wildly bewildered Chip asks if he really rescheduled the whole thing. Isaac smugly confirms he altered the exam content as well. As Chip furiously demands to know what exact madness Isaac has done behind their backs, Isaac suddenly claps his hands loudly to cut them off. Declaring the pleasant chit-chat officially over, Isaac orders them to strap on the heavy sandbags and run 50 laps around the yard. Clenching his trembling fists, David angrily protests this nonsense. He argues there is absolutely no way anyone can just rewrite the sacred exam schedule on a total whim. Chip points directly at him, calling him completely insane for demanding 50 laps. But Isaac simply raises his wooden staff, calmly claiming he misspoke. Wearing a deeply sinister smile, Isaac coldly corrects himself they actually have to run 100 laps instead. He violently growls a threat. If they do not take first place, they can all go ahead and prepare for the afterlife. Ordering those useless bastards to move, Isaac sends them off running. And later that night, a thoroughly miserable David aggressively flings his sandbags onto the floor. Panting heavily, he dramatically declares his total retirement from this madness. He questions why they must suffer like this when they only need 2 king ranks to pass. Since they already secured 1, they could literally just wait for the blue test to get their second. But a dark shadow suddenly looms over him. Appearing out of thin air, Isaac drops a heavy hand onto David's tense shoulder, asking if he is trying to be funny. Isaac stubbornly demands all 5 complete victories, but Chip loudly argues back, pointing out the absolute impossibility of that wild dream. He explains the red and yellow factions would never let them win, a grim sentiment that Ambeck quickly agrees with. Plus, these guys should be studying for the mental yellow test, not suffering through Isaac's completely brutal workout routine. Changing the sacred imperial test order is basically a massive crime, making them wonder who Isaac thinks he actually is. Suddenly, the door blasts open. A totally panicked classmate bursts inside, screaming about a massive, game-changing disaster. Barely breathing, the guy drops the bomb. The red and yellow cardinals had a secret meeting, making the next exam the red test. Worst fears absolutely confirmed right then and there. Chip grabs his head and literally bawls his eyes out, while David turns dead pale, knowing this brutal duel means instant failure. Isaac just smirks like a supervillain. With a totally cold stare, he asks if it all makes sense now, ordering them to get right back to the brutal grind. A few days pass. The Imperial training grounds are absolutely buzzing with wild energy. Every single seat in the stands is completely packed. Crazy loud whispers fill the entire arena as the competitors gather down on the dirt, waiting for the chaos. Right in the mix stands Nazar Sepet, arms crossed tight, looking incredibly salty about this whole ridiculous situation. He still refuses to believe his dad actually agreed to Isaac's insane demand, flashing back to their previous chat. His dad basically ordered him to rush in and force Isaac's squad to use their max power, annoying Nazar endlessly. Making things way worse, this exam is not just a standard one-on-one duel, becoming a completely messy team brawl. Smirking with some serious teenage hype, he figures Suri Joshua and his pathetic blue team are completely harmless anyway. Aside from Isaac, these guys are absolute weaklings. There is zero chance his combat-heavy red family takes a loss today. He is already picturing his massive 30-man squad absolutely stomping the blue team into total oblivion without breaking a sweat. With Suri, Joshua's squad totally wrecked in his head, he steps up with insane confidence, ready to lead the charge. His boys roar behind him as he moves out, ready to finish this instantly. But 1 second later, that cocky smile shatters entirely, leaving Nazar Sepet frozen stiff like an absolute statue. His eyes bug out. Even his dad, Leon Seep, looks completely shell-shocked, gasping out loud in pure disbelief. Seeing Kina Berry walk out beside Isaac, Nazar Sepet practically screams in pure terror while she gives an awkward wave. Isaac totally shrugs it off, explaining his fruit taster got a stomachache this morning, casually pointing over his shoulder. Luckily, he found a quick replacement, and since she is technically still an apprentice, it should be totally fine. That news strikes Nazer like absolute lightning. The crowd instantly goes wild, screaming about her joining the blue team. She is practically a high-ranking priest. Leon Seep angrily growls about this going too far, until he spots Hayes' totally terrified face. He shuts his mouth real fast. Why the heck did the Gold Cardinal let Keena Berry join the blue team? Did he seriously not know? Down in the dirt, Keena Berry whispers to Isaac, asking if she gets to smash these guys. If she does all the heavy lifting, he better teach her some seriously overpowered, game-breaking moves in return. Isaac whispers back, consider it a done deal. You can practically smell Nazar Sepet's panic as his literal worst nightmare casually walks forward. Completely clueless on what to do, Nazar Sepet finally shrieks in pure despair, calling them out for obvious cheating. He loudly yells that Keena Berry is not some lowly apprentice, demanding to know why this monster is competing. But Keena Berry shuts him down fast, proudly stating he is dead wrong because she literally rejected her fancy high priest promotion. Looking away, she casually adds she even dumped all the special title privileges, just so she could remain an apprentice, exactly like Isaac. Her wildly stupid excuse leaves the whole arena totally speechless. Every single person just stares in pure shock down at the stage. Even the official referee stands perfectly still, looking ridiculously awkward. Keena Berry boldly asks the ref if he has a final ruling, leaving the poor guy sweating buckets of anxiety. Stuttering hard, the ref confirms Keena Berry is officially registered as lower tier, mostly since she skipped the 5-color promotion exam entirely. He declares no rule stops her from joining. Nazar Sepet screams in absolute protest, calling the whole thing total nonsense. But honestly, the guy is already shaking in his boots. Damn it, even if they gang up on her, beating Keena Berry is literally impossible. Add Isaac to the mix, and they are hopelessly doomed. But then Nazar spots Suri Joshua across the field. If they can just force a captain duel, they might actually survive this complete mess. Across the dirt, Isaac frowns a bit, watching Suri Joshua nervously rubbing the back of his neck. Walking over playfully, Isaac teases him about needing a bathroom break, reminding Suri Joshua he really should have gone earlier. Suri Joshua completely ignores the joke, asking point blank if Isaac's hand will actually recover after this battle ends. Isaac checks out his injured hand. He confirms it will be totally fine once he gathers enough holy power. Sighing heavily, Siri Joshua looks him dead in the eye and says Isaac really should have been the captain. Honestly, Siri Joshua admits they only survived this long because of Isaac, right from when he became class president. He looks down, listing how Isaac helped him ace the exams and pass that tricky harmony test. Hearing Siri Joshua give him all the credit catches Isaac off guard. Still, he nods right away, agreeing he really is just a genius teacher. But most people could never keep up, Isaac adds. Siri Joshua freezes up as Isaac actually praises him for pulling it off. Even so, Siri Joshua reminds him that Nazar Sept is a dangerous threat they absolutely cannot take lightly. Isaac points and scolds him, saying that if Siri Joshua just follows his exact instructions today, beating that annoying red-haired guy will be a total joke. A faint blush hits Siri Joshua's cheeks, but Isaac's tone suddenly turns ice cold for a final warning. Raising his fists, Isaac threatens that if Siri Joshua dares to lose, he will personally destroy him. Is that clear? Left totally speechless, Siri Joshua waits as the referee steps up for the official announcement. The match kicks off in 5 minutes, so both teams need to prep. Up in the stands, Asili watches silently. She just cannot hide her deep worry for Isaac. Right beside her, Riley Joshua folds his arms, keeping his eyes glued to the arena below. Even with Keena joining their side, Riley Joshua frowns. He knows this chaotic mess is still incredibly dangerous for both Isaac and Siri Joshua. Riley Joshua's gaze turns ice cold looking at the field, cursing the absolute scum of the Red family. How dare they use some corrupt divine art on literal kids? But get this down below. The fighters start acting completely unhinged. Their eyes go bloodshot, expressions twisted like rabid beasts. They are completely locked under some dark external control. Holding a thick metal chain, Isaac smiles playfully. He tells them to calm down, the real fun has not even started yet. Asili blinks in pure confusion. She softly points out that this weird spell actually looks exactly like their own blue family magic. She awkwardly looks away, explaining how Lord Isaac actually asked her to teach him that spirit activation's sacred art. Riley Joshua immediately leans forward, asking if that really is spirit activation. Asili hesitantly replies that she thinks so. Tilting her head in total confusion, she wonders, isn't that spell just supposed to boost morale against enemies? Pointing down at the arena, Riley Joshua yells, "Why do they look like wild beasts?" Now, watch this flex. Isaac grips those chains, a smug smirk forming, revealing a wild secret he kept totally hidden. Combining spirit activation with powdered herbs triggers a wild phenomenon inside Isaac's head, a full beastification. His smirk grows even more sinister. He already specially conditioned their bodies for this crazy beast transformation. Time to fully exploit this. Suddenly, a massive magic circle just pops up in the sky. Seeing it high in the air, Isaac's eyes light up. Has it finally begun? Seconds later, those circles flash simultaneously. They cast down columns of brilliant red light, making everything blindingly bright. Inside that blinding radiance, a towering, oppressive figure gradually materializes, solidifying into one absolute powerhouse form. Up in the stands, the crowd goes wild, shouting that it is the Red Clan's guardian deity. The god of justice has arrived. Siri Joshua quickly kneels, urging everyone to pray with strong faith. He folds his hands, sincerely praying the Red Clan's god will bless them and grant a massive advantage. They absolutely must win this. But right at that exact second, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. A massive hole just tears right through the deity's chest. Talk about absolute instant destruction. While everyone watches in pure shock, Isaac just mutters that he did not mean to. Seconds later, the deity's head crashes down, prompting Siri Joshua to grab his collar in fury. Isaac only lets out an awkward laugh, begging him not to make such a big deal. Over on the other side, CB Niger's team remains completely stunned, stammering on about Isaac destroying the holy statue. The guy next to him stares wide-eyed, totally shocked that Isaac literally decapitated their guardian deity. Meanwhile, Kibar's face goes dark. She frantically demands to know if Isaac actually destroyed a literal god statue. She aggressively grabs Isaac's collar, demanding to know exactly how he pulled off some wild sacred art. She literally begs him to teach her. Siri Joshua just stands there, asking why she would ever want to learn that. He warns her that destroying a god's head is serious business. She simply turns back with a dead cold stare. She snaps right back, asking what the big deal is, since the only god she cares about belongs to the Yellow Clan anyway. Siri Joshua totally gives up talking. He just clasps his hands, quietly praying the heavens save this absolute lunatic. Then he abruptly tackles Isaac with a massive hug, nervously laughing and asking if he was just testing how tough the arena walls are. He calls the guy crazy, begging Isaac to just apologize. Isaac grumbles out the fakest, most half-hearted apology ever. He reluctantly asks if they are good now. Meanwhile, way up in the VIP stands, the family heads stay completely silent. While the crowd below is losing their minds, a thick silence chokes the balcony. Leon Sabes looks absolutely furious about this mess. This problem kid is way too unpredictable. Watching him totally crack might actually be hilarious. But a sudden icy chill hits his spine, and he seriously wonders if they are about to drag Isaac into interrogation. Kina Berry sneers at him. She ruthlessly points out that the Red Clan actually let their own precious deity statue get smashed to pieces. She gladly adds that their leader let a rookie priest break it. Maybe they need to check their faith instead. Siri Joshua quietly swears he will not let them touch Isaac, digging his heels in while the two leaders glare daggers. The big bosses just stare quietly. They keep their faces perfectly calm, but a crazy hurricane is brewing right underneath. Gritting his teeth, Leon Sabes chokes down his rage. He forces a fake smile, mentally cursing the absolute snake sitting right across from him. He suggests they just get on with the five-colored exam, because running a whole heresy trial for some rookie priests is way overkill. Catching that, Siri Joshua drops a massive sigh of relief. His incredibly tense shoulders finally loosen up just a little bit. But in that exact split second, a super intense voice echoes straight into Nigel Seffett's brain. The guy gasps and jerks his head up. His eyes lock onto the stands, where his master silently orders him to completely destroy Isaac. Soon enough, the match officially kicks off. The referee steps right between the rival teams to shout out the extremely basic rules. He explains they have to find the one authentic necklace hidden in a pile of fakes, and the fastest crew wins. To wrap it up, he says every captain picks who holds their real necklace. But here is the catch: once you hand it over, the keeper is locked in for good. That heavy rule messes with Siri Joshua's head, making his choice of who to actually trust with the prize incredibly stressful. The referee keeps going with the rundown, explaining there are exactly 3 ways to snag the real necklace. Number 1, kidnap the enemy captain and squeeze out a confession. Second option is using pure brain power to guess who holds the real one. And finally, just beat the entire opposing team senseless and loot all their necklaces. He tells both captains to pass out the items right now. Nigel Seffett immediately barks at his guys to hustle. He orders his team to gather around, hyping them up by saying the Blue House is a total joke. Meanwhile, Siri Joshua is standing right in front of the referee, desperately begging to quit being captain. The official is absolutely stunned. Quitting right now? Isaac gets so mad he grabs Siri Joshua and brutally yanks him backward, demanding to know what he is doing. Isaac snaps, screaming to hand out the necklaces while Siri Joshua frantically begs for a second. Nigel Seffett just sneers from the sidelines. He thinks Siri Joshua is pathetic and Isaac is an absolute clown. That idiot Isaac should have just volunteered as captain instead. Nigel stands there feeling super confident, knowing the weak Blue House is basically harmless. Keeping an eye on Kina, Barry will be more than enough. Nigel quietly scoffs with pure, unadulterated contempt. Kina Barry might be great at hunting ugly monsters, but fighting real humans is a totally different ballgame. Finally, it is time to throw down. The referee loudly announces the match start for the Red House. Honestly, this setup is just begging for a disaster. The Red House fighters are bursting with hype, completely convinced the Blue House is trash. The referee's voice booms across the arena, and the chaos officially begins. But one look at the enemy makes everyone freeze in pure shock. They stare at Isaac's insanely terrifying face. Total panic sets in right away. Isaac is already charging forward like an absolute lightning bolt. This tournament is literally the perfect legal excuse to beat these annoying priests into a bloody pulp. He totally plans to abuse this rulebook. Meanwhile, his opponent is freezing up, wondering if that twisted grin is even human. Nigel's teammates finally click onto what is happening. They seriously wonder if the Blue House strategy is just making ugly faces. Nigel quickly gets his cool back, telling his boys to relax. The enemy's strict honor code means they cannot actually attack, only play defense. Nigel calls it out fast, reaching into his pocket while locking onto the rookie priests. And here is the brutal punchline you were waiting for. The weapon in Isaac's hand is an upgraded, thorn-covered gold chain mace, and he hoists it high without hesitation. His bloodshot eyes are practically glowing with pure savagery. He demands they hand over their captain, slamming that heavy mace onto the stone floor. A massive explosion blasts through the arena. It kicks up a thick cloud of rubble while someone instantly screams in sheer terror. Is that really the Blue House? What a total mess. So much for keeping their precious honor intact. Isaac slowly steps right up. He mutters that if they want to live, they better hand over their captain, immediately licking his gold weapon like some absolute bloodthirsty demon. Nigel Seffet looks completely furious and barks at someone to help. He screams at his crew to hold the line, but Leah Eshua seizes the perfect chance and charges straight at him. The others gasp in total confusion. A girl suddenly yells out to stop them, making Nigel freeze up completely. He quickly realizes she was shouting a warning just for him, a faint yell telling Nigel to watch out. Nigel stands there frozen and totally clueless. He actually thinks Kina Barry is super impressive for hiding a sharp mind behind her clumsy vibe. He secretly smirks at Nigel overthinking things, but knows deep down this little trick just is not enough. In a flash, Nigel vanishes right before Leah Eshua. She hangs frozen in midair while he obnoxiously boasts about seeing right through her moves. She narrows her eyes, wondering if that was just a decoy spell. Meanwhile, Nigel slips away and orders his guys to catch her. His crew immediately obeys. They cast offensive magic, completely surrounding Leah Eshua. Trapped right in the center, she gets hit with a 5th-tier penitence binding spell. She grits her teeth in pure frustration, struggling to escape, but Nigel Seffet suddenly vanishes. The boy crashes hard into the ground. A massive shockwave erupts, completely distracting everyone standing around him. Nigel Seffet orders the capture with a super smug grin. A mob of fighters rushes in, shouting to get them. He analyzes their moves while fighting back. This is no different from your standard beast transformations. Nigel figures it will only make them a tiny bit stronger. He quickly scans the entire area looking for his target. He spots Siri Joshua standing in a daze from afar, smirks like a villain, and quickly casts a spell at him. A sphere of crackling lightning appears. He silently plots to take the boy's arms as a twisted souvenir, but suddenly, Asalee screams out with a deeply worried look. She screams a warning to Lord Geralt that is definitely not holy magic. But Sebastian is already moving crazy fast, closing the distance right in front of the boy. Caught completely off guard by the rapid oncoming strike, Siri Joshua can only curse silently as pure fear grips his chest. Damn it, he thinks, suddenly remembering Isaac's very reassuring words. Isaac had promised it would be fine, just do exactly as I say, Siri, and we take the win. He had carefully warned Siri Joshua about this exact move. Sebastian will absolutely try forcing a one-on-one duel with you. Keeping Isaac's advice in mind, Siri Joshua slowly raises a hand. After all, that guy always underestimates you. The boy's face turns dead serious as he drops into a solid stance, fully ready to throw down. Sebastian screams in pure twisted excitement, swinging a heavy fist straight at the boy, yelling that it is over for this absolute idiot. Instantly, Siri Joshua's eyes flash with a dangerous blue light. The raw impact from their epic clash shakes the entire area, sending a massive shockwave rattling everything nearby. Watching from the sidelines, Riley Joshua just looks on in intense, nail-biting suspense. She anxiously calls out Siri's name. But watching silently nearby, Isaac just wears a super proud, knowing smile. He whispers to himself that it is all going exactly as planned. Now he just hopes everything keeps perfectly falling into place. He wants Siri Joshua to finally show everyone his true strength and prove he is definitely not weak. With a loud shout, the boy blocks. He uses all his strength, stopping Sebastian's fist, shouting back that Sebastian is the actual idiot. The opponent is left completely dazed. Before he can even react, Siri Joshua grabs his collar and executes a brutal shoulder throw, leaving Sebastian in total shock. The sheer impact of that wild slam echoes loudly throughout the entire arena. Honestly, anyone watching can feel the absolute pain of that brutal landing. Sebastian lies motionless on the ground, completely knocked out cold. Siri Joshua's bloodlust just keeps rising as he stares down at his fallen foe. A seriously dark thought crosses his mind. He wonders aloud if they know why his family is forbidden from using secret techniques on normal humans. Siri silently wonders, is it just because it only affects nobility? Panting heavily, the boy stands there looking completely drained of energy. He gasps for air, desperately trying to catch his breath before finally answering his own question. A quiet, freezing cold no. He looks down at Sebastian lying totally unconscious on the arena floor. Siri knows it is simply because a normal human body just cannot survive it. He watches in silence, waiting to see if Sebastian shows any signs of life. Siri Joshua grits his teeth, intensely glaring down at his defeated, unconscious opponent. Siri listens as Riley Joshua's face lights up with a massive, triumphant grin. Do not even dare. Siri yells this out, clenching his fist and pouring every ounce of his strength into his shout. He screams to never look down on them, his voice echoing as the whole stadium erupts into wild, roaring cheers. The crowd goes completely insane for the victorious young fighter standing so tall right in the center of the ring. Leah Eshua frowns, highly suspicious of this sudden crazy turn of events. There is no way Suri Joshua has that kind of raw strength. Someone definitely boosted him with holy magic from the shadows. She narrows her eyes right at Suri Joshua, who is busy fighting for his life, just trying to catch a breath. Then her gaze slides over to Isaac. The guy is just standing there flashing a highly suspicious evil grin. Was he actually pulling the strings? Out of nowhere, Isaac yells at Suri Joshua, nearly giving the poor kid a heart attack. Finish him off right now. Sweating bullets, Suri stammers out a weak excuse, quietly muttering that he just wants to grab the guy's necklace. But Isaac totally cuts him off. He flashes a hand sign and glares with absolute annoyance, giving a cold warning to do it right. End him. Defeated, Suri Joshua just gives a sad little nod and mutters, okay. Sebastian groans in sheer agony and slowly opens his eyes, only for Suri to immediately bark his name. Trying to sound tough, Suri Joshua growls at Sebastian to reveal where the real necklace is hiding. Battered and completely confused, Sebastian just scoffs at this entire ridiculous interrogation, spitting back a rather weak comeback. And honestly, does he think a future heir breaks that easily? Suri just violently rubs his temples in complete frustration. He practically begs the bastard to just confess already, warning him it is literally the only way he survives today. Watching this bizarre breakdown, Sebastian genuinely wonders if his opponent has completely lost the plot. He barks back at the psycho to shut up. He brags about surviving every brutal torture imaginable for his clan. But before he finishes that proud little speech, Suri Joshua hovers a heavy boot right over his kneecap. Sebastian goes totally pale, immediately dropping the tough guy act to beg for mercy. He yells out to wait and hold on. Then Sebastian screams in pure agony as Suri stomps down, shattering his knee with a loud crunch. Down in the stands, a panicked guy points his finger in total disbelief. A nearby bishop covers his mouth in sheer terror, asking about that horrific noise as frantic whispers ripple through the entire crowd. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua grits his teeth shut, enduring the intense shame of acting like this while representing the highly prestigious Azure clan. It is a total disgrace and a horrific sight. But get this, Isaac only cares about his next move, wearing this insanely arrogant devil smile. Sebas Nizer watches him, burning with absolute frustration. Nisar looks completely dumbfounded, her mind racing a mile a minute as Suri Joshua starts nervously muttering under his breath. Suri mutters that they should have just confessed. Suddenly, two of his own teammates rush over and start completely going off on him. They relentlessly call him a bastard, leaving the poor kid standing there completely helpless. Sebas Nizer shoots Suri Joshua a highly threatening scowl, demanding he stay right where he is. She suddenly stomps her foot, slamming a massive wave of magic onto the battlefield. The other fighters freeze up instantly, screaming in agony. Her huge holy barrier paralyzes everyone nearby, dropping a heavy crushing force that rattles the whole arena. That wild shockwave is so incredibly massive it literally ripples through the stadium, hitting everyone in the stands. Sebas Nizer curses to herself, rapidly piecing clues together and wondering if they actually got caught on purpose just to bait her. Did these guys already know exactly where the necklace was hiding? She wonders frantically, realizing there is absolutely zero time to waste. She needs to grab it right now. Everything clicks. Nizer glares at Isaac, who is just standing there totally relaxed, realizing he planned every single detail. He just smirks with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, his paralyzed victims writhe on the ground, glaring up at him with pure, unadulterated rage. They furiously yell out. They demand to know if he did this to make Nizer talk, swearing she will never break. Totally unfazed. Isaac rolls his eyes, asking what on earth they mean. He slowly walks up to them with a heavy mace in hand. He asks if they all already know where the necklace is. Gripping his weapon tight, he casually starts channeling dark magic right through the heavy metal. He activates his unique skill to siphon their holy power. He watches them throw their hands up in sheer terror, desperately begging him to stop and promising to spill every single secret. But those desperate pleas just fuel Isaac's absolute madness, and he swings his heavy mace straight down at them with full force. Lifting the glowing necklace high into the air, he shouts out that it is finally time. He enthusiastically declares a total victory. The announcer proudly declares that the Azure team officially won the crazy match. Thunderous cheers completely erupt from the stands. The hyped crowd excitedly talks about the legendary return of the Azure Faith. Shocked spectators whisper that the wild rumors are actually true, especially since they literally have the Pope's grandson fighting on their side. Up in the seats, Riley Joshua smiles with immense pride, quietly praising Isaac and Suri for pulling off that incredibly spectacular win. But then Crown Prince Alex suddenly speaks up, startling him right out of his quiet celebration. Prince Alex praises him as the Empire's youngest priest, immediately ordering his servant to prepare a proper reward for the victorious squad. He declares they deserve top honors after absolutely blessing the arena with such a phenomenal performance. Total dignified grace. Prince Alex steps forward, looking every single bit like a kind, noble future ruler. Recognizing the crown prince of the Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Kingdom, Raleigh Joshua quickly bows. Total respect. Raleigh formally greets the Holy Kingdom's second son. In return, Alex softly praises him for raising such incredibly talented grandchildren. Then the prince drops an unexpected proposal. How would Raleigh feel about him personally gifting the boys their official priestly uniforms? Deeply honored by this royal flex, Raleigh accepts. He states it is an absolute privilege for the young boys. Raleigh happily adds that these royal garments will certainly help the young priests shine during their upcoming trial. He is already treating this gift like a priceless family heirloom. A satisfied smirk crosses Prince Alex's face. The royal then asks to personally drop by when the tailor arrives, catching Raleigh completely off guard for a moment. Raleigh hesitantly asks if the busy prince has time for such a casual visit. The royal looks slightly flustered for a second. Alex claims he just wants to meet them in person, leaving Raleigh wondering why a prince is so eager for two rookies. Raleigh seriously wonders what the rush is, but Prince Alex suddenly speaks up again. He offers one final piece of advice as a gift. Leaning in closely, he severely warns Raleigh it would be extremely wise to tell your youngest nephew to back out entirely. He tells him to pull Isaac out of the golden rank exam right now. But get this crazy twist, he reveals. The Pope is actively plotting to kill the boy. Raleigh quickly whips his head back toward the arena, staring down with deep concern. He silently watches Isaac talking to Siri Joshua, whispering his nephew's name in absolute, terrifying dread. Raleigh offers a quiet, respectful bow of gratitude to Prince Alex, who silently observes the arena below. Seeing Isaac teasing Siri Joshua, Raleigh speaks up hesitantly, but the kid just smirks. Seeing Isaac laughing happily down below, Siri Joshua gently replies that everything will be completely fine. Suddenly, whispers start echoing through the waiting room. Did anyone hear the juicy new gossip? The Crown Prince is awarding us robes, is that true? The other candidates chat with massive, uncontrollable excitement. We even reached the king rank this time. Looks like we actually made a massive name for ourselves. Scowling with pure irritation, he calls out to Isaac. The boy is heavily annoyed by Kina Berry calmly drinking her tea. He snaps, asking if she is ever going home. He tries driving her away, but she just sighs in silence. The exam is done. I do not need you anymore, he barks. Kina Berry's servant suddenly chimes in with worry the boy is absolutely right. You must return, my lady, because the family head is desperately searching for you. Slamming her teacup down, Kina Berry flatly refuses. She raises an eyebrow, pointing out that Isaac told her to join the Azure clan. Hearing this hits everyone like a sudden lightning bolt. Isaac grimaces, scoffing in pure disbelief. When did I ever actually say that? Last night, she calmly replies. This makes him grit his teeth and snap at her to stop lying. That was only for the Crimson exam. Who gave you permission to officially become a priest of the Azure clan? Kina Berry looks utterly flustered, speechless, while her servant just sighs heavily. Then Kina Berry argues back, completely shocking her poor servant. I do not care. I already agreed to become an Azure priest, so I am staying right here. Her servant inwardly cries out for his lady. Kina Berry stubbornly declares to tell her father she is not coming home yet. This leaves her loyal servant crying soundlessly. But my lady, the servant begs. Meanwhile, Isaac heavily scowls and yells at her to just get out. Quietly analyzing the chaos, Kina Berry stares at Isaac, wondering about his bizarre power. He definitely used holy magic on Siri Joshua yesterday. As Isaac sits sulking across from her, she quietly assesses the real situation. The Crown Prince gifting them clothes is basically him claiming total ownership. Realization slowly dawns on Kina Berry. She shockingly thinks about Prince Alex Frick Hella's true motives. With all 5 beliefs under the Pope, is the Crown Prince actually rebelling? She slams the table and stands up to loudly declare her stance. Anyway, she still wants her reward for passing that stupid dice test. Since he seems completely busy, she boldly announces she will just move in with him. Her two servants are already crying in utter despair. If the cardinal finds out about this, their entire family is doomed. But Kinaberry ignores them, actively making everything worse. The terrified servants turn pale as she boldly offers to help Isaac win all his remaining tests. She even promises to handle the yellow priest for him and help out the blue priest too. Together, they can easily crush the Skeleton King's minions. But Isaac just casually waves his hand in a flat, annoyed refusal. He tells her to just get lost. Obviously, that outright rejection drives her crazy, and she insists she is absolutely not going anywhere. She flat out refuses to leave until he teaches her, and honestly, watching her throw a massive floor tantrum is comedy gold. Isaac angrily snaps that he just used her and tells her to get lost, but she stays totally stubborn despite his complaints. She did her part and absolutely plans to collect on his promise. He insists they will chat later, warning her to leave before he gets nasty. Furious, Kinaberry stammers out a demand. Is he seriously backing out right now? Clearing her throat, she reluctantly backs down, agreeing to wait until the apprenticeship ends. But Isaac casually drops a massive bomb. He is out of patience, so the deal is completely off. After all, he already has a way more obedient disciple ready. Feeling totally threatened, Kinaberry demands to know who this obedient disciple is. Isaac stays completely chill. He casually points over at Suri Joshua, who is busy beating someone up in the background. Kinaberry glares absolute death at the young boy, utterly disgusted by this choice. Isaac smugly confirms it. She speaks up loudly, making Suri Joshua step back in shock, yelling to ask if that kid is really better than her. Kinaberry follows up. Will he teach her if she proves she can beat this kid right now? Meanwhile, the boy feels incredibly awkward, wondering why he just got dragged into this mess. He raises an eyebrow and shoots back a smug reply. It depends on her performance. That makes her glare intensely at Suri Joshua, radiating a truly terrifying aura. The dark pressure scares the boy half to death, before we jump to a super lavish, luxurious room. Over in the Holy Palace banquet hall, a girl gasps in shock, wondering what that could possibly be. The red-haired kid stares wide-eyed at the setup, muttering about those insanely fancy Azure Team seats. Behind Riley Joshua, the other contestants start whispering and buzzing with major excitement. Look, even their food is totally different, and apparently those rooms got a massive upgrade. So that is the special treatment you get for snagging first place. Riley stays completely silent. He slowly swirls his wine glass, not saying a single word. He honestly never expected them to rank Isaac's team number 1. What kind of insane standard did the Holy See use for grading? Just then, Cardinal Leon Seabed walks right up to him. He says Riley must be thrilled the Azure team won. Riley Joshua politely greets the Cardinal, who flashes a warm but totally fake smile. Long time no see. Leon Seabed chuckles at Riley, adding that he heard the young guy is already closing in on rank 9. Riley just nods, keeping his eyes locked right on him. The Cardinal calls it impressive for his age, then suddenly grips Riley's shoulder and leans in. He sighs. Surely the Joshua family head has a massive headache right now. Riley frowns, suddenly on high alert. After all, the only fitting successor barely has time left. It is a deliberate, venomous jab, masked as casual banter. Riley glances over, visibly annoyed as Leon fakes an apology. Even without the lifespan issue, leading the clan might be out of his league. The Cardinal muses with a smug shrug. Since he can never have children anyway, but credit where it is due, his nephew is a rising star. His family head must be so proud. Riley narrows his eyes, his voice turning ice cold at the blatant insult. The Cardinal just laughs it off, begging forgiveness for his harmless teasing. Even though his own third son was just utterly humiliated, totally crushed, his heir got humiliated right in front of the royals and nobles. Riley just nods in silence, realizing this clan really sees through absolutely everything. Get this, it is super clear they already know all about the Joshua family curse. He takes a calm sip of wine, letting it slide. Honestly, the old man is not wrong. Plus, he never really wanted to lead the clan anyway. But just as Riley drops the thought, Leon heads straight for Isaac. He better not mess with the kid. The Cardinal walks over mockingly, calling out to the kid currently stuffing his face. The guy beside Isaac nervously nudges him, warning that the Cardinal is calling. Isaac just groans in pure annoyance. Seriously, why does some jerk always have to ruin his meal? Mumbling with a full mouth, Isaac turns around for a super half-hearted response. Leon Seabed offers a dry laugh to break the awkward silence, shifting subjects. He asks about that interesting spectacle Isaac promised earlier, because so far, he has not seen a single cool thing happen. Isaac blinks, suddenly remembering. Oh, you did not see it yet, he asks with a cheeky bright grin. He means the part where he absolutely crushed his son. Isaac holds up his food, looking so incredibly smug. So, did you find that entertaining? Watching this unfold, Suri Joshua goes completely pale. He frantically wonders why Isaac would provoke the powerful Red Clan, desperately grabbing the guy to cover his mouth. They are always hunting down Skeleton King spies, so do not cause trouble. Seriously, he needs to stop provoking them right now. Isaac just shrugs it off. Shockingly, the Cardinal stays super chill, totally brushing the insult aside. He says he actually has massive expectations for the Azure clan, noting Isaac picked up a wild new skill. Cardinal Leon Seabed narrows his eyes, his voice dropping super low as he intensely stares the kid down. He claims to feel dark mana coming from him with a super fake smile. Isaac instantly realizes the guy is using holy detection magic. Isaac cheerfully asks if he already forgot that he literally ate a piece of the Skeleton King as a kid. He casually adds that if watching him totally wreck his son was not entertaining enough for him, then he could keep the whole show going during the upcoming yellow exam. This bold flex makes the Cardinal raise an eyebrow while the crowd gasps in shock. Tina Berry just watches, wondering if this absolute madman seriously plans to fight the Yellow Cardinal's son too. You just have to love his absolute audacity here. Leon Seabed chuckles, asking what kind of reward Isaac wants this time. The kid just flashes a warm smile. Siri Joshua clutches his head, sensing a total headache. Isaac shrugs, saying it is nothing too insanely difficult. He calmly demands to meet the demons serving the Skeleton King, making the Cardinal glare back in dead silence. Just hand over the prison cell keys. Turning away to hide his rising killing intent, Leon Seabed finally replies. He promises to hand over the key if Isaac actually makes it back alive, though he totally doubts it. Casting a dark look over his shoulder, he warns they might not even survive the upcoming yellow exam. That super ominous warning leaves the other contestants shivering in absolute terror, while Isaac quietly curses under his breath. What is that jerk talking about now? Another candidate shouts, throwing the entire crowd into a sudden total panic. They just received the yellow test mission, as another person asks in absolute disbelief what it is all about. Hearing their chatter, Siri Joshua tenses up, while from a distance, Leon Seabed calmly explains it is an expedition. During this exam, they have to retrieve lost items belonging to the Holy Kingdom of Hela. These items got scattered across various regions, and he asks if they are curious where their team goes. His quiet words leave almost everyone completely frozen in absolute dread except for Isaac, who simply frowns in deep thought. Their next destination is the Gracidia Empire. Siri Joshua starts trembling, realizing Gracidia is the sworn enemy of Hela. They are sending them to a country that literally wants to kill priests. People at the dining table suddenly shout. It is right next to the demon territory, so are they completely insane for sending them to such a place? Meanwhile, Isaac suddenly covers his eyes, trembling just a bit as he listens to the hectic discussion. Lately, several holy knights vanished near that border, with rumors blaming a high-ranking demon who used to actively hunt priests. This monster devoured priests during the yellow test 14 years ago, and that entire zone should be sealed off for investigation. Leon Seabed steps closer with a super fake look of pity, calling it tragic but saying they need not be terrified. He offers to use his authority to change the location, prompting a pale Siri Joshua to beg Isaac to accept. The guy next to him grabs his hand, practically pleading with him to ask for this favor just this once. Looking pitiful with wide, innocent puppy eyes, Isaac asks the man if he will really change the testing location for them. Somewhere else inside a massive grand mansion, someone shouts that a major crisis just hit the capital estate. This is absolute pure madness. They are sending those poor kids straight into the deadly territory of the mages. Riley Joshua speaks up in total panic. On top of that, they have to rescue kidnapped holy knights, clearly an S-tier mission. That is basically sending the children straight to their graves, he yells, clenching his fists in rage and threatening to destroy everything. He vows to completely tear down the tower if they do not cancel it, while Gold Joshua urges him to calm down. Their father is already on his way to cause a massive scene, gritting his teeth and mentally cursing those bastards. They clearly want Isaac dead, but Gold Joshua calmly explains that since their father went, they will probably adjust the test. Under the current crazy circumstances, there is absolutely no way they can assign a diplomatic mission to mere apprentice priests. He adds that this whole stunt is probably just a warning to tell them not to get way too arrogant. This makes Riley Joshua frown and let out a heavy sigh at Gold Joshua's words. Closing his eyes, he looks a bit embarrassed, stating he absolutely does not want Siri Joshua to die out there. Gold Joshua gently reassures him not to worry, saying that Isaac will be fine as long as he stays alert. Suddenly, a servant gasps as a panicked knight rushes inside, panting heavily to report a major issue regarding young Master Isaac. Meanwhile, back at the feast, a very smug Leon Seabed tells Isaac he just needs to beg to survive, but Isaac quietly refuses, proving that whole terrified act from earlier was completely fake. He was just hiding this absolutely massive, crazy grin. Isaac glances back with a totally twisted face, calling this place way too interesting to ever want to change it. The night report drops, confirming Isaac officially accepted the totally insane mission. Riley and Suri Joshua go completely pale. They gasp for air as the scene abruptly shifts over to the dark demon realm. Crimson skies loom heavy. Howling winds whip massive clouds of thick dust around a completely ruined and desolate palace. White bones and rusted weapons litter the cold floor right beneath where Demon Ash sits upon her twisted throne. She stares down at her kneeling servant, asking if the latest news made him absolutely lose his mind. She asks how they failed to kill the saint. The minion just shakes in terror, stammering out desperate apologies. The guy begs for his life, but Demon Ash surprisingly stays totally calm, telling him it is actually fine. Her main goal was simply causing massive chaos anyway. She clearly has some dark calculations in play. She happily flaunts a freaky snake-like tongue. She is absolutely thrilled to witness the raw power of their respected king firsthand. That alone is a massive win for them. Plus, they successfully snuck the magical device straight across the border. This holy kingdom was once considered totally impenetrable. But here they are. The minion just crawls on the floor, sweating profusely. Yet deep down, he is filled with awe. Her Majesty is truly all-powerful. Meanwhile, Demon Ash does not hold back at all. She lets loose a tiny fraction of her wild, suppressed energy. Her power alone is completely terrifying. Just then, the minion speaks up, totally interrupting her intense dark monologue. "My lady," he speaks up, "I felt that immense power during the coronation ceremony." Demon Ash looks pretty doubtful about this, but the minion quickly confirms it was indeed the great skeleton demon king. She actually gasps, "Wait, what?" Demon Ash immediately pictures Isaac's highly cunning face. Did he really feel the great skeleton demon king from that kid who ate a piece of his body? The minion vigorously nods, confirming Isaac is training right now. She cheers in pure twisted delight. "Heaven is definitely smiling on us," she whispers while bowing her head. Her body shakes with pure excitement. They cannot touch Isaac inside his family territory, but she knows all about the upcoming regular competition. Isaac has to take those trials soon. Demon Ash slowly stretches her legs. What a perfect bloody opportunity. Young priests and demons hunting each other. She gently touches her leather eye patch. Her voice grows incredibly feverish. Just a tiny fraction of that legendary power already made them this incredibly strong. Imagine how strong they get by devouring his actual body directly. Pure absolute madness flares right in her eyes. She wants to taste that kid so badly she cannot even contain herself. Meanwhile, back at the academy, rumors spread fast. Everyone is whispering about the totally insane mission handed to the Blue Squad. Some male students gossip endlessly about a deadly trek to the mysterious empire. But wait, there is more. Word is they must rescue a captured Holy Knight too. Every wild rumor quickly reaches Suri Joshua. The yellow faction wants them dead. Those enemy mages would wipe them out instantly. A heavy, suffocating aura erupts from him. "Damn it," Suri Joshua growls. His face looks so grim that absolutely nobody dares to get close. Does everyone seriously think they are going to die out there? Does nobody believe they can succeed? His eyes suddenly dart sideways. The absolute worst part? Even the usually confident students are biting their lips right now, visibly sweating bullets. Nearby, the Holy Knights just totally ignore them. This guarantees inevitable disaster once they leave the safe zone. Suri Joshua can easily picture his entire squad getting brutally destroyed the second they cross that border. Vicious demons and bandits would absolutely swarm them the moment they step 1 foot outside the Empire. While he spirals into absolute despair, Isaac is busy loudly cursing out those spineless cowards. "This is completely ridiculous," Isaac angrily grumbles out loud. "Why is nobody willing to join our squad anyway?" Whipping around, Suri Joshua points a trembling finger right at Isaac. "It is because of you," he snaps, frustrated tears welling up. "This mission is not just hard," he yells. "They want us dead. Do you not see everyone literally writing out their wills right now?" Teammates collapse around them. Suri Joshua brings up a tragic academy history lesson to prove his exact point. Does he even know what happened 14 years ago during the Yellow Trial? Uncle Riley's Blue Squad was totally wiped out. Meanwhile, Isaac casually picks his ear, his mind drifting off thinking about berries. He curses that despicable cardinal in his mind. How dare he play dirty tricks exactly like this? Rejecting the mission meant getting completely blacklisted. Accepting it meant certain death. But check this guy out. Isaac just lets out a devious smile. He knows if they succeed, nobody would ever dare look down on them again. Besides, this mission involves the mysterious empire and high demons too. That is basically a literal gold mine for harvesting mana cores. Suri Joshua suddenly shakes off his despair and grabs Isaac by the shoulders. "Hold on, we can still recruit Holy Knights. We might still stand a chance. We absolutely must secure a first squad Holy Knight from the Royal Order." Suri Joshua desperately tries to convince himself. A super smug voice interrupts their talk. "Too bad," Count Mole sneers while strolling right over. "The first squad Holy Knights have already been snatched up by the Yellow faction." He gloats at their perfectly shocked faces. He adds that his own son and his friend also jumped ship to the Yellow side. With a look of utter disgust, he grumbles. He never should have trusted the Blue Squad with his kids anyway, all because of their totally dead past glory. Hearing this nonsense, Isaac raises an eyebrow. He shoots back that the count is incredibly short-sighted. You will be a complete laughingstock once we actually succeed. A horrified Suri Joshua quickly grabs his shoulder to quiet him down. Isaac, if we cannot get the first squad, second or third is fine. Just promise me you will not choose the fourth squad. Isaac just tunes him out completely. Lost in thought a holy night, huh? A brilliantly reckless idea immediately pops into his head. Isaac literally skips forward with wide, excited eyes. He wonders aloud where all these beautiful little creatures suddenly came from behind him. Suri Joshua yells out to sign the contract with the second Holy Night Squad. He then walks over to whisper to a man. The man looks completely surprised, but has no choice but to agree. Once it is finally done, Isaac turns back. He grins and flashes a thumbs up. This prompts Suri Joshua to happily return the gesture, believing everything went exactly as planned. Did he actually pull it off? Two members of the Azure Squad sigh in deep relief, completely unprepared for what he says next. His next words hit like a total lightning strike. Everyone just freezes as Isaac happily announces he picked the fourth Holy Night Squad. He beams like he just hit the absolute jackpot. He declares he signed with the strongest crew around, while everyone else just screams in absolute panic. See, the 5 members of the 4th Holy Night Squad are totally known as a bunch of glorified errand runners. The Holy Kingdom flat out rejected them, reducing these guys to humiliating tasks like delivering the mail. But let me tell you, nobody in that squad is a pushover. Their skills easily beat the Royal Knights, but they absolutely despise the church. Naturally, when this news finally reaches Eli Joshua, he is furious. He angrily demands an explanation, asking what on earth Isaac was thinking. The kid immediately senses his terrible mood. The observer ghost whispers that the guy looks genuinely ticked off. He was not even this mad when the house got completely destroyed, but Isaac has his own wild plans. He tells himself to offer the exact answer his uncle actually wants about changing the mission. Backing down would totally stain the proud honor of the Joshua family, and obviously, he does not want that. This just makes Eli Joshua even angrier. He scoffs at the crazy idea that Isaac of all people even knows the word honor. Isaac clenches his fist and fires back. He knows his uncle is already way too familiar with his shady little methods. How can a guy using dark mana preach about honor? Isaac flinches quietly, carefully reading his uncle's harsh expression. Eli Joshua frowns even deeper, demanding to know what that look is about and asking if Isaac thinks he is blind. His tone drops with heavy disappointment. He admits he tolerated things before, but right now, trusting his nephew is completely off the table. Clenching his fists, Isaac fakes a stammer before passionately declaring that he absolutely hates his target. He claims he wants to completely destroy the skeleton Demon King, leaving the ghost totally bewildered by this insanely shameless lie. The dramatic speech rolls on. He claims he lost his parents and got cursed all because of that wretched skeleton Demon King. He adds that their whole family gets mocked for failing to defeat the guy, leaving Eli Joshua completely baffled by the outburst. Isaac plays his tragic role flawlessly. He claims he loses sleep over this gross humiliation, which actually softens the old man's heart. Seeing the boy's eyes burn with what looks like real vengeance, Eli thinks he is actually telling the truth about ending the skeleton Demon King. Isaac explains he only tapped the real skeleton Demon King's power to hunt down the fake one who stole his title. Isaac swears to personally slay him by any means necessary. The ghost just quietly decides its master has entirely lost his mind. Eli Joshua listens in heavy silence as the kid promises to protect their great family name for the sake of the future. Secretly, though, Isaac just wants to claim the whole family for himself. He places a hand on his chest, vowing never to live in shame. If he fails, this entire family gets dragged through the dirt and totally forgotten by history. The old guy just lets out this helpless sigh. He swears he never wanted Isaac sacrificing his own life for them. Eli Joshua finally accepts the kid. He points out Isaac really is one of them, now catching our guy completely off guard. Turning back to his desk, he tells Isaac something crazy. Failing the mission is totally fine if they all just come back breathing. The observer ghost is completely shell-shocked. The old man actually bought that fake story. Isaac just bows his head in fake obedience. Eli makes his absolute final call. If the kid returns safely, he promises to officially name Isaac his one and only heir. Having secured exactly what he wanted all along, Isaac flashes this sly little grin and agrees. Isaac thanks him, and boom, we cut a few days later to this terribly rocky dirt path just outside the capital. With random leaves stuck in his hair, Isaac proudly points dead ahead. He loudly announces they will meet the other night squad next village over. Panting heavily, his extremely muddy companions drag behind him. Suri Joshua cries actual tears of exhaustion, desperately swearing to survive this hike. The other 2 teammates just weep in pure despair, totally miserable as they struggle keeping pace. Floating right behind him, the ghost reports some heavy news. It finally finished investigating that mysterious demon from 14 years ago. Isaac silently asks if it actually found out who the monster is. The specter instantly pulls up a sinister image of Demon Ash. Rumor says this target is a direct subordinate of the Western Legion commander, though somehow not one of the 14 main generals. The Spectator Ghost adds this thing is an absolute beast. It might even be a demon that the original master actually knew. It brutally slaughtered young priests back then. Isaac grits his teeth in pure absolute rage at the complete fools breaking his sacred rules. Isaac quietly vows to rip those enemies apart piece by piece, but his ghostly sidekick quickly warns him to play it super safe, since his original strength is definitely not back yet. The exhausted team continues their long journey, completely clueless about the danger lying right ahead. Demon Ash hides behind a tree, literally licking her lips in eager anticipation. The second they vanish, she steps out flashing a wicked grin. She laughs like a total maniac, picturing that little brat from Issa. Meanwhile, over at the royal palace under a perfect blue sky, things are buzzing. An absolutely astonished voice echoes through the room, begging Prince Chapless to confirm if the rumor is true. Prince Chapless deadpan picks up a letter. He wonders aloud why young Master Isaac picked a holy knight from the messenger order, just as his subordinate reports. The juicy rumor says Isaac had absolutely zero interest in those fancy elite knights sent over by the prince from day one. His subordinate throws out a bold guess, wondering if young Master Isaac just has genuinely terrible judgment. Prince Chapless just smiles. He explains the knight commander he originally sent out is actually a half-blood spirit. That makes them extremely vulnerable to demons. The guy gasps out loud, completely shocked to learn Sir Cylon is a half-blood. He frantically asks if sending that knight was just some twisted test for Isaac. The prince slowly stands up. He smugly explains that even for a half-blood spirit, things are pretty different. Sir Cylon's skills are still insanely useful, which is exactly why he got deployed, the prince's eyes flashing with keen anticipation. But picking a holy knight from the messenger order? Now that is wild. The whole squad is incredibly unique, a group where literally every single knight is a half-demon. The prince slowly rests his hand right on Squad 4's files. Standing in the sunlit room, the subordinate nervously points out the messenger order members are notoriously wild and completely uncontrollable. These guys once threw priests straight into a demon den. Seriously, think about that madness for a second. This leaves the prince deeply worried over Isaac's safety. Meanwhile, over at the Lamb Clan meeting spot, this hot-tempered warrior violently slams his fist down in sheer raw frustration. Demanding to know why everyone is so incredibly late, Derek radiates this crazy dark aura while whining about the massive delay. It has been 5 whole hours now. He genuinely wonders if Isaac is just deliberately testing the messenger order's incredibly thin patience. One squad member straight up asks Commander Derek if the kid is keeping them all waiting on purpose just to mess around. They wonder if he is exploiting their bad reputation. Another angry knight chimes in, a guy from the Lamb Clan should definitely know much better. For a guy strictly punctual to be this late? Yeah. Highly likely he is doing it completely on purpose. Derek angrily grinds his teeth, cursing those dirty priests under his breath before abruptly making one super final decision. They absolutely cannot tolerate being insulted. Suddenly, Isaac pops up right beside Derek, flashing a cheeky grin, offering a heavily polite greeting. Isaac cheerfully introduces himself to Commander Derek. The big guy is so terribly startled by the ninja move, he practically jumps back 3 whole steps. Keeping that annoyingly bright smile, Isaac casually admits they are late. Derek snaps back, demanding to know if the Lamb Clan is not supposed to be strictly punctual. Demanding to know the exact time, Derek gets cut off by Isaac, sighing loudly, showing off a freshly bandaged arm from some random bandit ambush. Isaac claims that is the only reason they arrived late, but he already sees right through Derek's incredibly obvious scheme and loudly raises his voice. He suggests someone totally hired those bandits to stop them, but he rushed over anyway because arriving any later would be incredibly rude. Guilt flashes hard in Derek's eyes as he quickly looks away. He mutters that regardless of who hired them, punctuality is still an absolute rule, completely seizing the upper hand. Isaac presses on boldly, asking if Derek is just super unhappy about having to work with their group. Utterly flustered, Derek stammers. Watching them closely from a short distance away, Siri Joshua stays quiet, seriously observing this highly tense interaction. Isaac casually suggests that since they are so incredibly capable, they probably do not need any kind of protection. Derek stands tall and shoots back that they have nothing to lose. Turning around right now is perfectly fine with them. Isaac refuses to hold back and instantly exposes the lie. He questions why someone with nothing to gain would wait around for 5 whole hours. Hit right where it hurts? Derek flinches in pure shock. Instantly, the members of Squad 4 tense up, ready to draw their weapons. They prepare to draw as Isaac calmly points out the obvious: if they truly did not need any help, they would have left ages ago. He demands to know why they are even still here. For a simple escort mission, their heavy gear is completely crazy overkill. Smirking with brutal mockery, Isaac exposes their true motive. He points out they want to use his group as bait to rescue their missing comrades. He casually adds that if they are so bitter about being called out, they can just part ways right now. Provoked to his absolute breaking point, Derek grinds his teeth in blind rage. He completely loses his mind. Drawing his sword, he charges right at Isaac. Screaming in pure madness, Derek demands to know if that Knight Handra was the one who spilled the secrets to him. He absolutely rages. He accuses that total bastard of dragging Isaac into this mess, specifically to ruin their entire operation. Siri Joshua stumbles back in pure confusion as the name Henrik rings out suddenly. He realizes that is actually his fourth uncle's secret alias. He prays his uncle is not secretly involved in this crazy mess. Meanwhile, Derek grips his sword super tight, ready to strike and triggering the dangerous power inside. Let's be real here without you guys, they wouldn't even step 1 foot inside Gracie, India. So Derek gets totally dramatic, swinging his blade right at them and yelling that he will drag the kid along by total force even if he chops his legs clean off. But standing inside that crazy whirlwind, Isaac does not even flinch. He just shoots back a totally crushing glare, sharply ordering the big guy to put the stupid sword away. And shockingly enough, Derek totally freezes up under that insane pressure. He senses this horrifying energy like the legendary Demon Bone King is hiding inside that tiny kid. Completely terrified, Derek realizes his own body is shaking uncontrollably, basically proving he absolutely cannot fight back against the young priest. Imagine sweating over a literal child. The Observer Spectre watches this totally smugly, acting insanely cocky about the whole ridiculous setup. He knows how demon blood works. Bowing down to anyone stronger is just basic instinct for those guys. Honestly, that is the exact reason they got picked in the first place. So knowing he absolutely cannot beat Isaac, he frustratingly sheathes his giant sword. Seeing this, Isaac cheerfully tells Joshua and Suri to pack up and head out. They just stare in total shock. How on earth are they supposed to trust each other now? Isaac just casually picks his ear, pointing out that their interests align. So yeah, they have to tag along anyway. Derek furiously screams out to hell with those matching interests. Isaac calmly outlines their shared goal instead. He completely stuns Squad 4, announcing that they are going to hunt down the demon, the exact beast that showed up 14 years ago. Rescuing everyone who got kidnapped, that is the true target here. He flashes a grin, telling Squad 4 that it honestly does not matter if their missing buddies are actually among those victims. Derek looks dead serious now, demanding to know if Isaac only recruited them because he knew about their taken friends. Isaac stays super breezy, playing dumb and acting like he has zero clue what the guy means. But Derek gives in instantly, promising they will absolutely follow Lord Isaac everywhere. Meanwhile, the young priest smiles smugly. His crazy plan totally worked. One nervous squad member asks about their actual strategy, wondering if this teenage priest really has a solid plan ready. Isaac bluntly asks what plan as he side-eyes Derek, whose body is literally already leaking dark energy. You just cannot hide that demon blood, which only makes Isaac worry more that these sketchy guys might snap and betray them at any second. Do you guys know why they only take super simple messenger tasks? Suddenly, thick demonic energy wraps around the group as one squad 4 members starts physically transforming. Completely losing his mind, the guy mutates into a horrible demon and lunges wildly, grabbing the exact comrade who was just voicing his doubts. The rest scramble backward, loudly cursing their absolute garbage luck. They scream in total panic, shouting that they just knew this would happen. Somebody needs to restrain this rampaging monster immediately before someone actually dies. Isaac casually drops a heavy skull-cracking punch right on the guy's head, ordering him to chill out this second. The dude snaps right out of it. He clutches this massive bump while his buddy completely roasts him for losing control, apologizing in absolute embarrassment. He claims he usually never transforms this fast. Some bizarre pressure was totally crushing his mind right before everything went red. This prompts the Blonde Squad member to wonder, are they getting way too close? Close to the Magic Empire territory. Maybe their mana is messing with them, because another member admits to feeling pretty strange too. Yep, his body is acting up as well, but the victim just stares at Isaac with pure, starry-eyed excitement. He gushes that he has literally never reverted to human form this fast. Snapping back after one punch is totally amazing. All this non-stop praise leaves Isaac grinning with absolute smug pride. Bathed in the loud cheers of Squad 4, both Isaac and his Spectre partner feel completely on top of the world. Convinced of his own epic greatness, Isaac tosses his travel bag over his shoulder, ready to move. But he feels a weird weight inside. Telling everyone to move out, he opens the bag and spots a tiny guest. A little sparrow is playing dead, but Isaac instantly sees through the pathetic act. Playing dead, are we? The poor bird sweats bullets from pure terror. It stubbornly tries to stay completely frozen. The Spectre finds its acting skills hilarious, while the young priest just flashes this deeply devious grin. He casually grabs a heavy object to threaten the little guy, asking if they should grant its wish, making the bird completely panic. It has zero clue Isaac can hear its silent complaints, cursing its master for being so cruel. Why send a fragile bird to spy on this downright terrifying priest? This prompts Isaac to repeat the name out loud, Bloodlord. Confronting the creature, he asks if a high-ranking demon sent it, totally shattering its fake dead act. Twilight suddenly blankets the dense, seriously ominous forest. The observer specter perfectly finishes casting their protective barrier. Job done, the spirit slowly floats right back to the priest's side. Isaac remembers the bloodlord this sparrow mentioned. As one of his former subordinates, the guy is supposedly locked up deep beneath the cathedral. Seems the bloodlord heard about his return and sent this feathered messenger to make contact. Now watch this. Isaac grips the sparrow tight and starts his heavy interrogation. Looks like the Lord kept his real identity as the Skeleton Demon King a secret from this bird. Isaac demands to know what info it brought. At first, the stubborn bird refuses to cooperate, stubbornly claiming it has absolutely nothing to tell a priest. But one tight squeeze changes its mind fast. Screaming that it will talk, the terrified sparrow totally blabs everything about the demoness they are about to face. Isaac disgustedly thinks back to that completely ruined coronation. He asks if this demonist was the one who sent that fake clone of the Skeleton Demon King. Spilling the details fast, the terrified bird confirms she was indeed the one who sneaked the magic device inside. She ordered her minions to slaughter the priests. The bird just keeps babbling, pointing the finger directly at Ash. After absorbing the Skeleton Demon King's power, Ash got crazy strong enough to completely bypass the Charlotte Alexella Holy Kingdom barrier. The Bloodlord would literally rather face execution than deal with a demon like Ash. This cowardly stance just makes Isaac even more annoyed at that bastard. The clueless sparrow silently curses inside its little head. It wonders why its master would give such incredibly valuable info to a wretched priest. Then Isaac raises his hand to completely crush the bird. It starts violently trembling, shrieking that the Bloodlord believes the Skeleton Demon King is currently a total fake. Out of sheer absolute despair, the bird confesses its master got captured. Right after telling everyone the current Skeleton Demon King is an imposter. Honestly, how utterly stupid could that guy get? The sparrow then offers some shaky advice. It mentions that since Isaac absorbed a piece of the great Skeleton Demon King's power, Ash is likely waiting to trap him in her territory. If he actually values his life, he should turn back right away. Isaac lowers his hand and lets the tiny messenger go. He tells the bird to let his master know the message was clearly received. The sparrow hastily flies off, warning him not to die. Suddenly, Joshua and Suri storm over loudly, demanding to know where he has been hiding. They have been searching absolutely everywhere, but Isaac just flashes them this cheerful little thumbs up. Joshua tells Isaac he is incredibly proud of him for ordering local inn food for the whole squad, but Isaac notices a dark figure trailing behind them. Demon Ash approaches with a bright smile, claiming she prepared the meal to serve everyone. She casually invites them to eat. Isaac is caught off guard for a second, but then a seriously sly smirk spreads across his face. He figured she would keep her distance. But seeing Ash disguised as a cute young maid? Absolutely hilarious. Seriously, who on earth just hands themselves over on a silver platter? A bit later, deep in the woods, one guy turns to Suri, totally confused by whatever Isaac is trying to pull off. Joshua tells Suri to just ignore the guy, mostly because Isaac is already over there barking insane orders at their brand new maid. Parked on a giant rock, Isaac whines about dust in his water, demanding she go grab a completely clean glass right this second. He gripes about the square plate and cold food, leaving a very pale demon Ash running in literal circles trying to please him. She actually listens, but Isaac just points right at her face, snapping that the food is way too salty and her breathing is annoying. Ash bites back her anger and agrees, while Derek happily joins Isaac to make her life miserable. Derek barks at her to fetch another plate instantly, asking how she dares make their boss repeat himself. She is absolutely miserable, totally failing to grasp how this plan backfired so badly. She genuinely wonders if these henchmen have lost their absolute minds. Why on earth are they teaming up with him? Swallowing her heavy demon pride, Ash mutters an apology and hauls over some hot soup. Plan B is poisoning these annoying guys first. She politely offers up the bowls, sweetly noting that they must be totally exhausted. But Derek shuts her down instantly, proudly declaring that hired guards simply do not share meals with their rich boss. Ash is completely stunned, but tries her best to sound super convincing. She insists the town only stays safe if they keep their strength up, basically begging them to eat. Inside, she is absolutely screaming for them to just choke down the damn food. But of course, Isaac cuts right in and crashes their little debate. He playfully suggests she take the first bite herself, flashing a wicked grin while asking how they know it is not spiked with poison. Ash is internally raging at being caught, but the rest of Isaac's crew has officially had enough of his toxic bullying and steps up. They tell him to knock it off and stop picking on the poor maid, passing those soup bowls around. They insist he has zero right to treat her so badly. They take giant spoonfuls just to prove her totally innocent. In under 5 seconds, the entire group face plants right into the dirt, leaving Joshua and Suri staring in pure, absolute horror. Isaac slowly stands up like nothing happened, casually noting that this makes life easier since he wanted them knocked out anyway. His ghostly observer stares at the sleeping pile, asking if they should call the saint. Should we purify them right now? The specter wonders. Isaac just shrugs and stretches his arms, telling the ghost to let them sleep and learn a lesson. Suddenly, his specter senses something weird. It quickly gasps, warning its master about this specific deadly poison. It is a crazy parasite that directly converts holy mana into dark mana. Hearing that detail, Isaac cannot help feeling genuinely surprised before grinning with pure excitement. He double-checks, is it definitely going to transform that nasty holy energy into useful dark mana? The specter happily squeals that the conversion is totally guaranteed. Talk about an absolutely broken exploit. This parasite is crazy dangerous. Isaac stares greedily at Suri and Joshua's crew like clueless sheep, realizing he can build a massive dark mana farm right here. Meanwhile, Demon Ash completely thinks she actually won. She laughs like a total maniac, soaking up all that ambient dark mana and smugly declaring that the boy has officially lost. Isaac just wipes off a bit of drool. Him losing, he scoffs. To him, anyone flaunting actual power is just a tasty snack waiting to get devoured. Demon Ash violently shifts right back to her true form, voice dripping with pure venom as she orders him to follow if he wants his friends alive. She dangles the antidote like bait. Derek stays highly on guard, too scared to move, but still angrily muttering curses at the vile demon. While she keeps gloating, a blazing beam of sunlight suddenly bursts forward, telling her not to resist as she screams in total agony. Once that blinding light finally fades out, Demon Ash gets her bearings back, only to realize something completely terrifying. Isaac is rushing straight for her, weapon ready. He takes a wild swing, but she agilely leaps backward to dodge the lethal strike. She dashes off with insane speed, daring him to keep up. Derek and his men grip their swords tight, super desperate to chase after them. They yell out that they are coming too, but Isaac firmly shuts the squad down, claiming he has to do this alone. He hits them with the eyes of a tragic hero, sadly explaining they cannot leave the victims unprotected because they need constant mana transfers to live. Hot tears stream down Derek's face from sheer emotion. He begs Lord Isaac not to worry, swearing they will guard these priests with their lives. The guard throws a sharp military salute as he watches his hero depart. Isaac silently thanks the gullible fools and takes off at top speed. Thanks to their babysitting, he can safely harvest 10 times more mana later. Night quickly falls over the quiet forest. Under the freezing silver moonlight, heavy wind howls right through the trees. Demon Ash spots Isaac showing up and immediately sneers in pure mockery. She calls him a brave little fool, asking how he dares face her all alone. She acts like she has already won this fight, looking down on him completely. Her arrogance is just annoying. Isaac grits his teeth, totally agreeing that someone here is indeed pretty foolish. He gives her zero respect, demanding how she dares threaten humans without knowing who he actually is. Stunned and totally horrified, she gasps. His expression turns icy cold. He drops an absolute authority that allows zero resistance, ordering her to kneel. Paralyzed by that overwhelming pressure, Demon Ash entirely loses control of her own trembling body. Her knees slam hard into the dirt. Looking up, she sees the terrifying silhouette of the Demon Bone King looming right over Isaac. Her entire body shakes violently under his crushing pressure, desperately trying to figure out what this insane energy even is. He just stands there looking like a genuine Demon King, with dark energy totally overflowing. How does some brat have this terrifying power? She grits her teeth, desperately clinging to a crazy theory to explain what is happening. This miserable little kid simply must have eaten a piece of her master's physical body. Her claws dig deep grooves into the dirt to prop herself up, completely refusing to believe he stole her master's body. Forcing herself upright, she reaches toward him with insane fury, muttering for her master to wait just a little bit. Screaming she will tear this boy's stomach wide open, she lunges directly at his face, freeing him at last. But the second their opposing powers actually collide, she instantly realizes she has already lost. The devastating Demon King power erupts, totally engulfing Demon Ash after a brief, entirely one-sided beatdown. The entire area shakes from the impact. Isaac calls her a fool, dropping massive fireballs just to assert dominance. "Let me show you who your actual king is," he growls. Soon, absolute silence falls over the clearing again. The Observer Spectre flies out excitedly. It praises him, because a simple level 5 spell just made an unbelievable impact. That destructive power basically rivaled a level 7 spell. Squealing with joy, it circles him, praising this brilliant energy mix. Mixing dark and holy mana was a stroke of pure genius, and it leaves Isaac feeling incredibly smug right now. He reached a brand new power tier, finally realizing why those annoying gods never wanted him to become human. A weak groan suddenly catches their attention. Demon Ash crawls on the dirt, shivering violently from the insane pain. She groans a desperate plea to her sovereign. The specter awkwardly asks what to do, noting he went too hard. He totally disagrees. Smiling, Isaac just claps his hands together to see exactly how she reacts to the noise. Demon Ash screams in pure terror. She slams her head against the floor, begging her lord to forgive her crimes. The panicked demon scrambles to hand over the antidote. Isaac casually waves it off, they can worry about that later. Squatting down in front of her, he orders her to immediately bring back every single holy knight she kidnapped earlier. He gives her exactly 1 minute. This leaves her completely dazed before he cheerfully drops one more crucial requirement onto his heavy demand. Classic main character energy here. He wants a perfect score, so just rescuing those captured knights is not nearly enough. He needs actual proof. The demon turns ghostly pale as she stammers, wondering what kind of proof he could possibly mean. Proof that he eliminated a high-ranking demon. 2 days later, 2 anxious companions sit inside a quiet tavern. Holding his head in pure frustration, Joshua loudly groans, wondering what on earth has happened to that damn Isaac by now. Derek forces a stiff smile to reassure him. He points out they already sent scouts to track his whereabouts, so there is zero need to worry because Isaac is no easy target. But Joshua still cannot shake this deep anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he insists something definitely went wrong, which explains exactly why those annoying mages keep searching for him so aggressively. Every single search is dead serious. Joshua points out that Derek must know how incredibly unusual this behavior is for them. Derek rubs his chin thoughtfully. He admits they actually found some fresh bloodstains in the exact area where he went, but that does not necessarily mean he is dead. Right on cue, a sudden voice echoes from the tavern entrance. And look who it is. Isaac strolls inside carrying a massive bloodied sack, prompting a very distracted, automatic welcome from Joshua. It takes a second to register before Joshua leaps up in absolute shock. Derek immediately asks if he is unhurt. Slapping the bloody sack right onto the table, Isaac reveals he brought the antidote, prompting the other guy to curiously peek inside. Wondering what else is stuffed inside, he listens as Isaac calmly warns him that these contents are extremely important to keep safe. Joshua remains pretty skeptical about it all, that is, until he sees the severed head of Demon Ash. He screams out in pure terror, stumbling backward and demanding to know what kind of absolute monstrosity is stuffed inside that bag. Stretching his arms casually, Isaac meets their horrified stares and nonchalantly explains it is simply the severed head of the kidnapper. This serves as the solid proof they need to easily secure a perfect score. But Derek quickly interrupts to ask about his missing team. He desperately wants to know what happened to their captured allies. Isaac just shrugs, asking if he means the knights. Raising his voice toward the main entrance, Isaac explains they were just too heavy, so he just dumped them in the bushes outside. He tells them to go bring the guys in, just as a panicked guard bursts inside, announcing their missing comrades have miraculously returned. Another soldier from Squad 4 shouts that Ken and Jen are safe. Joshua just stares at Isaac in a state of complete and utter disbelief. They ask if he actually pulled this crazy stunt off. They stare at the severed head while Isaac crosses his legs with absolute pride. He proudly confirms he walked straight into enemy territory and sliced off the boss's head. This prompts Joshua to slam the table and yell out in pure rage. Derek stammers in total disbelief, asking how such a crazy feat was even possible. Now watch Isaac spin this while grinning to himself. Isaac quickly brainstorms a highly plausible lie to smooth over their growing suspicions. He tells them the enemies likely heard about their mission and drafted a plan to capture them all beforehand. Their goal was kidnapping everyone, then faking a heroic rescue from the demons. Then they would use that to bargain with the Holy Kingdom. Oh, and that rogue mage who drugged everyone? She was totally in on it. She wanted to sell them off to the magical empire for a massive profit, which honestly makes sense since they are highly valuable. He scoffs at how anyone could treat others so terribly, acting completely appalled by his own fake scenario. He claims he threatened to report her to the Holy See, which instantly terrified the mage into backing down completely. She was easily frightened by a literal kid. This shows how terrifying the Pope's influence really is, though he still managed to learn exactly where the knights were kept. It turned out to be common knowledge. He even uncovered a highly convenient secret pathway leading straight down to their prison. Fortunately, the knights were only being kept as emergency rations, so he easily sneaked them out before they could be eaten. A sleeping demon was guarding them, so he simply took care of it. This leaves his two listeners completely speechless in shock. Brandishing his weapon as proof, Isaac offers to totally reenact the battle. A sweating Joshua quickly tells him to just forget it. He decides the exact details do not matter anymore. Meanwhile, Derek is entirely brainwashed and instantly agrees that he believes him. Yet Joshua remains deeply worried. He points out how incredibly reckless this was, asking what would have happened if things went wrong. Suddenly, a majestic glowing aura surrounds Isaac as he heroically explains he had no choice but to take the risk. His selfless words bring tears to the injured knights nearby. They realize a direct confrontation would have caused endless casualties. He boldly declares that as a guardian of the faith, he simply cannot let that happen. Derek is so deeply moved that actual tears stream down his face. Joshua can hardly believe his eyes, praising him as a true saint. But an annoyed old man quickly cuts in to silence this nonsense. Warning the boy to watch his mouth, the elder leaves Joshua with absolutely no choice but to comply. He tiredly rubs his forehead. He notes that at least Joshua made it back safely. He adds that the arriving mages seem genuinely worried about his sudden disappearance. Reminded that he was actually kidnapped, Isaac grumbles in pure irritation. He scoffs at the completely ridiculous idea of those bastards actually caring about a priest. However, someone nearby takes offense to his harsh words. This prompts Isaac to squint in heavy suspicion as he turns toward the unfamiliar voice. Two stern mages step inside. They explain they only came out of fear the demon race might kill him, lamenting being totally misunderstood like this. Knowing exactly what they are truly after, Isaac completely ignores their fake worry and tells those absolute bastards to cut the crap. He calls them out for only wanting the manicore. The older mage just beams brightly, asking him to please cooperate with their investigation. When they mention a reported sighting, Isaac flatly declares he did not see a single thing, even though Derek keeps trying to pry for more juicy details. The mage insists they clearly felt a presence nearby, but Isaac just lets out a helpless sigh, telling them they are dead wrong. He explains logically that the legendary demon race is not like some random stray dogs or cats just wandering around the city streets. He asks if they honestly believe a mere apprentice priest like himself could ever hope to take down a real demon. The old mage whispers softly to the junior behind him. He admits that any apprentice surviving a demon encounter would be quite unusual. Joshua listens to their discussion in absolute confusion. He finds it completely absurd, since Hack had explicitly stated there was a demon here. Hearing that name gives Isaac a pretty deep sense of unease. He realizes Hawk has to mean his fourth uncle. Joshua secretly glances back, quickly wondering if he is totally mistaken since it is a pretty common name. He slowly stands up, muttering that it just does not matter anyway. Leaving Joshua completely clueless, Isaac casually waves his hand and walks right off. He tells them to handle things entirely on their own. Seeing him head straight for that exit, Joshua yells out in pure frustration, "Hey, their little chat is far from finished." He demands Isaac stay put while time passes and gentle sunlight begins draping over the quiet forest. Leaving the tavern far behind, he makes his way to a secluded cabin deep in the woods. He rests his hand on the weathered door. Now watch this guy. He pushes the door open with a relaxed smile, locking eyes with the figure inside. A wonderfully wicked grin spreads across his face, staring down the demon Ash. Seeing the creature way too terrified to even resist, he decides it is finally time to wrap things up. Flashing back to 2 nights ago, Isaac demands solid proof of a successfully eliminated demon. This leaves a highly confused Ash to stammer out, questioning what he even means. Sitting directly across from the fiend who devoured the holy trainee 14 years ago, Isaac completely exposes her. It was never her. He mercilessly mocks her, asking how a pathetic weakling like her could ever pull off such a massive feat. Even 14 years ago, there was absolutely no way she could have ever defeated Jai. His freezing tone makes Ash shudder in absolute terror. He notes that taking her head would only make them suspect the actual real culprit. He orders her to go fetch the actual evidence, his lips curling right into a deeply wicked grin. He demands a proper head to present to the Holy See. Returning to the present, Isaac sits quite casually atop a wooden crate. He admits with total fake surprise that he never actually expected her to deliver. He looks thoroughly satisfied with her handiwork. Finding her not completely useless after all, he happily decides to let her off the hook. Ash continues kneeling on the ground with a pale, trembling face. She asks if he knew the killer's true identity this entire time. Isaac does not hesitate to confirm it. He reveals it was a woman and her pet beast. He asks with a mocking sneer if she honestly thought he would stay totally clueless about basic facts. Ash quickly shakes her head in pure panic. Isaac suddenly wonders why his own intelligence reports pointed so directly to her. He asks why she was accused. A trembling Ash quickly prostrates herself and recounts the whole truth. She confesses that the real culprit 14 years ago was her older sister. That sister ordered her beast to hunt down the holy priests. She reveals they were literally treated as snacks. This causes Isaac to frown, realizing their shared bloodline likely caused all that confusion. Their identical energy signatures led to the massive mix-up. But hey, she still managed to successfully deliver the monster's severed head right to him. He now has the exact killer who devoured Jai's friend 14 years ago. He lowers his voice, demanding some more crucial information. He inquires about the current demon hierarchy. Ash immediately spills that the fake skeleton demon king is currently the one leading them. That guy commands the tier 9 demons. He orders them to hunt the saints and gather Isaac's power ever since his battle with the god. He wants to eliminate the saints and claim all his power. Isaac just folds his arms, casually asking what the gods are doing about it. Looking incredibly flustered, she admits she is totally unsure, but she heavily suspects the heavenly realm took a devastating blow and remains completely silent. Hearing about their incredibly long silence, Isaac frowns deeply. He wonders if the massive fallout from his self-destruct move was far greater than anticipated. Knowing their incredibly impatient nature, there is just no way they would stay quiet for 155 years. He thinks back, recalling past events. They must be violently tearing through every single world looking for his soul, and there is absolutely no way they missed the truth, that the seal containing his soul is completely empty. The more Isaac thinks, the more unbelievable it seems. Yet, their highest tier holy magic could not have failed so miserably even if they missed sealing his soul back then. Failing to notice an empty seal makes even less sense. Suddenly, his hand stops stroking his chin. His lips curl up with real amusement. Isaac grins mischievously. Oh, this is rich. Is it possible that inside that vessel stands another soul instead of his own? He sits there pondering this very strange mystery for a while. Could it be a high-tier entity filled with dark mana? Some absolute disaster like the Skeleton King, or maybe even a god down on the ground. Ash is still kneeling there, not daring to look up. Meanwhile, an extremely fun idea suddenly flashes right inside Isaac's head. He absolutely has to check this out. He abruptly asks if she is Ash. She startles, quickly bowing straight to the floor. Confirming his words, Isaac happily orders her to return to the demons and spy for him. Sometime later, a deeply grateful voice calls out loud. Crying actual tears of joy, the man sobs that they owe young Master Isaac a lifetime debt they can never repay. He never expected Isaac to defeat that monster totally alone and actually save everyone. Isaac smugly rubs his nose and tells them not to sweat it. He plays the humble hero perfectly, leaving the surrounding knights deeply moved and literally tearing up. They completely fawn over the glorious blue family demeanor. Whispering among themselves, they wonder how to ever repay this massive kindness. The guy even saved their fallen comrades. Standing right there, Derek quietly processes the situation before suddenly shouting in pure realization. Figuring out the obvious answer, Derek quickly steps toward Isaac, who turns with a curious hum. Every single knight hits the dirt and kneels in unison. As a 7th-tier knight, Derek speaks for his whole squad. He solemnly swears they will follow Isaac to the ends of the earth. Isaac is actually caught off guard. He totally never expected this. A wicked smirk creeps onto his face. Look at this play. He just bagged highly skilled free soldiers. Even better, they possess connections spanning all 6 continents. Saving 11 people for this much profit is a massive win. An absolute bargain. Suddenly, he spots a small, quiet figure standing behind the crowd. A tan, blonde-haired young boy is staring right back at Isaac with wide, unblinking eyes. Wondering why some kid is staring at him, Derek eagerly steps up to introduce the boy. He guesses Isaac does not recognize the kid, claiming this will be shocking. Right then, the boy runs up and introduces himself as Hiberius, the youngest prince of the Gracia Empire. He gratefully thanks Isaac for the rescue, leaving our young master utterly dumbfounded. He suddenly recalls those 2 guys who approached him earlier about their kidnapped prince. Those mages were surprisingly cooperative. Talk about a total jackpot. Looking up with pure admiration, the prince admits he used to think holy citizens were total trash. He vows to repay this massive debt. The royal kid stares at Isaac, who just strokes his chin and carefully evaluates him. The prince keeps babbling, calling him incredibly impressive compared to the useless jerks at the Holy Temple. Those fools only sent apprentice priests instead of real backup to save them. Hearing this rant, Isaac quietly measures the boy up. This kid has some major potential. With sparkling eyes, the prince pleads, calling Isaac a true man of God. He begs to repay him, making Isaac smirk. A devious plan forms as he smiles, asking if the prince would do a tiny favor. Meanwhile, back at the Holy Temple, a priest reports that the Blue Squad officially entered Graciandia territory. He explains that thanks to mage interference, they could not follow them any further, but the targets definitely entered the trap area. Writing at his desk, Heron frowns, totally shocked they actually made it in. They specifically selected those utterly useless holy knights. So how did they succeed? Here is the wild part. The priest answers it seems Isaac Joshua entered the entire area completely alone. Surprised, Heron drops his pen and raises his voice. He sneers mockingly, realizing the brat failed to tame those stubborn holy knights after all. If his superiors could not control them, there is no way some random kid could ever manage it. He confidently predicts that Isaac will fail this mission and perish completely. While the priest arrogantly guarantees Isaac will never return, Heron pinches his nose. He thinks about the family's brutal 4th son. That guy promised to personally handle any relatives entering his territory. He would surely enlist powerful mages to wipe them out. Suddenly, the priest speaks up, wondering if the royal family might actually step in to assist Isaac instead. They seem pretty interested in the kid. Heron leans back in his chair and laughs loudly, claiming they absolutely lack time for that. Gracidia is a highly disputed region caught between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire, so any little incident there could easily be exploited by those mages. That would spark an absolute disaster. He strictly warns them that even if the boy miraculously succeeds, they must ensure Isaac never makes it back alive. The priest bows respectfully in agreement while a smug smirk plays on Heron's face. He can already picture those blue faction fools getting totally humiliated. Meanwhile, back with our guy, Isaac lets out this strange, creepy smile. A super dangerous glint flashes right across his eyes. If that is their brilliant plan, he is going to make them pay dearly for it. He enthusiastically points right at Hiberius, proudly introducing the kid as his secret weapon to completely wreck the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Hearing this insane fact, the apprentice priests gape in absolute horror, leaving Isaac utterly confused. He asks why they are all staring at him like that. Suri screams out that he is completely crazy, demanding why anyone would casually introduce an enemy prince. Hiberius laughs sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. He apologizes for the shock, explaining that is exactly why he hid his real identity. Suri stares at the two of them, completely questioning reality, and asks if Isaac actually kidnapped the boy. Hiberius instantly denies it and laughs it off. But Isaac stands there speechless, realizing this kid is definitely the one getting kidnapped. Isaac flashes an absolutely wicked grin. He claims this stunt will ruin the Holy See, since they are doing way more than just saving some paladins. It forces them to honor us. Siri immediately tries to shut that down. She argues they are the ones who will end up ruined, but Isaac drops a truth bomb that stuns the whole room. The most basic rule of politics is making people owe you. Save the prince, and the Magic Empire owes them big time. Siri completely panics, yelling about why he would actually say that right in front of the kid. Clueless Hiberius just marvels at his genius, calling him a truly brilliant master strategist. Isaac silently wonders if this brat is actually insane. Siri just sighs in pure exhaustion, asking if he plans to announce this rescue and come back like a hero. Isaac waves a hand for silence, telling her to pipe down. That is exactly why he gathered everyone together here. He smirks, predicting the yellow faction is totally setting up a trap. They want to completely wreck this mission. Honestly, what he drops next blows everyone away. What exactly happens if the Prince of the Magic Empire walks directly into their little trap? Hiberius gets stars in his eyes instantly. He praises his sheer brilliance, declaring he would gladly jump into fire for him. Isaac rubs his hands together, licking his lips in excitement. A completely playful glint flashes in his eyes as he declares payback time. Time to slap the yellow faction right across the face. He arrogantly asks the room what they think actually happens when the Magic Empire's precious prince strolls right into that trap. He lays it out decisively. There will absolutely be a massive investigation to find out who pulled those strings. The Holy Empire and the Magic Empire will both tear the place apart looking. At this point, Isaac just gives a casual shrug. The yellow faction who set that trap will panic like absolute crazy. Siri frowns, admitting she gets the logic, but she quickly points out Cardinal Barrett is not some amateur who leaves evidence behind. He would never let himself get caught like that. Isaac just waves it off, smiling as he notes the man has accomplices. Siri raises an eyebrow in total confusion, then suddenly gasps. She practically begs him not to say he plans on using the mages. Isaac slowly stands up, mentioning they are way too annoying. So yeah, he wants to mess with her plans just a little bit. But a direct fight would trigger a massive diplomatic disaster. This prompts an anxious Siri to ask what he actually intends to do. He grins and bursts out laughing. Raising a hand high into the air, Isaac enthusiastically declares they are just going to trick them instead. Hiberius cheers in complete agreement, while the poor apprentice priests turn absolutely pale. They sit there wondering what kind of sheer madness this is. But suddenly, a massive tremor violently shakes the room, catching everybody completely off guard. Someone sprints to the window to see what on earth is going down out there. A thick pillar of black smoke rises beyond the forest exactly where the mages are stationed. Isaac just bursts out laughing. He boasts that striking first always secures the win, then suddenly grabs Hiberius and hoists him up. How dare those mages target his precious mana core? Before anyone can even process it, Isaac charges straight out the door. Siri goes dead pale, screaming out loud at that absolute lunatic. Outside, the blast site is pure, unadulterated chaos. Flames spread everywhere amidst panicked screams they are under attack and their mana cores are destroyed. All their stored cores are gone, along with every single magic circle tool. One furious mage grits his teeth in pure rage. Could it actually be those pesky apprentice priests? Did they somehow figure out the master plan and decide to strike first? The mage leader quickly orders a counterattack on the priests. The rest of his men aggressively draw their weapons and charge right forward. But right at that exact moment, a single figure steps forward, shouting for everyone to wait. Isaac wears a devilish grin, whispering quietly as he shoves young Hiberius forward. "I leave this in your hands, Your Highness," Isaac says. The kid immediately puts his hands on his hips, angrily shouting right back at the armed men. Hiberius demands to know if they actually dare to attack them. The mages are thrown into a state of sheer panic as they recognize the young prince. The utterly confused leader asks why His Highness is hanging around with those priests. He begs the boy to step over to their side so they can safely escort him home. Isaac suddenly cuts them off. He warns the bastards that if they value this brat's life, they better listen. Grabbing Hippias by the head, he presses his blade against the boy's neck, demanding they hand over everything they have. Meanwhile, Hippias just crosses his arms and urges them to hurry up. As Hippias tells them to hurry, seeing them hesitate makes an annoyed Isaac grit his teeth, demanding the bastards hand over all their gear. Watching this unfold from behind a tree, Ciri silently prays to the gods. She begs them to take this absolute lunatic away. The bizarre scene leaves everyone hopelessly confused, especially since Joshua represents the famously righteous Azure Creed. Out of the 5 great creeds, they are known as the absolute most upright, detesting any form of injustice, bound by a very strict chivalrous code. Even with a blade pressed right against their neck, the heirs of this creed would never needlessly draw their weapons. At least, that is what the system says. But honestly, you will not believe the absolutely wild hostage scam this lunatic is about to pull with the Empire's own prince. Isaac violently presses the blade closer, asking if they are totally fine with him chopping this kid's head right off. And the little prince just happily nods along. The mage leader sweats bullets. He wonders why on earth the prince is over there and how he even got captured so easily. Because he clearly remembers His Highness being strong enough to take down several grown men all by himself. Signaling his subordinate behind him, the leader figures the prince must have been caught totally off guard. Realizing they have to save him, he tries distracting Isaac, yelling for the descendant of Joshua to just calm down. The mage suggests a quick negotiation, but Isaac just points his sword forward, shouting that they can negotiate his ass instead. He demands to know why they have not handed everything over yet, while the rescue mage quietly sneaks up right behind them. Reaching out to Hiberius, the mage whispers for the prince to take his hand so he can pull him to safety. But the little prince's face darkens. He angrily snaps, asking why this idiot has not saved him yet, leaving the mage completely stunned. How dare they call themselves Imperial Mages, he asks. The rescue mage desperately keeps reaching out, but seeing this, the prince quickly climbs up and clings to Isaac, hiding behind his back instead. Calling them totally useless trash, the kid leaves the mage, sighing in absolute defeat while trying to explain. He insists they only came to save him, but he gets cut off when Hiberius proudly crosses his arms like the royal boss he is. Sitting right on Isaac's shoulders, he loudly commands them to hand over all their gear and retreat immediately. Isaac laughs smugly, telling the bastards to beat it just like the kid said. The negotiating mage gets a massive headache. He realizes that even though he has zero idea what is happening, this bizarre kid is their future. With zero other options, they finally obey. They compromise, slowly placing their highly valuable mana cores onto the dirt one by one. Begging Isaac to please release the prince, they surrender everything. Isaac practically drools at the gorgeous sight of those mana cores. Seeing him totally lose his cool, his helper pops up, warning him to manage his facial expressions. Isaac quickly collects himself. Acting extremely generous with the loot secured, he declares he will let this slide out of pure respect for their sincerity. The mage leader can only grit his teeth in absolute rage. Isaac even casually warns that he will report back to the Empire about this attempted murder. Startled, the mage frantically claims it was a huge misunderstanding, insisting they were only hunting demons. But Isaac immediately calls out that pathetic lie. He asks why they brought specific gear designed to capture priests, dropping one final warning. Mocking them, he adds they can just collect the prince's corpse on the way back if they refuse. The leader simply cannot take it anymore. Letting out a bitter curse, he watches as Isaac smirks. He tells them to scram, with Hiberius loudly echoing the order from up top. Night falls, and you know our guy is ecstatic. Back in the trainee quarters, Isaac instantly dumps all his mana cores out, rolling around his bed in pure joy over his beautiful new hoard. Hiberius looks on in absolute awe, highly praising his big brother's incredible vision. These Imperial mana cores are just a totally different breed compared to the Holy State's trash, boasting superior color and scent. The kid keeps praising him, openly admitting he thought the Holy State was just full of useless, completely broke maggots. But to find someone like him in the Azure Creed, truly a righteous, noble faith, absolutely no one compares to him. Over on the next bed, Ciri sighs deeply. Just fantastic, they recruited another absolute madman. Meanwhile, Hiberius remains incredibly ecstatic. Just say the word, boss. And back in the capital, I will personally guarantee a massive reward. Isaac just nods, sounds good to him. Suddenly, the young boy leans in even closer, asking if Isaac has ever genuinely considered joining the Magic Empire. They will treat him super well. Ciri cannot take this madness anymore. He stands up abruptly and glares enough. You guys are completely insane. He marches straight to Isaac's bedside, declaring they need to talk right now. Isaac looks up in total disgust. He tells Ciri to wipe off his drool before they speak. Deeply worried, Ciri asks if he is seriously telling the patriarch that his fourth uncle hired dark mages. Isaac does not even hesitate. Of course, it is the absolute perfect chance to eliminate a rival for succession. Ciri warns him that one single mistake means death. His face is pale and tense, insisting Isaac does not understand because he never met the man. He is completely ruthless. Framing an innocent person without absolute proof is literal suicide, and without hard evidence, they are finished. Hearing that, Isaac simply sits right up and lets out a cold, mocking laugh. An innocent man, Isaac sneers, clearly recalling the mage's earlier warning. Direct descendants of Joshua. He calmly tells Siri to quiet down for a second, pointing out they called them the direct descendants of Joshua. That obviously means those mages knew exactly who they were from the very start. Siri just frowns. Well, the Joshua family is famous for their distinct looks, so maybe they just recognized them. Recognize them? Isaac unleashes a wild barrage of insults, demanding to know what kind of complete nonsense Siri is babbling about. You are ugly with dirt-colored hair. Who would ever look at you and think of the legendary Joshua family? Isaac hops off the bed, totally insisting they knew about this beforehand. Siri bites his lip, fighting back angry tears. Shut your mouth, you absolute jerk. Isaac is 100% sure his fourth uncle is pulling the strings here. Siri still completely refuses to buy it, shaking his head. How could anyone know direct descendants were hiding among the apprentice priests? Isaac grabs his shoulders. Time to wake up, Siri. Your dear uncle literally just tried to murder you. Isaac spells it out for him. Do you honestly think your dad will just sit back? He has definitely started a massive riot by now. Siri stays stubborn. He probably does not even know yet. But hold on, that commotion earlier. He suddenly freezes in place. Siri looks up at Isaac, shaking. Please tell me that jerk did not do what I think he did. Isaac flashes a deeply wicked smile. Everything is totally ruined now, right? The temple, the royal family, and even the Holy See. Just pure, absolute chaos everywhere. Meanwhile, deep inside the Holy See headquarters, a panicked voice echoes out. A priest demands to hear the report again, completely refusing to believe his own ears. Did the Azure Creed apprentice priests seriously return in one piece? The nervous messenger quickly confirms the news. Yes, they are already heading for the capital. Our scouts double-checked everything. Shockingly, they came back with a much bigger group, having somehow rescued all the hostages from those mages. Cardinal Haya fumes with absolute rage. What on earth were those useless mages doing? He scowls in deep frustration. He mutters about the Joshua family's fourth son and those mages, wondering how they could botch this so badly. How is that brat still breathing? A short-haired priest hesitates, admitting they just could not launch an attack. Hia freezes up. What did you say? The messenger's next words cause his tapping fingers to stop completely dead. Apparently, the young prince of the Magic Empire was among the saved hostages. The cardinal gasps in pure disbelief. Who? The messenger drops the name of the youngest prince of Britannia, Hyberius Britannia. Bowing his head, the messenger drops another massive bombshell. Isaac Joshua has officially demanded a heavy investigation into those rogue mages. The priest adds that Isaac is completely determined to hunt down whoever plotted to kill the imperial prince. Hia's face instantly darkens as he grinds his teeth together. So that little brat wants to play dirty, does he? The prince being there changes the whole game. A massive investigation will leave him entirely cornered and exposed. He might get accused of plotting to kill the prince. His hands physically shake with rage, cursing both father and son. Total disasters, the both of them. Suddenly, the door flies open as another priest bursts inside, gasping out bad news. Panting hard, the guy reports that the terrifying head of the Joshua family just arrived. The Joshua patriarch is already causing a huge uproar outside, demanding to see his fourth son right now. Gritting his teeth in absolute frustration, Hia curses under his breath. Now even the crazy grandfather has shown up. Damn it. All three of them at once. Meanwhile, back in the holy capital of Charlotte, a burst of hearty laughter echoes out. Let us rewind just a few minutes. Isaac had run crying to his grandpa, sobbing his eyes out about how he almost died because his fourth uncle tried to kill them. Using those wicked mages, sniff sniff. Naturally, the old man exploded in pure, fiery rage. How dare he? Oh, it gets better. Remembering the absolutely hilarious scene, Isaac covers his face and laughs, classic grandfather style. He knew the old guy was tough. But who would guess he would start a massive fight right in front of the Pope? Yeah, the actual Pope. The maid standing nearby hesitates before speaking up. Excuse me, my lord. She drops to one knee, leaving Isaac totally stunned as she talks. I deeply thank you for avenging my brother, who was brutally murdered 14 years ago. Isaac bashfully looks away, acting like he knows absolutely nothing. Still, he casually waves it off, saying it is really no big deal. He then casually asks how the others reacted. Smiling, she replies that everyone reacted pretty much the same, but adds that Gaul seemed furious about something else entirely. Back then, an enraged Gaul pointed his finger, screaming that the lunatic did not just target Isaac. He targeted his own nephew too. Riley was totally baffled since Isaac is also his nephew, but Gaul immediately fired back. Their hair colors are completely different. As Riley tried explaining things, Gaul totally lost his temper and barked at him to shut up. Just then, a sudden loud noise makes them turn. The maid explains that Benjamin, the financial director, has stepped in. He burned up the entire inheritance of that fourth son. Turns out that loud noise was just Benjamin casually casting fire magic. He will not get a single penny now. Everything goes straight back to society. Hearing this, Isaac feels a sharp pang of regret. Man, he really wishes they gave it to him. The maid hesitantly mentions that every descendant of the Joshua family is gathering for the new year. Honestly, that makes the whole situation deeply uneasy. Her face completely drops into a highly worried look. She warns him flat out someone is actively trying to murder him. She quietly whispers her guess. The culprit is likely determined to claim the family head position. They want to eliminate Isaac early on. Isaac stays completely calm. He tells her not to worry at all. He has zero plans of dying today. Suddenly, he frowns. Something feels odd. It is actually quite strange. Massive chaos totally should have broken out somewhere else by now. Why are they staying so unbelievably silent? Right as Isaac wonders about this, a small slip of paper drifts in out of absolutely nowhere. They really should have arrived in a flash. He swiftly catches the paper, tears it right in half, and smiles. Oh yeah, they are definitely here. Isaac tosses the torn scraps aside. Boom. A magic summoning circle suddenly materializes, glowing intensely right on the ground. Wait, is that seriously summoning magic? The maid just gapes in pure shock. Meanwhile, Isaac smirks, knowing someone was in a massive rush. To think they would even deploy actual summoning magic. Soon, a dark figure emerges from the glowing light and steps directly toward him. Leon grabs Isaac by the collar. He growls that he promised to show him something interesting. Yet, Isaac remains perfectly unfazed. Looks like his cute little Magic Empire prince is doing quite well, Isaac casually points out. He figures the older guy probably would have liked him. Hearing this nonsense, Leon grits his teeth in pure frustration, but ultimately, he lets out a heavy sigh and drops his grip completely. Leon just scoffs. He demands to know what Isaac was thinking by bringing the Magic Empire prince here. Isaac simply smooths down his collar. Isaac claims he only did it to help. Leon just sneers, thinking back to the exact moment he first received the letter from him. At first, Leon had actually loved the idea. He saw it as a totally rare chance to squeeze some serious money out of them. The mages likely plotted to harm the prince. As the legendary Crimson Clan, who specialize in brutal interrogation, he wanted them to hunt down the mastermind. Back then, Leon had squeezed the paper in pure excitement. It was highly obvious who did it, likely the Pope himself. And that fourth son of the Joshua family was planning to absolutely eliminate Isaac. Leon grinned, thoroughly pleased with this spicy development. Thanks to that foolish kid, Isaac Joshua, he could finally force both the yellow and blue clans right to their knees. His grin grew wider and wider, Leon's eyes completely filled with dark, twisted amusement. That alone was enough to trade for the right to face the 14 retinue, maybe even more. But man, reality slapped him hard. Is this really how the holy nation of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Roman actually interrogates people? This question left everyone completely speechless. What an absolute bore. He crosses his arms in utter disdain and just scoffs at their ridiculous claim. A supposedly holy nation, yet so incredibly barbaric. The kid just lays on the bed, throwing a massive tantrum, asking for his name. Seriously? He screams about his rights. Are all priests this obnoxious? How dare they even ask about Big Brother Isaac? He calls them utterly shameless, low-class scum. How dare they even mention the Blue Clan? These bastards need 15 more years just to match them. They probably do not even grasp their own leader's actual vision. As the two brats go on a loud, endless rant, their highly dramatic shouting finally pushes one of the members in Squad 5 way over the edge. The guy desperately wants to charge forward. He yells to let him go so he can kill that bastard, even if it sends him straight to hell. The person right behind him quickly restrains him, urging calm. Meanwhile, Leon helplessly closes his eyes, getting a headache just thinking about that brat. He only ever demanded this interrogation to heavily threaten the Yellow faction. Watching the kid right in front of him constantly resisting only makes him way more certain of it. That kid clearly does not want the Joshua family to suffer just because of their fourth son. That is exactly why he brought the uncooperative prince here. This crazy move will easily throw the entire Yellow faction into absolute chaos. Back in reality, looking at Isaac makes Leon even angrier. How dare this absolute brat use them like this? He aggressively growls, asking Isaac if he really thinks he can just get away with this nonsense. Leon demands straight answers. He says he is quite annoyed to see his own people facing so much unnecessary trouble. Isaac just flashes a completely harmless smile. He points out that Leon does not actually look annoyed at all. Honestly, doesn't he actually enjoy watching his own subordinates suffer? He asks this casually, causing Leon to slightly furrow his brow in pure surprise. Then Leon flashes a pretty creepy smile, releasing a terrifying aura of pressure. Turns out, no one has ever managed to actually notice that hidden trait before. The maid feels that intense pressure and violently shivers in fear. Her knees completely buckle as Leon's crushing aura forces her to collapse right to the ground. He continues his harsh interrogation. He threateningly asks if the Blue family head was the one who actually told him. Making an apprentice priest quietly disappear really is not that hard. He remarks on this, wondering aloud who really gave away the deep secret. Isaac suddenly speaks up. He frowns slightly with annoyance, bluntly telling Leon to pay up if he has finally had his fun. Leon lets out this freezing laugh and stretches a massive, wide-open hand right at Isaac's head. "You really just learned faster ways to die," he sneers. The maid frantically begs Isaac to run, but our guy feels zero fear just casually slapping Leon's massive hand away. She watches this in pure, absolute shock. Surprisingly, Leon does not even look mad. He completely pulls back that terrifying pressure he just dropped. Isaac casually offers his thanks. Raising a badge with a smug smirk, he tells him this is more than enough payment. Leon Sefford just stands there looking slightly thrown off. He actually admits he is pretty curious about something. Chuckling, Leon casually asks if Isaac really took down that monster entirely solo. I mean, how could a totally basic apprentice priest pull off a stunt like that? Hearing this, Isaac calmly shoots back that it is a family secret. His words actually leave Leon nodding in deep thought. Unlike the Blue family, Isaac continues, your clan seems pretty garbage at monster hunting, so no, he is not surprised the guy is so curious. Then Isaac flashes a seriously, highly mocking smile. He loudly declares this must be exactly why Leon's kid got beaten to an absolute pulp. Leon shows zero emotion, just staring back with this weird, creepy smile. Isaac turns on his heel and struts off, while Leon silently evaluates the extremely smug, grinning kid. What an insolent brat. Isaac cheerfully wishes him a safe trip while Ashley anxiously checks up on him. She asks if he is okay, angrily wondering why Red Clan members are always so ridiculously rude. Watching Leon Seffard walk away, Isaac calmly explains that those family heads are just always total, complete lunatics. Now watch this part. Suddenly, Ashley spots the weird object in Isaac's hand, totally panicking about what it is. Isaac raises a brow, closely examining the item before answering her. It is literally a pass to the Holy Church's heavily guarded prison. Gently stroking the pass, Isaac realizes he can finally meet his subordinate. Boom, an immense majestic fortress appears, hosting the official evaluation council for the Yellow Faction's exam. Inside, several lazy officials sit around and gossip. They wonder which team secures the king rank in this year's test. Obviously, it will be the Yellow Faction. They have literally never failed to snag the king rank. Listening in, Leon Seffard feels incredibly furious, but can only force a tight, fake smile. He swallows his rage as they casually mention how the Red Faction actually lost to the Blue Clan. Suddenly, someone shouts out. This gets everyone highly excited as they yell that the apprentice priests are arriving, eagerly asking which team it is. They watch Isaac enter the official representative of the Blue Faith, Isaac Joshua. His companions are silently cursing him out, seriously wondering why he has not just died yet. They keep cursing Isaac Joshua, recalling how many times they almost died because of that crazy bastard. Isaac violently grinds his teeth. He glares right back before pretending to look away, warning those punks that he can completely see them, so they better start smiling. Boom, another loud shout distracts him. He turns around as the hyped crowd excitedly cheers and points over to the entrance. Sebastian and his pompous little followers strut in for the yellow team, their faces twisted up into sneers of absolute pure contempt. Mocking the totally foolish blue team in their heads, they feel wildly thrilled recalling how they succeeded. All thanks to Kina, they actually brought back a lost sacred treasure of the Holy Kingdom of Charlotte Alexila. They reclaimed it from the enemy. This truly benefits the Holy Kingdom. While Suri Joshua silently watches them whisper among themselves. Get a load of this logic. Magic Empire achievements are absolute nonsense, so saving a few pathetic survivors changes nothing. They really need to use their brains instead of acting like such a completely foolish, brainless blue team. Right on cue, a priest holding a document speaks with a loud, clear voice, welcoming the apprentice priests. He thanks the guests for attending this ceremony. Then he respectfully reads aloud the test evaluation results, demanding the smug yellow team members stand up. He immediately welcomes the emperor and his royal son as they enter. He states His Majesty will announce the final results. The other priests and royals murmur in total shock, wondering if the emperor actually came in person. This is just incredibly rare. The assessment is so important that the sovereign had to deliver the results himself. As the emperor steps up, the smug yellow team considers this completely natural. After all, they recovered the holy nation's lost treasure, so of course the emperor showed up. Just then, the priest speaks up once more. With that, the official evaluation begins, making Suri Joshua frown. The priest loudly announces the white team successfully retrieved the ancient lost scriptures. While the priest keeps on yapping, the emperor looks incredibly closely at the shiny sacred book presented by the cocky yellow team. Meanwhile, the red team brought back a legendary holy sword crafted 300 years ago by the genius artisan Ark, earning some seriously high royal praise. Ark's old stuff is totally worth digging into. It holds insane value, and the emperor happily dishes out the praise. This gets the yellow team puffing their chests out, especially since last year's rookies dragged back a whole lot of nothing. The priest keeps running his mouth. Hella spins around, glaring daggers straight at the obnoxious yellow squad. He hypes up how the yellow team snagged a Charlotte Alex Hella national treasure stolen centuries ago. The crowd goes absolutely nuts. Everyone starts whispering, is it the royal necklace those barbarians swiped way back? Suri Joshua just freezes, finally clocking why the emperor showed up. Meanwhile, His Majesty squints, inspecting the shiny loot. It is seriously epic. This fancy royal relic got snatched way back in his granddad's day. He announces he is totally thrilled, giving the yellow team an excuse to act super obnoxious and loud. He never thought he would see the thing again, calling the yellow team straight-up legends for this pull. They immediately throw shade at Suri Joshua's crew, mocking the huge gap in their skills and rank. Like, step up, blue team. Let us see if you scrubs actually did anything half this cool. The annoyed young boy just rolls his eyes, mumbling about how unbearable these guys are acting right now. The priest finally pivots to Isaac's squad. Now here is where things get hilarious. Dead silence drops over the arena as he announces the heroic blue team. They busted out all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Graciandia, blowing everyone's minds. People are losing it. How did total rookies save actual knights from magic territory when just surviving is insane? Peter scoffs hard, figuring a basic rescue mission proves nothing and gets shut down immediately. The priest yells that they also wrecked the legendary monster that massacred tons of priests 14 years back. Crying actual proud tears, he declares they straight up executed the beast even the elite mages could not catch. And while doing it, they pulled every single remaining survivor out alive. After 14 years, the kingdom of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella finally gets closure. The yellow team starts sweating bullets. They frantically cope, telling themselves their shiny national treasure still easily beats a rescue op. But the blue team goes for the kill. They drop the ultimate bombshell. They also saved Prince Hybridus John Britannia. They save the actual prince of the magic empire. People scream in shock, and the priest literally throws his notes away. The Holy Kingdom of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella casually demanded massive compensation from the magic empire for saving the prince, meaning they got back a stolen artifact and completely nuked those garbage taxes in the disputed territory of Graciandia. The magic empire actually caved to everything. Isaac just stands there, looking like an absolute smug genius. Heckcliff slowly stands up to formally address this completely ridiculous flex. He says words cannot even describe how proud he is of these fearless rookies today. This does not just boost Ellen's honor, it actually brings some serious real-world benefits, he adds with a slick little smile. Sure, shiny national treasures and holy relics do pump up our Holy Kingdom's street cred, Heckcliff proudly admits. But honestly, the lives of his people matter way more than some dusty old artifact. The yellow faction turns absolutely ghost white. The blue squad did not just save the holy knights. They rescued normal folks and an entire enemy prince. One single life is worth more than the universe itself, and saving them is literally Ellen's whole purpose. Down below, Isaac's team is buzzing. Fixing the sketchy trade issues hitting their daily survival is basically saving thousands of lives. Right after that mic drop, Heckcliff glares down at the officials. His face darkens, handing the priests a brutal warning. I bet the evaluation committee totally agrees with me here. Right. Hearing that threat, the head priest just coughs awkwardly, sweating hard to look chill. Up in the stands, the crowd is buzzing. Getting that treasure back is cool and all. But the crazy stunt the blue team pulled off is just on another level entirely. There is zero chance regular apprentices should be able to do that. The yellow team straight up panics as public opinion completely flips against them. Most importantly, the blue team proved what the clergy is actually supposed to do. Yep, protecting the weak and serving people is the hardcore essence of being a priest. Meanwhile, those other chumps just fetch trinkets for clout. Up in the VIP stands, Kenberry sits there vibrating with pure rage as she listens to them. Accident or not, the blue team just pulled off a gigantic win for Ellen. She grinds her teeth in absolute fury. Come on, there is no way this was a fluke. Isaac absolutely big-brained every single detail of this. Kina watches him standing down there looking totally smug. She figures since they actually saved the citizens, the yellow faction has zero choice but to hand first place to the blue team. Everything is going exactly according to Isaac's master plan. Right on cue, Heckcliff speaks up time to announce the final test result. He heaps praise on everyone in the room, talking up how the rookies showed insane talent and massive potential this year, especially the blue faction. They refused to run from a lethal mission, putting their own necks on the line to save their allies. Hearing that massive compliment, Suri Joshua lights up with pride. This epic flex is going to be a shining example for everyone in the academy. With a massive booming voice, Heckcliff proudly announces the grand winners of the yellow class exam, Isaac's very own squad. The blue team completely loses their minds, celebrating the big win. Meanwhile, over in the super quiet blue faction dorms, Eli Joshua takes a slow walk down the hall, feeling pretty awkward about the whole thing. He only told the kid to survive, he realizes, but Isaac actually crushed it out there. Eli Joshua seriously starts wondering if this kid could become a literal saint. He might actually bring real glory back to the family name. Sure, the guy's personality is a complete train wreck, but maybe strict discipline could fix him. He knocks and steps right into Isaac's room. Yeah, he can be fixed, but then get this, Eli Joshua stops completely dead. Before the old man can even speak, Isaac is loudly bragging about how easy it is to become the heir. Just ramble about friendship and quote holy verses. Isaac bursts into this incredibly smug laugh. Just tell the family head exactly what he wants to hear, and you win on easy mode. He just keeps digging his own grave. Suri Joshua goes completely wide-eyed, and the laughter drops instantly. Isaac yells out not to worry about hitting king rank on the exam. They literally do nothing, and his grandpa will just hand it over. So this is what being a total wimmer feels like, he brags. But then he senses the dead silence and turns around, super confused. He asks why everybody suddenly lost their voice, and then he spots Eli Joshua standing right there, looking absolutely ready to commit murder. The old man growls his name. Isaac goes totally pale with terror under his grandfather's absolute death glare. So the heir position is way too early for you, the old man spits. No discipline fixes a rotten attitude. Isaac's face melts into pure despair. He is completely screwed, he panics. His squad really should have warned him the old man was standing right there. So frustrated, he violently slams a pillow straight onto the floor. This is totally ridiculous, Isaac screams out in a massive rage. He starts whining loudly, venting all his anger about being forced to suffer through that brutal, grueling training. He complains about them dangling treasures just to watch him fail, making him copy hundreds of ancient text pages he cannot even read. He snaps that nothing about this is fair, totally annoyed. What did he even do wrong? Behind him, the observer specter just shakes its head. You literally spewed the absolute worst trash talk right to the family head's face, the ghost scolds him. You totally brought this on yourself, it points out. The old man threatened the lowest score if you messed around. Do you actually want to fail? This is totally your fault. Isaac curses hard. But then a wild realization suddenly smacks him. Wait a minute. He figures there might actually be a loophole. He quickly rushes outside to find Eli Joshua, shouting for help. Knowing his uncle is tight with the family head, Isaac dramatically clings to the guy, whining for help and squeezing out totally fake tears. Isaac busts out his most pathetic puppy dog face and cries out for his favorite uncle. Riley Joshua gets literal goosebumps on his arms, swearing to rip the head off whoever made his precious little nephew cry. Playing the ultimate victim, Isaac whimpers that his grandfather probably hates his guts and he should just pack up and vanish. Riley drops to his knees, panicking about his dad. Isaac hesitantly kicks off his fake sob story, completely twisting Eli Joshua's words around. He cries to Riley that the old man ordered him to pack his bags and go straight home. He even claims the old man scolded him for being too young when he asked for a drink. Riley looks completely shocked, his face going dark. Maybe his dad really is trying to teach the kid a harsh lesson. After all, his older brother and sister-in-law basically raised him. And when they died 15 years ago, Riley's whole world just fell apart. So finding out his nephew was actually still alive brought him straight to tears. He vowed to protect this kid no matter what it takes. He would gladly lay his life down, while the observer specter just watches, completely mind-blown by this wild soap opera. Fake shivering, Isaac whimpers about only wanting to pass the holiness test to become a real priest. He claims he wants to fight the Skeleton King alongside his uncle, leaving Riley grabbing his forehead. The totally fake sniffling continues. Isaac cries about missing his chance to crush the Skeleton King's skull. The ghost literally screams in pure disbelief at the lie. The ghost asks if the kid is insane for talking in the third person, but Riley is completely sold and finally stands up. Riley promises to handle everything. Isaac hits him with a fake gasp, asking if he seriously means it. Riley proudly boasts he will help his absolute favorite nephew completely crush the upcoming exam. He laughs, calling it a piece of cake before rushing off to set things up with one last confident wave. The floating spirit just stares skeptically. The test is literally tomorrow. Can Riley actually pull off a miracle? Isaac just dusts off his clothes with total confidence. His uncle definitely has it in the bag. But that devious grin spreads. Bigger problems are waiting. Right now, his mind is completely on his dungeon trip. He has to check on his locked-up subordinates before execution day. Bright and early the next day, the stunned prison guards confirm he actually showed up. They check out his official Red Cardinal pass and say he can visit the prisoners in 14 days. Isaac just smirks. The guy absolutely loves abusing his high status. He arrogantly reminds them the execution happens in under a month. Do they seriously expect him to just stare at rolling heads? He pushes hard for a 1-week wait instead. The first guard nervously stammers that is completely impossible. His sweating partner adds that standard security demands 10 days minimum. Another guard tries playing it cool, saying he should feel lucky to even enter. Isaac fires back 5 days flat. The guards are left standing there totally speechless. Isaac just doubles down on the heavy pressure with a dead cold stare. He drops the weight to 3 days, leaning casually on the iron bars and suggesting they just let him inside right now. Absolutely defeated, the guards finally cave and agree on tomorrow morning. Isaac just shrugs and says that timing works out perfectly. The guards watch him go, wondering why the patriarch would hand a personal pass to an absolute psycho. You have to love his style, though. Even the watching spirit is super confused, asking why they are walking away. But Isaac just chuckles and shakes his head at the ghost. He explains he has to lock down a top rank in today's exam first. That makes tomorrow the absolute perfect time to visit. After all, Uncle Riley promised to pull some serious strings to ensure his precious nephew completely breezes through the holiness test. The spirit mimics Riley's voice perfectly, heavily mocking that beloved nephew title until Isaac snaps at it to shut up. He is genuinely excited to see exactly how easy his uncle made this whole thing. The spirit nods along, joking that with Riley pulling the levers, this exam is going to be absolute child's play. The massive arena quiets down completely. The head priest steps up to the podium, officially welcoming every single applicant. He hypes up the crowd for the holy trials, but his very next announcement turns Isaac completely pale. The final trial requires everyone to just defeat some basic summoned monsters. The whole crowd immediately breaks into excited murmurs. While all the other trainees celebrate this absolute cakewalk, Isaac's team is already throwing a massive cheer. They ask how the test got this ridiculously easy. They completely assume Isaac pulled some heavy family strings to help the squad out. One teammate laughs hard. Anyone failing this painfully simple trial should honestly just quit being a priest forever. He points right down at the arena floor. A tiny group of totally pathetic skeleton targets is shuffling around aimlessly. The monsters look completely harmless. The trainees just scoff at this basic fodder. But down on the dirt field, those skeletons are secretly freaking out, whispering that their great king is finally here. The skeletons crowd together, actively cheering and dancing around. They beg him to come closer, crying about where he was this whole time. They throw a full party for their returning savior. Talk about terrible luck. The phantom observer quietly mutters that brother is about to fight brother, while Isaac just stands there wearing a dark, heavily conflicted scowl. Isaac curses that absolute bastard Joshua in pure blazing rage. Meanwhile, Joshua is watching secretly thrilled, mentally wishing his beloved grandson the best of luck. To ordinary folks, skeletons are nothing but a total joke. They are incredibly fragile and notoriously brainless. Super easy to ignore and constantly exploited, these bony dudes are the lowest trash of the demon world. They only get summoned here as slaughter practice. From fancy noble kid lessons to random street festivals, people just summon them as cheap target practice for priests to spam exorcism spells on. This hits way too close to home for Isaac. If his skeleton army gets hit with an exorcism spell, they get blasted straight into hell. Upon death, they completely reset, forced to respawn right back at level 1. Isaac had to hear that awful mocking sound of resetting to level 1 yet again. His 43,721,376th time hearing it fuels his blazing rage against those damn priests. How dare they summon his innocent souls right before the Skeleton King? Meanwhile, the Bone Guys just chatter excitedly together, totally clueless about where they actually are right now. All they care about is reuniting with their glorious king. Isaac's teammates are left standing there utterly stunned. The testing priests eagerly cheer him on. They tell Isaac to just fire an exorcism spell and banish them straight back to hell. They promise it is totally easy as pie. Just a simple, basic, holy magic trick. So they keep begging him to cast the thing. Meanwhile, Isaac is silently fuming, cursing the universe because he actually died millions of times to that exact same spell. He honestly wonders if they are completely insane for asking him to unleash such absolute cruelty on these poor, innocent creatures. Suddenly, the joyful skeletons rush right toward him. They cheer that their beloved king has finally returned to save them all. Joshua yells out an alarm, but it is too late. The overly excited skeletons pile right on top of Isaac like a pack of affectionate puppies. They literally cling to him, asking why he disappeared for so long. A completely overwhelmed Isaac just suffers in absolute silence. He appreciates the loyalty, but they are honestly way too heavy for his fragile human body. The onlookers just frown in utter confusion. They watch the massive pile, wondering if the monsters are actually attacking Isaac. Some joke they might crush him to death, while Joshua just stammers at the bizarre sight. It really looks like they are celebrating a happy reunion. This forces Isaac to quickly think of a way out of the mess. If his secret identity gets exposed today, he is completely finished. So he decides to quietly disable them by extracting their mana cores. The examiner announces the start of the test, and Isaac figures he can just return the cores later. But the proctor suddenly reminds everyone touching the monster's mana cores during the exam is absolutely forbidden. They have to use exorcism to turn them to ash. This drives a helpless Isaac absolutely mad with frustration. Cursing those annoying priests, he looks over to see the Blue Knight commander cheering him on with pure confidence. The commander just smiles. He reminds Isaac they made everything incredibly easy for him to win. Expecting first place, he makes Isaac silently vow to completely wipe out his annoying noble family. Meanwhile, the nearby spectators gossip about how this has to be the absolute easiest test in history. Basic exorcism is all it takes. Standard holy magic is already overkill for low-tier undead, so they really should have forced the trainees to extract those cores instead. At this rate, honestly, even a toddler could pass. This only makes Isaac feel his blood boil even more as he watches. Refusing to act like these arrogant fools, he snaps and leaps to his feet in defiance. There is absolutely no way he is using that cursed exorcism spell. He opts to handle things with standard offensive magic instead. He silently apologizes to the skeletons, knowing even basic magic will hurt, but it is his only choice. It is still far better than sending them straight to hell. The clueless skeletons continue to look at him with adoring excitement. They happily celebrate that their true king is finally looking at them. They beg for orders because just being near him brings them endless joy. But right in the middle of this bizarre celebration, Isaac suddenly drops to his knees in utter defeat and whispers under his breath. He confesses he just cannot do it. This shocks his entire group, and Joshua angrily points out that even a child could manage this test. When asked why, Isaac can only shake his head helplessly and repeat that he simply cannot do it. The skeletons crowd around their downcast king, worriedly asking if he has completely run out of mana. One quickly suggests tossing him into dragonfire, believing the intense heat will recharge his energy. Isaac quickly protests, reminding them he is currently human and would literally burn to death. The nearby priests are left completely and utterly dumbfounded. They wonder if they just hallucinated that bizarre exchange. Did he just say they are humans and not skeletons? Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd floats a wild theory. Could he actually see those monsters as human? The very thought makes him frown. Down below, a long-haired man murmurs in deep thought. Those skeletons were once living people, after all. Is he really refusing to strike down creatures that used to be human? The blonde guy guesses the kid is desperately trying to save humans turned into monsters. Everyone starts marveling at the pure mercy of Isaac. This obviously leaves the boy quite embarrassed by all the sudden praise. His holy order truly is the ultimate shield, protecting all life from wicked demons. Suddenly, a loud voice erupts from the stands. Dozens of other voices join in agreement. They call him a saint with an incredibly noble heart. Hearing this makes Siri Joshua clutch his head in absolute utter disbelief. There is no way that guy is thinking of anything noble. He quickly steps up, ordering Isaac to get out of the way. He says if Isaac refuses, he will do it. But before Siri Joshua can even finish, Isaac quickly punches him square in the face. "Stop right there," he warns, glancing around to quickly analyze the incredibly tense situation. If anyone else purges these skeletons, they will be dragged straight to hell. He simply cannot let that happen to his loyal subjects. Now watch this absolute chaos unfold. Isaac chants a spell, summoning a brilliant blue sphere just as the contestants rush forward. He ducks and unleashes his turn. Undead magic unleashes a blinding white light, flooding the entire arena. He has to aim carefully to avoid hitting the kids. Up in the stands, the crowd just stares in pure shock. Nobody has ever seen a purification spell this ridiculously massive. Even the skeletons stare in innocent wonder, pointing up at the bright light. They think it looks super pretty, but suddenly, Isaac summons a dark lich and barks out an urgent command: hide every single one of them in the shadows. The lich immediately obeys, sweeping its dark magic right over the totally clueless skeletons. Down below, the crowd gasps in utter confusion. People start whispering, "What on earth just happened?" Isaac starts sweating bullets. Everyone is just staring at a completely empty arena floor, and the entire crowd erupts into frantic, panicked whispers. Did they just vanish? Did Isaac really wipe out an entire undead army in one shot? The Indigo Knight soldiers start cheering in absolute awe. They start yelling that Isaac is easily as powerful as a high bishop now. They claim he has the makings of a literal saint. But internally, Isaac is bitterly cursing those corrupt priests, vowing to destroy every single one of them. Let us shift gears here. Eli Joshua strongly suspects the Crimson Cardinal wants to kidnap Isaac. He is totally convinced the boy will summon some evil god during the upcoming ritual. He murmurs thoughtfully if the kid can just summon a mid-tier deity, he would be more than satisfied with the results. Gold Joshua chimes in with a warning. If their father knew which god actually chose Isaac, passing out would be the absolute least of his worries. Hearing this, Eli Joshua mutters in rising panic. Could it actually be something way worse than an evil god? Joshua just stands nearby, completely stunned. There is absolutely no comparison, he realizes, clutching his head in utter and complete frustration. What kind of terrifying god is going to show up? He hesitantly asks if they are actually dealing with a disaster-level entity here. Looking incredibly troubled, Eli Joshua declares that bringing Isaac back for proper re-education is their absolute top priority right now. He already sent an envoy and expects a report soon. Just then, a servant rushes in with some very urgent news. The guy reports he just returned from visiting Isaac, but his next words hit the room like a massive thunderbolt. Young Master Isaac is currently heading to the Holy See prison. Eli Joshua growls in pure rage, sending a cold shiver straight down Joshua's spine. Why would he even go there? That is Crimson faction territory, and the boy has zero right to enter it. The servant nervously explains that the Crimson Cardinal personally handed the young master a special pass. This sends Eli Joshua into an absolute fury. The old man completely loses it. Raw magic starts violently surging out of his body. Eli Joshua loudly curses that absolute bastard, making both Gogol and Gold Joshua turn completely pale with fear. Is he luring his grandson with cheap tricks? The old man roars. Nothing stops the deadly glare right in Eli Joshua's furious eyes. He looks ready to tear Leon Nizer Sepid. Just think he can outsmart me, Eli snarls. They are heading to the prison right now. Meanwhile, Isaac is honestly feeling pretty miserable. He slowly walks through the gloomy prison courtyard, taking one dragging step after another and sighing heavily. He loudly laments that he has been completely defiled by all this. He never thought he would need such filthy purification magic. The ghostly observer quickly tries to comfort him. Did things not turn out fine in the end? The spirit asks before inquiring about his test reward. No, he pouts. He went through all this trouble just for that. Of course he brought it. He holds it right out in front of the observer specter. Is this just a rope? Well, to Isaac, it means so much more. This special thread can actually purge demonic energy. It is a highly precious item used to free people from its corruptive, nasty addiction. He calms himself down. For a guy like him, this is also the absolute ultimate tool to safely conceal his dark mana. The specter playfully agrees, noting his genius plan to hide his mana before entering the prison. Meanwhile, Isaac wearily scans the area. Whispering to the specter, he asks if the coast is completely clear before they head inside. The spirit quickly answers back. Detecting absolutely nobody in range, Isaac confidently snaps his fingers, ordering his dark summons to finally come out. Instantly, a massive horde of skeletons materializes, joyfully chattering and crying out to their beloved master. They wail about how they feared never seeing him again, declaring their undying love. But Isaac coldly cuts them off with a strict order. Leaving them totally stunned, he just commands the Dark Lich to take everyone straight home. The confused skeletons immediately start begging to stay, asking what they did wrong. They promise to do absolutely anything if he just promises not to abandon them. They keep wondering why they cannot stay by his side, forcing him to angrily snap back. Staying here will literally get them completely erased. He fiercely yells out. Do they honestly think he wants to do this? He then tells the departing Lich to ensure they return safely, and the creature respectfully bows in agreement. With the summons safely sent away, Isaac prepares to make his move inside. But just as he enters, a tiny skeleton suddenly pops up, clinging tightly to his clothes. He screams out, totally shocked by this mini skeleton. He demands to know when it crawled in there. The little creature just cheers with joy, completely refusing to leave, making the specter sigh in defeat. Honestly, can anyone blame the little guy? The specter grumbles that the tiny thing's mana is just too weak to even detect. Just as the guards call out for Kim, Isaac curses their ridiculously fast timing. He scrambles to hide the tiny skeleton fast. Isaac panics silently, knowing he worked so hard to keep these undead alive they would be totally erased if caught. He whispers for the tiny summon to hide and hold tight. Then he acts completely chill as the guard respectfully opens the door. Stepping inside, he recalls that 55 years ago, the Holy Empire somehow captured a massively powerful Tier 9 demon. That exact demon was the Lich who once solo invaded the entire Holy Empire just to grab a sacred corpse. It wanted the skeleton demon king's remains, but the priests used those bones as bait, totally forcing the demon to surrender. He willingly knelt to protect his master's body. The specter actually marvels at how a pure-blooded true demon could yield like that. History says catching an ancient primordial being absolutely shook all 6 regions. Now Isaac realizes this legendary figure is the exact demon sitting right in front of him. The specter watches him with sudden, obvious hesitation, but Isaac snaps out of it. Furious at this ridiculous setup, he yells out, do they honestly call this a visit? He cannot see a single thing. The specter mockingly adds that even a telescope would not help here, just completely useless. Still, the smug guard boasts that the boy should be deeply grateful to even get this far. Isaac simply tells him to get lost. The irritated guard swallows his pride, silently cursing the brat. The guard insists on a full-body search, claiming things are highly suspicious and demanding his total cooperation. As the guy reaches to grab his cloak, Isaac glares back with an incredibly sharp, menacing warning. He warns them that touching him means death, a terrifying threat that instantly forces the 2 startled guards to step back. They shiver under the overwhelming pressure, realizing they can barely move. Isaac just scoffs at their sheer audacity. Do they dare suspect a descendant of the Joshua family? He demands an answer. warning that any touch means war. Pressuring them further, he asks what they are doing to a mere child, threatening to bite his own tongue right then and there. The guard frantically waves his hands in panic, begging the young master to stop making such terrifyingly extreme statements. Remembering the terrifying, bloodthirsty nature of Ray Joshua, they step back. That man would never let this slide. Feigning annoyance, Isaac mutters that Ray would absolutely start a war. Talk about a terrifyingly overprotective uncle. He jokingly reminds them how insanely overprotective his uncle is, forcing the panicked guards to quickly defend their orders. They mutter that the family ordered them to investigate his true motives. But Isaac merely smirks back. Left with absolutely no choice, they decide to let him pass since he holds an official permit, coughing lightly to clear the tense air. Inviting him inside, the guard leads the way. Isaac silently scoffs that the guy should have just cooperated sooner. Deep inside the dark, torchlit corridors of the gloomy prison, the guard quickly guides Isaac to his destination. They reach the heavy door, and the guard explains this is where they keep the beast. The highly professional guards offer a stern warning right beforehand. The beast's raw demonic energy alone is powerful enough to trigger a fatal heart attack. Isaac just arrogantly crosses his arms. Silence, he orders. Then he commands them to open the gate, just as a roaring echo erupts. Heavy, choking demonic energy floods from the crumbling bloodlord. The monstrous beast glares directly at them, screaming and roaring like an absolute wild animal. This completely baffles the prison guards. They wonder why it is acting up now, since it has always been so exceptionally calm before. But sensing something nearby, the crumbling bloodlord screams even louder. The anxious guards frantically warn Isaac, pointing out the demon's terrifying power and urging him to leave. But here's the crazy part, he is actually secretly thrilled to see it. The beast is still strong, but seeing Isaac smile, the guards grow highly suspicious. They really wonder if this kid has lost his mind, smiling straight into such monstrous energy. While Isaac calmly analyzes the room, he figures the creature actually thinks he was captured by the priests. The observer specter quietly sighs that the beast is totally and completely insane. Using telepathy, Isaac explains they were not captured, but actually forced to come here. This just leaves the crumbling bloodlord utterly confused. Watching the demon react, the terrified guards whisper that it is spiraling into madness. Frowning, Isaac sends another telepathic message. Hold your horses. You guys have this all totally backward. The observer specter casually chimes in. This makes the bloodlord thrash violently against his chains, absolutely terrified by his master threatening to end it all. Luckily, the beast just stops at bowing, but the raging demon screams right at the specter, demanding to know who dared force his precious master to bow down. This bloodlord throws a massive fit, furious they made his master say something like that. Meanwhile, the guards just watch, totally lost in pure confusion. Meanwhile, the guards honestly have no clue why this beast is throwing an epic tantrum. Watching this, the specter just sighs, clarifying that those clueless fools will be the ones ultimately bowing. One guard yells for backup, stressing the beast absolutely cannot die before execution day. While that happens, Isaac quickly scans the room to analyze his chances. His chance is here, but with those guards staring, he desperately needs a better opening. As the bloodlord struggles like crazy, Isaac realizes with pure horror that the Pope has already triggered the restraining magic. Damn it, the beast is going to die before he can even launch a rescue. This leaves him totally debating whether to cast a distraction spell despite the massive risk. Total exposure. But his mini-skeleton actually chimes in, offering to help him out instead. This absolutely thrills Isaac. He quietly praises his little summon before ordering the adorable bony creature to get straight to work. Being that tiny makes slipping right through those bars and delivering the stone ridiculously easy. Now the demon can shatter his cuffs while the observer specter calmly watches it all unfold. Since the skeleton has almost zero mana, it stays undetected, leaving a super nervous Isaac praying silently. He places every ounce of trust in his tiny skeleton. Then he loudly shifts gears, heavily praising the Red Clan to keep up appearances. His super respectful praise leaves both guards completely stunned, trying to process his weird attitude. They seriously wonder why a Blue Clan guy is complimenting them so sincerely. Meanwhile, the Spectre asks if Isaac has completely lost his mind. He calmly says no. Then he flashes his absolute best fake smile, claiming the Red Clan is undeniably the greatest, just to buy some precious time. Talk about a masterclass in acting honestly. You have to respect the hustle. Isaac slaps on an innocent face to buy time for his skeleton, claiming he nearly wet himself. Seeing that terrifying beast, he praises their incredible composure, leaving the poor guards completely bewildered by this sudden, intense flattery. Except, they point out he was actually laughing earlier today. A guilty Isaac quickly stammers out that it was merely a nervous, accidental chuckle. His next words give them total goosebumps. He remarks how utterly shocking it is that the Red Clan wastes highly skilled men as simple prison guards. With talent like theirs, they would easily be high-ranking commanders back in his own clan. The two guards watch him put on this entire theatrical show, silently cursing his absolute nonsense. Then Isaac suddenly whispers that he has a massive secret. He claims he came under direct orders from his patriarch, leaving both guards completely confused. One guard repeats his words in sheer disbelief, questioning if the patriarch really sent him here. This prompts Isaac to let out a dramatic, heavy sigh. He falsely explains that it is a highly classified family matter, claiming he is currently undergoing a brutal trial to determine the actual next heir. This kid claims his crazy task is injuring a high demon and returning alive. That makes one guard gasp at how incredibly and dangerously suicidal that really is. Isaac eagerly plays right along. Meanwhile, the two guards begin whispering to each other, realizing this is obviously no ordinary trial. They whisper that it is basically a massive selection test for the next cardinal. Seriously, what total lunatic would assign such a task? Meanwhile, the skeleton slips inside the cell to deliver the stone, which actually makes sense since their clan has holy maidens. A literal child? They still wonder who would entrust him, while the skeleton quickly retreats. The guards remain completely oblivious. They casually note his family is famous for being utterly insane, right before Isaac suddenly speaks up all over again. Why not join the Azure clan? Isaac casually offers this out, leaving the two prison guards utterly bewildered at the weird invitation. One of them excitedly asks if it is a real recruitment offer, completely thrown off by Isaac throwing out this sudden proposal. Maybe this mission is too much for me, Isaac mutters. This makes the worried guard ask if he is completely all right. The two guards quickly help him walk away. They loudly complain about why he even insisted on meeting this ugly monster in the first place. They offer to safely escort him back. Meanwhile, the battered bloodlord silently thanks Isaac, watching his dramatic teen performance in complete awe. Once outside, the guards urge him to hold on just a little bit longer while a trembling Isaac weakly thanks them. But Sepronizer blocks their path. He barks an arrogant command to wait, declaring that Isaac must pass a strict test before leaving. Pass denied. He demands to see it, but Isaac calmly stands up, asking if he means the Red Cardinals one. With a super mocking laugh, Sepronizer explains that the card actually measures faith. He scoffs at the very idea of it being handed out freely. Sepronizer keeps ranting, but Isaac just hits him with a silent smile. He knows the lower your faith, the darker that card gets. Yeah, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Sepronizer demands to see the color, and the Watcher Spectre gasps in absolute panic. Oh my god, the Watcher Spectre blurts out. It delivers the ultimate plot twist. The card has gone entirely pitch black. Sepronizer marches right up to demand that card. He mocks a stalling Isaac, asking if he is scared of a little crimson glow. The spirit mutters that the card matches his master's shady conscience, but Isaac just hides it and tells him to back off. Isaac is not giving it up. Sepronizer instantly demands to know what he is hiding. Isaac flips the script, accusing the guy of plotting to steal the card and frame him. That strikes a major nerve. Sepronizer stammers out a weak defense, but Isaac presses the attack, pointing a finger and accusing him of extorting his noble family. The priests backing up Sepronizer are completely stunned. They silently wonder if this kid really thinks they are just a bunch of street thugs. Isaac boldly stands his ground. He points out they are on his home turf, making Sepronizer literally shake with pure, unfiltered rage. You could easily fake the testimonies and frame me, Isaac argues. So how on earth could I ever trust a word you say? Totally losing his cool, Sepronizer snarls at the massive insult. He clenches his fists tight and declares he is totally done talking. He snaps that he does not even need the stupid card. Then he lunges forward, delivering an absolutely devastating punch straight into the dirt. The solid ground just completely shatters. Isaac has to stop in his tracks while Sepronizer lets out a crazy villain laugh. He has a backup plan, and suddenly, a massive statue spawns right behind him. This giant statue of judgment towers over them. Isaac quickly scans the legendary Monument of Destiny to figure out the catch. This thing is famous for exposing demons hiding in human skin, along with anyone who has zero actual faith. Isaac realizes this dude is actually insane for using this kind of tool on a noble. Meanwhile, Sepronizer looks way too thrilled. If you have true faith, the goddess cries, but if you are a dirty heretic, her eyes just burn with pure holy wrath. Isaac silently notes that if this backfires, Sepronizer is going to be in a massive world of trouble. From the sidelines, two guards are totally cheering Isaac on. They shout that his insane courage and deep faith will definitely keep him safe. They tell him to prove his innocence right now, and make this arrogant jerk pay for disrespecting a noble. But Isaac knows the ugly truth. If he steps up there, that divine chunk of rock is guaranteed to open its angry eyes. Sepronizer points a super arrogant finger. He challenges Isaac to step forward if he really is some holy candidate for sainthood. Isaac calmly asks why he should play along, only to get hit with a heavy threat. Move unless you want to be exiled. Sepronizer snaps, leaving Isaac scrambling to calculate his options. Isaac raises one hand to argue back. He warns that his family will not let this slide. But Sepronizer just grabs him by the collar and tells him to shut up. Isaac looks down in pure shock as his feet are forcibly dragged right to the base of the giant monument. Before he can even get a word out, Isaac gets shoved right in front of the statue. Septernizer leans in with a cold warning. "It will all be over soon," he whispers. The statue's insane power suddenly boots up, paralyzing Isaac right where he stands. Isaac totally panics as his body locks up. Septernizer just gloats, mentally screaming at the goddess to finally open her burning eyes. He celebrates his big win a little too early, because right then, the stone face suddenly starts bleeding, drop by heavy drop. He really thought he could destroy the Azure family today, but the goddess just keeps crying these deep, creepy crimson tears. "You have got to see this." A priest gasps in sheer terror at the bleeding statue, leaving Septernizer completely stunned. Is that not a miracle meant only for cardinals? Septernizer frantically spirals. He simply cannot accept that some faithless heretic just pulled this off. Honestly, even Isaac is left completely baffled. He silently wonders what on earth just made this giant rock cry tears of literal blood. The Watcher Spectre frowns, telling its master to keep those emotions in check. But as the spirit squints closer, it spots something totally shocking. The Watcher Spectre speaks up fast. It figures out the device is actually measuring the little skeleton's faith instead of Isaac's. Makes sense, even a demon king deserves some worship. The little skeleton's absolute faith in its master just broke the scale with complete devotion. Hearing that, Isaac quietly praises his super loyal little subordinate. Meanwhile, the panicked priests following Septernizer start aggressively whispering among themselves. One asks how they dared summon the judgment statue without proof. He mocks that not even Septernizer himself could ever make it weep blood. If the Thanzak family finds out about this stunt, they are dead meat. He smirks, asking the kid where he gets the confidence to act so reckless. Weighing his options, Isaac calmly states that the Joshua family is definitely going to hear about this real soon. He points right at the statue, telling them to take a hint, but right then, the Watcher Spectre notices the statue's eyes turning super weird. The Spectre quickly yells at him to fall back. Isaac totally feels like he just dodged the Grim Reaper. He physically shudders at the insane danger. Seriously, why did that giant statue suddenly glare right as it spoke? He totally should have backed up so the little skeleton could leave first. But then Sebastian suddenly pipes up. He knew this was a trap. Pointing a shaky finger right at Isaac, Sebastian asks everyone if they saw that. The kid's eyes are huge, claiming the goddess statue opened hers. But the completely confused priests just ask what the heck he means. The statue clearly has its eyes shut, making them wonder if their young master is okay. But Sebastian angrily insists it totally looked at him. He swears he saw it, while Isaac secretly breathes a massive sigh of relief. The Watcher Spectre cheerfully comments on the whole hilarious mess. Looks like only Sebastian can actually see it. The priests start whispering, making the kid's frantic claims sound like a totally pathetic excuse. Wait, didn't the statue shed bloody tears? Oh Lord, what is happening? Sebastian still desperately doubles down on his crazy story. He is absolutely positive the statue opened its eyes, insisting he saw it happen. But the deadpan priests ask if he thinks their family has fallen that low. Would their sacred statue actually just change its judgment on a whim? Isaac senses the massive trouble brewing and eagerly watches the spicy drama unfold. The priests keep interrogating him, asking if he honestly believes the judgment statue swapped its verdict. And the more they argue, the madder Sebastian gets. If a divine verdict can just flip midway, how could they ever hold future trials? They warn him that no heresy trial could ever be trusted again. They strongly advise the young master to watch his mouth. Shaking with pure rage, the boy curses under his breath. "Damn it!" Sebastian yells out while glaring at Isaac. He demands a full re-examination immediately, but Isaac calmly flips the question recitation. Why would he ever do that just to let them rig the final results? Isaac mentally notes that they are probably just jealous of his insane talent. They will never reach his level in this lifetime anyway. He calmly pats the little skeleton's head in total victory. He praises the little guy for a job well done. Then he throws one last mocking insult, calling Sebastian an absolutely pathetic loser. Sebastian warns Isaac to step forward while he is still playing nice. But right as he prepares to attack, a massive hand grabs him. Eli Joshua crushes the boy's wrists. He says he totally figured a stunt like this would happen, which is exactly why he showed up. Eli glares fiercely, turning Sebastian totally pale. He demands to know if the kid lost his actual mind. Ray Joshua nervously jumps in, warning his father that hitting the boy will cause a huge scene. He gently begs him to just calm down. He suggests they head back and file a formal complaint first. But Isaac suddenly calls out to Ray with a plan. Acting completely pitiful, Isaac whimpers that Sebastian totally beat him up. This makes Ray far angrier than Eli. Ray roars with pure rage, terrifying the young master out of his wits. Eli crosses his arms, declaring that the little bastard must pay. It seems Eli needs a serious chat with a red cardinal. Meanwhile, Ray offers to handle drafting up the official complaint himself. Suri anxiously grabs his hand, begging him to stop before Sebastian actually dies, but Ray just stares down in freezing cold contempt. He scoffs that the kid is completely faking it after just a few light taps. Kids these days are ridiculously weak anyway. Suri can only glare silently at Isaac. The guy is happily watching the chaos unfold, probably wondering why he even showed up today. Isaac obviously knew they would pull a dumb stunt like this. Suri sighs heavily, suggesting they finally pack up and head back home. Staying here any longer is just begging for massive trouble. But Isaac calmly asks if they are seriously worried about heresy trials again. Suri frowns and nods, confirming that is exactly what he means. He has already survived that absolute nightmare once before. Isaac casually replies that Sebastian brought out that incredibly creepy statue himself. He literally forced him to step right up to it. This only infuriates the family further. Eli demands to know what that brat did, while the younger boy asks fearfully if Isaac will burn alive. Ray tries his absolute hardest to hold back his burning rage, itching to flick Sebastian into oblivion. He loudly vows not to let Sebastian off easy. This prompts the panicked priest to quickly step in and hold him back. Get a load of this drama. Listen up, Eli Joshua. The trial is completely over, and Isaac absolutely crushed the results for real. The frantic people on the scene are already rushing to explain exactly what happened. They have never seen such stunning tears of blood in their entire lives. Hearing this crazy news, Eli Joshua frowns and mutters in confusion. Across the tense room, Leon Cephas calmly announces he heard there was a major troublemaker at the prison. He scoffs, looking at him with pure, dripping sarcasm. Eli Joshua points an angry finger, demanding to know why the Sifu's family head is here. You absolute bastard, showing up at the perfect time. Eli Joshua snaps that Leon should have just let his grandson meet that literal demon. Seriously, why did you even have to test his faith? Leon Cephas calmly fires back, wanting to meet a follower of the Skeleton King is already super suspicious. And making it worse, the request actually came straight from a Cephas family member. Leon Cephas smiles darkly, claiming the test was totally fair. But Eli Joshua isn't buying that garbage. He yells that the third son literally used the judgment statue on Isaac. That little detail catches Leon Cephas completely off guard. Meanwhile, Nezer Cephas stands frozen in absolute terror. Eli Joshua glares hard, asking if he wants to start an all-out war. Leon Cephas just shrugs it off, claiming he had no clue his kid would bring out the statue. He offers a super casual apology, promising they will get proper compensation for all this mess. Leon Cephas then casually asks for his pass back. Eli Joshua grabs his shoulder, growling that he does not need a reminder. He never wanted to keep that stupid thing anyway. He storms over to Isaac, throwing one last nasty sneer at Leon Cephas on his way out. He shouts that giving something so incredibly dangerous to Isaac is just totally ridiculous. Hearing this, Leon Cephas gets defensive. He shoots back that the grandson requested it himself. Eli Joshua curses them silently. Even if Isaac threw a tantrum, those jerks still had no right bringing out the judgment statue. But slowly, his furious face starts to soften. He breaks into a huge smile, completely amazed that the kid actually made the goddess statue cry real tears of blood. That kind of miracle is strictly cardinal-level stuff. He silently apologizes for ever doubting the kid's pure faith. He steps right up to the boy, gently asking him to hand over the pass. Eli Joshua expects the pass to shine with holy light, but his jaw just drops. The card turns pitch black, setting off alarms in his head blacker than literal sewage. He instantly pictures poor Isaac being burned alive at the stake. Leon Cephas suddenly asks him a question, snapping Eli Joshua completely out of his total panic. Before the guy can even finish, Eli Joshua yeets the card with everything he has. Before the pass can even land in the hands of Leon Cephas, it shatters completely. Leon Cephas totally panics. He screams out, "What the heck did you just do? That card was a divine gift from the very first pope." Eli Joshua glares back with pure fury, spitting out his words, "I have absolutely nothing to give you, you utter jerk." Meanwhile, back at the Cephas family estate, news of Isaac beating the statue test spreads like absolute wildfire. His faith held strong, and the statue actually cried blood. Honestly, you just know the whole Cephas manor is in absolute chaos right now. At Red Belief headquarters, Leon Cephas aggressively rubs his temples. He groans that this practically confirms their absolute worst fears. That kid is now the clear frontrunner to become the next saint. Facing his dad's insane wrath, Nezer Cephas can only sit there silently. Making it worse, Leon Cephas rants loudly. How could Nezer Cephas demand a retrial after everyone already saw the results? Are you trying to get our whole family publicly humiliated? He just keeps tearing into his son mercilessly, holding absolutely nothing back. You were supposed to run this family since your brothers are complete idiots, yet you somehow failed the most basic task imaginable. Being the vice leader of the Red Belief faction, Nezer Cephas can only sit right there, swallowing his massive frustration. Leon Cephas just keeps yelling. He demands to know if his son gets that becoming the Pope is the only way to survive. He gets even more fired up, screaming about how their family is supposed to rule this entire world. Nezer Cephas has to become the saint first, then the Pope, do you get it? Leon Cephas finally sighs heavily. Enough of this. He aggressively rubs the bridge of his nose, muttering that losing the faith testing card is a huge headache. But honestly, they aren't totally out of options just yet. Leon Cephas notes the upcoming ritual is going to be their perfect shot. Once the messengers of the gods descend, anyone hiding a dark secret gets exposed instantly. He orders the frozen Nezer Sephet to do absolutely nothing until then. The kid bows his head respectfully, but his brain is racing. Something here totally feels off. Nezer Sephet stands back up, asking if the participant list for the divine ritual is already locked in. This actually leaves Leon Cephas utterly shocked, since most of those chosen are from the Azure faction. Isaac was naturally on that list too. After crushing the black test earlier, he completely earned his spot to join. Right then, Nezer Sephet speaks up, basically demanding they write his name down as a servant for Isaac. He wants to tag along as a lowly servant, since the rules let participants bring their own personal attendants. Leon Cephas asks if he has completely lost his mind. Why would the heir of the Red faction ever behave like this? Volunteering for a humiliating job meant only for bottom-tier commoners is just absolute insanity. Nezer Sephet tries explaining himself. He insists he just has to do it, his face twisting with pure rage as he growls that without hard evidence, they have no other option. They have to dig up the proof themselves. Leon Cephas tries stopping him again, but Nezer Sephet just raises his voice. He argues he can totally handle the humiliation, but his dad calmly drops a bomb. The position is filled. Leon Cephas announces that Kina Berry is serving Isaac instead. Nezer Sephet just stands there, cursing out loud at the wildly frustrating news. Then it finally clicks. Nezer gasps in total disbelief, screaming out loud about who just got chosen. Kina Berry is actually going to serve Isaac. Meanwhile, over at the Joshua mansion, Eli Joshua paces back and forth, muttering in pure panic. That pitch-black color has gold Joshua sweating bullets. He asks if that is why their father completely destroyed it. Riley Joshua jumps in next. He points out a crazy rumor: the sacred statue literally cried blood. The patriarch claims Isaac took a retest over a glitch, but Eli Joshua is not buying it. He bets Isaac met Melissa beforehand, which totally triggered the statue, but the father calmly shuts that idea down. He reassures everyone they stole that testing device straight from the Red faction. Those results are 100% accurate. Eli reluctantly agrees with that logic. Right next to him, Benjamin Joshua just sits there, trembling in sheer terror. Benjamin wonders if their family head is secretly a thief. Gold sighs heavily. At least they avoided the evil god. There is no way the deity chooses him, especially since Isaac is already a walking evil god. Benjamin visibly shudders. He gasps out that this is an absolute disaster. The top scorer from the color test actually summons a deity during the ceremony. Riley Joshua adds that the Red Cardinal is probably waiting for that exact moment. Eli Joshua hesitates before speaking up. He suddenly remembers a letter from Ian Ballard, who casually mentioned the upcoming exam scoring would be totally different. Trainees will get graded purely on the divinity they actually managed to summon. Eli growls out loud, cursing that annoying Black Cardinal for causing this giant mess. It really feels like that jerk is plotting their total downfall. Wasting zero time, Eli issues a massively strict, urgent order. He orders Gold Joshua to assign Suri as Isaac's personal servant. They have to prevent Isaac from summoning a deity. The sacred ceremony finally kicks off at the Colosseum. A ridiculously harsh voice suddenly echoes across the arena, shouting out, "The guy demands to know if the other is deaf." Suri Joshua stands there silently, taking the verbal abuse. Suri questions this absolute nonsense, but Kina Berry just calmly states that he is Isaac's official servant now. Nezer instantly loses his mind. He snaps back that he is the rightful servant because he actually registered first. Meanwhile, Suri hides in a corner, silently begging the gods to save these absolute fools. Over there, Isaac seriously considers if beating them up solves everything. This whole situation is already a massive, throbbing headache, especially with all those intense religious fanatics about to crash the venue. A shadow observer chimes in, advising that those completely devout fanatics are actually arriving a bit later. He remembers divine servants usually drop off the sacrifices, but this time around, the offering is a ridiculously powerful archival devil. A high-ranking follower is probably handling that delivery. Meanwhile, this endless bickering nearby is making Isaac completely lose his mind. They keep fighting over the servant role until Isaac finally snaps, threatening some serious physical violence. Suri tries to diffuse the tension, begging Isaac to stay calm on this great day. Isaac just shrugs, agreeing it really is a great day. Inside, he smirks. Today is the exact moment his loyal subordinate finally gets set free. Hearing that super weird response from Isaac, Suri remembers the elder's warning. Realizing they might actually be completely right about this guy, their whole clan gets totally wiped out if anyone discovers Isaac's true nature. He really is a terrifying evil god. Watch this. Isaac shoots a highly suspicious glare at Suri, demanding to know why everyone is so desperate to be his servant. Suri stammers out a quick excuse. He claims priests are always expected to serve people from the lowest possible position. Isaac scoffs at that absolute nonsense. Then Nizer reluctantly speaks up, claiming he has a personal duty to stand right by Isaac. He insists he is destined to be the servant, but Kinaberry immediately shoots back with his own crazy claim. Kina argues that Isaac actually promised to train him if he just stayed close. This endless bickering finally makes Isaac snap. He yells for them to shut up. He does not need either of them. He points right at Joshua and Suri, completely annoying them. "You be the horse and you be the servant," Isaac commands, sitting comfortably. It honestly looks like a wild parody of some Korean variety show about normal daily life. Right now, the young boy drops his jaw, thinking to himself in absolute shock. "And you will be the clothes rack," he tells 16-year-old Suri. "Damn it, why me?" the kid thinks under the bright Coliseum sky. Down in the stands, the hyped crowd chatters away. Everyone keeps saying they absolutely cannot wait for this year's grand ceremony. Word on the street is the next saint is hiding among these kids. Everyone is absolutely dying to see them. It is pulling way more hype than the high demon execution. The crowd whispers endlessly as the kids finally step out into the arena. One priest excitedly tells Heckelfella they are finally about to meet Kina. He openly admits this is his very first time seeing her in person. Hearing all that chatter, the rival priests just sneer in total annoyance. They sarcastically mutter about how their guy is totally guaranteed to become the true saint. But the others jump right back in. Have these fools seriously not heard the sacred prophecy yet? The next saint is supposed to come from the Vermilion family. Others just scoff, calling the whole prophecy a massive, unbelievable joke. All this endless bickering totally bores Emperor Leon and Eli Joshua as they listen. Seriously, do these people even know how rare that holy mark is? Someone claps back that practically anyone can get a holy mark these days. Then a booming shout completely silences the crowd. The priests finally show up. Stepping right through those massive gates is none other than Isaac. Kinabaret stares in pure shock behind her fan. Neezer has been pitifully transformed into an actual horse, and Isaac is just standing there. Isaac's bald head shines so ridiculously bright that everyone just freezes. Down in the arena, Joshua and Suri are sweating bullets. They are terrified this crazy bastard is about to summon the most malevolent god ever. To them, Isaac is basically a devil already. High above, the three leaders watch in stunned, speechless silence. The audience loudly gasps. Jaws hit the floor as wild rumors absolutely explode across the stadium. The leaders are still totally speechless. What in the world is even happening right now? Is that guy playing the horse actually a top-tier member of the Vermilion family? And why is Kina playing servant? Cardinal Seraphim just bursts out laughing hysterically at the spectacle, while Eli Joshua glares in pure frustration. "Hey, stop laughing," Kinabaret protests, barely holding back her own giggles. How on earth is anyone supposed to watch this with a straight face? Seraphim just chuckles and asks if they actually planned this. He definitely never expected Neezer and Kina to put on a show like this. Kinabaret sighs heavily, asking if he actually believes that nonsense. She scans the total chaos below, noticing the cardinals do not look worried at all. Seraphim frowns, replying he heard she was usually super strict with the boy. He suddenly recalls Kinabaret's intense previous warning. Playing the humble follower is a huge stepping stone to becoming pope. They absolutely refuse to let Isaac snatch up that title. He just closes his eyes and accepts it, hoping she is completely right. Meanwhile, Kinabaret quietly analyzes the crazy situation unfolding down below. Isaac has the insane strength to summon top-tier deities. Having Kina right by his side actually fits perfectly into their ultimate master plan. Seraphim starts poking at Eli Joshua, asking why he is so quiet. Is he secretly plotting something behind their backs? He calmly fires back that his one and only goal is making sure Kina officially becomes the next pope. Someone muses that Isaac is not even scheduled to summon any gods today anyway. But Emperor Leon suddenly cuts right in. "Ah, that is right." Leon chuckles mischievously. He points out Isaac was totally left off the summoning list for the entire second half. "Looks like you completely forgot about that," Leon adds, throwing pure fuel onto the fire. "So because of that, I went ahead and tossed his name right back onto the roster." The other two leaders sit there completely stunned. Leon just chuckles, eagerly waiting to see which crazy god Isaac actually summons. The other two leaders can only curse this absolute madman in their heads. Soon enough, the head priest loudly announces the official start of the execution. Now watch closely. An explosive blast of fire shatters the floor. A dark, terrifying figure climbs out. Cloaked figures march in, dragging the heavily chained Bloodlord Sabnak forward. The thrilled crowd instantly erupts in wild cheers. Look, it is a high demon. Its terrifying dark aura instantly suffocates the entire Colosseum, sending a heavy, brutal shockwave straight through Isaac's group. The other contestants stare in sheer, absolute terror. How on earth is a high demon throwing off this much overwhelming power while covered in chains? Joshua and Suri violently tremble. They wonder just how stupidly powerful the skeleton demon king must be to treat a massive beast like this as a basic subordinate. Neezer frantically analyzes the chaos. He realizes this level of raw power is absolutely insane. The demon is totally sealed and chained up way worse than back in the dungeon. As Bloodlord Sabnak unleashes his dark energy, Isaac tightly grips his own chains, silently calling out the demon's name. Gritting his teeth, Isaac silently vows to save him no matter what. Staring fiercely at Bloodlord Sabnak, Isaac aggressively curses those damn clergymen in his head. He desperately wants to know what they did to his most loyal subordinate. He bites his tongue, watching in pure fury. How dare these bastards drive torture devices straight into him? Are they completely out of their minds? Right now, Isaac looks exactly like a grim reaper itching to execute his prey. The crowd gossips up in the stands, but Isaac just stares straight at the demon. His icy gaze instantly morphs into pure venomous hatred. Dropping that kind of overwhelming fighting spirit before a level 9 demon, he definitely earned his Sapphire clan spot. Leon watches him closely, totally silent. Get a load of this, he never realized the kid carried this much deep-seated anger inside. If he were actually corrupted, wouldn't he be thrilled to see a demon? Meanwhile, Isaac tells himself to stay perfectly calm. Right. Analyzing the situation, maybe this is actually for the best. All he has to do is set the guy free. He spots 5 sealing spheres binding Sabnak tight. Luckily, he already slipped the beast the exact tools to undo them. No need to stress over those anymore. The remaining locks will not be an issue at all. He secretly slapped a dispelling spell on them using the priests. The second the ritual kicks off, they break. Just like that. The seals will automatically shatter once things commence, leaving him completely free of any church suspicion. Feeling like everything is perfectly set, Isaac turns to Sebastian and urges him forward. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? He prods, leaving the young servant to silently curse him out in his own head. Sebastian snaps back in frustration, demanding to know why he has not gotten down yet since they arrived. Isaac only frowns. Since when does a mere horse argue with its master? If you hate being my servant, get lost right now, he says coldly. Sebastian just swallows his anger and obeys. He mutters that this arrogant brat will pay the exact second he gathers actual proof. But before he can even finish that thought, Isaac grabs his head in a brutally painful grip, forcing out a quiet groan as Sebastian curses. Right then, the head priest announces the execution ritual is starting. The other priests prep their magic. With their devices fully activated, Isaac knows the spell is running. Now Sabnak just has to find a solid way to unlock his own shackles. He secretly orders the Bloodlord to escape immediately, but Sabnak only replies with a heavy, solemn tone. The loyal demon speaks with absolute devotion. Isaac goes wide-eyed as Sabnak declares he has absolutely zero regrets left. Bowing deeply, Sabnak actually chants "Long live the king." This leaves Isaac utterly furious, demanding to know what nonsense this fool is spewing. But Sabnak remains completely calm. He says witnessing his lord make the descendants of the 5 gods kneel and tremble is enough. Having seen this glory, Sabnak has no regrets. Full-on panicking, Isaac orders him to break those chains immediately before he ends up dead. This is his absolute last chance to escape. Sabnak simply sheds tears of pure joy, deeply grateful that his master successfully reclaimed his old power. The guy is deeply moved that Isaac would even think of saving a humble servant like him. He calls it an unpayable debt. Shut up. What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting, you fool? Isaac screams out in sheer frustration. In his rage, he squeezes Sebastian by the head even harder. The servant yelps in sudden pain, denying he said anything at all. Realizing his slip-up, Isaac quickly switches back to telepathy. He asks the spectator Phantom why Sabnak is acting this crazy. The Phantom is equally puzzled by the whole situation, but as its eyes narrow, it suddenly realizes something is deeply wrong here. There is a completely different seal hidden right on the demon chest. Isaac gasps another sealing sphere. It must have been placed there when they moved him from the dungeon. Finally, Isaac understands why Sabnak gave up on escaping. Sabnak pleads with him. Since Isaac earned a new life, he should not take such massive risks for a simple servant. The Pope and the Cardinals are just way too dangerous to mess with, so Sabnak begs his master to leave him behind and earn their trust instead. But Isaac refuses to back down, snapping that he will never leave a loyal servant behind. He estimates the strength of the magic, realizing it is not a high-level seal. It can be shattered pretty easily. However, he has to get up close to undo it. Now watch him work, he frowns, trying to think of a clever distraction. Suddenly, a priest approaches Isaac and hands him a heavy iron chain. He announces that Joshua will switch places with the assistant executioner. The priest happily explains this is a direct order from Cardinal Barth, giving the top trainee of the trial an opportunity. Hearing this, the other candidates whisper in total disbelief. Why would the church let a mere apprentice near one of the 14 executioners? Maybe they failed to eliminate Isaac during the trial, so they are trying again right now. Suri watches Joshua with growing anxiety. Isaac already absorbed the skeletal demon lord power. There is absolutely no way his subordinates will stay quiet about this. Yet Isaac just grins like a total maniac. This is absolutely perfect. He silently praises the cardinal for accidentally handing him the ideal opportunity. As Isaac boldly steps forward with total excitement, the priest watches in pity, fully believing the poor kid has finally snapped from the pure fear. Now that he can actually touch the seal directly, he is absolutely determined to crush that pathetic magic once and for all. He gets ready to just shatter the flimsy lock. But suddenly, Isaac freezes up. He notices something seriously weird about this magic seal. He stares at the heavenly holy spell burning right on the chest of the blood sovereign Sarnate. Isaac lets out a nasty grimace. What kind of jerk forced a holy seal onto him? The observer Spectre mutters, sighing that it will easily take months to properly remove. Looks like they literally need holy blood to shatter the thing. Maybe from a high-tier divine beast, or even the Pope himself. He grabs his head in utter frustration, wondering where on earth he is supposed to find that stuff. Seriously, what the heck can he do right now? If they do not act fast here, execution is absolutely guaranteed. While Isaac wonders if that jerk Pope decided to skip work today, the high priest suddenly yells out, commanding everybody in the temple to stand up immediately. High up in the sky, a massive magic circle completely materializes. God's own divine messenger is finally descending. A blindingly bright light erupts from above as this booming voice echoes out, super annoyed and complaining about a disgusting stench filling the air. He openly mocks the filthy slave of the skeleton demon king, totally sending the crowd into excited cheers. An actual angel of divine retribution has finally arrived. The glowing celestial being steps right forward, stopping directly in front of Isaac. He smugly announces he will personally execute the big ritual. Beside Isaac, the observer Spectre finally realizes why Sarnate just completely gave up. With a literal angel acting as the executioner, surviving is basically impossible, so Sarnate silently calls out for his dark master. Wait, watch this closely. Isaac realizes the ultimate key item just basically delivered itself directly into his own hands. The observer Spectre gasps at those crazy thoughts. Meanwhile, Suri and Joshua stare in total confusion, finding this whole insane scene oddly familiar. Without warning, Isaac unleashes a magic spell directly at the glowing angel. This instantly triggers the young boy's hidden memory. Absolutely terrified, Joshua realizes he has definitely seen this horrifying power before, frantically screaming out to Isaac. But too late, the spell is already fired. The kid just cursed in pure frustration, calling Isaac a total, absolute lunatic. Someone in the crowd muttered, asking what on earth was going on, while Siri Joshua clutched his hair in total, screaming despair. He actually attacked an angel, Siri Joshua shrieked out, wondering if Isaac had completely lost his damn mind. Why does this madness keep happening? The boy yelled in total defeat, asking that crazy bastard if he was finally satisfied. But suddenly the divine messenger spoke up, completely catching Siri Joshua off guard by praising the young priest. Totally unharmed and wearing this calm smile, the angel admitted he did not expect the kid to actually sense the hidden demons. The whole crowd whispered in pure shock about the monsters. They wondered if the Azure family prodigy had truly exposed them all. Siri Joshua looked over super suspiciously, praying Isaac did not plan this from the very start. Meanwhile, Isaac was busy cursing the angel. He glared in pure rage at the angel who just redirected his spell. A massive demon horde appeared and immediately got slaughtered, making Isaac smile inwardly. It really looked like Ash had done a killer job spreading the rumors. Today was absolutely perfect for absorbing some sweet mana. Harvesting a high demon corpse was completely ideal. They probably showed up thinking they could just devour the other priests, which is exactly why they gathered here. He knew the fresh corpse of a tier 6 demon would easily drive those lower beasts completely wild, let alone one of the 14 legendary tier 9 demon followers. Thousands of monsters would go absolutely berserk over a prize like this, actually worrying Isaac. But chaos and distraction were major advantages. It all played right into his greedy little hands. Honestly, any fool dumb enough to rush here over a simple rumor was not worth keeping as a subordinate anyway. He glared right up at the flying angel, visibly annoyed by his ridiculously quick reflexes. That tricky bastard actually dodged it. Even though Isaac pretended to aim at the small fry, he targeted him directly, yet the guy still managed to slip away. Isaac immediately prepped another massive attack. He dared the angel to try dodging this one. Siri Joshua cried out a frantic warning as Isaac threw a devastating spell, only for it to get totally blocked. Reflected yet again, the heavy strike smashed straight into the nearby demons, leaving Isaac incredibly frustrated. But he did not stop there. He relentlessly conjured magical spheres, hurling them one after another right at the flying messenger. Shockingly, though, every single projectile was smoothly redirected right back at the shrieking, agonizing monsters below. The angel smiled so gently, totally mocking Isaac as some clumsy apprentice who just could not aim. Or maybe he was just using him as bait to lure the demons in. Isaac urged the messenger to try again, promising to adjust the weapon so it keeps improving. Poor Siri Joshua gets a pretty massive headache from all this, wishing things were even slightly that simple. He furiously launches a non-stop barrage of scolding at Isaac. The boy screams out loud, demanding to know how he could openly attack an angel like that. Suddenly, those reflected attacks fly straight back at the monsters. Isaac just stands there analyzing this totally bizarre setup. Damn it, zero effect. Why is he fixing his aim instead of dodging? Isaac figures out this endless loop keeps spinning until he cranks up his damage output. Catching that smug look on the messenger sparks a completely wild idea. Why not just pull down the power of a god, something way above these low-tier angels? But with his brain completely scrambled, he just sighs. Nah, that totally fails because he needs a divine contract. Finally, Isaac decides, what is actually in his arsenal right now? He immediately triggers Melissa's achievement. Gripping his necklace, Isaac mutters a curse, telling that stupid angel to brace for impact. Talk about absolute garbage timing. Monsters swarm in from far away before he can even swing, roaring to rip him to shreds. As the beasts corner Isaac, Ciri shrieks his name out loud. Right on cue, the commander of the Blue Knights barks a sudden order. Draw your swords and protect the other priests. He plants his feet, completely determined to hold the demon wave back. These freaks are ruining the execution, so they have to wipe them completely off the map. Meanwhile, the confused demons scan the area for Isaac, but the divine messenger moves way too fast, snatching him up and teasing that it was super close, young priest. Flashing a gentle smile, he checks if the kid is hurt, totally showering Isaac with praise. He calls him a really promising believer. But out of nowhere, the messenger takes a massive hit and goes crashing straight down from the sky. Ciri rushes over, screaming for Isaac, but the kid actually lands perfectly safe. The messenger gasps, saying he gave him a pretty huge scare. He forces a smile, pointing out that the boy's aim is still super sloppy. He tries gesturing to the demons over there, but gets cut off. That is absolutely not where I was aiming. The boy snaps in pure frustration, cursing under his breath about his terrible accuracy. The messenger calmly repeats that he is aiming at the completely wrong target. Studying Isaac closely, he gets totally lost in thought. Why on earth would a believer attack a holy being? This kid looks like a devout follower, but he completely refuses to drop the assault. Instead, he just keeps screaming insults and hurling magic spheres right at the guy, swearing to rip those wings off. And honestly, who could blame him? Left totally speechless, the messenger realizes this brat has absolutely zero discipline. He figures this is exactly what happens without proper education. To this crazy kid, a holy messenger probably just looks like another demon. Isaac points an accusing finger straight at him, boldly claiming the guy is a minion of the Skeleton King. Lying without a single blink, he shouts that the demons ignore this angel, which means he is 100% a servant of the Skeleton King, and he is actively trying to steal the High Demon corpse. The messenger is furious, wondering what kind of absolute trash priest training this kingdom runs. How dare they call an angel a Skeleton King minion? He is totally done playing nice. His master ordered him to carefully protect the saint candidates, sure, but this little brat clearly needs a harsh lesson, assuming he survives it unharmed. Pointing with crazy glee, Isaac shouts to the crowd that he totally told them so. The guy is completely unbothered by the rampaging demons. He hypes everyone up to finally take some action. They need to take him down right now. But the messenger stays calm, knowing heaven cannot directly mess with the mortal realm. Do kids these days skip basic theology class? But as he stews in anger, a sudden realization smacks him. Wait, this could totally work out. This messy misunderstanding might just play right into his hands. After all, the god of the Red Clan ordered him to secretly eliminate every saint candidate except for their own. But before he finishes that grand evil thought, Isaac lands a clean hit right across his face. Framing this boy for heresy makes his secret mission insanely easy. While Isaac celebrates the direct hit, Ciri screams in absolute panic, calling the guy a complete lunatic. Going completely silent, his face darkens. Isaac yells that if the angel is not a Skeleton King puppet, he better prove it. Wiping blood from his cheek, the messenger glares back. Demanding proof from a divine being is absolutely ridiculous. Jumping on that silence, Isaac pushes even harder, loudly asking if he seriously lacks proof. Get ready for absolute chaos. Chanting a spell, Isaac unleashes his necklace, catching the messenger completely off guard. Ciri just stands frozen in sheer terror. The magical aura Isaac pulls out is totally massive. Laughing like a complete maniac, he loudly declares victory. This obvious reaction means he was right all along. Watching this mess unfold, Ciri breaks into a cold sweat, completely shocked by the spell's absurd scale. If that thing actually drops, the entire arena gets blown to dust. There is no way he actually unleashes it, right? But before Ciri can even yell stop, Isaac completely loses himself to the sheer madness. He launches the devastating attack, screaming for everyone to just drop dead. That overwhelming magical force surges directly at the messenger. The surrounding priests struggle hard against this terrifying pressure, crying out that they cannot see a single thing and are totally about to blow away. Meanwhile, Isaac cracks a smile and whispers that it is time. The messenger grits his teeth at that saintly power, realizing this kid is Joshua's descendant. Giving this insane power to a spoiled brat is just absurd. These absolute fools cannot even raise a kid properly, let alone stop the Skeleton King. Scowling hard, he actually wonders who this Skeleton King even is. The divine messenger grumbles executing a mere subordinate should not cause this much trouble. He finally steps right up to face Isaac. He is so determined to eliminate this troublesome little kid. He marches forward with a totally cold glare. The poor guy just wants to wrap up this whole annoying mission and go rest. But suddenly, a freezing voice orders him to halt. The messenger just gapes in pure horror. Right there, the terrifying Skeleton King manifests to deliver a totally cold command. Obey or die, leaving the messenger paralyzed by absolute fear. He cannot move a single step. It honestly feels like standing before some supreme god. Staring right at the defenseless Isaac, this guy lets his guard slip entirely. That huge mistake costs him dearly. Isaac lands a totally devastating punch that sends him stumbling backward. A telepathic voice rings out telling him he is just a lowly angel. That mind voice continues mocking, and a brutal second strike hits before he even blinks. Isaac unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy blows. This forces the desperate messenger to fight back seriously, yelling in pure frustration that Isaac is just human. But the boy simply smiles and whispers that he got him. The holy strike hits Isaac directly. As the thick smoke clears, Suri Joshua runs up in absolute panic. He screams Isaac's name over and over in sheer terror. Meanwhile, the cold messenger stands nearby, just quietly healing up his own battle wounds. He casually tells everyone around not to worry, he only stripped the boy of his saintly powers. The outraged spectators gasp out loud, wondering how a holy messenger could actually do such an awful thing. Suri Joshua's loud screams echo across the arena, completely silencing the confused messenger. The furious young priest glares at him through heavy tears while cradling the injured Isaac. Suri Joshua weeps hard, demanding to know how a divine messenger could ever do this. Why unleash such devastating power against a loyal servant of God? He pleads out loud while desperately shaking his friend, begging Isaac to wake up. He begs so desperately. Meanwhile, the messenger secretly analyzes the situation with growing worry. Heaven's judgment is supposed to be a simple, paralyzing spell. There absolutely should not be this much blood everywhere. But suddenly, Isaac cracks his eyes open with a sharp gasp. He weakly calls out Shuji's name. This makes Suri Joshua sob uncontrollably as the seemingly dying boy mutters that he was just far too foolish. He gasps, claiming he is being punished for mistaking God's literal messenger for an evil demon. He claims it is all his own tragic fault. Telling Shuji not to worry, Kina Barrett quickly steps in, channeling her holy power to heal the kid. She promises Isaac will survive, muttering that only someone this ridiculously stubborn is worth teaching. Her face darkens as she grits her teeth. She clearly declares that a real messenger of God would never do something this brutal to priests. Suri Joshua glares right at the messenger. The guy's feet freeze entirely in their tracks. Why exactly would you attack someone so much weaker? Is that not completely overkill? The messenger is absolutely stunned. Speechless, the poor guy is inwardly screaming that this literal child almost killed him first. There is absolutely nothing weak about that crazy kid. Kina Barrett sharply points out that lethal holy magic is strictly reserved for purging demons. The messenger defensively claims he used no such deadly spell, but Suri Joshua instantly shuts that excuse completely down. The angry young priest asks why Isaac is bleeding out if everyone saw the attack directly hit him. This leaves the grown man helplessly stuttering. He claims to be totally confused about the injuries too. Suri Joshua just points right at him, calling him despicable. Kina Barrett points out how insanely bizarre this entire situation actually is. She demands to know why a divine messenger arrived, totally unannounced, choosing to strike right in the middle of a literal execution. Her sharp words make his face darken even more. Isaac weakly joins in, reminding everyone that the demon never actually attacked them first. The helpless messenger has absolutely zero answers for them. Meanwhile, Isaac secretly covers his face to hide a seriously wicked smirk. The clever boy silently gloats that his trap is fully set, having manipulated his own mana to totally fake those missed attacks. Super annoyed now, the messenger points straight at Isaac. He claims the child must be completely insane and demands an immediate investigation into him. He demands full custody of the child to hand him over to his master, but suddenly, Isaac just lets out a creepy laugh. His face twists up into a nasty smirk, basically daring the guy to try it. Then a sudden wave of dark energy completely erupts. This massive shockwave instantly paralyzes every single knight in the arena. They are left completely unable to move an inch. The messenger turns totally pale as he looks at that shattered seal. The binding curse is officially broken. Now watch this. The freed beast looms right behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure terror. Caught totally off guard, he stammers in panic, wondering how the creature broke free from a divine heavenly seal. A massive hand suddenly snatches him up while the sanguine lord cackles. He loudly thanks the messenger for accidentally smashing his seal. Watching this play out, Isaac just smirks, tossing Sabnak a quiet nod of approval. Turns out getting locked up for centuries actually gave the guy a brain. Isaac flashes a sinister grin, sizing up the brute who used to be totally clueless. Looks like the big guy finally learned how to play the game. But while Isaac plots his next genius move, Sabnak just reaches right out and grabs the angel's wing. Before Isaac can even finish explaining they only need to deal minor damage, the demon moves. Sabnak violently rips the entire wing clean, off ending that conversation immediately. Over the messenger's blood-curdling screams, Sabnak drops his voice super low. He tells the guy he needs a mana core to recover, so he is just going to borrow his. Watching this bloody nightmare unfold, Siri goes completely pale, jaw hitting the floor. Meanwhile, Isaac just twitches with pure amusement, realizing his demon buddy actually knows how to bluff. Utterly desperate, the angel claws frantically at the arm currently crushing his face. He thrashes around, cursing the wretched demon and swinging a counterattack that misses by a mile. Sabnak simply tells him to stop babbling. The messenger ignores him, channeling his magic with crazed eyes and gritted teeth. He figures he absolutely has to kill Sabnak before the demon gets his full strength back. Naturally, Sabnak has zero intention of just standing there like a practice dummy. Rearing his fist back, Sabnak strikes with insane, blurry speed. Right when the messenger gets distracted by his own thoughts, something absolutely brutal stops him dead in his tracks. The angel was totally planning to offer this arrogant beast as a sacrifice, but Sabnak's arm suddenly stretches out, skewering straight through him in a flash. Sabnak yanks his hand back, leaving the guy violently clutching a massive hole in his stomach. Shaking in pure agony, he stares at the demon in absolute panic, realizing he is completely screwed. If this keeps up, he is actually going to die. Catching that slight hesitation, Sabnak launches another strike. The attack barely grazes the angel's neck, leaving him desperately wishing he could scream for backup. But right after that single hit, the messenger drops hard with a choked gurgle. Spitting up a huge pool of blood, he violently clutches his ruined throat. He struggles to stand, his mind totally short-circuiting as he realizes his voice is entirely gone. Right then, Sabnak calls out to grab his attention, thanking him for the tasty mana core before jumping away. The messenger is utterly baffled by this, since angels do not even possess mana cores. But Sabnak's next line completely catches everyone off guard. He loudly tells his teammate that he is leaving the rest to him. The entire surrounding crowd just gasps in massive confusion. A teammate? The messenger watches Sabnak blast into the sky and vanish, completely dumbfounded. He gurgles in total frustration, trying to demand what on earth the demon meant. Those parting words plant a massive seed of doubt inside the believers' heads. Did a literal demon noble just call God's own messenger his teammate? Hearing the crowd's frantic whispers, the angel's face turns incredibly dark. He desperately tries forcing any kind of sound through his completely ruined throat. It definitely does not help that he recently blasted a priest with forbidden death magic, making him look super guilty. Boiling with pure rage, he grits his teeth and glares back with bloodshot eyes, silently cursing that disgusting little brat for ruining everything. Over in Isaac's corner, the kid is wearing this twisted, mocking smile with his tongue sticking right out. No way this absolute menace is a holy saint. The harder he glares at Isaac, the hotter his fury boils, making him completely oblivious to the brilliant beams of light crackling right behind his back. He swears he will never forgive them, right as those lightning-fast streaks blast out of nowhere, locked onto his position. Thanks to that tiny slip in focus, those stealthy light beams completely smash him from behind. Immediately after the cheap shot lands, a pair of incredibly powerful legs drops down behind the stumbling angel. Clutching his fresh wounds, he violently spins around, angrily wondering what on earth is happening to him now. Suddenly, a furious voice roars out, asking how he even dared. Out of nowhere, one magical sword appears, instantly followed by dozens more. And the guy launching this insane assault is none other than Jilly. He furiously screams at the messenger for daring to touch his precious nephew. Those flying blades completely rain down on him like a magical carpet bomb, instantly filling the whole area with thick blue smoke. Frantically dodging, the messenger is utterly bewildered. He genuinely cannot believe his own eyes, frantically wondering how this is even happening. Why would anyone ever attack a holy angel? Right then, a super commanding voice drops from the sky, freezing the attack. It is Eli angrily demanding to know exactly what his son is doing. Wearing a completely grim expression, Eli barks a chilling order. Do not take his head, just make absolute sure his death is painfully slow. Hearing this, the messenger practically loses his mind, screaming that they are all completely insane. Luckily for him, two knights step up just in time to hold Jilly back. They demand to know if the Azure Knights have gone totally mad, daring to attack God's very own messenger. But those little warnings do absolutely nothing to cool Jilly's blazing temper. Furious, he demands to know exactly who dared to use forbidden death magic. He glares over at Isaac, who looks pale and trembling in Suri's arms, though the kid totally did that to himself. He yells to just look at his grandson lying there covered in blood on the verge of death. If that is not death magic, what is? Tom completely refuses to back down. He shouts right back, arguing heatedly that the kid is very clearly faking the whole thing. He screams to remember what Isaac did during the Scarlet Sect test. That boy is a literal demon in human disguise. Hearing those harsh words, Gilly grits his teeth in pure rage. He roars right back, asking how they dare call his angelic and adorable grandson a demon. Tom and Nevi immediately draw their weapons. They yell for everyone to step aside because the boy is going straight to the interrogation room. Seeing the steel come out, Gilly quickly shifts into a fighting stance. He readies his blade, yelling that he will never let that happen. "Get lost," he barks. Suddenly, a clenched fist slams down alongside a resounding shout to stop. It is Hiera leading the way, with Eli and Zeppet right behind him. They radiate a terrifying aura, lecturing the rowdy crowd that allies really should not be fighting. The second he finishes speaking, Zeppet turns and immediately orders all forces to hunt down the demon that just escaped. His clan knights instantly obey with one loud, unified shout. Not only him, but Serapin quickly waves his hand, signaling his apostles to join the hunt. Everyone has a job to do except Hiera, who stands quietly on the lookout, deep in thought after letting a retainer escape. But this is not exactly a bad thing. A totally satisfied smirk plays on his face, pleased that the boy got so severely injured. With those nasty wounds, that kid will not be summoning any god again soon. Spotting Rail rushing straight toward Isaac, Hiera turns away and barks out an order. He commands all high-ranking priests to immediately hunt down the escaped demon. The apostles give a loud, clear shout of absolute compliance. Down on the arena floor, Gilly kneels in a total panic, desperately checking on his precious beloved grandson. Eli also jumps down from the stands. He asks Isaac if he is all right, mentally cursing himself for not staying right by his side. Just as those words fade, Eli drops a chillingly cold tone that causes Isaac to flinch in sudden surprise. He tells them to take good care of Isaac. He draws his sword with deadly resolve as absolute fury takes over, declaring he will hunt down that demon himself. The temperature around him seemingly drops straight to sub-zero levels. He firmly insists on catching the creature with his own two hands, all just to prove his nephew is completely innocent. Hearing this, Isaac internally panics. He screams in his head that Eli is way too strong to get involved here. He pictures the upcoming chaos, imagining the demon battered and bound in heavy chains. If Eli actually gets involved, the target will definitely get caught immediately. After all the effort to free the guy, Isaac has to act fast. He quickly feigns a weak and trembling voice. He calls out for his grandpa and uncle, putting on a ridiculously pitiful display with sparkling eyes that practically make Suri gag. He whimpers for them not to leave because he is hurting so much. Seeing this, both Gilly and Eli feel a sudden shock run right through their bodies. They immediately fold to his incredibly adorable act and kneel right back down beside him. They surrender completely. They promise they will not go anywhere and no one else needs to hunt either, choosing to take him for immediate medical treatment first. Seeing them fall for it so easily, Isaac smirks with sneaky satisfaction. He is thrilled that everything is going exactly to plan. In a flash, the scene shifts. His wounds are fully bandaged up, and he just sits on the bed with a totally blank expression. Staring at all the unfamiliar faces crowding around his bed, Isaac mentally labels them a bunch of complete idiots. He silently scoffs, wondering what they are even doing in his room. Eli seems equally annoyed by their annoying presence. Eli angrily yells at them to get out of another person's private ward. But Tom refuses to back down, gritting his teeth and loudly snapping right back. He barks out, since when did a holy temple ward become your personal room? And why on earth would you bring a demon in here anyway? Hearing this garbage, Eli's expression darkens instantly. He growls out each word, dangerously questioning Tom about calling his nephew a demon. Still completely blind to his fatal mistake, Tom keeps pushing his luck, demanding to know what the Cardinal is trying to play at. He demands to know why they are blocking the official investigation. But Eli completely ignores the question and simply sits up straight. Instead, he turns and orders Rail to have all members of the Blue Sect completely cut off cooperation with the Red Sect. Talk about a wild overreaction. They are going on a full strike, halting every single mission. Hearing this insane command, Nevi totally panics, crying out for the Cardinal to wait. Tom finally realizes he crossed a massive line and starts begging. He desperately pleads to settle this peacefully, which actually brings up a pretty interesting little side note from the author's original story. The Blue Sect is actually super dedicated, taking on the filthy, dangerous jobs no one else wants. Since those tasks offer zero profit, this officially marks the first strike in their entire history, all thanks to our guy. Thick veins pop right on Eli's forehead as he slowly turns his head to shoot them a deadly glare. He completely scoffs at the idea of peace. How do they expect harmony when a literal divine messenger just attacked his nephew? His whole body radiates a seriously chilling aura, terrifying everyone as he points out you cannot even trust a demon. He even called that messenger a teammate. Still, Tom stubbornly pushes back, asking what if that demon was actually just lying. Spotting the shallow argument, Eli instantly fires back. How could a mere liar possibly shatter that binding orb? Stumped, Nevi totally hesitates and stutters, but Tom quickly steps in with another excuse. He points right at Isaac bandaged on the bed. How can they determine anything with the kid wrapped up so tightly? He insists they examine the wound. Eli lets out a heavy sigh and angrily fires back. What if his injuries worsen? After a tense standoff, he comfortably crosses his arms to drop some major information. The real question is who actually freed him. With the Chief Inquisitors investigating, we will definitely find out soon. Hearing this, Tom and Nevi exchange a quick glance and quietly nod their heads in agreement. Indeed, they just need to find one little trace pointing to the culprit, and they will definitely hunt him down. But right as they plot their next big move, a sudden disruption from outside cuts them off completely. An attendant bursts in yelling about an absolute emergency and putting everyone on high alert. Instantly, a heavy tension fills the entire room. Isaac bites his lip with a sudden guilty look toward the door, while the breathless bishop reports the bad news. Meanwhile, Isaac and the observer Spectre just watch the show in total comfort. Sweating and confused, the guy explains that the evidence just vanished. Describing the incredibly chaotic scene, he claims the moment he started the investigation, those holy chains suddenly exploded. Hearing this, Isaac smirks with pure satisfaction, silently praising his helper for a job incredibly well done. Isaac really appreciates how thorough they are, while the totally oblivious bishop continues blabbering without a single clue. Right before the blast, the messenger actually sensed a strange power at the absolute worst possible moment. Tom quickly leaps forward to cover his mouth aggressively, shouting at him to shut up before he accidentally leaks anything else. Having gathered all the facts, Eli drops the politeness. He immediately orders them to leave, since the investigation is done. Watching his grandfather throw them out, Isaac can only admire how beautifully the old man is wrapping this up. And just like that, the case is completely closed. The crowd disperses soon after, leaving Isaac alone to finally rest. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupts the quiet. A voice asks to come in, instantly annoying him. Casting a glare at the entrance, he spots a pretty annoying face trying to force a clumsy smile. Isaac is actually slightly taken aback, silently repeating the name of his completely unexpected visitor, Neezer, who just stands right there looking sheepish. Calling out the boy's name, Neezer does not waste any time. He makes his way straight toward that hospital bed. The kid tries acting friendly by asking how he feels, which only makes Isaac groan in absolute pure annoyance. Isaac silently grumbles that he feels even worse just looking at him, but before he can actually say it, Neezer pulls out a strange medicine bottle and finally speaks up. Neezer explains he brought his family's secret medicine to help him recover much faster. He cannot help but recall his earlier conversation with Leon in the study, remembering how severely injured Isaac actually was. Standing obediently before Leon, they doubted whether the injured boy could even participate in the upcoming divine selection ceremony. Leon pointed out the Yellow faction must be totally thrilled about this situation, and naturally, Nisser just listened quietly. The memory of Leon's sinister smiling face plotting a conspiracy makes him vow he will never let that scheme succeed. Back then, Neezer could only clench his fists in silent fury while being forced to obey commands. He was ordered to bring the secret medicine to help Isaac recover super quickly. Back in the present, lying on his bed, Isaac eagerly snatches the bottle and chugs it down in one go, loudly praising its amazing taste. Neezer can only weep internally, literally shaking with a rage he desperately tries to hold back. It genuinely pains him to waste his family's priceless secret potion on this ungrateful bastard, crying over how incredibly expensive it is. Watching Isaac drink every last drop without any sign of stopping, Neezer truly feels like tearing his hair out in sheer frustration. Just one tiny drop would do. But this absolute maniac literally chugs the entire bottle, suddenly enveloped in a radiant golden light. Sporting a healthy rosy glow, Isaac happily realizes it actually is an elite miracle potion. So much for his initial poison worries. He feels his stamina surging instantly. The guy even tries licking the very last drop right out of the glass. He notes it tastes exactly like wine. Meanwhile, his observer ghost senses a few incredibly powerful holy blessings attached to the brew. This stuff will definitely come in handy for the upcoming ceremony. But a totally panicked Neezer quickly steps in. Interrupted mid-sentence, Neezer grits his teeth in pure rage, barking that he never actually agreed to let the kid drink it. What did you just say? Meanwhile, Neezer calmly drops a seriously tempting piece of news. The update makes Isaac freeze completely. The family actually promised more rewards if he just visits the main mansion. Hearing this very tempting invitation, Isaac narrows his eyes with a heavy dose of suspicion. They offered plenty already, but visiting the main estate meant scoring even more freebies. It sounds incredibly sketchy. So he instantly flops onto the bed, clutches his leg tight, and whines about how he totally wishes he could go. He complains loudly about his leg. But Neezer refuses any excuses, shoving a pair of special boots right into his face and telling Isaac to wear the special gear. That way they can head over to the mansion together right away. Feeling completely helpless, Isaac quietly admits this sneaky guy must have planned everything out beforehand. The spectator ghost chimes in, pointing out that Neeser's dark ambition left them zero reason to refuse. Giving in, Isaac sits up to rip off his cast, telling Neeser to just wait outside. Thrilled with this victory, Neeser quickly turns to walk out. He is completely lost in his own schemes, totally failing to notice one crucial detail. He is totally oblivious to Isaac sneaking off the other way, smugly thinking about how easily the brat fell for his trap. While Neeser is busy counting his chickens, Isaac quietly slips away and pushes open a window. The agreement was an absolute act, just a setup to expose their schemes on the front page of the news. Now standing triumphantly on the window ledge, he laughs like an absolute madman alongside his ghostly buddy. Offering a mock thank you, the scene suddenly cuts to a lavish palace where a furious hand slams hard onto a table. Hay is absolutely losing his mind over the Red Faction's secret clinic medicine. Radiating a frosty aura, he curses loudly, venting that he only put Isaac in a VIP suite to keep him contained. Yet those fools dared to fully heal and bless the kid, instead driving the guy into a complete frenzy. Completely terrified, the priest can only watch him shatter the furniture while screaming at the top of his lungs. He vows to ruin the upcoming ritual. The Black and Red factions have officially lost their damn minds, he claims. He barks a strict command to his priests: stop Isaac at any cost. They cannot allow the summoning to happen. Now check out this jump scare. Gold Joshua faces a terrifying sight as Isaac suddenly appears right before him, offering a mock affectionate greeting. Flashing a seriously sinister grin, the boy mentions he has a few questions for his uncle. Panic-stricken, Gold Joshua quickly turns around to make an escape, loudly claiming he is far too busy. Isaac instantly unleashes a powerful strike, easily cutting off his uncle's only escape route. The sudden blast scares Gold Joshua half to death, especially when Isaac cryptically hints at already knowing the answers. Completely baffled, Gold Joshua demands to know what he means. Wearing a highly arrogant smirk on his calm face, the boy asks which god his uncle thinks will appear, sparking instant resentment. Gold Joshua grits his teeth. He silently curses the brat for knowing he can actually get information directly from the Pope. Carefully calculating the heavy risks, he seriously worries about what happens if this sensitive information leaks. The Blue faction absolutely cannot oppose the Pope, causing Gold Joshua to squeeze his eyes shut in frustration. Yet everything changes if the boy successfully summons the Supreme Deity. Both sides of Gold Joshua's brain are now locked in a chaotic debate. Nobody would ever dare look down on the Joshua family again. But Isaac's next words completely shatter his hopeful thoughts. The boy calmly states he is giving up the summoning, leaving Gold Joshua staring back in utter wide-eyed disbelief. He stands totally frozen. Isaac merely pouts, casually muttering that he would probably just end up summoning an evil god anyway. Is that why the kid kept quiet? Besides, what if an evil god actually appears? He sees Isaac's stubborn attitude, realizing the boy is backing everyone into a corner. Gold Joshua absolutely loses his mind. Tearing his hair out, he shouts out, "Are you completely insane? Why the hell are you talking about an evil god?" Hearing this reaction, Isaac realizes his true goal is finally achieved. Instantly discarding his pitiful act, Isaac lets out a sly grin. He looks like a total fanatic. Spotting his prize right in front of him, he creeps toward Gold Joshua, sarcastically calling his uncle the Supreme Deity. Seeing this, Gold Joshua tries to run, loudly claiming Isaac misheard, but Isaac instantly falls to his knees, grabbing his uncle's leg while practically drooling. Gaul absolutely shudders at the terrifying kid standing right in front of him. Isaac casually asks which god his dear uncle plans to summon. Unable to handle the heat, Gaul totally panics and begs Isaac to let go. But this kid has absolutely zero intention of stopping anytime soon. He puts on this desperately clingy show. He sweet-talks his uncle while throwing in a very subtle warning: do not mess with me. Isaac casually asks if his uncle wants to die. Gaul just stares into those vacant eyes, quietly weeping inside over this absolute madman. No matter how hard poor Gaul struggles to shake him off, Isaac just clings to his leg like a giant baby. He ignores those desperate cries to let go, insisting the patriarch actually just summoned him. In a frantic rush to escape, Gaul accidentally lets a huge secret slip. It instantly snaps Isaac back to reality. A demon is currently hiding out in the city, and our guy hangs on absolutely every single word. The scene cuts to the rundown city streets, where serious tension is already starting to build up. Meanwhile, Eli is busy ordering his elite soldiers to fan out. They need to hunt down one of the 14 demon apostles lurking nearby. He warns everyone not to let their guard down, and the soldiers loudly shout back a totally unified response. Right on cue, Gaul arrives in a crisp new outfit to greet Eli, but the patriarch barely even listens to his son's report. Instead, Eli frowns deeply, completely hyper-focused on studying this detailed map of the city underground waterways. Wait, he is just staring at Isaac. The kid is stubbornly clinging to Gaul's leg, leaving the poor uncle struggling to explain. Gaul awkwardly mentions the kid wants to tag along, But no matter how much Eli usually dotes on him, the answer is a hard no. He sternly warns it is way too dangerous. Eli totally dismisses him, but Isaac absolutely refuses to back down and quickly lets go of Gaul. Standing tall, the kid boldly declares his absolute need for revenge. Watch Eli try to process this. He is totally struggling with this crazy logic. That demon ruined the execution and put everyone in extreme danger. Naturally, Isaac uses this perfectly to justify his burning desire for serious payback. Acting like he is taking full responsibility, the kid vows to personally strike back the second they track that demon down. Watching this ridiculous dramatic performance from the sidelines, Whisper cannot help but point out his master is laying it on a bit thick. After hearing out his grandson's hilariously fake, heartfelt plea, Eli can only sigh in utter defeat and slowly turn away. With a helpless little shrug, he finally gives his blessing. He tells Isaac to just do as he pleases, which is exactly what the kid wanted. Thrilled by the approval, Isaac cheers internally while soldiers from various noble houses continue to actively scour the city streets. But as the tired search parties scramble around, Isaac's sudden appearance completely catches everyone totally off guard. The soldiers completely halt their duties. They start whispering among themselves, wondering if that young kid is actually the famed Isaac. Many assumed the main family was just sitting this out. Nobody ever expected a direct heir to casually deploy right on the front lines. But while some breathe a sigh of relief, the Crimson Knights remain completely silent, judging him with cold skepticism. They figure this hunt is as good as over, knowing his family is super elite at tracking demons, especially when Isaac suddenly stretches out. The crowd gets incredibly hyped, assuming this young genius is finally about to show off some wild tracking magic. Oh, but here is where the reality check hits. Isaac immediately pours cold water on their high hopes. He happily reminds everyone that those minions are completely impossible to find. Finding those sneaky bastards is going to be incredibly tough. His dramatically grim look instantly plunges all the soldiers right into total despair. He just casually warns them this mission is going to take a really long time, which immediately triggers a huge wave of furious complaints. They furiously demand to know if Isaac is even taking this seriously at all. Hilariously, a comfortable lounge chair and a nice sun umbrella have already been perfectly set up for him. Lazily lounging in the shade, he just casually tells them to stay calm. He expertly explains that high demons are naturally master stealth artists. Still, he can definitely sense the target is lingering somewhere close by. The Crimson Knights totally refuse to buy this lame excuse. They grit their teeth, loudly demanding to know if this kid is just playing stupid games. One knight turns his complaints to Eli, who is enjoying the exact same relaxed vibe nearby. He aggressively calls this lazy behavior completely unacceptable. Addressing the cardinal, another angry soldier quickly chimes in. He loudly complains that the young heir has not done a single useful thing all day long. However, their very next accusation completely ruins Eli's perfectly peaceful mood. He instantly crushes his glass in pure anger. They boldly admit they suspect his precious grandson, and then helplessly watch as Eli slowly stands tall, radiating intense killing fury. Brushing the glass shards aside, he very coldly asks if they are actually questioning him. His sheer killing intent instantly silences the entire terrified crowd. Absolutely terrified, those Crimson Knights frantically backtrack. But the Patriarch has zero interest in hearing any more excuses. He simply turns and calls out to Isaac. The kid immediately responds with a ridiculously cheerful attitude, eagerly waiting for his grandfather's next command. Now, wearing a terrifyingly dark expression, Eli points straight at the soldiers. He commands Isaac to make them pay dearly for their absolute disrespect. Given the green light, Isaac strikes a dramatic pose, pointing off into the distance. He shouts out, "The demon is lurking right over there." The Scarlet soldiers still have to run that way, totally grumbling under their breath. Just then, a shady figure pops up behind Eli, throwing pure shade. He honestly thought they were on strike. So what exactly is this whole circus about? Enter Leon, strolling over with this incredibly punchable, smug grin plastered on his face. He actually asks if Eli is trying to cover up his grandson's messy crime. Those words definitely hit a nerve. Eli totally plays dumb, asking what he even means. Leon just steps right up into his personal space, breaking it all down. Hiding it makes Isaac look guiltier. Eli stays calm, firing a question right back. Where is the solid proof his grandson freed that demon? Leon is not backing down. Flashing a super scheming grin, Leon fires back, "The truth will drop soon." Inside, he is laughing his absolute head off at them. If they find the Pope's power inside that sealing orb, Isaac is entirely toast. He cannot openly point fingers at the Pope. Pinning it on Isaac is basically genius. Thinking about this flawless plan, Leon actually licks his lips like a villain eyeing a snack. If this actually works, he gets to watch the stuck-up Azure family crash and burn. Snapping out of it, Leon turns to leave. He suggests they play nice for now and avoid ruining the fancy ceremony for everyone else. But the guy just cannot resist one final petty jab. He sweetly offers to hide the handcuffs when Isaac gets arrested, then struts off totally smirking. Gold Joshua quickly steps up to comfort Eli. Just ignore that pathetic, scared old man. Eli casually shrugs it off, claiming he holds zero grudges. But his blazing, angry eyes tell a hilarious story. He grumbles about making Isaac work those massive jerks 10 times harder. Gold Joshua just screams in pure frustration. He is obviously holding a massive grudge. His dad is absolutely hopeless. He turns around to scold the actual troublemaker, calling out for Isaac. But before Gold Joshua finishes his sentence, the kid is completely long gone. Poof. Completely gone. Isaac was strictly supposed to investigate things, but after doing some incredibly heavy thinking, he just sneaks off into a random, forgotten corner. Only Gold Joshua's frustrated scream echoes through the empty halls. Seriously, where did that brat run off to? Elsewhere, a hand brushes dusty ancient runes. A voice echoes. It instantly recognizes Sabnak's ancient cipher, noting it has been forever since seeing these runes. Yep, it is Isaac and his phantom buddy. The ghostly observer keeps rambling, totally amazed. The phantom cannot believe those demons took over. Isaac ignores the wall, watching his guide closely. High demons would obviously hate serving old bones. Walking forward, Isaac guesses breaking his high-tier magic was simply way too hard for them. Instead, they created a totally fake skeleton king to keep the demon realm in line. They found a sneaky loophole instead of straight-up defying him. Seeing him space out, the phantom points out a massive mystery. That sealing orb holds mana from the Pope and the Crown Prince. That definitely gets Isaac's attention. Why does the orb have traces from those two heavyweights? The Pope makes total sense, but what is the Crown Prince doing here? Why would royalty care about a high demon? As Isaac zones out again, his ghostly guide gently tells him to snap back to reality. Seriously, how long will he keep playing dumb? Isaac finally snaps out of it, throwing this incredibly cool glance right over his shoulder. Does the ghost mean the rats hiding above? Masked figures quietly watch from the dusty rafters. They lurk quietly, but Isaac spots them instantly. Assassins joining the party is highly amusing. These pro-killers freeze in pure shock, wondering how a lowly priest spotted them. Suddenly, the lead assassin feels a chilling shift. His pupils go wide. A massive, terrifying aura explodes from the kid down below, threatening to completely crush them all. Panic mode. They drop down, weapons drawn. They never even saw him cast a spell. No holy chanting, zero warning. Facing their sheer panic, Isaac casually grins. He mockingly asks, "Oh, are you guys mages too?" Before he can even move, the mages completely scramble. They unleash their magic, screaming to take him down immediately. Fragile little priests stand absolutely zero chance against our superior magic. They confidently brag to each other, just cracking up. The ghost turns to mock Isaac. How weak do these absolute fools think you are? Seriously? These fools are only using tier 3 magic on you. It laughs, which only makes Isaac incredibly annoyed. He rolls up his sleeves to teach these punks a brutal lesson. But here is the wild part. A tiny dart flies completely out of nowhere. It hits the back of Isaac's neck, leaving him utterly dazed. The hidden shooter smirks. Game over, so prepare to taste the deadly holy slaying toxin. Instead of dropping dead like the assassin expected, the specter just casually examines the tiny needle, grading its quality. This holy slaying needle is actually some pretty high-tier stuff. Isaac yanks it right out, secretly wishing he could just soak up that sweet mana. Seeing him totally unfazed, the assassin gasps in pure horror, screaming how on earth is he still standing up. His voice shakes, completely shocked, asking if Isaac somehow popped an antidote for their lethal holy slaying poison beforehand. Hearing this, Isaac flips a switch. Not one single second gets wasted. He immediately clutches his head, faking absolute agony just to humor the assassins, loudly groaning about the pain. But it is simply not enough to stop him. He starts boasting about carrying the noble Eshwa family bloodline. The specter physically shivers, utterly cringing at its master's horribly dramatic solo performance. The ghost seriously wonders what kind of absolute nonsense it is watching. Meanwhile, the other assassin quickly hypes his partner up. He is still an Eshwa after all, so shoot him again. Just like that, 2 more needles slam right into Isaac's neck. Isaac totally plays along, staggering around weakly while the ghost backs away in utter disbelief, as our guy yells that 2 tiny needles are nothing. Did they seriously think a member of the noble Eshwa family would go down that easily? He cockily taunts them. Totally triggered by the provocation, the assassins whip out their blowpipes and yell that he is still talking, ordering everyone to fire at once. They completely unload, and a massive barrage of deadly needles sticks all over the upper half of Isaac's body. The rest rain down hard, totally covering him in poison needles from his waist all the way down to his feet. Watching these guys pant with pure exhaustion, Isaac delivers another verbal blow, declaring an Eshua would never fall to such a pathetic attack. You really cannot write this stuff. The guy literally drools with greed, taunting them that 50 more needles might barely faze him. Staring at his creepy, weirdly eager expression, the terrified assassins actually shudder in fear, realizing this guy is a total monster. Right in the middle of this bizarre standoff, one of the poor assassins tremblingly admits that they have completely run out of poison needles. Hearing that, Isaac clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, completely losing interest now that his totally free mana source is dried up. He is forced to switch tactics up. He dramatically collapses straight to the ground, quietly absorbing the remaining mana before making his next move. Watching him suddenly pass out, the dumbfounded assassins can barely believe their own eyes, actually wondering if they somehow managed to defeat him. When he does not respond, they cheer in triumph, totally unaware Isaac is subtly peeking at them with one eye open. "Serves you right, Isaac Eshua!" They gloat over him, but right then, Isaac notices a brand new figure stepping through the entrance. Another shadow enters the room, catching Isaac completely by surprise. The newcomer actually looks incredibly familiar. The man dramatically pulls back his hood, revealing his true identity, and Isaac instantly spots Count Molek. He sees Isaac lying lifelessly on the cold floor. Molek laughs triumphantly, cursing Isaac to go burn in hell for all eternity. "My noble family was completely ruined because of you," he snarls, while the assassins quickly step aside to clear a path. "Today, my vengeance is finally complete." Molek slowly sneers, walking right over to look down at Isaac's completely motionless body. He coldly asks the assassins if the boy is actually dead, prompting them to quickly kneel down and double-check. They frantically check on Isaac, stammering out that they shot an absolute ton of poison needles directly into him. How is this brat still holding on? They wonder out loud, suggesting they should probably just finish him off right now to be totally safe. Molek scowls, clicking his tongue and ordering them to clean up the messy crime scene to make it look like a demon's work. Meanwhile, Isaac finds himself in a pretty tight spot, wondering how to react, since standing up now blows his whole cover. The Spectre, absolutely loving the drama, jokingly tells him he has already done plenty of shady things. So what is one more? The ghost brutally roasts Isaac, pointing out that he never really looked like a proper holy priest anyway. But right before it can even finish, Isaac finally snaps. He grabs the Spectre in a crazy death grip, asking if it has a death wish. The assassins gasp in absolute shock that he is still moving. With zero time to waste, they instantly draw their shiny weapons. They completely surround Isaac. They shout to pin him down and make things as bloody as possible to properly frame the demon. They swear to slit his throat. Watching them close in, Isaac visibly flinches, grinding his teeth while screaming in sheer panic internally. Crap, he has not even absorbed his mana yet. But the thugs have their weapons out and are already closing in hard on Isaac. Yet among the standard thugs, one mysterious figure silently draws a sword that looks completely different from the rest. As they crowd right around Isaac, the swordsman suddenly unleashes a massive, devastating, instantly wiping out his own allies in one single strike. The massive shockwave blows the other killers away. Molek barely holds his ground, utterly stunned as he shrieks, "What is this?" The dust finally clears, and Molek's eyes practically bulge out of his skull in pure, unadulterated horror. Right in front of him stands a mysterious hooded guy gripping a glowing sword packed with absolutely unreal power. A swordmaster. Molek stammers out in total shock. Completely terrified, he stumbles backward, frantically wondering what a top-tier warrior is doing here. The mysterious master channels explosive energy into his blade. He aims right at Molek and unleashes a terrifying wave of pure force. The noble cowers, screaming in utter panic. Meanwhile, Isaac just stands there enjoying the show. He watches excitedly, wondering if that attack was actually magic. The shadow beside him instantly starts kissing up, claiming this swordsman is super green compared to Isaac, though still somewhat decent. The blast finally fades away. A brutally battered Molek collapses straight to his knees, coughing violently while desperately gasping for air. He struggles up, aggressively demanding to know if they realize who they are messing with. But nobody cares about his desperate threats. The oddly familiar swordsman merely smirks as Molek keeps right on blustering and screaming. He yells out asking how anyone dares touch a noble, then he violently curses under his breath and instantly bolts for the exit. Sprinting for his life, he cries about nobody warning him. What in the world is even happening right now? But right at the door, he smacks into another familiar face. Lady Kina is already standing there, totally blocking his escape. Looking absolutely disgusted, she stops him cold. Molek gasps her name in pure shock. This guy has zero clue how doomed he really is. He frantically begs her for help, but before he can even finish his pathetic sentence, things take a wildly violent turn. A blinding flash of light blasts right at him. Kina coldly promises she will explain all of this mess later. The brutal strike lands alongside a sharply chilling warning. She tells Count Molek to take one more step so she can end him. Sparks of lightning erupt with every single word Kina spits out. Electricity crackles wildly around her hands. She angrily complains Isaac is supposed to be training and demands to know why everyone keeps interrupting them. He witnesses her absolute fury. Molek cowers and frantically scrambles backward, begging to know her plan. He pleads for her to calm down, claiming he only came to help, then foolishly rambles about the danger of the kid summoning a god. He warns that the Pope will absolutely intervene, but Kina violently stomps her foot down, completely cutting him off. I genuinely do not care. She snaps right back. Terrifying electricity surges violently across her entire body, and a brutally heavy pressure crushes the air around them. Furious, she demands to know exactly who gave him those orders. Was it the Obsidian family? Caught completely off guard, Molek just stammers, entirely unable to form a coherent response. Right during this tense standoff, Isaac pops out from behind Kina. He flashes a creepy, highly mischievous grin, eager to pry for answers. He casually points out that it sounds like Molek already knows exactly which god he is about to summon. Leaning in to mock the pale, shivering nobleman, the kid says if it threatens the Pope, it definitely must be a gold god. Isaac leans in incredibly close with this ridiculously greedy, hungry look in his eyes. Getting right in his face, he asks about the god of wealth, driving the terrified noble completely insane. Molek screams he has absolutely no idea, desperately begging the kid to back off. But Isaac entirely refuses to let go and just keeps clinging to him. He repeatedly pesters him about the god of money or gold, completely ignoring the man's pathetic pleas. Ignoring them completely, Kina turns to the hooded warrior, casually pointing out his disguise. Because of that, she will just skip the formalities. The swordsman pulls back his hood, revealing himself as Crown Prince Chapless. Kina stares at him in pure, deeply exhausted helplessness. She sighs heavily. Muttering under her breath, she notes his poor attendants must have an absolute nightmare serving him, but Chapless completely ignores the jab. He quickly shifts the topic, suggesting they immediately prioritize hauling Isaac back to the palace. Kina instantly objects, loudly insisting the boy is heading to the Holy Cathedral. But right as they start bitterly arguing, another deep voice sharply rings out. It is a hard no. The speaker steps forward with an insanely majestic presence, stomping the floor to deliver one grand declaration. Isaac is going home. After that heavy declaration, Eli steps forward, dripping with a genuinely terrifying bloodlust. Marching straight up to a shaking Molek, he fiercely growls, demanding to know which arrogant bastard dared touch his boy. 1 second later, totally agonizing screams that sound exactly like squealing pigs echo violently throughout the entire area. Watching this insanely brutal beatdown unfold, Kina quickly corrects herself. She quietly mutters that, yeah, Isaac is definitely going home. Crown Prince Chapless completely agrees there is honestly no place like home, right before the surrounding scenery suddenly shifts. Now leaning against a wall, Chapless frowns hard while his hidden companion gently tells him not to take it personally. Visibly annoyed by the soft comfort, he snaps right back, sharply questioning the exact person trying to soothe his ego. The mysterious figure slowly answers back, seriously wondering how that crazy brat dared seek out a ghost while under strict surveillance. Check out Cardinal Ian Ballard of the Dark Faction. He is literally oozing a dark aura, calmly claiming he highly doubts the kid is that stupid. Chapless instantly fires back, was ordering Count Molek to send actual assassins after Isaac really a big brain move? Ian half jokes about his twisted logic, asking if the Crown Prince wanted to get cozy with Isaac Joshua or what. Totally lost, Chapless questions what on earth he just heard, while Ian slowly turns to face him. He explains that saving a guy from terrifying assassins is basically the ultimate cheat code to win their loyalty. Plus, knowing how the Joshua family operates, those guys would literally rather die than leave a debt unpaid. So the kid would totally hand over his loyalty in explanation. Chapless finds absolutely insane. Mocking the Dark Cardinal, Chapless quietly scoffs. Do those northern crows always scheme in such wildly absurd ways? Those cold-blooded birds do not care about morals or dirty tricks. They are ruthless enough to use one devil against another. Done pacing around the room, Chapless casually grabs a seat and pivots the conversation back to Isaac. He asks if Ian is seriously over Isaac, especially after geeking out so hard over the kid's previous research. While speaking, he flashes back to that super creepy image of the skeleton demon king chained up tight. He brings up Isaac's thesis on crushing the skeleton lord, but Ian literally could not care less. He fires back, yeah, the thesis goes hard, but if the kid actually wrote it, Chapless needs to seriously stop stalking him. This warning, dropped with a super rare bit of goodwill, leaves Chapless completely zoning out in thought. With an interrogation queued up right after the dark trial, Ian reaches out, slaps his hand on a massive stack of papers, and speaks slowly. He calmly notes this is only skipped if Isaac proves his innocence. He lifts his hand, and the document just mysteriously crumples by itself. Otherwise, the Blue Clan is totally wrecked, and honestly, you guys are not ready for this next blow-up. Heavy rain hammers the capital as a seriously angry shout echoes from the Rudolph estate. Inside, Riley is throwing a fit. His face is totally twisted in rage, demanding how this is fair. Even if Isaac summoned an evil god, those jerks have zero right to just snatch him up. Riley knows the kid has no faith, but this completely crosses the line. He fumes, pacing the study. Right now, he is meeting up with Eli and Suri. He is ridiculously outraged that the Dark Cardinal dared to pull this stunt. Listening to him rant, a super pale Eli finally brings up tomorrow's summoning ceremony. He actually talks about the upcoming summoning ceremony. Then he drops a massive bombshell that catches everyone totally off guard. He announces Isaac is not attending, which makes Riley and Gold Joshua instantly protest. They insist he has to show up, but Eli calmly replies that all their recent drama stems exactly from that stupid ritual. Hit with his father's crazy accurate point, Riley just nods quietly, realizing the harsh truth. But their chill vibe completely infuriates Gold Joshua, who grabs his head and violently curses them in his mind. Unable to keep it in, he slams his hands fiercely on the table. He shouts that Isaac absolutely must attend. Eli looks totally baffled by the blow-up, asking if he is crazy since he wanted to protect the kid. Does Gold Joshua really want the world to watch the boy summon an evil god? But Gold Joshua furiously interrupts him. Spilling the massive secret he kept locked away, Gold Joshua screams that Isaac will summon the supreme god instead. Spinning back to Eli and Riley, Gold Joshua firmly declares that no matter what the kid believes, he has to participate. After venting with every single ounce of his energy, Gold Joshua clutches his forehead and lets out a heavily tired sigh. He quietly curses himself for talking, even though dropping that bomb feels kind of relieving. Riley reacts first, totally not believing his own ears as he questions the whole Supreme God thing. Gold Joshua quickly confirms it, but Eli instantly chimes in with another wildly clueless question. Asking who it is drives Gold Joshua absolutely insane, making him shout back that is obviously Isaac. He rapidly details everything he saw at the consecration ceremony to the shell-shocked duo. Since the boy got chosen by the Supreme God, he is forced to join. And yet, Eli remains entirely unfazed by it. Eli does not buy a word of these wild claims, telling him to sleep off the booze and drop the nonsense. Seeing his father completely dismiss him, Gold Joshua aggressively groans, refusing to back down, and yells that he is telling the absolute truth. Then his very next words instantly freeze the old man's hand right as he raises his teacup. He tells his father he saw it all himself at the Bury estate. He just keeps rambling, spilling absolutely everything he knows. Why else would his father think they wanted to adopt Isaac anyway? Once they got rejected, they straight up tried to assassinate the kid. So every single scheme has failed, and now they are desperately trying to block him from attending this massive ceremony. Does his dad still not get why the Barry family acts like this? But this time, Riley is the one with doubts. Joshua just sighs, politely brushing off his brother. Riley claps back that even a crazy novelist would not write something this absurd, telling him to go rest. Hearing those exact words, his chest tightens up with pure frustration. Swearing under his breath, he realizes there is no way to convince either of them. Joshua just turns away in total defeat. Fine, do not believe him, but they finally have a real chance to strike back, and you just want to throw it all away. Flashing a look of pure determination, he boldly declares that he is grabbing Isaac and leaving this house for good. Hearing that wildly dramatic statement, Riley just stares blankly at his brother walking away, wondering if the guy is actually being serious. After a super long, intense silence, Eli finally speaks up, asking once more if everything he just said is actual reality. Getting asked this annoying question again and again, Joshua snaps back with a totally agitated yes. Hearing this third stubborn confirmation, the teacup in Eli's hand actually starts to rattle and shake. He mutters something about the Supreme God, but then Eli randomly slams his cup down, splashing tea everywhere. Deadpan, he declares that God is a massive pervert. Hearing such a wildly blasphemous remark, Joshua just totally loses his mind all over again. Tearing his own hair out and covered in goosebumps, he wails in despair, screaming about how his dad even reached that crazy conclusion. But he has absolutely no clue that Eli's mind is racing somewhere else. Isaac is facing a totally brand new kind of danger. The Supreme God is someone mere humans should never mess with, but maybe they might just dodge this looming interrogation. Eli breaks all this down while picturing Isaac's totally innocent, smiling face. Blind faith honestly means nothing at this point, because Isaac is already chosen by an entity way above the high gods, and nobody can ever oppose the Supreme God's will. But just look at this timing. A panicked soldier suddenly bursts through the doors, screaming that they have a huge crisis. With every single panicked word the soldier gasps out, Eli freezes, his expression going completely blank. The Scarlet Sect has officially launched a brutal heresy trial targeting young Master Isaac. Soon enough, that fateful day rolls around, and we shift to the grand arena where a massive crowd is ready to watch this trial unfold. An elder priest stands up before the young novices, proudly announcing that Phase 2 of the sacred ritual is starting. And while he drones on and on about the super strict rules for this divine selection ceremony, Urging everyone to avoid making mistakes in front of the massive audience, Siri is sweating absolute bullets. He bites down on his nails in pure panic, quietly swearing that this entire situation is absolute madness. Glancing at the heavy lineup of scary inquisitors standing right behind him, he breaks into a cold sweat. They are literally everywhere. As all this heavy pressure builds up, Siri chews his nails even harder, desperately screaming Isaac's name in his head. Like, what on earth did you do to get the Scarlet Sect investigating you? Let us rewind to a few days ago. Down inside a dark and dingy dungeon cellar, a super sharp voice demands to know if he secretly serves the fearsome skeleton Demon King. Deep inside that gloomy little room, a ruthless inquisitor is aggressively interrogating our guy, young Isaac. He presses hard for details, claiming Isaac's name was found hidden inside a code left by the High Demon. But the suspect casually picks his ear with a smirk, grumbling about what they are even saying. The Inquisitor pushes back, spitting out facts. He claims that even though the skeleton Demon King knelt down and repented before the gods, his dark legacy still remains. But hearing those specific words, Isaac completely snaps, cutting the guy off with a massive shout. Knelt and repented? Fuming with uncontrollable rage, he flips the entire table over, screaming at the Inquisitors that the secret code said nothing like that. But by then, it is already way too late. Isaac freezes mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that something here is horribly wrong. The two Inquisitors had literally set a perfect trap to bait him. So you actually do know how to read their secret code, don't you? Gotcha. Smirking, the Inquisitor makes a throat-slitting gesture, warning Isaac they will meet again soon. Thinking back on that total disaster, Siri is left completely speechless, wondering how Isaac could ever fall for such an incredibly obvious trap. Yet here he is, just casually laughing and joking around beside him. Feeling super helpless, he sighs heavy and asks why on earth Isaac thinks they waited until this exact moment for the interrogation. They want everyone to see him chosen by an evil deity, springing a perfectly staged trap. This absolute worst-case scenario immediately flashes right through Siri's mind, and while Nizer is expecting to be chosen by the Crimson Deity, he is going to execute you the second this selection ends, and then frame their entire family as dirty heretics. Siri Joshua is completely at a loss here, but he genuinely wonders what on earth Isaac is even plotting right now. But get this, our lunatic of a main guy is casually dreaming about money, to the point his eyes literally turn into spinning coins. He just keeps chanting for the god of wealth and shiny gold. He is totally lost in his own little fantasy of becoming filthy, incredibly rich. Right behind him, Nazer silently watches this greedy display. A smug, extremely confident smirk creeps onto his face as he tells himself to let Isaac laugh while he still can. He honestly wonders how the guy even managed to pass that brutal interrogation earlier. But he is super ready to humiliate him in front of the whole crowd, completely lost in the exact nightmare scenario Siri Joshua feared. Once chosen by the Crimson Deity, he will summon his master. If Isaac gets picked by an evil god, absolute divine punishment is guaranteed right up in the spectator stands. The whole crowd starts gossiping like crazy about the wild rumors. They whisper about whether the Azure clan has truly fallen from grace. People say the proof will drop right here, which leaves Nazer absolutely thrilled for his perfect shining moment. A messy public trial is far better than any boring official heresy investigation. But the loud announcer suddenly cuts off all their scheming thoughts. The divine selection ceremony is officially starting now. Everyone needs to channel their holy power straight into those distributed glass spheres. Once the signal hits, Siri Joshua grips his orb super tightly. He swallows hard, desperately praying to his great ancestor, the Azure deity. He grits his teeth, trying so hard to send his frantic prayers straight to the ancestors. But suddenly, that bizarre, creepy laughter right next to him just keeps echoing. It completely ruins his focus as he stresses over the evil god. If that happens, they are all dead. So Siri Joshua glances over at Isaac in absolute panic, only to see this idiot drooling and muttering utter nonsense about the god of wealth and money. He screams internally, basically begging the heavens to protect them and ensure Isaac does not summon some evil twisted deity. Right as his prayer ends, raw power heavily surges into the orb. It erupts in a blindingly brilliant golden light, but that radiant glow is coming straight from Isaac's sphere. And honestly, our greedy guy is absolutely thrilled to see that shiny gold color. Golden light totally means the wealth god has arrived, and he is already picturing some jolly deity chilling on a treasure mountain, tossing endless cash his way. He practically begs the gold god to hurry up. As that orb gets brighter, our boy is losing his mind with hype, sensing the deity touching down. His eyes are literally sparkling with pure, greedy anticipation. But right when he expects giant piles of cash, reality hits hard. And honestly, it looks pretty grim. The sigil slowly materializing inside the sphere is not gold at all, just some bizarre, totally unfamiliar mark. His face instantly drops in pure disappointment. His jaw just hangs wide open at the weird symbol. Meanwhile, Suri the floating spirit finds this absolutely hilarious. But Isaac flat out refuses to accept such cruel reality. He dramatically drops to his knees, clutching the useless sphere and sobbing that this cannot actually be happening. Seeing this complete meltdown, Nisar gets insanely hyped up, totally convinced that our kid was chosen by an evil god. Staring right at the glowing orb, Nisar confidently declares he is about to expose this dark truth to everyone. But wait for it, massive plot twist. Isaac suddenly just yeets the orb away with all his might. Nizar and Suri both turn ghost white, watching that sphere soar into the sky like a blazing star. Suri screams in sheer panic, calling him a complete and utter lunatic. Surprisingly, Nizar is absolutely thrilled by this sudden wild development. He dashes after the flying orb, laughing that throwing it away changes nothing. This is his perfect chance to claim a massive achievement, which honestly makes things way better. There is absolutely no way the kid can deny it now. He is going to expose Isaac to the whole world. Nizar immediately orders the nearby chasers to run after the falling orb and lock it down. They bring it back, and seconds later, a figure walks right up to the weeping kid and shouts his full name. Isaac Joshua, the voice, belongs to the chasers, who are just as desperate to expose him as Nizar is. They order him to freeze, declaring they must confiscate the sphere to verify which exact deity chose him. But Nizar misses the absolute worst part. Isaac is forcing this massive, vein-popping grin that looks incredibly painful. If it is an evil god, you get locked up. But before they even finish the threat, Isaac is literally rolling on the ground, throwing a massive tantrum, screaming that it does not count. Right as he flails around demanding a do-over, an inquisitor suddenly rushes in to deliver an urgent report. They actually found the orb. Without wasting a single second, Nizar snatches the glass sphere right out of his hand. "Hand it over," he barks. Pure hype washes over the guy as he prepares to claim his ultimate victory. "Your life is officially over," Nizar declares dramatically, completely forgetting to actually look at the orb first. "Look at the god who picked you," they mock. But when the Inquisitors finally check the orb, they freeze up completely. The guys are stuttering in pure shock, staring straight at Nizar's glowing sigil. The examiner practically loses his mind, screaming that this is the literal mark of the supreme god. Nizar finally glances down at his own crest, and his face just drains of all color. Pure horror hits him. It really is the big boss himself. The crowd totally loses it. Gossip explodes from every corner because something like this is unheard of. Weren't the sapphires supposedly completely corrupted? If this divine mark is real, their shady reputation makes absolutely zero sense. Up in the VIP section, Hira looks ready to pass out. He groans out loud, realizing this nightmare is actually real. Siri finally chills out and walks over to a totally drained Isaac. "Did you honestly toss that away, knowing the supreme god chose you?" Isaac just looks entirely done with life. Our guy bluntly states that deity is completely useless to him anyway. Siri just sighs and practically prays to the heavens, "Please save this giant idiot." Before Isaac can sink into total misery, an overly excited voice cuts through the tension. "Oh wow, the god of wealth spawned right behind some random lucky girl. She is doing a happy dance over her win, completely ignoring the giant shadow dropping over her. She freezes up fast. One look over her shoulder and she turns ghost white, because Isaac is standing there with the face of a literal serial killer. Our boy is straight up mugging her, screaming for her to hand over that orb right now. Completely unhinged, he yells at her to trade with him right now before he commits a crime. Gender equality means everyone gets robbed today. He actually yanks her hair to snatch the prize. Meanwhile, Nizar watches this entire messy display in furious, utter disbelief. Trembling with pure rage, Nizar mutters nasty curses. Then, the scene completely flips on us. We cut straight to this wildly fancy chamber. All the high cardinals and the big king are hanging out. Serapin speaks up first. She smiles gently to announce the news because Eli is currently dying, trying not to laugh. His face is literally tomato red from holding back giggles. She just flashes a warm smile at the highly entertained cardinal. Hella spots the good vibes and jumps right in, throwing some heavy praise at Eli. Old Duke Joshua has to be incredibly proud of his grandson today. And honestly, can you blame the guy? The literal supreme god just drafted his kid. Eating up all that massive praise, Eli sits up tall with a ridiculously smug grin. He totally agrees. But while he is thriving, the other side of the room is suffering. Leon shoots a quick side-eye toward Hira, who is barely keeping his absolute rage from boiling over. Maybe this marks the start of a seriously prosperous era for the whole empire. Before that thought even lands, Hira spits out a bitter challenge. None of this matters unless the kid can actually pull off the summon. Sure, getting picked is cool, but it only really counts when that shiny contract is actually signed and finalized. Eli is taking zero disrespect today. He shoots back coldly, asking who Hira thinks he is to just dismiss divine selection. He boldly points out that nobody in Hira's bloodline has ever achieved this anyway. Cue the most intense staring contest ever. Hela rushes in to play defense, reminding these angry dudes that getting chosen at all is a massive flex. He claims he is totally thrilled by the whole thing and desperately hopes everyone can just play nice for the Empire. But Hira is already spiraling into his own toxic thoughts. He wanted to use Kina's shiny new god to boost his own influence, and now he is seething. He is fuming. He gave that girl absolutely everything. He carried her purely for that lucky blessing. Yet going up against the supreme god makes his schemes completely useless. Hira finally takes a breath and copes hard. It is fine, he tells himself. The kid just got incredibly lucky, and definitely lacks the raw power for a real summon. A supervillain smirk slowly creeps out from under his bangs. Rayleigh decides he has to wreck this contract no matter what. Meanwhile, Hira is off quietly brewing up something incredibly dangerous. Check this out back at the house. Isaac is desperately praying to the wealth god. He would literally bury the supreme god himself for cash. His desk is an absolute disaster zone of scattered books, complete with a tiny ghost snoring on a page. Then, a truly miserable groan hits. Time for a reset. Siri casually brings in a glass of water, wondering aloud if Isaac genuinely hates reading this much. But suddenly you want to hit the books? Isaac grips his head in total agony. I have to, he snaps, aggressively grinding his teeth and tearing through pages. How is there zero information here about canceling a god's selection? Siri just stands there completely speechless. His buddy has officially cracked. Siri finally steps up, sliding the water glass onto the messy table. He genuinely wants to know why Isaac is acting like this. Shouldn't he be throwing a massive party right now? Isaac just angrily crumples a page and shoots him a glare that could kill a man. Oh, you really want to know? Siri instantly breaks into a cold sweat and takes 2 huge steps back. Never mind, please do not speak. He scratches his head, pointing out Isaac already got a gift from the supreme god. The kid is officially chosen. But Isaac just coldly replies he threw it away. Suri yells out in total disbelief. Why toss it out? With that gift, summoning the guy would have been a total breeze. Isaac just brushes him off, says he does not need it. Suri completely blanks, then sighs and accepts the crazy choice. Still, having a top-tier god is way better. Isaac barely even registers the advice. Why? Suri explains, the Scarlet Clan is plotting to summon their deity right now and capture him. Once their god tests Isaac, he is in deep trouble. Without the supreme god shielding him, divine punishment will literally end his life. Hearing this, Isaac gets a greedy sparkle in his eye, telling Suri to hand over the Azure god instead. Would that be enough protection? And hey, the god of light must be amazing at finding shiny gold, right? Suri snaps back in sheer frustration. The god of light absolutely does not work like that. Tuning out Suri and his noisy protests, Isaac sinks into thought. Is there really no high-tier deity who will listen? Finally waking up, the little ghost chimes in. You really think so, kid? Better start prepping a backup plan. A week later, the summoning kicks off at the royal altar. Excited whispers echo everywhere. Will we actually see the supreme god? Dude, do not be ridiculous. Being chosen and actually summoning are totally different things. How could that kid pull it off? Meanwhile, Nizer stands nearby with his arms crossed, listening to the gossip. Did they really not hear about Isaac's terrible faith? When the Scarlet God shows up, Isaac is getting executed. Nizer raises an eyebrow, flashing a super mocking smirk. Whatever cheap tricks you pulled before, they literally end right here today. Smirking, Nizer points straight at Isaac, declaring the Scarlet God will completely wipe him out today. Isaac just blankly thinks this is happening again. Suddenly, a random voice sounds from behind him, agreeing that Nizer is totally right. He warns Isaac to back down before the summoning wrecks his body. Honestly, Isaac just feels annoyed by all this noise. Why are so many guys looking for trouble today? But then Hira startles everyone, offering to help summon the Supreme God. He sets one strict condition, though. Isaac must hand the deity to the Gold Clan. Riley immediately steps in front of Isaac, declaring that offer completely useless. But Hira does not get mad, he just remembers something. He tosses out a much sweeter deal, changing the target to the god of wealth. Naturally, the money-obsessed Isaac immediately agrees. But before he finishes speaking, Riley clamps his mouth shut. As Isaac struggles, his uncle starts running the math. The offer is actually pretty solid. The god of wealth is a high-ranking deity who can easily block the Scarlet God. Riley grinds his teeth, wrestling with the choice. Without their help, Isaac might literally die trying to summon the Supreme God. Letting his favorite nephew face death alone? Absolutely out of the question. He finally reaches a firm decision. Right before Isaac bites his own palm, Riley lets go and gently says his nephew's name. He tells the kid to do whatever he wants. Grinning, Isaac seals the deal with Hira, who nods approvingly. Suddenly, someone frantically runs up with terrible news. The entire order for the summoning ritual just got completely flipped. Neezer is now scheduled to go right before Isaac. Hira frowns in pure shock, and the bright smile vanishes from Isaac's face. Right then, Eli marches up radiating pure murderous intent. He reveals the Scarlet faction just bribed the Black Cardinal. Riley gasps in absolute shock. Calling out to his father, Eli darkly promises to handle this mess himself. Meanwhile, the whole crowd starts gossiping about Nizer taking the stage before Isaac. That is basically a public death sentence for the kid. Right then, Eli strides straight up to Ian by the altar. People spot the Azure Cardinal. Will he actually object to the Black Cardinal? Wait, why is he pulling out a treasure chest? Someone lets out a tired sigh. The Crimson and Azure sects are literally always at each other's throats. A sudden click echoes. The chest lid flies open, and the whole stadium keeps buzzing with endless gossip. You think you know how the righteous Azure family handles things? Think again. Eli makes an insanely direct play. Here's the cash. Now change the lineup. Riley and Suri gape, shouting for their lord to stop. Ian stares at Eli, and the crowd goes entirely speechless. Is the Azure Cardinal seriously offering a bribe? There is no way they accept something so unbelievably blatant. But staring down at that massive chest of gold, Ian's masked face remains completely unreadable. Deadpan. He actually says it is worth considering since the cash pile is huge. The crowd totally gasps. Just then, our boy Isaac jumps in to protest. Running up, he begs his grandpa Eli to stop pleading that their prestigious family absolutely cannot sink this low. He cries out to the family head, begging him to quit. Down below, their supporters are practically in tears over his super righteous saintly vibe. One random guy smiles, happily praising the kid as the absolute perfect future pope. But Isaac totally ruins the holy mood with his very next breath. Plot twist incoming. He leaves everyone frozen solid by begging his grandpa for the bribe money instead. Ren steps right up with a nasty sneer. Who knew the Holy Azure family played this dirty? He raises a sassy eyebrow. Is the big Azure boss actually breaking their own sacred creed? Eli just bows his head a tiny bit. The Azure faith exists to protect the weak. Clutching a heavy gold bar, he boldly makes his stand. We are just protecting the youngest, weakest little kid in our very own family. So, are we not following our sacred rule perfectly? Next to him, Isaac stands totally stunned. Can they seriously twist their religion like that? Then Ian chimes in, this side of you is totally admirable, but he flashes a super shady smirk. We already took bribes from the Crimson sect. Eli grits his teeth in pure rage, you absolute bastard. Do you know what happens if that Crimson brat actually summons a god? Ren eagerly jumps at the chance to mock the old man. So even you find Isaac suspicious. Lord Azure Cardinal, stroking his chin like some fake wise guy, he tells him to quit whining since choices are locked in. Ian completely agrees. What is decided absolutely cannot be changed, Ian firmly declares. So you two will just summon at the exact same time. Ren speaks up, completely and utterly outraged. How can he allow that after taking all their cash? Ian drops his voice to freezing cold, then you had better summon faster, buddy. The Black Cardinal drops a terrifying aura, suffocating the whole area. His chilling voice asks if they are scared now. Ren just grits his teeth, swallowing all that bitter regret. Damn it. Arguing gets him nowhere since the Cardinal holds every single card. Trembling with pure rage, he clenches his fists and mutters a bitter fine. Warning them he will remember this insult. Ren storms off, muttering that both the Azure and Black sects will deeply regret this day. Order settled. Isaac finally calls out, looking pretty hesitant. Eli gently places a comforting hand right on his grandson's shoulder to reassure him. Do not stress, his grandpa says so softly. Even if those jerks manage to summon their god, we will keep you safe. We will absolutely protect you. Looking super emotional, Isaac points behind them and whispers that his grandpa is completely missing the point. Eli chuckles and follows his gaze. Isaac is pointing right at the wooden crates in the corner, those backup bribe boxes sitting over there. Practically drooling with greed, Isaac begs him to hand the boxes over. Eli watches his greedy grandson with warm affection while Isaac rambles on. If there is anything left over, you might as well just give it all to me. Cut to Isaac sporting two massive bumps right on his head. Beside him, someone suspiciously asks what he is plotting now. Siri follows super closely, anxiously nagging him all the way down the hall. She warns that Neser is about to summon the god of law. Isaac ignores her. He tightly hugs his shiny new bribe chest. That is honestly even better, Isaac replies, explaining his slick plan to cut a deal with the Gold family. He intends to completely ruin this ritual. Siri freezes in utter shock. Wait, what? Isaac explains that those shiny bribe items they handed him definitely have some nasty curses attached. His master plan, wait for them to activate, fake a dramatic collapse, and pin all the blame on them. Siri is totally baffled. He knew about the curses but took the loot anyway. Isaac gets dead serious, contemplating a high-tier god crashing the party. Any summoned deity would instantly recognize his soul, so his first plan was just playing sick to get carried right out of the arena early. He also had an insane backup plan, call down a high god to just smash everything to absolute pieces. But since high gods are completely unpredictable, Isaac flashes a super sly grin. If Neser summons the god of law, the whole battlefield shifts in his favor. Licking his lips with deep calculation, he knows dealing with that specific god will be a total breeze. Isaac will use this wild chance to stop the Crimson sect from ever bothering him again. Meanwhile, Nezer is hiding his own shady thoughts. Once he summons that god, Isaac is completely finished. With that, both competitors finally step onto the grand altar. Outside, the host announces the start. Nezer acts immediately, raising his hand high and proudly declaring that he is going first. Red energy pours right from his hand, bursting like a blinding flame across the altar. As Nezer smiles with deep, smug satisfaction, the crowd totally gasps. It is the Crimson God of Judgment. Nezer laughs triumphantly at his own success, while Isaac releases a remarkably gentle aura. He places his hand over his chest, closing his eyes in deep prayer before finally looking up. Boom, his energy surges right on cue. A massive golden pillar of light explodes upward, leaving the entire crowd totally speechless. Are you kidding me right now? Did Isaac seriously just summon a high god? Even Niger stands there staring like a complete idiot. The guy desperately tries calming down. Summoning is only half the battle. Isaac still has to actually sign the contract to seal the deal. Sweating the ticking clock, Niger aggressively claps his hands toward the spinning magic circle and starts praying to his deity. He screams out his plea out loud, begging the divine guy to judge that bastard's soul and drop the ultimate punishment. He loudly labels Isaac as a massive rule breaker in their world. Pure divine energy instantly wraps around the altar as a booming voice echoes back very well. The entity demands to know who dares call themselves a saint. Feeling the big guy arrive, Isaac's inner ghost absolutely loses its mind and screams. The spirit wails that they are definitely about to be completely wiped out. But Isaac stays super chill, telling the voice to relax. The ghost begs him to sign the contract immediately, all while a Crimson Clan priest just watches in utter shock. Did the kid seriously summon a high god? Ren reassures him, fully confident that Niger is still way faster at sealing the deal. Once Niger locks in that pact, it is game over. Right on cue, the glowing summoning runes perfectly click into place. A ridiculously majestic red-haired deity finally shows up. The god of judgment stares down at the tiny crowd and speaks. He asks if Isaac is the guy who literally ate the Skeleton King. Niger looks up in total awe, loudly confirming the boy is a filthy heretic. He begs the boss to judge him, but the deity totally ignores the request. He shoots a cold glare at a smiling Isaac instead. The big guy delivers his brutal verdict. This brat lacks even a single shred of divine faith. That massive bombshell sends serious shivers through the entire crowd. Even worse, the giant boss smells the disgusting rotten stench of the Skeleton King all over Isaac. He confirms the kid is actively using that nasty dark power. Hearing that bomb drop, Niger goes totally pale. What? Raising his giant hand, the deity complains. He is extremely disappointed that such a gross creature would step foot into his sacred territory. He points straight at Isaac, loudly announcing his immediate execution. Watching from down below, Riley drops to his knees in absolute panic. Isaac, being totally faithless, is officially out in the open. A desperate Riley frantically searches for some way to just knock Niger completely unconscious, which would instantly cut his divine connection. But his brilliant plan gets instantly spotted as beefy Crimson Clan guards physically block his path. Ren steps up, harshly mocking the guy and asking if he forgot the Pope's strict decree. Nobody except the summoner is allowed anywhere near the ritual site. Ren smiles like an absolute maniac. Everything happens for a reason, right? If Isaac gets executed, the kid definitely deserves it. Riley just boils over with rage, completely powerless to stop it. Up on the altar, the massive divine hand gets dangerously close. The little ghost inside Isaac starts shrieking in absolute panic. It seriously regrets picking the wrong partner. But Isaac just casually frowns, reminding the noisy spirit what he said earlier. Seriously, everything is completely under control. But facing that ridiculous crushing pressure dropping from the sky, the ghost is totally paralyzed with fear. Refusing to just roll over and die, Isaac raises his hand as a weird blue energy starts gathering right in his palm. He tells the spirit to trust him right as a ridiculously violent crimson lightning bolt strikes down, completely blinding the entire audience. Riley screams out Isaac's name in pure despair. But as the heavy smoke clears, the big majestic deity is standing tall, except the giant's eyes are locked in pure, hilarious disbelief because Isaac is still standing right there, completely and totally unfazed. Not a single tiny scratch on the kid. Before the god of judgment can even process what just happened, Isaac flashes a wicked smirk. He lifts his hand as his eyes bleed into a deep crimson. Yep, this is where the joke ends. Pitch black energy aggressively erupts from his body, flooding the entire altar and hitting the crowd with a sudden, horrible, suffocating pressure. People loudly gasp, shielding their faces while Ren gets major goosebumps. That is pure dark mana. The nearby allies instantly lose their minds in panic. Shouts ring out as everyone realizes the kid is actively channeling raw dark energy. The crazy rumors are actually true. He really devoured the Skeleton King. Is the Azure clan seriously using forbidden demonic power? This kid is a total heretic. Riley desperately tries charging forward to save his boy Isaac, but Simon tightly holds him back. Simon warns the guy that he will get branded a heretic too, but a frantic Riley just keeps struggling to break free. He screams, asking if they are all just going to stand around watching the kid die. Suddenly, another deafening explosion aggressively shakes the arena, and thick crimson smoke blankets the field. Ren flashes a huge, annoying smile, fully convinced that the victory is already his. There is absolutely no denying it now. With the Skeleton King's dark mana out in the open, Isaac is completely toasted. They clearly plan on everyone attacking him simultaneously. Ren just keeps gloating, waiting for his perfect opening to strike. The ally nearby gives a nod, yeah, just wait for his big attack. He yells out to signal the god of punishment, go now, strike, go attack. Meanwhile, poor Riley just helplessly watches all this madness unfold. The frantic squad keeps waving wildly, screaming out to attack, attack, attack. Now, though totally terrified inside, he forces himself to just calm down. Why hasn't the god attacked yet? Is the summoning messed up? Up on the altar, the so-called god of punishment is literally sweating bullets, cold sweat. The god frowns heavily. No way, this cannot be happening yet. Meanwhile, Isaac just stands there flashing a massive grin, that creepy gaze. Hand on his chest, he bows politely with a seriously sly smirk. He promises to take good care of him, long time no see. Old friend. The god of punishment just stares back, completely dumbfounded in shock. The guy's mental state absolutely crumbles. His face darkens. This just cannot be real. But then, he notices a tiny clue. No way. How did this even happen without him noticing? A blood-red barrier has fully formed around Isaac, an actual barrier down below. Ren spots the situation too, taking in the magic barrier. If so, the brat completely escapes his punishment. To verify this, a magic circle pops up. Isaac looks up with absolute disdain. You have not changed at all, you total bastard. Right after the god's hand reaches through the magic circle, finally, he steps entirely inside the barrier. Isaac just threw up. Seeing him, the boy isn't surprised at all. Guess you still have to do everything yourself. The punishment god stays quiet, reaching out to search his soul. But the shocking result freezes him on the spot. Isaac gets slightly startled seeing his giant skeleton demon king soul pulled out. What the heck? But he quickly calms down, smiling. Long time no see. The god stares blankly at the massive skeleton soul. Completely panicked, he frantically repeats the exact same action. Soul search. Soul search. Soul search. Annoyed, Isaac tells him to take it easy on the aggressive searches. The god grits his teeth, feeling cold dread creep right in. This guy was supposed to be sealed inside a tiny bug. Why is he here? Did the seal actually fail? Realizing something insane, his face turns entirely pale. Impossible. The punishment god turns away, desperately trying to convince himself. This must be a clone. He probably just sent a fragment through some minion. Isaac lets out a heavy sigh. This guy is going crazy. Finally, the god turns back in annoyance, warning he will die in that kid's body. He promises to return this body to its true owner. With a metallic clink, Isaac pulls out several mysterious potions. You cannot kill me! Isaac boasts like a crazed collector, asking how a high-tier god like him could ever pull it off. You really want to pick a fight with a supreme god? Don't you see these holy potions? The punishment god flinches hard. The supreme god actually chose the skeleton demon king. What on earth is happening right now? Backing away, he mutters this is totally beyond his capability. He has to report to his superiors. Isaac laughs out loud. Superiors! He starts asking calculated questions, baiting him directly into a trap. I am the skeleton demon king, correct? The god reluctantly agrees. So Isaac presses on, meaning the seal failed, right? As the god stammers, Isaac drops a totally devastating bombshell. Wasn't that seal created by your very own son? The god is startled, unable to deny it. Isaac casually waves him off. Go ahead and report it. The guy's face turns dark with rage, but Isaac just keeps pouring oil on the fire, asking if he forgot something. Won't you also face collateral punishment? You will be penalized too. Isaac places his hand against the barrier. Flashing a menacing grin, he remarks how entertaining it would be if they found out. He simply knows too much. Somehow, he holds crucial intel on the god of punishment, our minor deity who is desperately seeking a promotion. Oh, trust me, this is really bad. If this reaches their ears, you will never get promoted. Plus, those above you might not be happy. They might even execute you on the spot. Fuming, but totally helpless, the poor god weakly asks to put that aside. What do you actually want? Isaac just smiles and answers, oh, nothing much. Since the barrier blocks all sound, Ren stands outside, growing super anxious about what on earth is happening. He cannot hear a thing. Inside, Isaac delivers his ultimate condition. Sign a contract with me, the god nods. Sure, a contract. Wait. He freezes instantly, suddenly processing a highly unbelievable piece of information. He just stares in absolute shock at the smiling boy. He looks Isaac up and down. A demon king signing a pact with a god? No, he is currently a priest. What a total nightmare of a priest. Is he a demon king or a holy priest? To test his own wild theory, he grabs Isaac by the shoulder, asking what his current name is. The boy replies simply Isaac. When pressed for a full name, he honestly answers with Isaac Joshua. The punishment god seethes with pure bitterness. He fell right into a trap. How could this guy belong to the 5 great families? Isaac smirks with triumph. You are finished. You cannot kill me, nor can you report me to your superiors. There is absolutely nothing you can do, so sign a contract with me instead. Despite the huge crowd waiting outside, the two carry on their quiet, tense conversation. The punishment god demands to know what on earth he is planning. Isaac simply shrugs. He just wants to live a normal life. Naturally, the god doesn't believe a single word. Isaac sighs. He claims he was cursed his entire life. But now things are different. He finally secured a completely normal, healthy human body. Dropping to a low, threatening tone, he asks if anyone really expects him to give that up. Then his whole mood shifts instantly. Isaac asks if this big bad deity is just sweating over a failed contract because of his weak faith. Then he mockingly lays on the gratitude thick. Laughing right in the god's face, he points out a hilarious irony. Their massive blunders are the exact reason he even got this human vessel. Doesn't that count as a tribute? By that twisted logic, a contract is absolutely still on the table. Staring down at this unbelievably smug kid, the punishment god seriously considers just squashing him like a bug right here. But Isaac just keeps pressing his luck. They are completely linked now, and human meat is hilariously fragile compared to a literal deity. He casually asks, does this god actually think he plans to run around screaming that he is the legendary Skeleton King? Isaac plays the innocent card. He just wants to live a super quiet, boring life inside this tiny human body. Right on cue, a ghost pops out to mock him, whispering that he literally never stops lying. Isaac just shoots back a telepathic reply. He insists it is the truth. Then he spills his actual agenda, a pitch-black secret kept strictly between him and the ghost. The real plan? Quietly assassinate every single god, steal back his stuff, and climb to the absolute top before dropping one massive, chilling finale. Once he hits max power, he will annihilate everything. Glancing back up at the punishment god, he casually adds that he needs an assistant, specifically, a spy up in the heavens to feed him all the juicy divine secrets. The Spectre immediately asks about the High God's role in this. Isaac just smirks. He plans to use that top-tier boss to blackmail the entire pantheon. Meanwhile, the punishment god is sweating bullets. The old myths claim the Skeleton King always hunted for a mortal body just to feel death. Maybe that explains this unhinged obsession with the kid's body. Clenching his massive fists, the god shoots down Isaac's insane terms entirely. Even if he wanted to play along, the Red God can only sign contracts with actual descendants of the Red Clan. Outsiders are a hard no. The second he hears this rule, Isaac's cocky little smirk completely vanishes. That deadpan shift instantly puts the giant deity on edge. Isaac goes ice cold, warning the guy to think really carefully. He casually reminds the god what happens when he throws a tantrum. The deity's face drains of color as Isaac gives him a slow thumbs down, asking if he should just blow himself up again. The god grinds his teeth together, completely furious that this absolute lunatic is weaponizing suicide. The divine cleanup from Isaac's last blast is literally still giving him a headache. He glares daggers at the insanely cocky brat standing there. He bitterly decides to just cave and appease the maniac, though he really wonders why Joshua had to be the unlucky victim. Now watch this ridiculous negotiation. Stepping up, the deity demands to know if he will actually stay quiet. Isaac beams, extending his hand. Absolutely. Backed into a corner, the god aggressively grits his teeth and actually seals the divine pact with him. A loud snap rips through the room. That heavy crimson barrier completely shatters into pieces like cheap glass. Ren starts cheering his head off, praising the god's arrival, while the clueless crowd assumes the deity just vaporized the Skeleton King's dark energy. Thinking they won, the Red Clan Knights charge right in to arrest the supposedly helpless heretic, screaming at him to freeze. They rush the altar only to find Isaac just standing there making zero effort to run, practically dancing in place. He spins into this overly dramatic bow, sweeping his arm at the angry mob before the confused knights even process what is happening. Isaac proudly flashes the bright, glowing crimson contract mark stamped right on his hand. He drops the most punchable, provocative wink imaginable. He flat out tells them he just stole their god, Double Dog daring them to stop him. Panicked whispers explode through the entire hall. People are losing their minds, asking if the Red God seriously just teamed up with a blue priest. Wait, wasn't Isaac supposed to summon the High God? Ren instantly starts sweating buckets, absolutely terrified by this insane plot twist. He panics, wondering why Isaac targeted their specific god unless this crazy kid is greedy enough to claim both deities at once. The crowd's volume cranks up. People start theorizing that the maniac might just drain the red god dry before trapping the high god too. An angry guy points directly at Isaac. He screams that this total lunatic is definitely taking their precious deity hostage. Catching all these frantic insults, Isaac just slowly curves his lips into a deeply amused, evil little grin. Honestly, he thinks that really is not a bad idea. The place devolves into absolute chaos. Their red god just picked an Azure clan kid over the Scarlet clan's own people. If the literal god of punishing heretics chose Isaac, that basically proves the kid's faith is flawless. All this nervous whispering leaves Nizer shaking with rage. The logic is breaking everyone's brains. How on earth could their red god value some random Azure clan child over the Scarlet clan's actual golden heir? The mob keeps buzzing. Did they not just brand Isaac a heretic? Think about it, if this kid was truly evil, their god would have smote him immediately. Wow, the Scarlet clan has really fallen off a cliff. Meanwhile, Isaac just spreads his arms wide, happily soaking up the confused chatter like the star of the show. Right then, Nizer Lion completely loses it, snapping in pure rage as his face goes totally dark. Are you trying to steal our god? Nizer Lion shoots a freezing glare toward the red god and the Azure clan's absolute faith. He demands with a heavy growl there has to be some mistake here, expecting them to cancel the contract, but Eli Joshua bluntly fires back. Why on earth should we do that? A super smug smirk dances on his lips. After all, the whole condition to become pope is harmony, right? Harmonize all 5 faiths, that is. Well, now my precious grandson has officially been chosen by your very god. Nizer Lion grinds his teeth hard enough to crack them, thick blue veins popping on his forehead at that absolute bastard. Behind him, a priest instantly protests. This is completely insane. How can a guy just swipe the god of an entirely different clan like this? Rain agrees 100%. Seriously, how does a member of the Jimon Joshua family hijack the god of the Nizer clan? But Riley Joshua just casually glances over, not bothered at all. Let us go, Patriarch, because we have zero reason to listen to these guys. He loudly demands they return the god, but Isaac totally cuts him off. Everything happens for a reason. Riley Joshua mockingly reminds the guy, isn't that exactly what you told me earlier? Meanwhile, back at the Joshua mansion, Siri Joshua's frustrated shouting rattles the entire room. What the hell did you just pull out there? He angrily snaps. Did you even see the way they were glaring at you today? We are already short-handed, so stop making enemies. But Isaac completely ignores the rant. Siri Joshua totally chokes on his words. Meanwhile, Isaac just rests his chin on his hand, deeply annoyed while remembering a certain bastard. Isaac flashes back to that night in a completely sealed room, watching brilliant streams of radiant energy twisting around each other, shrouded by countless heavy layers of magic. The god of punishment softly sighs out a warning. You better be careful, because if the higher-ups find out, things will get incredibly messy. Isaac casually jams his hands right into his pockets. Yeah, he knows that body was crafted with extreme precision, but it seriously trashes his lifespan. The god suddenly sounds dead serious. Because of that fatal flaw, we created multiple saint candidates. The deity pauses for a really brief moment, then throws out an offer. If you want, I can easily transfer you to a brand new body. What do you think about grabbing a kid from the Scarlet clan? The god of punishment suggests it would actually be way better for forming a contract with him. Hearing this, Isaac suddenly figures something out. Pointing one finger at his own chest, he smirks. Turns out this body is even better than I originally thought. He flashes a dangerously sly grin. If it was not excellent, you would have zero reason to ask me to switch bodies. The god's eye twitches in sheer annoyance at this incredibly cunning bastard. Clearing his throat, the god of punishment quickly regains his serious composure. Even so, I am absolutely not lying to you. But Isaac bluntly cuts him off. Yeah. No matter how strong it is, it wears out fast. Besides, the other saint candidates are definitely just as strong, right? Suddenly, a blazing magic circle bursts to life right inside the god's open palm. Since I tried tricking you once, let me give you some real advice. The god sharply emphasizes every single word. Do not put too much trust into the Joshua family. Snapping back to reality, Isaac still cannot quite wrap his head around why the god would say something so cryptic. But while he stays lost in thought, Siri gets incredibly annoyed. Hey, are you even listening right now? You only made a contract with the Red God because you lack mana, right? Is that honestly why you just contracted with the Red God? Isaac lazily rubs the back of his neck, murmuring not quite. But watch this timing. A super loud, energetic voice suddenly echoes right through the door. There you are. Haraberry proudly walks in, sporting a pretty rare, beaming smile on his face. Let me extend my absolute warmest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place with my precious Kina in the Black Faction's big exam. He laughs so heartily. Even though I totally hate that you tied since you belong to the Azure clan, I guess it is fine. Isaac visibly winces. Oh boy, just listening to this guy sends literal shivers down his spine. How on earth is that man still laughing so cheerfully? Haraberry leans in with a totally sweet, coaxing tone, firmly reminding Isaac not to forget their little agreement. He promises to pay way more than originally discussed if Isaac hands over the high deity, leaving Siri Joshua standing there completely stunned. A wild thought flashes inside Siri Joshua's mind. No way, Isaac agrees. But Isaac slowly stands up, asking if he is totally serious. His eyes light up as he readily accepts. Hearing this, Siri Joshua yells in absolute rage, calling him totally insane while Isaac calmly rubs his hands together. He agrees to hand her over, but demands the cash first, eagerly beckoning Haraberry for the promised god of wealth. At that exact moment, a sudden realization flashes through the mind of that cursed follower of wealth. Without hesitation, he reaches deep into his breast pocket. After all, everyone has a super strict limit on how many contracts they can make with gods. Haraberry places a small box on the table, noting that a pope can easily form multiple contracts at once. But for Isaac, it is incredibly difficult. He quickly pops the box open, offering a special summoning stone so a formal contract will no longer be necessary. Isaac cheers in pure delight. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua drops his jaw, recognizing the sacred pillar stone from the yellow faction. Suri Joshua simply cannot believe his eyes. This one rock holds way more divine mana than nearly any holy temple out there. Giving our guy an item that could bless a whole kingdom, Isaac wastes no time and quickly snatches the stone right up. He casually pockets it away. He states his only job now is summoning the high deity for them. Hyaberry hesitates here, wondering if this dude truly feels zero attachment to a literal god. The Watcher Ghost stares in curiosity, asking if he will actually give her up. Isaac just shrugs, saying he only wants to know. He needs to find out what this high deity actually desires because trusting gods is a rookie mistake. Across the room, Hyaberry bows slightly. He announces the stone is delivered, but before he can even finish, a wild sight makes Hyaberry completely freeze up. Before anyone can even react, the high deity just spawns out of nowhere, standing totally silent right behind Isaac. She slowly reaches her hand forward, releasing a massive wave of golden divine energy glowing with absolute majestic power. The whole space trembles as the deity gently rests her divine hand right on the back of Isaac's hand. Instantly, the golden light converges together, weaving into a crazy holy pattern. Suddenly, Suri Joshua yells out in sheer horror. Pointing at the glowing light, he shrieks, "That is the divine contract seal of the high deity." The priests in the room are totally speechless. One confirms it really is the seal. Another stands completely dazed, telling everyone to wait. Doesn't this mean he already holds 2 active contracts? Isaac goes completely pale, wondering what on earth is actually happening right now. Terrified, Isaac completely panics, wondering why she suddenly forced a contract on him. But while he loses his mind, everyone else sees something different. Suri Joshua stares with deep admiration, realizing Isaac planned this absolute madness from the start. He believes Isaac secretly set up the contract beforehand, calling him a cunning backstabber who always stays 10 steps ahead. Isaac clenches his fists, mentally screaming that they have it all wrong. Meanwhile, Hyaberry's priests grind their teeth in pure fury as one thought echoes loudly. This shameless guy took their precious gift, then immediately bound himself to the deity anyway. They curse the shameless blue faction, totally convinced these schemers planned to double-cross the red faction and them from the very start. With their anger boiling over, they vow not to let this slide. Then Isaac throws a massive curveball. He suddenly collapses onto the floor, throwing a huge tantrum and demanding they cancel the contract, leaving the furious priests completely dumbfounded. They just stand frozen. Isaac keeps up his dramatic breakdown, begging the cardinal to tell him how to reverse this absolute madness, trying to calm him down entirely. The cardinal says he gets this was an accident and tells Isaac to show his hand. Hyaberry's gaze sharpens, promising to break the tie gently while tapping Isaac's hand. He explains these divine contracts cannot be forced open. The bond only breaks if Isaac truly rejects the deity. Isaac firmly declares he wants it gone at any cost. Hyaberry closes his eyes as golden spiritual energy flares up to activate his skill. Starting the link burner, he mutters the contract is officially nullified. He keeps chanting to erase the mark, but sees Isaac getting completely distracted. Hyaberry snaps at him to stop messing around. He barks to stay focused and sever the bond properly, making Isaac yell back that he is trying his hardest. While Hyaberry continues burning the link, Isaac winces. He endures the burning heat in his palm, mentally screaming for the high deity to get lost. He pleads for the god of wealth instead, begging the damn high deity to leave him alone. Desperately praying with closed eyes, he just begs her to leave and break the annoying bond. Surely that should be enough. But get this, things take a turn. Hyaberry suddenly grabs Isaac's wrist with veins popping on his forehead, demanding to know if he is playing a joke. Seeing the seal completely intact, Isaac just widens his eyes. The Watcher Ghost tells him to just give up and accept the win. Isaac lets out a very bitter laugh. Even with all this crazy power, he still prefers a god of wealth. And honestly, something feels pretty off here. Feeling like he is getting played, his face goes completely dark. If this is genuinely just a massive mistake, things are about to get really ugly. Then give the stone back, because he has had enough. Behind him, Suri Joshua nods silently in total agreement. It is a real shame, but he has to do this. Trapped in a corner, an absolute wild idea flashes right in his mind. Since things have already gone this far, Isaac loudly calls out to the cardinal. Then he bolts for his life to make a quick getaway. Before vanishing completely, Isaac's voice echoes back from the distance. "I will never forget what you all did to me." The poor man stands frozen, his mouth twitching as he wonders what on earth that brat is talking about. What exactly did they do to him? The assistant stands there totally bewildered. Was the kid not supposed to return that stone first? Wait, is he actually about to give it back? Nope, he dives straight out the window instead. Panic erupts as everyone screams that the target is escaping. Meanwhile, over in the Academy banquet hall, total hype is building. Students are feasting and whispering about wild rumors like, did you hear Isaac somehow formed 2 different contracts? Can a person even make covenants with 2 separate gods at the exact same time? Everyone glances toward Kina Berry for comparison. Sure, Ken signed a pact with twin deities, but that is a completely different story. Twins count as just one single entity, but Isaac bonded with 2 totally separate gods from entirely different pantheons. Plus, one of those deities is literally a high god. Right on cue, a booming voice echoes straight through the entire room. Silence. Everyone, we have an official announcement. The priest unfurls his scroll and reads the final verdict out loud. After careful deliberation, the first-place winner of the Black Trial is officially declared as Isaac Joshua. The whole hall instantly erupts into chaotic murmurs, leaving quite a few students standing there with their jaws on the floor. Isaac Joshua, please report to the Cardinal's office to collect your reward. David jumps right up, aggressively shaking his buddy's shoulders from sheer hype. He yells over to Suri Joshua that their group might actually go down in history for this 5-color trial. Suri Joshua just sits there completely stunned, wondering if he is somehow dreaming. Grinning warmly, David asks where on earth Isaac ran off to. Suri Joshua quickly avoids eye contact, muttering that he has no clue. David just laughs it off, wondering where the guy disappeared. The dude would probably be losing his mind knowing they won. Clearing his throat, the priest announces that the 5-color trial is officially over. He slowly scans the room. He tells the students they are finally ready to step into the real world using everything they have learned here. Graduation takes place during the New Year festival 3 months from today. Right on cue, a group of elite seniors strut inside. The priest quickly throws in a tip, advising the new grads to make nice with their seniors before taking off for good. Right as he says that, the super arrogant chief priest of the 2nd-tier order marches in with 2 intimidating bodyguards. Their super condescending glares sweep the room. Shivering, David whispers that those high and mighty seniors look ready to dish out a brutal lesson. Another student nods that welcoming ritual is notoriously vicious, sending a wave of nervous whispers right through the crowd. Wait, is that not the senior priest of the 2nd-tier order? Everyone wonders why he showed up, guessing he is hunting for Isaac. Suri Joshua breathes a massive sigh of relief. He feels relieved that Isaac is absent and cannot ruin things with the senior priest. Talk about a complete nightmare. He makes a mental note to warn Isaac against pulling any stupid stunts. But now look completely ruining that prayer. Isaac kicks the double doors wide open and blasts inside. A mob of furious Templars charges in right behind him, screaming for the lunatic to hand back their precious sacred stone. Watching this absolute chaos explode, the senior priest watches in pure disgust, asking if that trashy kid is really the famous Isaac everyone hypes up. He scoffs that the boy completely lacks dignity, looking like a total rabid dog just as the rumors claimed. But before the guy can even finish his arrogant insult, Isaac vaults forward and plants a brutal kick right onto his face. Without missing a beat, Isaac triggers an acceleration spell, launching himself high into the air. Onlookers shriek in utter horror while the fallen senior furiously roars out at the complete lunatic. Panting heavily, Isaac just yells back that he is way too busy. He screams for everyone to clear the path, while an assistant frantically checks on the downed senior priest, asking if he is okay. An enraged priest points at Isaac. He screams to know if that kid has lost his absolute mind. Trying to stay composed, the senior priest grits out that they must teach this arrogant rookie a lesson. But before he even gets the words out, a bucket of dirty water and fresh flowers splashes directly into his face. Isaac literally grabs whatever is nearby, aggressively chucking random junk directly at the pursuing guards. He yells out to ask how much longer they plan on chasing him like this. Dodging in pure rage, a guard screams out, "What is this crazy lunatic throwing at us?" Total madness consumes the entire hall, while furious demands for the stone echo around them. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua stands completely frozen in pure terror. Oh man, that absolute idiot is definitely going to get them killed. Suri Joshua desperately wonders what is wrong with his friend, while the seniors fume in rage over a rookie stepping on their leader's face. With a deadly threat in his voice, the senior priest sneers. Does he really think he can escape after doing this? He points out that everyone already treats the kid like a saint candidate. Thanks to that, he has completely lost any trace of actual manners. The second-ranked chief priest just clenches his fist real tight. Come on, do not be like that. The kid is only 10 years old. This is actually pretty normal. The senior priest responds, totally crushing the flower in his hand. They just need to teach this brat a proper lesson. Every single person present instantly shares the exact same terrified thought. They are totally doomed. The second-ranked chief priest slowly stands up, turning right toward the trainee assigned to the royal family. They are getting their mission straight from the queen herself. He goes on, they are about to get a quest involving the skeleton demon king. Their final graduation grade completely depends on how that turns out. Current rankings are definitely not the final result. A super devious smile slowly spreads right across the chief priest's face. Do they honestly think that little brat can score high without their help? Once he hits a failing grade, he is in for a rude awakening. He coldly mutters that the kid only turned into a monster because everybody around him spoiled him rotten. Guiding him back to the right path is just natural. But the second those words leave his mouth, he covers his pale face. Oh boy, they are definitely targeting the kid now. But before the chief priest can even finish that next sentence, bam! Another brutal kick lands right across his face. The guy needs to taste failure. Isaac just glances back slightly. What on earth is he even mumbling about? Ren frantically chases right after him, while the other guy grumbles in pure annoyance. Why does he keep helping Isaac? Wait, is he actually on his side? The guy clicks his tongue, suddenly jumps down, and just shrugs it off. It all happens way too fast, leaving him frozen with wide eyes. Siri Joshua is honestly way too panicked to speak. Clutching her messy hair with both hands, Kina Berry simply cannot believe her own eyes. As they stand completely frozen in place, Isaac turns back with this bright smile and waves, "See you guys on graduation day." Meanwhile, inside the Joshua mansion, Shrapnel stands up straight, speaking in this incredibly serious tone. He swears to take care of his master's body and soul, using totally unimaginable magic techniques to satisfy him. The exact kind of magic those priests could never even conceive. Hearing that wild claim, Ree Joshua falls backward in total shock. Terrified, Ashley rushes forward, bowing as she frantically assures everyone there is absolutely nothing to worry about, just a brand new bond. Meanwhile, Kina Berry suddenly speaks up, eagerly yelling, "Marry me!" She actually grabs Isaac's shoulders and shakes him violently, demanding he build a family with her. He just gasps in pure shock. Wow, did he seriously just get proposed to? Talk about a crazy love triangle. Siri Joshua just grits her teeth, desperately holding back her rising anger. How can anyone actually say that out loud in public? Now Isaac just points his finger and yells, "I knew my uncle was a eunuch. How is that even possible?" He stands totally frozen, looking like he got struck by lightning. Riley's big secret is officially out. Hold on to your seats, a glowing magic circle suddenly appears right beneath his feet. His scalp goes totally numb as cold sweat pours down. Damn it. This is the actual summoning circle for the skeleton demon king. Is there seriously anyone left who can pull this off? Hearing Chapless speak, Isaac just panics even more. Finally, his pupils just shrink with pure shock. Slowly turning his head, his pale face goes completely blank with utter surprise. His Highness Chapless frowns in deep confusion. Why on earth was he summoned by the skeleton demon king's own magic circle? An earth-shattering secret is slowly getting uncovered. Outside in the garden, the daytime weather is beautifully clear and fresh. The sky is filled with warm, golden sunshine. But that peaceful silence gets suddenly shattered by a really loud yell. "Hey, you little brat." Folding his arms, Isaac firmly grits his teeth and demands an answer in absolute anger. That whole crazy incident was definitely your doing, was not it? Right next to him, the spectator's ghost wears a super smug grin. Shrapnel drops to his knees in total silence, offering zero reply. The spectator's ghost then points a finger directly at him. He confirms it absolutely happened while his master was sneakily stealing the law god's power, and then actually raising a hand against the high god meant for the Yellow Clan. He even swallowed their pillar stone before slipping away, completely ignoring whether those priests lived or died. Suddenly, a chaotic scene from the past flashes back. Inside a dark room, sharp metallic clashes echo continuously. The face of the long-haired priest turns completely pale and completely bloodless. With zero life left in him, another priest watches in pure terror as the holy knights surrounding him just get completely blown away. He screams out in sheer panic, "Terrorists! There are actually terrorists! Someone is actively targeting the priests, the core lead of the Pope." Back in reality, Isaac just looks down at the kneeling figure and totally exposes the truth. Even though they tried hard to disguise it as a divine miracle accident, one quick look completely reveals its true nature. Shrapnel bows his head even lower, whispering in a super soft voice that he is truly sorry to his lord. And yet, his gaze remains incredibly determined. He says he absolutely cannot sit idly by and watch those trash priests dare to plot and attack him like this. Isaac just closes his eyes, puts his hands right on his hips, and sighs, saying he already figured as much anyway. Out of nowhere, Sarnaut mutters something that startles Isaac wide awake, saying it is totally fine. Sarnaut covers the gaping wound in his chest, calling it his final duty anyway, making Isaac frown hard. Looking at the injury, Isaac realizes the Cardinals dealt this blow, and it is definitely a fatal one. Sarnaut bows his head once more, digging through his robes for a final gift for his master. He admits it is embarrassing to show such a pathetic state, then pulls out a glowing green magic stone, asking for one final chance to spill his soul. Isaac frowns, asking if that is a memory stone, while Sarnaut holds it high in both hands. He explains, this stone contains every secret of the empire he gathered over 15 long years serving as a slave. It will definitely help your journey, he adds, sincerely thrilled to repay his master's huge kindness like this. Expressing his deep gratitude, Sarnaut pours his heart out, while Isaac just stares back in complete, stunned silence. Since escaping is impossible, he chooses death right before dropping some strategic instructions for his master. If you summon the priests right now, you can take full credit for taking down one of the 14 retainers. But Isaac cuts him off instantly, raising his hand to reveal a glowing red magic symbol on his skin. He summons the god of punishment to show up right now, and the deity pops in looking super annoyed, only for Isaac to smirk and hit him with heavy blackmail. He threatens to expose that the ruined seal was actually the god's stupid fault, then straight up commands him to alter Sarnaut's attribute, calling it an easy job, which leaves the god staring at Sarnaut in utter confusion. The god stammers in shock, but Isaac's eyes flash red with a dark smirk as he repeats his command. I said turn an undead into a human, you blockhead, he barks out, making the god gasp in sheer disbelief. The god asks if he has completely lost his mind, but Isaac ignores the attitude and orders him to chop chop. Pointing a finger, Isaac reminds him that the god of punishment can easily break natural laws, all in the name of handing out divine punishment. Like turning a diamond body into fragile glass, or breaking legs so sinners cannot run away, and the deity hesitantly admits that is exactly how his authority works. Isaac's eyes light up with pure chaotic joy, asking what happens if they turn a painless undead into a fleshy human. Won't he finally suffer the ultimate agony of being a weak human, feeling every single bit of excruciating pain? The god nervously thinks to himself that this guy was once the Demon King's top head butler, a ruthless skeletal assassin who wiped out countless divine servants back in the glory days. There were way too many to count, and he could only handle him because the guy was undead. Narrowing his eyes, the god comes to a firm decision, absolutely stunned that Isaac wants to turn this dangerous monster into a living human. He flatly refuses, declaring he will never help one of the 14 legendary retainers escape justice. The god digs his heels in, but Isaac just rests his chin on his hand casually, asking if he prefers prison instead. The god snaps right back, yelling that Isaac will go down with him, calling him a big-mouthed bluffer. Asking if Isaac really thinks he can be bossed around so easily, the god freezes as Isaac casually waves goodbye and walks off. Isaac drops that he is heading off to gossip with the Pope, and you can see the absolute panic in the god's eyes as Isaac tilts his head with a sinister grin. Isaac warmly invites him to drag each other straight down together, but the deity frantically screams that they will both get destroyed. Isaac just dramatically throws his hands out, declaring life is useless if he cannot save his loyal follower. Sweating bullets, the terrified deity curses this absolute psycho who would actually go through with it. Realizing nothing on earth is worse than dealing with a maniac, and with his own divine neck on the line, the god helplessly begs him to stop. He reluctantly yells to the walking Isaac that fine, he gets it. Caving to his insane demands, he agrees to transform Sarnaut, while Isaac turns around saying he should have just cooperated in the first place. Speaking through the magical mark on Isaac's hand, the god begrudgingly tells him to touch his dying retainer. He gears up to cast the spell, while a nearby spirit observer cringes at how gross this entire spectacle is. Sarnaut mutters in disgust about where this nasty holy energy is coming from, but Isaac just smiles, resting a hand on his shoulder as raw magic explodes down his arm. The god of judgment bellows out his divine humanizing sentence, and the swirling magic violently wraps around Sarnaut, forcing him to feel real, agonizing pain trapped inside a human body. Sarnaut's body suddenly begins to melt away as the god chants the harsh conditions required to maintain this human form. Sarnaut's entire body blurs into a pitch-black shadow, while the glowing magic flares up with terrifying intensity. Isaac quickly calculates his next move. He is absolutely thrilled this transformation will finally shake off those annoying church cardinals. He smirks, imagining a ridiculously powerful, totally loyal personal butler right by his side. Then, the ghostly observer behind them just gasps in total shock. He yells out as the bright magic fades away, revealing long, flowing red hair in its place. Isaac eagerly calls out Sarnet's name, but completely freezes the second he sees that face. He yells out in pure shock, demanding to know if Sarnet is actually a girl. Sarnet looks down at her hands and respectfully replies that it seems so, leaving Isaac frowning in total confusion. He definitely never saw this crazy twist coming. Her voice and build were completely masculine before. Crossing his arms, he walks a bit closer. He asks about any discomfort, and Sarnet nods, mentioning how wild it feels to suddenly have actual human senses. Isaac sternly warns her to keep this identity a total secret. He means especially from his grandfather and the whole family. Sarnet clenches her fist, promising she will, while Joshua apparently stays obsessed with crushing the Skeleton King entirely. After all, the Blue Cardinal wields power rivaling the Pope himself. Isaac tries warning her to be extremely careful, but gets totally cut off. Before he can even finish, Joshua leaps right out from the bushes, loudly screaming Isaac's name. Stomping over in a massive rage, he demands to know exactly where Isaac has been hiding. Isaac completely keeps his cool, explaining he had to run for his life just to protect the stone pillar. Joshua just gets more worked up, explaining how some terrorist attack has thrown the entire place into absolute chaos. Isaac raises an eyebrow at the word terrorist, while Joshua frantically breaks down the whole insane situation. From the high-ranking priests to the exact people Isaac just betrayed, everyone got attacked, and the hunt is officially on. Little does he know the actual culprit is standing right next to him. Joshua anxiously runs a hand through his hair. He warns Isaac the second year's blacklisted him, and their next joint quest comes straight from the Seventh Prince. While everyone else gets to pair up, they expect Isaac to go completely solo without even bothering to notify him. Isaac casually crosses his arms, suggesting the two of them should honestly just form a team right now. Joshua quickly looks away, admitting he already has a partner, before warning Isaac this quest is definitely no joke. It is a highly dangerous mission tracking down a spy serving the Skeleton King, which makes Isaac frown. He wonders about this supposed spy, while his ghostly observer quietly complains about whatever crazy plot is unfolding next. Joshua adds that someone is actually trying to summon the Skeleton King right inside the Imperial Palace itself. Isaac glances back with a weird look, wondering who would honestly bother wasting time on something so completely pointless. Sarnet just closes her eyes, shaking her head, while Joshua frantically explains they have already spotted a real suspect. But the level 6 squad got wiped out, and even level 7 Royal Knights were utterly crushed, totally infuriating Isaac. He snaps at how brainless they are, expecting first-year cadets to basically go and capture a monster like that. Joshua acts a little bashful, admitting that because of the extreme difficulty involved, they are strictly required to go in as a duo. He teases that if Isaac begs, he might reconsider, but Isaac just wiggles his finger in a flat no. He tells Joshua not to bother, he already has a partner lined up. Joshua opens his eyes incredibly wide, finally spotting Sarnet standing quietly right behind Isaac. Joshua practically jumps right out of his skin in pure surprise. His face turns bright red staring at her, loudly demanding to know exactly who this absolute beauty is. Isaac shoots him a deadly glare, then casually explains he simply saved her from a vicious demon attack. Sarnet silently listens to Joshua reacting in shock, prompting Isaac to quickly spin a completely fake story. He claims she got caught in the crossfire while he was busy chasing those 14 followers. He sighs with total fake helplessness. He claims she insisted on following him everywhere just to repay her debt. Joshua snidely mocks his attitude, since when did a guy like him actually care about saving people anyway? Joshua starts letting his imagination run totally wild. Sure, she is a beauty, but something feels completely off about her. A random woman with zero background trailing them is highly suspicious. Maybe she knows he belongs to the powerful Joshua family. What if she wants to kidnap him for ransom? Sarnet steps up with a reassuring smile, telling them not to worry. She insists she is only there to serve her master. Now watch Joshua completely lose his mind at this sudden confession. He instantly demands to know where she came from and who she really is. Then suddenly, Sarnet gasps, as if just remembering something. "Oh," she says, "how terribly rude of her she is. No mere servant," she adds, as her collar slips right off her shoulder. With sparkling eyes, she proudly declares herself as Isaac's personal slave. Ciri's face turns ghost white on the spot. His jaw hits the floor while stuttering out the word slave. Sarnet keeps going anyway, reciting a dramatic oath of total loyalty to serve her master day and night until a panicked Ciri cuts her off. He quickly pulls her shirt back up, screaming at Isaac for being a completely shameless, indecent trash bag. Since when do holy priests even indulge in such wild scandals? Meanwhile, Isaac just stands there silently staring at Sarnet, wondering what on earth Ciri is rambling about. Ciri frantically buttons her shirt up while warning her that Isaac is high royalty. He is already engaged, so any scandal means total chaos and she must leave right now. Sarnet just stares back calmly, saying she would never dream of becoming his actual fiancé anyway. She only wants to soothe his weary soul, leaving Ciri frozen solid like a rock statue. Charlotte gently begs, explaining that her master's divine image is already burned forever into her brain. She can never leave, frantically pleading right now for permission to stay at his side forever. Ciri trembles, looking back at Isaac with watery eyes while Isaac just blinks, wondering what is wrong with him. A dramatic tear rolls down Ciri's cheek before he lets out a high-pitched scream that echoes across the quiet garden. He cries out to his grandfather about Isaac bringing home shameless habits, while somewhere else at that exact second, Riley Joshua suddenly shivers hard while working at his desk, wondering why he randomly got goosebumps under the bright morning sun. Sunlight hits the grand Joshua estate, where inside a tense room, Riley Joshua's face turns completely pitch black. Losing his mind completely, he screams out and grabs Isaac hard by the collar. He shakes Isaac like a rag doll, yelling that he is far too young for a girlfriend. Isaac just stands there clueless, wondering what crazy nonsense his uncle is babbling about now. Riley Joshua rubs his temples in utter headache, muttering about how the girl is supposedly a slave. He shudders at the pure scandal while Ashley gasps in the back, looking totally horrified at Isaac. She asks how they could do this while Isaac internally swears at Ciri for spreading rumors. Isaac promises to wreck Ciri for this later. As Riley Joshua keeps losing it over forbidden young love, he aggressively rejects letting a random stranger into the house, leaving Isaac totally exhausted. He sighs deeply, thinking his uncle has lost his remaining marbles, before peeling the man's hands off his shoulders. Isaac calmly explains it is nothing like that, making Riley Joshua blink stupidly. Since his training is finished, Isaac reminds him that he is heading off to war soon. He will be facing deadly missions and brutal combat non-stop. So he points at the lethal woman standing right behind him, explaining she has the exact skill set needed to guard him, while Charnay politely closes her eyes. Placing a hand on her chest, she gives a neat bow and drops a fake name. Neither Riley, Joshua, nor Ashley buy the bodyguard story at all, remaining totally convinced she is just his girlfriend. Charnay looks up dead serious, promising they have nothing to worry about. She swears to dedicate her entire being to her master, taking care of both his physical body and soul. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley lock up in shock, their brains overthinking every single suggestive word. Charlotte just closes her eyes and casually starts flex listing all her skills without flinching. She brags about her serving abilities, promising to satisfy her master day and night while completely ignoring the two furious pairs of eyes glaring at her. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley glare with glowing red eyes, but her intense voice keeps echoing. She proudly promises to serve him until complete satisfaction, using ancient secret arts that those stubborn, outdated priests could only dream of. Riley Joshua cannot take it anymore, grabbing his neck in utter agony. Ashley reaches out in panic to hold him up, while young Master Isaac just facepalms in pure misery. He mutters under his breath, wishing his uncle would stop acting so extra. Finally, Isaac drops a desperate ultimatum, swearing it is not what they think, threatening to run away from home if they do not hire her as his bodyguard. But Riley Joshua stays super stubborn, flatly refusing such crazy nonsense. He refuses to let some sketchy stranger with a mysterious past become Isaac's personal guard inside their house. Hold up out of nowhere, a shadowy stranger wearing sleek leather shoes quietly slides into the room unnoticed. Suddenly, a completely smooth voice rings out, shutting down that massive screaming match between Isaac and Raleal. Enter Benjamin Joshua. He strolls right up to the group, casually dropping facts about Isaac recruiting the enemy heir. So whoever this kid dragged back as his personal bodyguard must have some totally insane skills. Flashing a warm smile, he playfully messes up Isaac's hair. He asks if this adorable little guy is Isaac way cuter than he thought. Isaac just stares back like a deer in headlights. The young master has zero clue who this overly friendly weirdo is. Catching that entirely blank stare, Ashley jumps right in with the introductions. She explains Isaac probably never met the guy. Meet Lord Benjamin, an absolute big shot. This dude literally controls every single dime of the Joshua family bank account. Instantly, Isaac gets this wild sparkle of pure hype. Realizing he is staring at the literal god of wealth holding the family purse strings, the boy hits a perfect 90-degree bow. He enthusiastically greets his uncle with a ridiculously warm welcome. He even apologizes for his flaws and for not visiting earlier. His face is practically shooting golden sparkles. He just drowns Benjamin in absolute flattery, begging for guidance while screaming about how deeply honored he is. Benjamin just laughs it off and shakes his hand. Since the bodyguard is standing right there, he suggests testing her skills out first. He really wants to see what this girl is made of. Meanwhile, Raleal stands nearby, looking grumpier by the second. Finally, Benjamin drops a massive truth bomb. The head of the family is summoning everyone. Isaac gasps in pure shock, asking if Grandpa actually wants to see them. Right at that moment, inside the massive Sate mansion, Nizer stands with his head entirely bowed, listening to the very angry man. Leon sits back in his chair, shaking his head in total disappointment while flipping through the stack of reports in his hands. He coldly points out that Nizer clearly forgot about the absolute majesty of the God of Judgment. Neeser desperately tries denying it. Slamming the paperwork onto his desk, Leon demands to know how that little brat Isaac just stole their divine summon. The god of judgment had somehow already contracted with Isaac. Thumping his own chest in sheer rage, Neeser insists he never wanted to back down. He explains how the god vanished with Isaac in a split second, immediately forging a brand new exclusive contract with the kid instead. Neeser bitterly complains that the deity straight up refused to choose absolutely anyone else but that lucky bastard. Hearing this, Leon narrows his eyes, resting his chin on folded hands while silently picking apart this entirely bizarre situation. He realizes if the god of judgment reacted like that, it has to be a soul connection. Is that annoying boy actually a saint? Leon starts running the numbers, wondering if maybe they should just forge a solid alliance with the Joshua family instead of throwing punches. Honestly, even though Isaac's insanely smug face gets under his skin, they have way bigger problems to handle right now. Standing up, he drops a completely grim conclusion. Losing the god of judgment trashes their whole plan, and finding the treasure is totally doomed. We are talking about a legendary treasure the Pope himself is desperately craving to grab. They absolutely cannot let the Roth family steal it first. Hearing this, Neeser goes completely pale, looking like a ghost. Spotting his dad's rage, the boy beats his chest and swears he will hunt Isaac down. He promises to violently drag the deity back home. Leon tells him to hurry up, dropping yet another massive piece of bad news. The eldest son, the real original master of the god of judgment, is coming back soon. Sweat practically floods down Neeser's face. His body completely locks up in sheer terror as he clenches his shaking fists, silently cursing his terrible luck. If that ridiculously arrogant genius brother comes back, both him and Isaac are going to get completely obliterated by his bare hands. Leon narrows his eyes and lays out one calculated plan. Get this, they need to play nice with Isaac before the eldest son arrives. Grabbing Neeser by the shoulders, Leon warns him the god of judgment heavily favored the older brother. That guy is never going to forgive them if he learns the god vanished. Leon leans in close, dropping his voice dead serious. They have to get that summon back no matter what. He orders Neeser to fake a friendship with Isaac while quietly digging for clues. Staring at his dad, Neeser completely stutters at the thought of hugging it out with Isaac. But since it is a direct order, he violently grits his teeth, promising to play the role of Isaac's lowly servant if he actually has to. Inside Salak's head, awful memories of being quietly tortured by Isaac flash by, making her shed a few silent tears. Damn it all. Meanwhile, across the massive hall, a thunderous shout echoes out, demanding to know exactly what this brat is up to. At his age, where on earth did he pick up these garbage habits? Did Rilleli teach him that? Isaac just rolls his eyes skyward and explains. He shoots back that she is his personal guardian, then asks Grandpa about the actual rules for finishing his training. Isaac casually asks if he has the right to recruit a 3-star personal follower of his own choosing. His grandfather, Eli Joshua, just crosses his arms, completely speechless and unable to say a single word back. Gritting his teeth, Eli mutters that this wet behind-the-ears brat is already trying to plan a marriage. Isaac cannot quite hear him and asks what he said. Eli immediately deflects, shifting to some nitpick about bringing random people home. He demands to know if any random girl can just become a guard. Salak steps forward, seriously standing her ground. She boldly tells him not to worry, showing off full confidence in her strength and an absolute refusal to lose. Standing nearby in the room, Ashley gets this murderous look in her eyes as she steps up with a proposal. She offers to personally test the girl out, but Riley Joshua quickly raises a hand to stop her while Eli watches. You have to love this family dynamic. Eli notes that since Isaac handpicked her, her strength is no joke. If she passes his test, he will officially accept her, leaving Benjamin, Riley, and Ashley frozen in shock. Then they hear him declare she will also receive a first-class knight status. Benjamin Joshua just shouts out in total disbelief, a first-class knight? A person must dedicate at least 15 years of blood and sweat to even dream of that crazy honor. Eli Joshua calmly replies they should view this as a fitting reward for bringing immense glory during the sacrifice ceremony and for delivering a devastating blow to the Sefit family. Benjamin still heavily protests, loudly questioning such a massive reward for a 10-year-old kid. He asks if it is way too much, but Eli casually suggests stripping Riley of his title to make room. He would literally just hand it to her. Riley Joshua stands there completely petrified, weakly calling out to his father, while Isaac is standing there secretly thrilled. His grandfather is being incredibly understanding, and everything is playing out way better than he ever actually imagined. Getting a first-class knight status is absolutely amazing, instantly putting his new guardian on equal footing with Riley Joshua. This is just too good. Eli speaks up about the test, but before he finishes, Riley and Ashley instantly interrupt, eagerly shouting that their own children should handle this fight. Eli Joshua heavily stomps his high boot onto the floor, instantly refusing them as he aggressively cracks his knuckles and grinds his teeth. The old man declares he is personally delivering this test, making Isaac bug out in pure, frantic panic. Whisper. Our little ghost friend totally agrees, pointing out Grandpa is basically as overpowered as the Pope. Isaac frantically waves his arms to renegotiate. A third-class rank is perfectly fine, just please find a different tester. He insists letting Uncle Riley handle things makes way more sense, but Eli's eyes just glow a menacing crimson. The old man demands to know how she can protect Isaac if she cannot even survive a cardinal-level beatdown. Isaac and Salak both gasp, but the demon bodyguard quickly tilts her head, basically telling her young master to totally chill. She barely finishes before Eli lunges from behind at absolute lightning speed, kicking off a ridiculously fierce assault. He swings his hand forward to drop a devastatingly heavy blow directly on her in a brutal clash. Isaac clutches his head in sheer panic. Salak blocks it perfectly, leaving Eli frozen with his arm out, staring at the completely unharmed girl. She actually blocked it, he realizes in shock as Salak raises her chin. She stares him down without an ounce of fear before they collide in a blinding explosion of raw energy. Uncle Riley watches this entire exchange in utter disbelief, totally shocked this mysterious girl just casually neutralized his dad's savage attacks. Meanwhile, Eli keeps up his fierce onslaught against Salak, but inside his brain is racing with pure astonishment. Get a load of this, he wonders what kind of absolute monster Isaac dragged home, unable to comprehend why she would serve him. Why on earth would she submit to some kid? Handing Isaac a top-tier warrior like this feels like a massive waste. All the while, Salak just stays on defense without throwing a single punch back, prompting Eli to step away and assess. He is not using his full power, but neither is she. Even with his strikes totally held back, aiming right for her vitals, she just deflected them effortlessly. That sparks a chilling realization. A shiver runs down his spine as his face darkens. Wait, is she actually a demon? Eli clenches his fist. Bright blue energy flashes around him, and he instantly lunges forward to strike Salak with crazy speed. Uncle Riley gasps in pure shock. Wait, is that actual purification magic? Hearing this, Salak momentarily freezes right in place. She cannot use dark mana. There is absolutely no way she can let any suspicion fall on her master. Hiding behind Isaac, the little ghost anxiously warns that this girl is literally going to die at this rate. But honestly, despite everyone completely freaking out, Salak merely braces herself to tank Eli's holy purification attack head-on. Boom! The spell's blinding light instantly blows up, swallowing her whole. Riley goes completely pale, yelling at his dad, what the heck is he doing? Why throw a wild attack like that? Eli just casually shrugs, saying he is literally exorcising a demon. Benjamin and Riley just freeze in absolute shock. The old man waves them off. He calls them incredibly naive for never having a single shred of doubt about her. Right in the middle of his big speech about needing a thorough investigation, a tiny fist swings out with a crazy energy explosion. Thick red smoke instantly fills the room, completely blinding everyone. Riley screams for his dad while the ghost freaks out. What in the world just happened? Only Isaac smirks, already knowing exactly how this ends. The truth hits them fast. Once that heavy dust finally clears up, everyone catches sight of the old man just standing there. Eli firmly caught this trembling little fist. Sapnet is just standing there without a scratch on her, showing literally zero signs of getting purified. Isaac is the only guy who knows she is fully human now, but honestly, the fight is barely starting as those two clash hard again. This time, Sapnet refuses to back up. She rushes straight into the offensive, leaving Eli dodging and hunting for a clean counter. Dead set on winning, the girl throws a seriously heavy punch. That tiny fist of hers is totally wrapped up in fierce red energy. Boom! Their fists smash together with a deafening crash, blasting a massive shockwave right across the room. Ashley can barely keep her footing. Riley screams out to stop this insane madness, begging his dad to chill. The two jump apart, though Eli still looks super annoyed. Staring at a completely scratch-free Sapnet, the old guy mutters to himself, how is it even possible for her to take zero damage? Benjamin totally panics and rushes over, arguing that she is obviously just a regular human. Riley is standing there, looking completely pale and stressed. He yells at his dad, demanding to know how anyone could drop such wildly dangerous magic on a completely normal, innocent kid. Honestly, guys, in literally any other family, this would spark an instant messy blood war. You do not even pull this stuff on a mortal enemy. Pushing up his glasses, Benjamin takes a super stern tone, telling his dad that Riley is entirely right. A basic little apology is definitely not fixing this mess. Meanwhile, Eli just stands around in dead silence, awkwardly scratching his head. Furious now, Benjamin demands how the old man plans to take responsibility. He literally just turned their nice living room into actual rubble. Does his dad have even a single clue just how crazy expensive these repair bills are going to get? Everyone checks out the living room now. It looks like a total war zone, with busted-up furniture scattered everywhere. Glaring hard at Eli, he bluntly announces his dad's allowance is completely cut for the next 6 months. The old man is absolutely speechless. Later on, inside a quiet study buried in documents, Benjamin mentions his whole investigation into Sapnet actually turned up absolutely nothing. He found absolutely zero sketchy red flags. He asks his dad if he actually plans to go through with this. Is he seriously handing her a first-class license? Eli just casually checks out the forged papers Isaac whipped up, nodding along. Eli totally confirms it. A promise is a promise, after all. Benjamin adjusts those glasses again, circling right back to the burning question keeping him awake. Why did his dad use that purification magic? There has to be a real reason. Is she actually part of the demon race? Eli drops the fake papers with a heavy sigh. He admits he has no clue, since he felt zero dark mana off her. Like, none at all. He guesses she is a regular human. But honestly, something about her whole vibe feels entirely different. Meeting his son's shocked look, Eli insists his gut instincts are literally never wrong. Even if a literal god scanned her soul, they would just see a normal human. Hearing that flex, Benjamin finds this mystery girl super creepy and totally terrifying. As one of history's greatest cardinals, Eli's sharp intuition is basically legendary. But is this mystery girl secretly a demon gunning for young Isaac? He nervously asks if they should just boot her out, but Eli slowly shakes his head, no. Keep your enemies close, right? It is way better to watch her right here. They will crack her true motives soon enough anyway. Besides, he notes that Isaac actually bringing this girl home is a wildly significant detail. So totally confused, Benjamin asks what Isaac even has to do with it. Eli just frowns, looking deep in thought. He looks tired, but his words hit hard. Taming and commanding a demon is a totally insane flex of power. It really is not a bad setup for holy purifiers like them. Actually, it serves as rock-solid proof of Isaac's truly insane potential. He points out that while they are strong enough to keep Joshua safe, there are still big external threats to worry about. Hearing about ancient stuff lost to time, Benjamin visibly flinches. He seriously wonders if his dad is dropping heavy hints about the legendary forgotten secret arts. But before his brain can even process that, the old man stands straight up and drops a bomb. It is officially time to choose a successor. This massive choice goes down at this year's Direct Bloodline Family Assembly. Deep down, Benjamin is celebrating that his dad is finally making a move. Keeping his cool, he mentions aloud how this choice is definitely going to shock the whole empire. Eli just nods in quiet agreement. Staring dramatically out the window, the guy admits he has pretty major doubts about this whole setup. He seriously wonders if Lord Joshua is even fit to name an heir right now, though if that exact kid takes over, everything completely flips. Maybe the kid really is the secret key to breaking the ancient Joshua curse. Meanwhile, inside a ridiculously fancy palace room, a super tense meeting kicks off. Isaac sits there talking with such wildly disrespectful cheek that poor Suri standing right behind him starts having a full-blown panic attack. Showing zero respect to the fancy royals sitting across from him, Isaac lazily asks if he really has to repeat himself. He just wants to know how huge his payout will be if he somehow catches the notorious Skeleton King's personal spy. Hearing such an absurdly greedy demand, Suri gasps in terror. Terrified of this total lunatic, Suri throws a tearful look at the royal guard who is practically radiating pure, deadly hostility behind them. Suri silently despairs that even while locked under literal house arrest, Isaac still has the absolute nerve to ask for cash. The guy is demanding upfront money for an official imperial quest which is supposed to be an absolute royal decree, not some side hustle. Desperate to keep both their heads attached, Suri frantically whispers and asks Isaac if he has completely lost his mind. Suri begs him to read the room for once. But Isaac just sighs with massive annoyance. Why on earth should he care about room vibes? Isaac straight up points out that no matter how lethal this mission sounds, these royals are obviously just trying to exploit his absurd talent. The veteran knight behind the Empress starts trembling with pure fury, while Isaac keeps ranting totally unfazed, complaining they want him to handle everything completely solo. He boldly asks if they genuinely expect him to put his life on the line for free. Stroking his chin with a super smug grin, he demands real pay, asking if he somehow misjudged their royal generosity. Pushing his luck even further, he boldly claims the Skeleton King's spy is already hiding among them. The dangerous infiltrator is currently lurking right inside the palace, though nobody knows his identity yet. This shadow operator already wiped out top elite guards. The target easily slaps around level 6 and 7 knights, making this a brutal, high-difficulty mission. Noticing the Empress cracking a subtle smile, Isaac immediately presses his advantage. He argues that getting hazard pay for risking his neck is just basic common sense. Expecting him to work for zero reward is a total violation of professional ethics. Once he finishes his wild pitch, the Empress smirks, noting he really is as famously insane as they say for a young Joshua priest. Floating right above Isaac, the spectral demon Shapnath looks at the Empress and notes the Crown Prince looks literally nothing like her. Noticing zero matching traits, Isaac telepathically replies that she is actually just his stepmother. The spirit is genuinely shocked. Realizing a concubine's kid somehow grabbed the crown, the phantom muses that if it were in her royal shoes, it would want him dead too. With a wicked grin, the spirit evil schemes that they should flatter the Empress and take out the annoying crown prince for her. Shapnath notes she seems totally intrigued by Isaac, while Isaac just chuckles at his demon's unhinged plotting. Isaac explains she belongs to the Pope's faction, making the spirit wonder why nobody has assassinated her yet. Breaking the silence, the Empress smoothly admits there was an administrative mistake when they filed the request with the Holy See. Now, here is where it gets interesting. She agrees. The danger level makes the original pay insulting, promising to personally ensure he gets every single coin he deserves. She sweetly asks if that satisfies the rebellious young priest of the Joshua household. Isaac rubs his hands together like a cartoon villain and cackles, happily locking in the quest. While accepting, he remembers the juicy advice his ghost pal dropped earlier. Shapnath had warned him that ever since he formed a contract with the supreme deity, the Empress has been watching him like a hawk. The Phantom chuckles, bragging that its ancient insider tea is proving crazy valuable, and Isaac snickers in total agreement. After all, the entity was sealed away forever, yet even it can see through her hilarious lack of subtlety. Isaac stares at her fake smiling face and immediately decodes her game. She wants to wield him like a wrecking ball against the crown prince. Meanwhile, she casually sips her tea like a boss, while the ghost notes she is brewing a high-stakes plot to strip the prince of everything. Isaac nods along since the queen is tied to the Pope's faction. Her actual life is on the line here. The second the crown prince grabs the throne, he will instantly purge her whole squad without second thoughts. Isaac subtly glances over at Crown Prince Chopless, silently measuring his threat level. If the prince were not already a beastly swordmaster, the queen would have wiped him out ages ago, but right then, the prince speaks up in protest. He argues that dragging a low-level apprentice priest into this deadly political viper nest is just wrong. The queen just smiles and sets her teacup down, silently observing how surprisingly mature the prince is acting. She figures he simply cannot stand her for dragging him here, but out loud she plays it totally cool. Still, those creepy minions of the Lich King gunning for the royal family? Yeah, that is an undeniable fact. The queen shoots the prince a look, warning him that this whole mess puts his own life on the line. An old knight clears his throat and loudly declares that these dark minions are definitely hiding right inside the palace, lurking right in the royal courtyard. They have already dug up some nasty cursed tools belonging to the Lich King. Toss in a massive pile of summoning gear, and the queen finally shares her incredibly dark little theory. The Lich King apparently wants to completely crush Chopless Palace, the absolute beating heart of this holy land. Isaac sits there stunned. His brain short-circuits for a second. What? No way! He has absolutely zero interest in doing that. The guy just wants to hoard some sweet loot and live a totally lazy life. Smiling brightly, the queen assures everyone that even the big bad Lich King could never break the sacred dragon barrier. Isaac practically screams in his head she has it completely wrong. He only backed off because fighting dragons is a massive headache. The ghost nods along, noting that wiping out the royals would actually be super effective for bringing down that barrier. Moving right along, the queen hands Isaac a massive stack of documents, listing every single palace servant who has been acting vaguely suspicious lately. She lays down her royal demand, use this exact list, and drag the hidden mole out into the daylight. After all, he is the supposed genius contracted with the supreme god. Plus, he gets a massive payday for his trouble, so he just has to catch them. Naturally, Isaac immediately starts haggling, demanding to know the exact details of this supposed reward, but a terrified Suri quickly slaps a hand over his mouth and bows. They accept the royal order and start heading out. Isaac whines that they are walking into a massive scam, while Suri just drags him outside, frantically whispering at him to shut up. The queen smiles and waves, promising to wait for good news. Once they hit the hallway, an exasperated Suri completely snaps. He thought they were dead meat, entirely shocked by how casually Isaac acts in front of actual breathing royalty. Isaac just rolls his eyes and asks who even cares. His brain is already locked onto the real prize. The guy is practically drooling right now. Come on, she is the queen. She has to be absolutely loaded. Only an absolute idiot would miss a golden, once-in-a-lifetime chance to squeeze that royal treasury completely dry. Wiping away his drool, Isaac plots to get nice and close so he can completely empty her heavy pockets. Suri stands there completely speechless, totally bewildered why the supreme god would ever pick a guy like this. And here is where things get tense. A tall figure steps out of the dark, dropping a deadly serious warning: do not trust the queen. Suri spins around in total shock, spotting Prince Chopless. The prince reveals that the queen just wants to exploit Isaac and his famous title. Suri gasps in recognition, while Chopless gravely warns that Isaac could easily lose his life playing this game. He tells Isaac to tread very carefully, walking right past them while adding that he still hopes for one thing: hoping that Lich King's spy gets caught. Trembling nervously, Suri assures the prince they have nothing to worry about, and that they will absolutely catch the culprits. Suri looks pretty thrilled just speaking to royalty, loudly agreeing that they cannot let the cruel Lich King return. Standing in the back, Isaac sneers in total disgust, silently mocking both of these idiots. Buddy, I am already back, he thinks to himself. Later that night, deep in a secluded corner of the royal gardens, right outside a locked warehouse, a quiet voice whispers into the dark. They suspect the Lich King followers are lurking nearby. Someone points out the cursed tools left behind. This dusty old warehouse is practically packed to the ceiling with creepy Lich King artifacts. Meanwhile, hiding in the bushes, Suri complains and asks why they are just sitting around. Isaac tells him to shut up and watch. The real culprit is definitely showing up here. But Isaac shatters his little illusion instantly, casually pointing out that the real summoning spot is elsewhere. One look at the inventory makes it totally obvious, leaving Suri deeply confused. He asks how Isaac knows so much about the Skeleton King anyway. Isaac just shoves Suri down, keeping his eyes glued to a dark, cloaked figure sneaking right toward the warehouse entrance. Suri clutches his head, whispering in pure disbelief. Isaac just smirks and rubs his chin, finally connecting the dots on exactly who the culprit is. Suri simply cannot keep up with this and asks who. Isaac smiles watching that slender, cloaked figure. It is obviously the queen, he whispers, making Suri bug his eyes out in pure shock. Wait, didn't she hire them? Wasn't she the exact same person who paid us to hunt down the Skeleton King's followers to begin with? Isaac figures she is just covering her tracks, cutting all ties with her personal spy. This lady really thinks she can outsmart the priests. Just picturing the bounty makes Isaac's eyes absolutely sparkle. Bagging this lackey is their golden ticket. They could score massive points with the crown prince or even the emperor. We will bleed their pockets dry. Hearing this, Suri just sighs in total exhaustion. Why so obsessed with cash? Right then, a ghost pops out, seriously asking if he is okay. A real summoning circle could drain your soul dry. Isaac just laughs it off, telling the spirit he will be totally fine. Besides, a regular human could never actually activate a crazy spell like that. With that, he stands up and sneaks ahead. They just need to tail her for now. A panicking Suri begs him to wait, but right then, some weird energy suddenly wraps around Isaac. Right at that second, Suri is busy checking their blind spot, whispering about how incredibly dark it is out here. But when he finally turns back, his eyes go wide. Nobody. Complete emptiness. Suri is left standing, totally alone, shivering in the dark. Talk about awful luck. Isaac gets forcefully teleported straight inside that warehouse. He hits the ground. His face goes pale as he curses out loud. Damn it, this is a real circle, an actual Skeleton King summoning ritual. How could a human even cast this? Suddenly, a freezing voice cuts the dark, calling his name. The son of House Joshua. Isaac whips his head around to find the speaker, and his jaw practically hits the floor. Isaac is totally stunned. That mysterious cloaked guy is actually the crown prince himself. They just stand there staring, the tension turning violently awkward while Isaac's brain goes into full-blown panic mode. How on earth did the crown prince activate a seriously high-tier summoning circle like this? Isaac personally leaked a ton of fake diagrams to stop this, but looking closer, absolute dread hits him. This is his original summoning circle. His ghost buddy chimes in. Didn't you teach your skeleton minions this circle for emergencies? An emergency? No way. Isaac groans, knowing those boneheads are way too stupid. There is zero chance they actually managed to memorize it. Seeing Chapless looking completely lost, Isaac runs the math. Seriously, think about this. Does this mean the Empire's crown prince is secretly a Skeleton King spy? Finally, Isaac stands up, casually brushes off his clothes, and awkwardly breaks the heavy silence. Your Highness, what are you doing down here? Out on patrol? Noticing the massive bone clutched in the prince's hand, Isaac scratches his head and plays dumb. Ah, patrolling? Sure. His ghost is speechless at this terrible excuse. The prince literally just performed a summon, yet Isaac is already eyeing the exit. Well, Your Highness, I should get going. Just gonna go finish up my chores now. And by the way, I saw absolutely nothing. But Chapless quickly cuts him off. Wait, what? Why did you just pop out of the Skeleton King's circle? Seeing the prince's totally disappointed glare, Isaac screams internally. Why on earth are you asking that right now? You literally just got caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton King. Do you realize how bad that looks? Your head could roll any second. The ghost frowns, analyzing. Master, you were supposed to be a saint candidate, yet you just got summoned by dark skeleton magic. Pretty obvious, right? These Empire folks are shockingly sharp. Meanwhile, Isaac's brain is spinning in pure panic. He still cannot wrap his head around it. Crap. Why? He modified that exact spell to work strictly for demons. It should be practically impossible for any human to cast. The ghost strokes its chin with a wild theory to successfully cast this. A person must speak ancient skeleton tongue and show you absolute devotion. It points straight at Chapless, declaring that this guy is definitely a loyal Skeleton King follower, no ordinary prince at all. But for Isaac, this is a total waking nightmare. The prince? No way. There is absolutely no chance he would do something like this. Chapless's voice turns freezing cold, instantly demanding to know why Isaac was summoned here. Isaac quickly cobbles together a garbage excuse, claiming he just fell out of a tree. But Chapless calmly shuts that down. There are 0 trees down here. If you keep making up dumb excuses like that, then a god must have just sprouted from the dirt. Prince Chapless frowns, his tone turning ice cold as he tells him to at least try making up a believable lie. Isaac sighs, firing right back, asking if a whole crown prince worshipping the Skeleton King makes any more sense. They lock eyes right then and there. Nobody backs down, just 2 guys glaring in a damp, creepy warehouse. Somebody finally suggests taking this chat elsewhere. Outside, heavy dark clouds completely swallow the night sky. Barely any moonlight gets through. But inside the royal palace, brilliant lights are blazing as these two face off. Isaac crosses his arms, staring the prince down. He secretly laughs at how the guy's pure, bright life force radiates like an absolute joke. To him, Prince Chapless is packing an incredibly vibrant life force and totally overflowing power. You seriously cannot connect this guy to the Skeleton King. Isaac sighs in pure annoyance, scratching his head to strike a deal. He asks if it wouldn't be way better to just pretend this never happened. But the stubborn prince is completely zoned out, just repeating his demand to know why Isaac even showed up. Isaac totally snaps, "You absolute idiot. Is that seriously all you care about right now?" Instead of answering, the prince just sits there. Isaac glances around the room, totally baffled by the decor. Creepy figures are lined up neatly on the fireplace mantel. Meanwhile, the desk is absolutely buried in reference books and magic circle drawings. Now get a load of this. A majestic painting of the Skeleton King riding a stallion is hanging right in the center. Seeing this hardcore fanboy shrine, Isaac is literally speechless. Where did he even buy this junk? Is this guy basically just a stalker? Clearing his throat, Isaac tries shifting the focus, warning Chapless that a priest busted him right at the scene. He points out that Chapless completely fails to grasp how dangerous this is. But the prince just abruptly cuts him off. Demanding the exact same answer again, the prince asks why he showed up. Isaac is losing his mind in pure frustration. Then, a sudden realization hits Prince Chapless. Blushing with crazy excitement, he stares straight at Isaac and blurts out a wild guess. He asks if Isaac is actually the Skeleton King, his eyes literally sparkling with hope before he even finishes the sentence. Isaac immediately yells total denial, scrambling fast to cook up some kind of logical excuse. He argues he only got summoned because he ate the Skeleton King's finger once, triggering a magic reaction. Chapless slumps in absolute disappointment. Surprised by the sad puppy act, Isaac carefully probes to see why he is so utterly let down. He asks if the prince is just obsessed with the demon. Chapless reluctantly confesses that this is actually his sister's rune. Apparently, the princess is completely infatuated with the Skeleton King. The prince just wanted to summon her little crush to test him. He had to see if this demon was truly worthy of her love. While the shadow moves toward a giant skeleton, Isaac mentally calls out this terrible lie. This is obviously a guy's room, but too tired to care, he offers a peaceful out. He proposes a deal to simply keep the prince's dirty little secret. In return, Chapless must never mention this summoning to anyone. Isaac points out that neither of them wants to make an enemy of the Holy See. Prince Chapless quickly agrees, but his next words make it painfully clear he still does not understand how bad this is. He warns that the church never forgives anyone using dark mana, especially you and me. Isaac is left completely stunned, totally confused. Isaac repeats the words, only for Chapless to ask if he isn't a dark mage, and get ready for this massive bomb drop. Isaac's face goes pitch dark as he remembers 15 years ago. The prince recalls Isaac using dark magic on the bishop. Isaac immediately remembers that exact day 15 years ago in a magnificent palace. Chapless had opened a door, finding Isaac gently patting Bishop Barry's cheek with pure affection. Except that was actually the day Isaac beat the old bishop half to death with a rattle, sending teeth flying absolutely everywhere. Isaac stares intensely at Chapless. How on earth could this kid have sensed dark mana back then? Looking closer, he remembers something big. Those with the Holy Dragon bloodline have a unique ability to detect the demon race. Staring right into those golden pupils, Isaac feels a sudden wave of anxiety. The spectator's shadow starts whispering about the Emperor's eyes. The shadow asks if that isn't the exact power he desperately searched for in his past life. Isaac feels a sharp pang of regret. With those eyes, he could have finally perfected the crazy magic he failed before. Snapping out of it, Isaac asks if Chapless can truly sense his mana. He asks if the prince senses his dark mana core, but Chapless honestly admits he feels absolutely nothing right now. The prince quietly assumes it's just perfectly shielded because Isaac is a saint. Isaac keeps grilling him, so why claim I use dark mana? Chapless lays down one condition. He will only tell him if Isaac admits he is the Skeleton Demon King. Our guy, Isaac, is too exhausted to even speak, just wanting to head home. Chapless remains completely still, giving him this dead serious expression. So he wants to know how the prince figured out his secret dark mana? Easy. Chapless claims his super strong dragon bloodline lets him translate monster talk and basically anything without a real voice. Isaac totally freezes up. The prince smirks, for example. He can understand a baby babbling. Isaac looks absolutely horrified. Babbling? That hits him like a literal lightning bolt. Does this crazy guy mean what he thinks? So Chapless understood every single newborn noise? Seriously creepy. The prince admits he could not catch every single word, but he definitely knew Isaac hated that bishop. To the prince and the king, Isaac was basically a total lifesaver. Chapless runs a hand through his hair. He bets Isaac already knows the deal with their wild hair colors. Blessed platinum blonde against cursed black hair. Isaac stands totally paralyzed while memories of Chapless's brutal past flood in. Everyone completely hated Chapless, treating him like some filthy monster. They bullied his mother straight to the grave, and guess what? That rotten bishop had a major hand in killing her. Isaac is mind blown that the queen died because of the Pope's faction. Meanwhile, the Watcher ghost chatters away, telling Isaac to just murder them all. Baby Isaac was an absolute savage, wondering if that scumbag bishop had a death wish for plotting against him. Always ready to throw hands, little Isaac would scream at Barry to get lost. Framing him as a demon ruins his plan to manipulate the emperor and rob the royal treasury blind. A totally annoyed Isaac yells that the emperor is his personal pawn. Understood. Back in the present, Chapless spills his actual thoughts. The prince used to think Isaac was demon-possessed or just completely crazy. But honestly, no demon can hijack a saint with divine grace. Chapless keeps yapping about stuff Isaac hates hearing. Apparently, even gods mess up, and this time, the big guy upstairs was dead wrong. That twisted logic actually relaxed the prince. God's platinum blonde representative turning his back on Sania was a massive comfort to him. Chapless cannot stop oversharing. For once, the guy felt like he wasn't the mistake, believing this was some weird divine comfort. A soft smile crosses his face, declaring his weird affection. But watch this crazy turn. Chapless still needs to double-check. Is he really not the skeleton demon king? Isaac fires right back, asking if the prince actually wants him to be. Chapless pushes harder, demanding the truth. Isaac firmly denies it, feeling incredibly smart today. How dumb does the prince think he is? Isaac refuses to walk straight into such an obvious trap, but then Chapless drops an absolute bombshell. If Isaac is the skeleton demon king, the prince will literally hand him the entire kingdom. Isaac points at himself, stuttering out that maybe he is the skeleton demon king after all. Like 100% the demon king. The prince squints at him, asking if he just confessed to the title. Getting super annoyed, Isaac mutters that it was a total joke. Seriously, why is this royal edgelord so utterly obsessed with the demon king? Giving away a whole kingdom is insane. Chapless just rubs his chin, casually pointing out the demon king wants the kingdom anyway. This just makes Isaac even madder. This absolute madman only hears what he wants. Beyond frustrated, Isaac decides to bolt, promising to pretend this insane conversation never happened. His family might get suspicious, so he has to run. But the clueless prince ignores the hint, cheerfully warning that tonight has no moon completely perfect for summoning him. Too exhausted to argue, Isaac screams internally about his identity. As he storms off, the Watcher ghost trails behind, noticing Isaac looks weirdly happy. Isaac smirks back. Of course he is thrilled. Internally, Isaac is throwing a massive party. Who knew the Crown Prince was his biggest fanboy? But honestly, it makes total sense. The Skeleton King is just too cool, totally deserving all that royal admiration. The ghost is left totally speechless while Isaac cooks up a fresh scheme. If he shoves this fanboy prince onto the throne, life becomes effortless. He cannot out himself directly, but faking orders from the mighty skeleton demon king, that is a golden opportunity to use him. The Watcher ghost feels super doubtful, warning that the prince is actually pretty sharp. Plus, getting summoned carries some hardcore risks. Isaac just waves it off, calling it pretty great. The ghost is stunned, but Isaac stays cocky. He figured out a saint's body and soul are bound super tight, meaning any weird holy soul separation magic is utterly useless against him. Isaac lets out an evil little laugh. A saint's body just clings too hard to its soul. Still, the ghost desperately tries talking him down. The magic grabs harder as mana grows, but Isaac isn't entirely throwing caution to the wind. Getting summoned at any random moment is a huge pain, so he decides to just boost the Demon King's summoning ritual. But suddenly, a voice behind him demands to know where he is sneaking off to. Suri, Joshua, and Kina sprint to catch up. They yell that he nearly gave them a heart attack, totally thinking the minions had dragged him off by now. Isaac just nods along, completely aware he actually was dragged away. Seriously, what in the world is happening right now? Kina steps right up and loudly complains, "Did you seriously bring him just to find me?" Suri Joshua instantly turns bright tomato red from total embarrassment. Since our guy Isaac literally swallowed the Skeleton King's leftovers, he is basically the ultimate human catalyst to summon that beast back. Getting kidnapped right now would be an absolute disaster. Kina totally agrees. The God of Light literally warned them the palace is a death trap, and Suri Joshua flashes his shiny holy light sword right at Isaac. He quickly babbles that their god is totally trapped thanks to the Skeleton King. though Isaac has absolutely zero clue what this kid means. He insists they absolutely must bust the Skeleton King's cultists and help the God of Light. But Isaac just stands there, super skeptical. A trapped god? Literally none of it makes sense. Boom. A massive earthquake rocks the whole place. Suri Joshua instantly recognizes the creepy vibe, while Kina gasps, absolutely convinced a demon summoning is straight up impossible. Are these lunatics actually summoning the skeleton? Isaac nearly has a heart attack as a massive bony hand punches right through the dirt. A giant skeleton drags itself out, oozing this incredibly dark, terrifying aura. The monstrous skeleton has officially arrived on the scene, leaving absolutely everyone frozen in pure terror at this legendary nightmare. The big bad Skeleton King is finally back. The snobby priests scoff at the idiots responsible, loudly asking how demons dare invade their holy empire. But Isaac spots something super weird about this towering bone monster. No way. That is definitely not the real Skeleton King. Isaac instantly realizes it is literally just some overgrown, mutated knockoff. Even the floating observer specter starts sweating bullets, fully recognizing the Demon King's crazy forbidden magic circle. Wait, doesn't this magic circle need holy arts to work? Isaac sighs, finally putting the dark truth together. Does this mean the culprit is actually a high priest? The local holy men start panicking, finally seeing how dangerous this spell really is. It is pure control magic, forcing the beast to attack. But who is the crazy summoner actually targeting here? The bone giant slowly turns its hollow gaze toward the emperor, who watches from way up on his fancy castle balcony. Three shady cloaked figures glare down from the shadows, watching their giant bony creation wait for its orders. The creepy summoners bark commands at the beast, ordering it to use its magic and completely slaughter the emperor right now. But the confused skeleton just looks around, hoping its real boss is nearby. It totally ignores the fake orders, absolutely refusing to serve these pathetic weaklings. But watch closely, the giant monster spots something super interesting hiding in the massive crowd. It straight up charges forward, leaving those three summoners completely stunned as it drops to its bony knees to worship Isaac. The massive skeleton is totally overwhelmed, literally weeping tears of joy at seeing its true lord after 155 years. Isaac turns ghostly pale. He mentally begs the thing to stay away. Suri Joshua frantically looks around, completely terrified by this charging bone nightmare. Suri Joshua screams his lungs out as the giant beast rushes them, while Isaac wildly cooks up a desperate survival plan. Just purify and banish the huge thing. Good plan. But his hands suddenly freeze mid-cast. Suri Joshua stares at his own hands in shock, totally freaking out over why his holy magic is just randomly failing them. Isaac quickly realizes he cannot use his holy power either, as a super creepy purple mist floods the entire area. The observer specter screams, a warning some totally overpowered suppression barrier is wiping out all divine magic nearby. The giant skeleton's eyes light up like massive searchlights, fighting an invisible force. Insane power violently erupts from its bones, fueled by a high-tier brainwashing spell that is forcing it into total rage mode. In its mind, the giant skeleton desperately begs Isaac to break this awful mind control and set it free. Isaac just sighs heavily and decides to strike, knowing he must risk his true magic to save this poor guy. A crazy bright flash of light violently pierces the barrier, slamming into the giant skeleton and kicking up a massive dust cloud. As the blinding energy finally fades out, the shocked priests stand frozen, completely failing to process what just happened. The observer specter just watches in pure awe as the giant beast vanishes, wondering if Isaac pulled off high-tier teleportation. Right on cue, Prince Chablis slowly struts over with a glowing sword, his eyes sparkling with a ridiculously dangerous realization. He completely gets it wrong. The guy assumes the monster wanted to destroy the country, leaving Isaac entirely speechless. The other clueless priests start practically worshipping Prince Chablis, shouting, "Long live the crown prince who just saved them." The prince strikes an overly majestic pose right in front of Isaac's blank stare, which finally prompts Kenberry to speak up. Prince Chablis innocently asks why they did not just destroy its magic core, casually noting that the problem is not completely solved yet. "Wait, isn't destroying it strictly forbidden?" Isaac asks in total annoyance. Only for the prince to shoot back, "Why are you asking me?" "Well, simply because that skeleton is one of your literal underlings from the Bone King." But Isaac quickly completely denies it. Isaac then decides to just take off. He tells her he is chasing the summoners down while she guards that giant skeleton. Kina Berry just crosses her arms, arguing it would be so much better if she handled the whole thing herself. "Do not you dare even touch it." Isaac snaps at her, warning that the skeleton is his and she better stay away. If she touches it, she can forget about learning from him forever. She stands completely stunned as Isaac totally loses it. How dare they control his skeleton underling and actually frame the crown prince? Isaac refuses to just let that kind of disrespect slide. He dashes off like a literal flash of lightning, leaving Chablis looking on in absolute awe. Meanwhile, Kina Berry stays super suspicious. She wonders if Isaac is actually siding with the prince, who runs off scowling. How dare they summon and manipulate his own underling? He thinks furiously as the scene shifts straight into a deep forest.